that we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. When everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Got a good show for y'all today, man. Salute, man. Everybody in the chat, man. People popping up today, man. Should be a good one, man. It should be a good one, man. My bad. I shot some of these notifications out late. So if you didn't get the notification on IG or Newsbreak, my bad. I'll be shooting all that out. Y'all, everybody should be filing in. It should be a good one. But we got to talk about it. Oh man, oh man, oh man. We talk about today, y'all. Like, does some of y'all remember? And I don't even know if I still have the video on here. Let me see if I still have the video on here. Do some of you guys remember when I played that? When I had that YouTube short of Chilltown? Actually, I got it right here, and when you sit back and listen to people talk about, especially the 90s, man, the way they take the most simple things and blow them up and turn it into the most fantastical things that ever happened to basketball is wild, man. It's kind of just like how Chilltown did right here.
You say stuff like the athlete is better today than it was in the 90s. I mean, I was watching Kenny Smith in 1990 throw the ball between his legs and dunk the ball off the backboard backwards at 6'3" in 1990. That was going on.
She like to run fat that you was very strange. I ain't say that whole shit going on 10 a day. Man, it be so bad she got it.
Come on, man. And so obviously we just saw how Chilltown did it right there. And salute to Chilltown, because Chilltown knows how to talk the game of basketball. But one of the biggest problems is how people talk the game, man. How they completely exaggerate the most simple things. And just listening to some of these people talk, some of the excuses that they give for the failures, right? Remember how just a couple days, just last week when we were talking about Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady, and, one of the biggest arguments that we heard against Tracy McGrady was he couldn't get out the first round. There was no context, right? People didn't care about the circumstances as to why he didn't get out the first round, injuries. None of that was going on. But yesterday I was listening to a stream, and I'm listening to 9-10 people try to explain to GOAT James Kingdom all this context and reasons as to why Hakeem Olajuwon could not get out the first round year after year after year after year, missed the playoffs. Oh, he didn't have a good team. Oh, this, that, and other. He lost Ralph Sampson. Just excuses on top of excuses. And it's just like, y'all exaggerate. Y'all make things up. And this takes me back to another conversation. And I can't even remember when I had this conversation, but that's this previous conversation that I remember is what is motivating today's stream. They were talking about the Jordan rules. And I think it might have been King Rose speech. King Rose speech was saying something about the Jordan rules. He was saying, yeah, they just beat Jordan up. And I'm saying to myself, when I watch them games, I don't see the Pistons beating Jordan up. Like, why do y'all gotta tell these fantastical fairy tales of Jordan playing against the Pistons as if he had to be a gladiator with swords and knives to go out there and play basketball? Yeah, I can like Jordan needed to have a bulletproof vest to go out there with the Detroit. When I watched the game, so what I said was this. I said, well, maybe if I watch the game with you guys, maybe it's something I'm missing. Maybe it's a bump, it's a bruise, it's a punch or something that's happening in these games. Maybe it's something that I'm missing. Maybe it's something you guys can help me point out. So I've selected 2 random games, right? I got 2 random games of Jordan in the playoffs versus the Pistons. I specifically selected the playoffs because the playoffs is when they said that supposedly the Detroit Pistons would start hacking and body slamming Jordan and tearing him down out the air. And according to people like King Rowe, the Jordan rules, just knocking him down and he couldn't go in the lane. So we're going to watch. And so the one thing that's good about watching is, and when I say watch, we're not, I'm going to get through as much of these games as possible. We're going to watch. We're going to try to get a feel for the game. We're going to try to get a feel for the pace. What I really want to see if the Detroit Pistons are utilizing some legitimate defensive scheme, or are they out there just bruising and beating players up? Or, as Isaiah Thomas said, was this bad boy narrative just completely made up by the media? Simply derived from the media to paint the Pistons in a negative light and to paint teams like the Celtics in a positive light. That's what we're gonna watch the games. Right? When, there were a lot of times when Jordan had bad games against the Pistons. Were those bad games strictly derived from people beating him up, snatching him out the air? Is this why he went bald early? Is this one of the reasons why he retired early? Let me give a shout out to Eminem, man, with the first super chat of the day, $9.99. Salute to Eminem. Make sure you guys, if you want to super chat, the link is pinned to the top of the comment section. Make sure you go over to FYF Sports Clips and drop your super chats if there's anything in the video that you want me to address as we get through the video. Also, hit the PayPal. If you don't want to hit the super chat, you can also hit the PayPal to support the channel as well. We'll be dropping the link to the PayPal in the chat throughout the night. And then before we get started with the video, and I just saw Goatcast in the chat, man. Goatcast is one of the few people where I feel like I might have to get his information, because I'm gonna have to send him one of these for free, because I think people like Goatcast, 93Zay, King Rowe, you guys need this resource, because man, I don't know where you guys get a lot of y'all basketball information, but you guys need to go get the GOAT James, the LeBron James GOAT Encyclopedia. All right. Make sure you get the LeBron James GOAT Encyclopedia, Weaponized Truth for the Debate Era. All right. What is this book, you might ask? Is it a book that's just telling everybody make LeBron James the GOAT? No. We're not telling anybody to make LeBron James the GOAT. Where you rank LeBron is up to you. This book, right, is to showcase to everybody, like Goatcast Hoops, like King Rowe, like all of the LeBron James haters, right? Man Down Sports, Sports T, all of the people that absolutely hate for no reason. Like, I was just going down the list of 93Z's videos, and it's literally video after video after video after video, just tearing down LeBron James. And it's just like, damn, can you find one positive thing to say? Is your life that muddied up with tragedy and anger and angst that the only thing that you can go to YouTube to do is to dig through the back pages of Reddit and low-level websites to find low credibility stories on LeBron James. This is why we have this book. That's why I created this book, the LeBron James Gold Encyclopedia, is to end the lazy takes and to give fans the receipts that they need. Over 100 myths destroyed, real stats, real quotes, real truth. One line kill shots for every argument. No more losing debates to the 6-0 nonsense. This book is your weapon. You can grab your book on Kindle, on Amazon. Get it today. And salute. And I'm dropping the link in the chat right now for everybody, but make sure you get your book today. If you ordered a digital version, make sure you hit me up on Instagram so I can get you your free paperback. But make sure you get your book today. You can order it with that link that's right there in the chat. Hold on, y'all. We got Willie in the chat, and he's putting Tisa Tails in the chat. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. We're actually going to be doing a show tomorrow, kind of down that narrative, kind of maybe a little bit exposing the Tisa Tails lady. But that's neither here nor there. We're talking about LeBron James today. So make sure you guys go to Amazon. Get y'all books today. How much does the book cost? The book costs $23.23. Make sure you get your book today. And salute to everybody that's purchased y'all books, because what you guys have done is you guys have helped the book enter the bestseller category in 3 categories on Amazon, right? It is now it's in the top 203 categories. I want y'all to think about that. And we're potentially going to be breaking the top 100 in sports encyclopedias, because this is a academic resource right here. Do not let the people like the idiots or trolls fool you. This is an academic resource to combat illogical basketball takes. All right. So make sure you guys go get y'all LeBron James Gold Encyclopedia book today. All right. We got Joel Brown in the chat. He says this channel should be called Flopping Yes, Flopping Stream Dead. Joe Brown, you probably need to leave this channel, and you probably need to go watch a Reading Rainbow video, some type of educational video, something that's gonna, because right now you are not at the level where you can read the GOAT James, the LeBron James Gold Encyclopedia. Maybe we got to get you to a channel where we can teach you how to read and write, man. We got 93Z. He says, so you wrote a book about LeBron James. It's not about LeBron James. See, and this is the thing. This is the beauty of this book. Because people, the one thing people are going to do is they're going to try to make the book about LeBron. What have we always done on this channel? We always combat fake narratives. That's the one reason why people struggle having basketball conversations here on FYF Sports. Because if you can only talk in narratives, or as a lot of people do, single games, we can both play that game. If we want to talk about narratives, I got plenty of narratives on a lot of the great players, Hakeem Olajuwon Jordan. If you want to talk single games, I got a lot of single games, but we don't recognize these players as great because of single games or narratives. We're going to be talking about it today, and I'm going to be dropping the link. You know, I've got to, and you know, we got to give, 90. I'm glad 93Z is here, because we got to make sure we give him a wrench so he gets some block protection, because there's going to be a lot of people, man. The man has dished out a lot of hate to LeBron James, and he hangs out, you guys, with a known racist. This man might be one of the leaders and co-founders of the Ku Klux Klan and the Angry Hoops guy. All right. when these are the people you put yourself with, we got to get him a wrench because he's going to definitely need some protection. There's going to be a lot of people looking to X him out of the FYF Sports community. We got to get him a wrench ASAP. So please make sure you don't do anything, block him or time him out, man. 93Z is one of the OGs, solid channel, putting out a lot of good content. DC says AOH is cool. He might be cool. I didn't say he wasn't cool. It's probably a lot of cool people in the KKK. He just happens to be one of them, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, angry old hoops, like he's angry. These people are mad for no reason. Like when I think about the game of basketball, when I go to the basketball court and I'm going to go hoop, who's mad? Like, do you go to the gym and mad at LeBron dribbling the basketball? Look, I got my ball right here. You know, I got the ball right here. I don't go to the court mad, man. I don't go to the court thinking about LeBron. I go to the court to hoop. Who tunes into their live stream every day to be mad at somebody? Do you have anything good to say? Is there anything positive? And if Brad isn't giving you any positive news, then talk about the players that deserve recognition. See, that's what I challenge a lot of people to do. If this era of if certain players are getting too much recognition, if players like LeBron, if he's trash, if he's no good, if he's not as good as we think he is, then tell us who is. Tell us about Kareem. Tell us about SGA. SGA just had a season that's on par to Jordan in 1990-91, statistically and team-wise. And the end result was a championship. Nobody's talking about it. The OKC Thunder's team, numbers across the board, analytics across the board, almost mirrored everything from the 95-96 Bulls. Yet no one's giving them any credit. No one's talking about SGA. The only sentiments that we heard about SGA was what? He's a foul baiter. But he shot less free throws than Kobe and Jordan. But he's a foul baiter. But y'all see what I mean, how a lot of the basketball talk today is just aimed at trying to find something negative. SGA just did something. Remember, SGA is completely opposite to what the narrative is about today's era. Didn't chuck up hardly any threes. Everything in the mid-range and at the rim. Doesn't complain or cry to refs. Ultimate team guy. Bought everybody on the team Rolexes. Team itself led with defense. Defense first. He ain't getting no props. He ain't getting none. The only thing we saw people doing with SGA was people were scrambling and scraping, trying to make excuses as to why what he did wasn't that great. So we can never look back in history, just like I was telling King Rowe the other day. I said, the real conversation needs to be, if we're talking about top 10 teams of all time, is we need to be figuring out where we're going to put this OKC Thunder team. Because based on what they just did, they should be a top 10 team all time. But they will never get the credit. Nobody from this era will get the credit. I mean, if you let a lot of Jordan fans tell it, like 50% of the top 10 is all 90s players. It's crazy, bro. It's like players stop being all-time great after Kobe. Steph hasn't done enough to crack it. Unanimous MVP, multiple championships, best shooter ever in league history. Nah, you ain't good enough to be top 10, Steph. KD might arguably be the greatest scorer, most versatile scorer of all time. Multiple championships. We don't like the way you won your championships. James Harden has some of the greatest individual scoring seasons ever in basketball history. Nah, you just a playoff choker. SGA has a season that mirrors Jordan in 90-91. Nah, you just a foul baiter. This is how we talk about basketball. and they wonder why we always have to go back and remind them how trash that product actually was compared to what we see today, which is what we actually about to play. And then I'm going to drop the link. Let me put this up on the screen, y'all. And I took a random game. And it says right here, this is Pistons versus Bulls in the 1989 playoffs, all right? And random game. Don't know the result. We just going to watch the game. And I'm going to get through as much of this game as possible. And let me make sure before I do this, let me give a shout out because we had two more people. We had Tay Hunley, 21. He's over at FYF Sports Clips. Make sure, Tay Hunley, you also come over to FYF Sports. And also, but Tay Hunley just became a member over on FYF Sports Clips. And then we got Mahari Nation Sports Podcast, one of the OGs of the channel, always coming through to support. He says, I'm still blocked on your main channel, but still showing love to this channel. Mahari, I don't know how you got blocked, but I'm definitely going to take care of it right now as we get to this film. So I do apologize for that, Mahari, because I don't know how you got blocked. But if you did, I will definitely take care of that right now. I thought you had a wrench. But yeah, Mahari, we're gonna get that taken care of here in 1 second right here. King Rose says FYF caps. It's very hard to say that anything that I say is caps because the things that I think of or say about basketball, like I don't lead with my emotions. Whatever the facts are, I just accept the facts, and if that starts to help me formulate my opinion. For example, it's kind of like the same way I coach, right? Our starting point guard, he was with us for 4 years. He's about to go overseas. We lost him, right? One of our best scorers, a shooting guard, he graduated. We're going to kind of have a new team next year, this upcoming season. Do I lead with my emotion and say, you know what? We're going to do everything the same way we've been doing it the last 4 years. The offense is going to be the same. Everything's going to look exactly the same. No. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the players. I'm going to look at the team that I have, and I'm going to allow that to formulate how the game is played. That's just how you're supposed to see basketball, right? I don't know what my starting point guard next year is going to look like, but I guarantee you I'm not going to lead with my emotions and make him play the way I want him to play. I'm going to build a system around what he does best, and we'll go from there. That's how I look at basketball. I don't lead with emotions, right? This is why I'm more focused on criteria. What is your criteria? I told T Perfect the other day. I said, what did I tell T Perfect? I don't debate your top 10. I don't care where you rank people. I just want to know what led you to that particular conclusion. As remember, King Rowe gave us his convoluted, mixed up, warped up, mismatched criteria. And the next thing you know, his criteria did the unthinkable. LeBron James is the GOAT based on his criteria. He spent hours upon hours trying to come up with a criteria to make sure LeBron wasn't the GOAT, accidentally made LeBron the GOAT, and kicked out all of the players that he loved. No Bill Russell, no Wilt Chamberlain, and no Kobe. I mean, I think Kobe was in there, but geez, it was just all mixed up and warped. We got Dennis in the chat. He says, I swear, I just argued with some about the superstar whistle of the 90s. The SGA getting that whistle compared to Shaq or LeBron not receiving that whistle while legitimately being fouled. That is a fact. Salute to Dennis Murray, one of the definitely one of the big time supporters, always coming through in the super chat. Salute to Dennis Murray coming through to support. We're gonna get through just a little bit of this game, and I'm gonna drop the link, especially now that I see we got people like 93Z in the chat. I want to show you guys some of this game film. I want you guys to get the feel of the game. I want you to get the flow of the game. I want you to hear what the commentators are saying. And I want to see if the Pistons were just out there beating Jordan to death. Was it what did they look like this, or were they just playing basic basketball, utilizing basic defensive principles? Right? Because basketball don't change. Basketball don't change. We're about to find out right here. Let me share my screen. All right, make sure you guys can hear this. All right, we're going to play this game.
So we're ready to go from the Palace. And here's the way they'll line up for the ball game. No big surprises. Lane Beer has a little wrist sprain, but it's much better than it was the other day in Chicago.
Well, he did have some problems with it in game 4, but I think his biggest problem.
Y'all see, we got to start lineups.
A little off in his offensive game. The Bulls have done a good job of making every effort that he has taken a tough one. You see Collins' record right there. A win tonight, he gets to 500.
Your officials, as assigned by the National Basketball Association, Darryl Gerritsen, Dick Bavetta, and Hugh Holland. There's Chuck Daly, the coach of the Pistons. Doug Collins coaches the Bulls, and both have done a splendid job. So we're ready to go, and we sincerely hope that you'll enjoy it. If you like
and go James Kingdom. King Rowe was using that free version of ChatGPT with all the mismatches and stuff. Bad information. Trying to say that's how that version said it was. No, King Rowe. It's already documented. We go back to the thread. I mean, we can actually, King Rowe, we can do it again. I'll give you the opportunity to fix your criteria. We got the jump ball going up. Bill Cartwright.
And the tip is
all right, that's a physical tip off.
Isaiah Thomas.
That's a physical tip off.
So the Pistons with a chance to draw first blood on a stormy night in Detroit. Lane Beer over Pippen.
God damn, leaving him open?
Yeah, I told you. There was nothing wrong with that wrist.
Here comes Michael Jordan. Dumars has him first. Pippen against Aguirre. Grant over Lane Beer. Answers. It's 2-2.
Okay.
Aguirre will inbound.
2 jumpers to start the game.
In game 4, we saw both teams go to the mat in terms
2
of
wide open jumpers to start the game.
Chicago trying to get that 3-1 advantage. And Detroit.
Where's the physicality? The bigs are all sagging off each other. Bill Cartwright sitting in the
sort
paint.
of intensity as Aguirre shoots.
Shoots it long, and Jordan the rebound.
Okay, good rebound by Jordan. That was a physical rebound.
The attack just underway. Scottie Pippen thought about.
Look at the defense. I don't see a hand check yet. Do y'all see a hand check? Okay, good post D. No traps or doubles coming.
Wheels, steals, banks it up too hard.
He clanked it. Okay.
Mahorn the rebound. Outlet Isaiah. Lane Beer spots up.
Damn,
for 3.
Beer.
Yes.
God damn.
He has all 5 Detroit points. It's 5-2. Jordan with.
Damn. This is proof right here that if y'all let one of these 3-point shooting teams of today's game step into that era, they would light them the hell up. Bill Laimbeer starting the game and just lighting their ass up. Come on, man.
Scottie Pippen handles the ball.
Nobody said Bill Laimbeer couldn't shoot, King Rowe. Come on, stop the lies, man.
When you work,
where's the physicality, y'all? Look, physicality.
That's when defenses can be more effective. Cartwright against the clock.
Cartwright with one of the ugliest post moves in basketball history. Missed the layup. I need to see physicality. Everybody's sagging off their man. Where's the physicality?
Nope. Rebound Cartwright. Here comes Michael. Dumars back quickly to try to hit him off.
Pippen wide open. Look at the space between Pippen and his man. Bop. Bang the jumper in his face. The Bulls have scored on all wide open jumpers.
The biggest improvement in Pippen in the second half of the
season. I want to see physicality, y'all. Everybody's sagging 3 to 4 feet off their man. Now Laimbeer just shot another wide open jumper. Bulls coming down. Jordan, does it get hard foul? Jordan shoots another jumper, knocks it down.
As Jordan does from 19, it's a 1-point game. Chicago, their first lead.
Come on, man, leave the ball alone, man.
Michael
that'd have been a delay of game in our game. That's
all 5.
That's all. Okay, Jordan sagged off. No physicality.
Forces his way into the foul. Shoots 2. Horace Grant got it. While we have a moment here, Dick Versace sitting across the way. Dick was Chuck Daly's assistant coach earlier this year till he got the Indiana jump. Dick,
now look, y'all see what King Rowe says. He said, this is so young. I'm playing a game from an era that they feel is elite, superior to what we see today. Yet when I play the games, he all of a sudden gets bored. When I play the games, y'all all of a sudden getting bored.
Special philosophy they use.
Don't get mad. I
Trying
told
to
y'all when I
defend
play the
against Michael
games, don't
Yes,
get
when I
mad.
was with Detroit, we had what we call the
'Cause-
Jordan rules. And what we did is
Uh-oh.
we double teamed him based on where he caught the ball
Ooh,
on
did
the
y'all-
court, not on what the
Did y'all hear what the announcer just said? King Rowe, are you listening? I'm gonna run that back. The announcer just says we had something called the Jordan rules, and he was talking about on another team, and he actually was talking defensive principles. Let me run this back. Check this out. Listen to the announcer. Listen to what the announcer says about the Jordan rules.
Michael Jordan.
Yes, when I was with Detroit, we had what we call the Jordan rules. And what we did is we double teamed him based on where he caught the ball on the court, not on what the play they were running dictated. So it looks like Chuck may have gone back to the Jordan rules, whereas he did not play the Jordan rules in the first 3 games.
That's Dick Versace, the coach of the Pacers.
None of those Jordan rules have worked. You know what he'll do? They'll just put him with the basketball and see how they double team.
Aguirre misses the first, tries again.
You know what's interesting about the Detroit team is that Aguirre is a guy that's supposed to give them inside game, and he does that, but most of their offense comes from their guard.
Still 6'5" Chicago. Michael shot it long. Mahorn, great.
Did we see a hard foul? Did he get knocked out the air?
Up.
Did he get knocked out the
He
air?
drives under the hoop, has no shot.
Where's the physicality?
Aguirre
Everybody
on the
sagged
base
off their
against
man.
Grant. Shot
Play.
it short. Rebound by
Everybody
Cartwright.
sagged off their
Doing a good
man. What's
job
going
the
on?
glass.
Where's the
There we go.
hand checks?
9:02 left in the quarter.
I'm looking for hand checks. I'm looking for physicality.
Jordan
Look at Joe
missed the
Dumars,
last
3 to 4 feet off
Jordan
Jordan.
to Horace Grant. To Jordan. Hangs in the air, almost threw it away.
Pippen
Jump shot is good.
Pippen
Chicago
carrying
leads
right
at
now
8-5
to start the
with
game.
8:45.
Pippen is carrying to start this game.
And after looking sharp in the first minute,
Only one making jumpers
Detroit
right
going
now.
back to a
Everybody's
stuttering
sagging.
Well,
Wide
Detroit
open
is
jumper right
basically
there.
a perimeter team, and when the shots are not going, that's what
Where's the
allows Chicago
physicality,
to
y'all?
build a little bit of a lead.
Another
out
jumper
from the
right
corner.
there.
4-3. And all of a sudden, it's 11-5
Good shot right
Chicago. They've scored 9 straight points. 8:20 left in the first quarter.
I think in a series like this, you also have to find a way to
Wide
get some
open
cheap
jumper.
baskets, since execution is key. Big shot, Thomas.
Great shot, Thomas, despite excellent defense by Jordan. It's 11-7.
Damn, what is that?
Mahorn out of there with it.
What was that?
Isaiah to the front court.
Jordan, step up.
In and out, Cartwright the rebound. No second shots for either team. Jordan heads the other way with 7:52.
Everybody sagged off. Look how far they sagged off. Physicality.
11-7.
Sagged off again.
Cartwright at the high post against Mahorn. They deny him the ball.
Where's
Well,
the
they're
hand
trying
checks
to
at?
going inside with either Cartwright or Grant. Mahorn picks up the foul.
Gocat says that was good defense. When somebody scores on you, come on, man.
7:38 left in the quarter. Cartwright to the foul line to shoot 2. Game 6 of this series will be Friday night in Chicago.
So where we at on Jordan points so far right now? What, 2?
Cartwright makes the first, which quiets the crowd a little bit. It's 12-7 Bulls.
I'm just trying to look, yeah, we just trying to find the
7:38 left in the
physicality.
quarter.
I'm trying to find the Jordan
An
rules.
early
King
call
Rowe
for
said
Brad
they was beating him up.
Sellers.
King
Grant
Rowe said
goes
they
out of the
beat
ball
Jordan
game, and I
up. They was
think
knocking him out the
Doug
air.
Collins may be trying to make
Eric
a statement
Hamilton
here.
says
They've written a
physicality
pretty
in the
good
high
Brad Sellers
and
in
low
the papers
post.
today.
I
Call
don't
them
see
baby
physical.
soft sellers, and that they had
What
to
is
get
there?
something out of
What
them.
do you mean
And if Sellers
physicality in
can
the high or
go
low
get
post?
going offensively, that'll be a
Bill
huge
Cartwright
plus
got
for the
4
Bulls.
shots off. And look at Bill Cartwright. Look at this man.
Right. That deliberate shooting style of his nails them both. 13-7, 7:38 left in the quarter. Isaiah walks to the
This is
front court.
crazy right here, bro. All right, everybody sagged off. Jordan going to double. You better find your man.
And a whistle.
Illegal defense.
Chicago.
Illegal defense on Jordan. Yeah.
That's the first one.
Hold
Scottie
on.
Pippen
Yes, this is why.
Aguirre and a whistle. Illegal defense. Chicago.
Jordan just tried to
That's
go
the first
double.
one.
Man, Jordan, man,
Scottie
quit
Pippen
trying to
started
cheat the
come
game.
over. When
That's
he saw
illegal.
Jordan rotate, he rotated as well, but didn't clear the paint when his man came back out.
He says, Jared, we're
Sellers,
trying to
by the
find
way,
a
has
jail
played in
ball.
only one game in just 3 minutes.
I'm trying to
in
find
this
the jail
series.
ball, Jared. We
He
watching.
plays Aguirre. Isaiah, the open man, head of
Jordan
the
left
circle.
Isaiah.
Got it.
Isaiah scores again.
13,
Come on, Jordan, quit trying to cheat the game.
Isaiah has the second best. Lane Beer has 5. Thomas 4. That's the
Okay, Joe Dumars, good defense.
Jordan against Dumars to Sellers. Pippen for 3. Got him.
Pippen cooking. What the
16-9 with 6:50 left.
I think Go James Kingdom was right. Pippen probably could get you 30 if he got more shots.
Offensive confidence up.
Pippen cooking right now.
Lane Beer fakes, fires, comes up empty. Rebound, Cartwright. Chicago looks very good early.
Okay.
6:33 left. First quarter.
Jordan with the ball. But Jordan going to that 1-4 flat ISO every time.
Looks to Cartwright against Mahorn.
Okay, dump it in the Cartwright.
Cartwright wants this one.
Mahorn blocked it, had to foul to do it. He thought he got a clean block. Darryl Garrettson said no. 2 fouls on Mahorn, and a timeout is called by Detroit. 6:18 left in the quarter.
Let's fast forward past the timeout.
He didn't get 1 shot per game, and you see what his attempts are during the playoffs.
Dick Versace,
along with Dennis Rodman.
Cartwright hurls a brick up there, tries again.
Oh, man, look at Kadrina Chavez just trying to cook me, man. That's crazy.
Cartwright has 4 rebounds in the game. The Pistons as a team, only 3.
All right, y'all. We are looking for physicality, hand checking, knocking Jordan out the air. I'm trying to find it. Jared said jail ball. That's what we looking for. Did Dumars just cook again?
17-11. Easy crowd in the Palace.
What is?
Dumars.
Oh, man. He's out here just jump shot after jump shot after jump shot. All right, we got Jordan at the point.
Jordan, a two-man
Jordan
game
holding
with Cartwright.
Dumping it in the Cartwright again. Same play as they just ran before.
Middle, fades, fires, and hits it.
They have made a concerted effort to try to establish an inside game through either Grant or Cartwright.
Bulls are up by 8.
Cartwright's got 5, and they've got control of the game right now.
Isaiah finds Dumars.
They're doubling up at the point of attack. Good job by Thomas to penetrate.
Cartwright with the steal. But
what the hell was that? That's all right.
Bill Lambier.
Well, it was a choice of Lambier or us.
Probably made the right choice.
Atlas,
Aguirre.
It's because they are slow.
Fumbled it, but it wound up in Lambier.
Another wide open jumper.
The open jump and won't go. Foul Isaiah Thomas battling with Cartwright. First foul on Thomas.
Isaiah Thomas had 10 rebounds in the last ball game, and he sneaks in there and gets those rebounds. This time he tried to get one, fouled Cartwright in doing so. Jordan out of the ball game early.
Trying to find the physicality, y'all.
So they'll go with Hodges and
Mr. Mike says Pippen. Yeah, Pippen don't get enough credit.
And Pippen,
for Detroit. I think people are scared to give Pippen credit because with Pippen also having the 6-0. That's a nasty conversation to have.
Horace Grant about to return to the.
So what people try to do with Pippen is they try to make it all about his scoring. They say because he didn't drop 30 a game, that's why he can't be ranked high.
He's double teamed.
Or they try to downplay how good his defense was.
7 on the shot clock.
There's no stats that really show you how good his defense was, unless you actually watch.
Let it go out of bounds, but they give the ball to Detroit.
Thank you, Tyson. KD with all these wide open middies would be going bananas.
He pointed to himself and said, yes, he looked like he thought that the shot clock was going to run down and get another 5 seconds. The ball bounced off him. Grant in, Pippen out.
Go James Kingdom says, we know what game this is. You are wicked. What game is this?
19-11.
No, Go James, I don't know what game this is. I got 2 games loaded up.
The long range
I got 2 random games. I don't know what game this is.
The one thing that Cartwright has done is limit them to one opportunity.
I promise I've never seen this game.
Good job of rebounding.
Paxson to Grant to Paxson.
Hold on, he says.
His jump
shot. He says you chose. He says you chose this game because Mike scored 18 points. I don't even know the game. Okay, look. Let's do this.
6.
I don't even know this game. People are now saying that I hand selected this game. I don't even know this game. But The funny thing about that 93's is if this is the game where Jordan only dropped 18 points, you would think, based on what we know about the Jordan rules, that this would be the game where we see Jordan getting knocked out the air the most. Like the game where they held him to his least amount of points probably would be a game where we would see all of this physicality and jail ball and knocking him out the air and doing all this dirty fouls. Like I told you, the point of this is to look at Detroit's defense. We all know that Jordan's had a whole bunch of good games against the Pistons, 46, all types of stuff. So if this is the game where he only scored 18 points, this would be the best example of you guys showing me where were the Detroit Pistons just doing all these hard fouls and hacking. Because from what I'm seeing, the only person who's been to the free throw line so far is Bill Cartwright. I mean, I can scroll to later in the game or something like that. I don't know. Like y'all try to make it. What do y'all want me to do? I can switch to another game. I got another game that I randomly selected. I don't know what Jordan did in the other game. But I'm almost positive if I go to the other game, what we going to see? Look, before I drop the link, let's just switch to the other game. Since people have admitted that this is one of Jordan's worst games, and from what we've seen early in this game is that what is the defensive principles for both teams? Sag off shooters. There's not a ton of physicality. They are relegated to playing pretty much everybody one-on-one. And as soon as the Bulls or Jordan tried to go shade help to the ball, they immediately called an illegal defense. That's what we've seen in this game so far. Let me switch to the other game that I have. I'm just trying to find everything. Hold on. Go James Kingdom saying stay on this game. Here, I'll just fast forward. I'll just go to, look, I'm just going to click here. Here, I'll just go here. Jordan's at the free throw line. I don't even know what part of the game we in. We'll just go to a different part of the game. And actually, we'll go back because I want to see how Jordan got fouled. I want to see if Jordan at the free throw line right now was knocked out of the air, hard foul, making you scared to go to the paint.
Jordan, that's
hell no.
argues about that.
Hell no.
He said, I didn't hit him as hard as Dennis did last time now. And he's right. Second foul on Vinny.
Well, there's something about the sleight of hand. Rodman's a little bit quicker with
man, the first foul that we
Vinny
see, man, was
man. Jordan now has that.
The refs, man, that's crazy. The first foul that we see, man, we got Jordan just getting feathered.
Charles Davis, then Scottie Pippen goes out.
Man, we got Charles Davis coming in the game,
has
man.
been shut out since that first period of play. Had 7 first period points and was shooting the ball well. And since that break, has not gotten a field goal.
All right, Jordan with 2 free throws. I want to see physicality out.
1 point game again with 1:15 in the third. Dick Versace, Steve Jones, Skip Carey with you.
Everybody sagging off everybody.
Auburn Hills, Vinny Johnson.
Vinny Johnson with a tough shot right there. You can't let Vinny get to that elbow. Jordan getting defended right there.
It'll be a block on Rodman.
That's a charge. That's crazy. That's a charge. That's good defense. Oh no.
It'll be a block on Vinny Johnson.
Man, look at this, man. Look at this. This is a charge. This is great defense right here.
Pistons by 3.
Slide your feet. Hit him in the chest. Oh man. This is crazy.
And Michael is back at the line. And he's
Jordan going back to the free throw line again.
One of the things
that's good defense. Hands out.
Moves his feet very well. Is getting himself in a position to get that low center of gravity. Of
that is crazy.
Turn in another direction.
You don't have to be set, King Road. This is how I know you don't know basketball. Rodman beat him to the spot. Jordan ran through his chest. You can still be sliding and take a charge, King Road. You don't have to be dead at a stop.
Jordan now with 15. 8 of them in this quarter.
All right, physicality. Everybody sagged off everybody. Look at the space Isaiah Thomas got.
Number 3.
You think you can sag off Steph like that? Look at the space Isaiah Thomas had.
18 for Isaiah
Come
Thomas.
on, man.
Pistons by 3.
Look at the spacing here. Okay, spacing. All right. Uh-oh. They throwing defenders at Jordan, made him pass it. Simple defensive scheme. Nothing too crazy.
He gets it back, and
Jordan with a good move. Good shot. I'm still. Where's the physicality, y'all? Have they knocked him out the air? Have they hard fouled him? Have they hacked?
Pistons
have they made
1.
him scared to go into the
They
paint?
have to shoot it with 3 seconds left in the quarter. There are 3 seconds.
We're gonna
left
keep
in what you
watching.
see.
This is what I'm looking for.
Isaiah Thomas told Aguirre that he wanted a 2-man.
Prop up here. You can still be moving and take a charge.
Isaiah hammers it low. Edwards out of there with it. The shot clock expired before the shot. So with 1 second left, the ball goes back to Chicago. Jordan's going to take the extra 1 second off.
All right, we're going to go to the 4th.
Percentage for the Bulls stays pretty high.
All right, hold on, look at these
Detroit
stats right here.
Creeping up, but the area to look at is turnovers. 20 for the Chicago Bulls.
Bulls got 20
That allowed
turnovers.
Detroit to get back in the game and control the 3rd period of play.
All right. Terry Thomas says, I don't see jail ball yet. I know. I'm looking for the jail ball myself. All right, Jordan. Good D.
Isaiah.
Okay, don't get cooked by Isaiah.
10 on the shot clock as Edwards works.
Another one of the most ugliest post moves I've ever seen in my life.
Pulls an offensive rebound.
That's, I think, Rodman's first offensive rebound of the evening. He had
Jordan sagged off, super sagged off.
Such a big difference.
Jordan just sitting in the paint, not doing nothing.
Vinny.
Play D, something. Do something, Jordan. Or is Jordan handicapped by the illegal defense? Or is he handicapped?
Jordan took that 1 second off, and he's back.
Oh, now we see our first hand check, but the guy has his back to the defender. Okay. Good little move right there. Who was that?
So help off the bench. First points of the night for Vincent, who's played very little.
All right. We only see the hand checks when they go back to the basket.
Isaiah rolls it low for Edwards. Drew the foul, made the shot.
Okay, I see you, James Edwards.
Pick and roll, oldest play in the game, but still one of the best.
The physical play. That's what I'm saying. I'm still looking for it because, you know.
And that's 5 fouls on Horace Grant.
In that picture, you see
Jordan gambling.
was going to keep
James Edwards
Thomas from getting inside. He had a hold of his pants, but couldn't blind him as he made a sweet pass inside.
I'm looking for physicality. I'm looking for tough play. I'm looking for guys getting knocked out the air. I'm looking for techs and flagrants. I'm looking for something that justifies why David Stern implemented this flagrant foul rule.
Let's go to the bench to rest. Sally and Dumars check in for Detroit.
Hey, Percy, I fast forwarded. We went to the end of the 3rd. Jordan's at 17 points right now. But somebody in the chat said he only scored 18 points. So I think Jordan might have only scored 1 point in the 4th.
10:45 left.
Yeah, Jordan right there, 17 points. And 93's Day was just in the chat saying Jordan only had 18 points. So did Jordan choke in the 4th?
He is a guy that would really help them if he could get some business done at the offensive end.
Corzine with the offensive rebound.
Okay, Corzine. Maybe you was right, King Rowe. Corzine with a nice little turnaround.
Detroit by a point.
Go James Kingdom said he did nothing in the 4th. Oh, he went MIA. Oh, okay. I thought Jordan didn't do stuff like that.
Vinny drew the foul.
Vinny took it. And I think that was on Mike. Look at Jordan getting lost on defense.
Vinny drew the foul.
Come on, Jordan, man, step up. It's the 4th quarter.
You see the reaction from Aguirre on the bench, but what made this play possible?
King Rowe, I can go to another game. I got 2 games.
That got Vinny Edwards into
This is about defense, King Rowe. Y'all so worried about Jordan's offense. We supposed to be looking at Detroit's defense. Look at Detroit's defense. Is Detroit knocking people out the air? We're looking at the Jordan rule. Y'all so in love with Jordan that y'all think this is about Jordan scoring. I don't care about his scoring. This game don't define Jordan as a scorer. Jordan's always going to be a great scorer, irregardless of this game. Look at the Jordan rules at play.
Goes to the middle.
Good defense. Made him pass. Oh, there we go. We got, but he didn't foul. He fouled, who was that? He fouled Corzine. Okay. We got a hard foul by Sally.
No maiming or anything like that. A good fake. He was up in the air and made sure he didn't get the hoop. And
Hold on. Let's go back. Let's see this hard foul. But it wasn't on Jordan.
Great pass.
Okay, he came down on him. Okay, we don't have no fisticuffs, no fights.
The officials quickly jump in, but that was no maiming or anything like that. A good fake. He was up.
King Rose says Jordan got defended by 4 players on his last play. Let's go back and watch.
To the middle.
King Rose says Jordan was defended by 4 players. All right, Jordan right there.
Dumars. Got a clear side.
They switch.
Goes to the middle.
He dumps it off. That's good defense. But King Rose, you said they was hacking him. I specifically told you, King Rose, it was elite defense.
No maiming or anything like that.
That's great defense right there by the Pistons right there. Make Jordan force it out of his hands. Give it to Corzine.
Does a good job of drawing everybody to him. And then
Make Corzine earn it at the free throw line. That's great defense. Don't let Jordan beat you. I thought y'all said that the Pistons beat him up. That's not what I'm saying. They didn't beat him to death.
For Dave Corzine.
Did they beat him up in the 4th? No.
Chicago 18 of 20 at the foul
We watching the game. Let me fast forward a little bit past the Corzine free throws.
He misses. He screams for a foul.
Okay, Jordan in transition. Dunk this.
Foul. 2-shot opportunity.
Oh, another touch foul.
And got fouled at the other end.
Oh, man. Did he get fouled?
Jordan's in the open floor.
Oh, all ball.
2-shot opportunity. Then he thought he got the ball and got fouled at the other end. But that's not the way the officials saw it.
It's just like Magic said. You can't even breathe on him.
They have the final word.
We about to see on the replay. Let's see.
Going to get a chance to get the ball in the air.
Oh, that's all ball. That's all ball. That's all ball. That's all ball.
To look at it on replay inside, the reaction is the same all over again. But
that's all ball. Okay, so Jordan hit one free throw. That puts him at 18 points, so he must have clanked the second one.
Last time down, he's thinking of one thing. That's putting the ball in the air. Jordan did a good job of making him take a tough try.
And he misses a free throw. He's 10 of 11 on the night. 72-70 with 9:30 left regulation.
All right, hold on. Let's see the defense. Everybody's spaced off everybody. Sagging off everybody. Went into the lane, no physicality. I didn't see anybody get body slammed.
Vincent with it.
Okay, Jordan with the ball. Go cook, Jordan. It's the 4th. We need you. Okay, they made him give it up. Jordan trying to run the offense. I see it.
Scottie Pippen handles the ball against Rodman.
Okay, Jordan. 3. Damn.
Try an air ball for Jordan. And a foul.
Oh, shit.
Scottie Pippen handles the ball against
Hold on, man. What's going on there, Jordan? Good defense, man. That's good defense, man. That's good defense.
Against Charles Davis.
Damn, that's good defense.
His first. There was no foul on
Proud by P. I've not watched this game. Why y'all getting mad at me? Y'all getting mad at me because I haven't watched the game. I haven't watched this game, man.
2-point game.
Whenever Dumars is
damn, I'm not like it. I don't pretend. When I haven't watched the game, I'm going to tell you I haven't watched it. I don't pretend like I remember every moment of these games. Okay, Sally, the man that said he cooked Kobe time and time again, 1v1. This is still a winnable game. We're in the 4th. It's a 4-point game. This game is not over. This is if it's time for Jordan to be clutch, it's right now. Go be clutch. Or does they defense clamp him up? Or Zine. Okay, carrying.
74-72.
Now I'm capping. Bro.
Corzine has 5 points in the quarter. Vincent,
yes.
2.
All right, King Rose. Just watch the game. Tell me about this defense. Are the Pistons? Oh, good call. Jump ball. Are the Pistons knocking Jordan out the air? Because remember, this is a 4th quarter where, according to y'all, Jordan didn't score. Only but number 1 point. Did the Pistons beat him up and stop him from being aggressive? What happened?
The tip is won by Detroit, surprisingly. Vinny.
Damn, Vinny cooking. Why are they sagging off him? Okay, defense now. Focus on the defense, y'all. Focus on this defense.
72.
Okay, look at what the Pistons are doing. Are they playing sound defense, or are they hacking and beating people up?
Vincent to the hole. Got it.
Okay,
But
Vincent trying to hold.
foul.
They called a charge? Oh, so for Jordan, they
Jump ball.
damn, that's a nasty call right there.
Has a basket disallowed.
I don't like that call.
Again,
Give Vincent his props, man. That was a good drive. Oh, never mind. He got there. He got there. He got there.
Dennis Rodman.
Cartwright and
He got
Hodges
there.
about to check
That was
in.
good defense. Oh, okay, Jordan. Please don't ISO Jordan like that. Okay, they're going to James Edwards.
Got the hook.
Damn.
James Edwards. Corzine gambled on a steal, didn't get it.
Hey, James Edwards is killing, man. James Edwards looked like he about 55 out there, man, cooking. Look at this. One of the ugliest post moves in history. Let me go up. And one.
78-72.
Man, don't tell me they choked in this fourth, man.
Horace Grant with 5 fouls and just 2 points.
Okay, Jordan with the ball. They sagging off Jordan.
Comes to a close.
Are they knocking him out the air? Come on, Jordan. It's time to wake up.
Grant against Sally.
Be clutch. Don't blame it on
Against the
Pistons.
double team to Grant. And a foul.
Okay,
with a
good pass
two-shot
right there.
opportunity.
Good pass.
And again, when the
That was a
double
good
team
pass out
gets
the
there,
double.
Jordan more than willing to give the
But
ball.
when you look at the defense, y'all,
Grant winds up with
they
the
doubled
free throw
Jordan.
line for 2. Dick
remember what I told
Versace,
y'all
any
about
thoughts?
Jordan? I said the
At
doubles
this
were to
juncture,
force him into being
As
a
I'm
passer.
watching this game, it's developing into a
I'm
pure
starting to see
skate.
what the
It's a game
strategy
of
is. This is the
nuances.
strategy.
You
So when
don't
you
see
talk about
baskets
a
on
Pistons
baseline
team
screens on pick and
that
roll.
had so
They're
much success
created
against
by
Jordan and the
individual.
Bulls, this
It's
is
a
why.
beautiful game to watch.
7-0-1
This is why.
left.
Give credit to the defense.
Does sound like coach, except
Give credit to the
a lot of
defense.
coaches don't use the word nuances. Nice going, Dick.
Let's see. Hold on. Let's see what we got.
The Bulls haven't controlled any of the ball game since.
Oh,
the
come on,
initial
Jordan. Don't
limit
lose your
field
man.
goal.
He cooking.
They got
Dang. Oh, my God. What
The
is
Bulls
Jordan
haven't
doing on
controlled any of the
defense?
ball game since the intermission.
Come on, y'all.
Dumars across
It's
the line.
clutch. 78, 74. We need to stop Chicago.
The Bulls haven't
Jordan,
controlled any
lazy.
of the ball
Lazy.
game
Fight
since the
over it.
intermission,
Don't
but
give
they're
up. You
still
dying
in it.
on the
Vinny
screens.
Johnson.
Barbecue chicken, man. Having their way. I told y'all.
Vinny now with
When you watch the
15,
film.
9 already in the quarter. 80-74.
Okay, Jordan. Forced him into
almost
passing with the
but did
double.
not. Hodges
Somebody
for
else
free,
got to
and
be.
he got it.
Oh, Hodges knocked that down. Hodges knocked that down. I see the strategy.
80-77. Boy, this
The Bulls are
Chicago
saying,
team,
Jordan, the Pistons are saying, Jordan, you're not going to
there's
beat
no
us.
quit in them.
Make somebody else beat
And they're
us.
in a spot to win this game, down by 3.
And Jordan's, if you give credit, Jordan's doing a good job of not forcing it, passing
Not
out
this
the double
time, but the
teams.
rebound by
But
Rodman.
we don't see them hacking and fouling.
He's in a mess, but he finds John
Okay,
Sally.
Pistons.
They get the
Uh-oh.
hot
Come on,
man for
Jordan.
3.
Don't leave him open.
Vinny Johnson.
God damn. Jordan left him open again, y'all. I'm sorry, man.
If this
He
was
left him
college,
open
he could
again.
have
Vinny
scored
is
tonight.
cooking.
It's 83-77.
Hey, they say Jordan teammates out here saving him. I ain't gonna lie. Jordan passes it.
Cartwright spins in, fumbles it, but a foul on Edwards.
Okay, they called a foul.
The bump caused the turnover. Third foul on Edwards.
All right, we're gonna get through the free throw.
Be a pain. What are the Lakers doing during this rest period?
The ball game, they're only down by 6. He really
All right, come
feels
on.
the scoring. And
Let's
is
see where
looking
we
to
at.
Put the ball in the air, and Chicago has to come back and score on their own. Not out of the ball game. They're only down by 6 with Jeff.
Okay, the double. I like the hard hedge, and he's recovering. I like that.
Scottie Pippen
Okay,
swings
I
over
like that.
Grant.
James Edwards with the hard hedge and recover.
Cartwright
Caught
down
right.
where he likes to operate. Offensive foul is the call.
Now hold on. They said it was rough and tough. That looks like a similar call to what you would see today. They just called that an offensive foul. All Cartwright did was turn and give him a little shoulder. And Rodman flopped a little bit and got the offensive foul. Hold on. I thought this didn't happen back then. I thought this type of stuff didn't happen back then. Watch this.
Scottie Pippen swings it
Look
to
at
Horace
Cartwright.
Grant.
Okay. Give him a little
Cartwright down where he likes to
flop.
operate.
That's a flop. That's a
Offensive foul is the call. Detroit
I thought this didn't happen. I thought this flopping didn't happen, man.
14 of them.
We saw a flop before we saw a hard foul. We saw a flop before we saw a hard foul. We watching the game. We're not watching highlights. We're not watching clips. We're watching the game.
But the turnovers have hurt them, and that's another one. Here comes Vinny Johnson, but they get a turnover against Detroit.
An offensive foul called against Detroit.
But you see Vinny in the first
You're
half.
watching the games, man. I mean, y'all got to stop lying, man.
But you scored, so you know you're going to have to try to keep the ball out of his hands. And at the same time, you've got to come back and score.
Doug Collins know right now. Look at the way Doug Collins looking. He know his job
Michael
on the line.
Jordan brings it up the floor.
He know if Jordan don't turn up, man, he about to get fired.
Detroit.
Okay, Jordan, it's time to wake up. We need a bucket. Jordan, go get the ball. It's the fourth quarter. Jordan, quit standing.
Right, faces it against Edwards, who has 4 fouls. He walks.
Oh,
Another
man.
turnover against Cartwright.
Why y'all keep...
For the Bulls right now.
Alpo, yeah, I'm looking for the killer instinct, man. I don't know, man.
Give themselves a chance to score. 23 turnovers to 10 has been the story of this game. Vinny Johnson. Oh,
God damn, Jordan.
Michael Jordan was hanging all over him, but he drilled it. 80.
Bro, not as you not even doing nothing on the offensive end, but you was getting barbecued on the on the other side of the court. When you talk about motherfucking Vinny Microwave Johnson, you let this man go into a whole cook session on you. This is not me, y'all. And look, they not fearing Jordan the DPOY. They not scared of this dude. Vinny is attacking this dude. This ain't Isaiah Thomas. This is Vinny. Hold on, let's run this back, man. Vinny is having the fourth quarter of his career. Watch this.
23 turnovers to 10.
Look at this. Play some D.
Story of this game. Vinny Johnson. Oh, he is hot. Michael Jordan was
Timeout. Doug Collins got to cuss this man out. My job is on the line. You see Phil Jackson on the end of this bench? This motherfucker about to take my job. Jordan, wake the fuck up.
4:33 left. Pistons 85. Bulls 77.
I'm talking about Doug Collins over there sweating bullets, about to get fired. Jordan, wake
Jordan
up.
Had a 10-point third quarter, has managed only one. Detroit can build a 10-point lead. Oh, the pass for Rodman too high.
Well, this is the number that they had in game.
It's crazy. And all the while, Isaiah Thomas sitting on the bench. Okay, Jordan, get aggressive. Okay, Jordan in the post. Double. I don't see a hard foul. Hodges is keeping him in the game.
85-80. 3:50 left.
They sending that double at Jordan, making him give it up. 85-80, winnable game. 3:44 left.
3:40 left. Vinny. He finally missed one. Cartwright the rebound.
He says, why aren't they putting Pippen on him? Remember, y'all said this was the 80. This what year is this? 88 and 9. Y'all said Pippen wasn't good yet. Don't be trying to put this on Pippen. Y'all said Pippen wasn't ready to the 90s. Pippen ain't ready. Jordan is the DPOY. The reason why they have Jordan on him is because Jordan's the DPOY.
15 left.
Okay, let's see. Okay, good defense. Way to close that gap. Too much space, though. Okay, somebody forced him into a miss. You had to get Jordan up off of him, though. Come on, Jordan. 3 minutes to go. Cook. Oh, he gave the goddamn ball up.
57 left. Pippen for
okay, Pippen, knock that down.
No.
Pippen clanks the jumper. Rodman out here going haywire, man.
He has 12.
Look, Pistons coaches on the court. Calling a timeout. We got to fast forward it a little bit.
Only down by 5. First.
James Edwards. His jumper. Good.
Hold on, what we missed? Okay, here we go. James Edwards in the post on Cartwright.
His jumper.
Oh, one of these. That's a nasty LA Fitness. That's one of them old men that's at LA Fitness. That's how they score game on you. That's what that looked like.
James Edwards has had a
one of them old men at LA Fitness score on you and score games. And you ain't expecting it.
Hodges is hurting. A 20-second timeout is called here. I don't know what happened to him.
Oh, come on, man.
Mark Feil, the fine Chicago trainer.
All right, this is timeout again. Let's get back to the game. Okay, Bulls got the ball. Jordan trying to get open. Turns it over. Jordan didn't fight.
24th turnover.
He knows he's about to get fired. Look at him. Look at his face. Jordan and got this man fired. Came up short when they needed him most. Pistons defense was elite. James Edward back in the post. Jordan comes over, cheats off his man.
Sally with 1 on the clock. Oh,
damn!
He ran all 24 seconds and then drilled it. Time out, Chicago. This place is up for grabs.
They are cooking
Well,
these dudes,
here at
man.
the Palace and Auburn Hills feel a lot
Damn.
more secure after these shots from John Sally against the.
Okay, Sally, that's how you was beating Kobe all the time. That's how you was smashing Kobe.
You see his reaction in the crowd as well. They have a 9-point advantage with a minute 47 to play.
That's how you was beating Kobe in all them one-on-ones. That was crazy right there. That was a good move.
They have just 16 points in this quarter and 35 in the second half.
King Rowe says, remember these Pistons? Hold on, King Rowe. You told me that these Pistons were only hacking. You didn't say nothing positive about these Pistons. You said they was beating Jordan up. I ain't seen Jordan get beat up yet. Uh-oh, Jordan going to the rim. I didn't see him get beat up.
For 3 and he gets it.
Hodges is carrying right now.
That's one thing Jordan will do.
Craig Hodges is the only one carrying in this game. If Jordan wakes up, the Bulls can win this game.
5 3-point
Can Jordan wake up down the stretch of this game? Can he wake up? But the Pistons defense right now has him completely checked out of this game.
They don't have one yet. Dumars gets out of there. 9 on the shot clock.
It's that Piston defense. That's what a good defense will do.
Underhand.
God damn.
By Dumars. Holy smoke.
Dumars, you doing that to Jordan too?
It's an 8-point game.
God damn.
Underhanded scoop by Dumars. Holy smoke. What a shot. It's an 8-point game with a minute 12.
Oh, everybody. They taking turns on this man. Jordan drives. Does he get knocked out the air?
Spots up Pippen for 3, but he's way
clanks
short.
to 3.
Dennis Rodman out there with it to Sally, and he wisely slows it down.
You better cross.
Normally in those situations, Jordan would look to put it in the air, but I think they think their only way to get back in the game is via the 3-point field goal.
8 on the timer.
Oh, damn, Jordan. Don't let him score.
Well,
they going at this man. Why is they going at this man like this? I want y'all to explain this to me. This is the DPOY. Why is they going right at his neck? They are going right at his neck.
8 on the timer.
Give me
Dumars into the lane again. It's deflected out of bounds. 6 on the shot clock. 46 in the game. And a 20-second timeout will be called by who?
Doug Collins calls another timeout.
Chicago lose. This would be
Doug Collins can smell his job good gone
in a playoff series this year.
Vinny Johnson with it. Jordan has to foul him, and Vinny, ordinarily an excellent foul shooter, will have a chance to give his team a 10-point lead.
Well, the writing is on the wall for this game. The writing is on the wall in this game. This game is over with. Jordan 1 point in the fourth quarter. Pistons defense masterful. They didn't need to foul. They didn't need to hack him. They didn't need to knock him out the air. They didn't need to deploy any flagrant fouls. All they did was play basic, good team defense, right? Unlike Jordan, their guards didn't linger. When they went to go double, what did you see the Pistons do? They went to go double. They didn't hang out in empty space. That's illegal defense. And they did that every time Jordan touched the ball. And they could have easily gotten away from that because Hodges was knocking down threes in the fourth, but they said they were going to stay the course. They stuck with it. Hodges was not able to make enough shots to beat them. I think their number one goal was to contain Michael Jordan, and that's what they did. And when we pull the stats for this game, what game is this? This is game, okay, Pistons Bulls game 5, 1989. Let's see what Jordan's stat line for this game was. Hold on, let me see what his stat line was, y'all. Jordan. So for Jordan for this game, Jordan 1989. Okay, 1989 game 5. Okay, so Jordan finished this game 18 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 4 turnovers, 1 steal and 0 blocks. And again, that's what his steal and block numbers typically look like when he wasn't playing in the United Center. He was 4 of 8 from the field. They only took 8 shots this game. That just tells you what type of defense they were deploying on Michael Jordan. But he did shoot 10 of 11 free throws, and we saw some of them free throws. Some of them free throws were a lot of gimme calls. A lot of those free throws were, I felt like they was really good defensive plays. We saw Vinnie Johnson with a good strip. We saw Dennis Rodman with a good charge. But it's both of them sent Jordan to the free throw line. But what we did not see was anybody knocking Jordan out the air. We did not see people grabbing Jordan's jersey. We did not see people with these illegal fouls raking them across the face, knocking them out there. What we saw was one of the best defensive teams in NBA history be one of the best defensive teams in NBA history, right? So for some people that for some people that like to discredit the Pistons, trying to take away from their greatness by saying they were beating Jordan up, you don't never win a basketball game by beating the other team's best player up. You win a basketball game by going out there and shutting them down. And when you look at this game 5, this was a complete shutdown right here. It was complete shutdown, right? When he only scores 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 9 assists, they low scoring affair right there. And like I say, I could go to other games. I want to drop the link. I got other games I can go to because I know y'all going to feel that I specifically hand selected this game. All I did was I typed in Pistons Bulls and I clicked on the first 2 links and I downloaded both of them, and that's what I'm playing. You know, I don't know the year. I didn't have no agenda in that, but I'm glad I picked this game because this was obviously one of their best defensive performances against Michael Jordan. And when we watch this great defensive performance, we don't see what people are seeing. We don't see all of the lies. The Jordan rules were very simple, you guys. The Jordan rules, as I dropped this link, were very simple. On the wings, push him to the elbow. Don't let him drive baseline. When he's on top, influence him to the left. Right? When he got the ball in the low post, trap him from the top. We saw this. There's nothing in the Jordan rules, as described by Brendan Malone, one of the coaches for the Pistons, that say foul this man. No good defense wants to foul. No good defense is a good defense if you're just out there hacking. You can only be a good defense if you are successfully getting stops. And you can only get stops when you have a game plan and you got an entire team willing to go out there and affect that game plan. Now, there's 1 or 2 options that y'all can do with this, especially if you're a Jordan fan. You can say that just like you analyze players today, you can say that Jordan choked and not give credit to the defense, or you can just say Jordan had a bad game because the Pistons defense was that great. Because if we just go with the way a lot of y'all JDRs talk the game, y'all are just going to say, if we go with y'all logic, the way y'all talk about players today, he choked. The way y'all talk about the game, right? When we look at Jordan in that 4th quarter, right? Did he shy away from the moment? Because the way y'all talk about the game, we could run with narrative talk. He choked, right? He not built for the moment. He don't have clutch. He don't got no dog. He don't got no heart. If we look to the 4th, we can run with narratives. Or you can actually look at the game, break the game down, and say, God damn, the Pistons was on a tear. They took the life out of Chicago Bulls. They had Jordan guessing and thinking on offense, tiring him out because they consistently chased him. And then on the defensive end, Jordan had nothing left. Jordan, and one of the ways they were attacking Michael Jordan was basically saying, we going to make you work on the defensive end. You ain't going to have no energy left for offense. We about to make you work. And what do we see Vinnie Microwave Johnson doing to Michael Jordan in that 4th quarter? Time and time again, running them off pin downs, running them off screens, knocking jumpers down in his face. And then they start taking turns. Then Joe Dumars said, you know what? It's my turn. We going right at Jordan. You get no breaks. You're not getting no time to breathe. That's how you know you got a good game plan. That's how you know you're dealing with a good team. Good teams don't run around and hack and beat players up. That is not good defense. Trash teams run around and hack and beat people up. Y'all got to stop letting people tear down the great teams of the past just to keep uplifting Michael Jordan. This game right here, just so y'all know, does nothing to Jordan's legacy. This game doesn't. Jordan had a bad game, it does not mean Jordan's trash. It doesn't mean Jordan can't be in your top 3. It don't mean none of those things, because individual games, individual series don't define a player. When you see a player of this level of greatness play bad, you have to then look and say, God damn, what the hell was the other team doing to make them play bad? This is every time people talk, this is all I say. Like when people talk about 2011, what do I say? I was like, y'all really need to start looking at what Dallas was doing. When you have people like Mr. Moss likes to run with the narrative. What does Mr. Moss say? Mr. Moss will say, Dallas was running a simple zone and LeBron couldn't figure out a simple zone. That's narrative. This was one of the most intricate, complex zones that LeBron had ever seen. And I promise you, if it was a simple 2-3 zone, anybody could have diced it up. But it wasn't. But when you run with narratives and lies just to push an agenda, you're going to be looking dumb. So y'all can't get mad at GOAT James Kingdom. If this is the game that GOAT James Kingdom has been talking about, if this is the game that I just played, if that's the game, well, you guys created this war of identifying individual games, trying to use those individual games to define to determine a player's greatness. All right, you want to go hand pick a few games of LeBron's? Well, we can hand pick some of Jordan's. Or you can use these games to credit the other team for being great enough to stop one of the most elite scorers in NBA history. But giving other people credit in Jordan's era is just something y'all don't do. Y'all do know how to give them credit if they lose to Jordan. Y'all don't know how to give them credit if they beat Jordan. Y'all, Shaq and Penny get no extra kudos for beating Jordan. Because what do y'all say? Oh, Jordan was tired. Jordan was rusty. Jordan wasn't no goddamn rusty. Scott Williams already came on the show and exposed it. He said they knew Jordan was coming back at the start of the year. Jordan's stuff had already been in the locker room. He said, we were just told we can't tell nobody. Jordan had already been practicing with the team. But when an NBA player who's on that team comes and tells y'all, no, Jordan was not rusty. Jordan was not tired. Jordan wasn't fatigued. Jordan was Jordan, and they lost. And sometimes that happens. And Jordan made some mistakes that gave away that series. He had some moments at the end of games that were not indicative of great coach player. It don't define them. You guys always pick moments to try to define players. When I drop this link, I want y'all to be mindful of how many times somebody like King Rose going to come up here and say, yeah, you remember this one game and this one game where he missed a shot at 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and man, that shot, man, made me look at him different. It's low-level basketball talk. And it's just one of the reasons why, and I don't know why King Rose denies this, but I think if we do a compilation of how many times King Rose has got caught lying, I think I could make a whole 2 to 3 hour video on every time he's got caught lying in these basketball conversations. He got caught lying time after time again, talking about LeBron James's accountability because he wants to run with narratives. Got caught there. And it's just funny how I be hearing it. I'm talking about sometimes I'll be watching GOAT James Kingdom show. I just be having my earbuds in. Don't even be in the chat. And I'd be dying laughing. I'd be like, God damn, this man just be getting whim-whammed into some bad basketball takes. And then they'll play the audio back. Like GOAT James Kingdom just did it the other day. He put it on his short. He literally had to ask everybody on the panel, did King Rose say this? Did King Rose say that? Or it might have been Mingle Jester. But Mingle Jester's the same way. Oh, my right. Mookie only said it was a simple 2-3 zone because Mr. Moss told him it was a simple 2-3 zone. Mookie don't know what a 2-3 zone is to save his life. Everybody thinks 2-3 zones are only as simple as the coach makes it. If you have a good coach, like Shaka Smart of Marquette, if that motherfucker deploy a 2-3 zone on you, you about to have a whole bunch of goddamn problems. Because it's probably going to be a morphin 2-3 zone. It's going to probably be a matchup 2-3 zone. It's probably going to be an aggressive 2-3 zone. He says, Mookie be cooking y'all. Stop hating. Mookie don't come to FYF Sports. Mookie does not come to FYF Sports. There is no cooking y'all. And the last time he was on Go James Kingdom channel, you know, come on, man. Sometimes you got to get out there. You got to stop living in too many narratives. That's what Mookie do. Make sure y'all hit that super chat link at the top. I think I saw a few more come through. We had Eminem. He came through with a super chat while we were watching the film. He says, they looking tired out there. Salute to Eminem with that super chat. And make sure you guys also support, because anything that goes to the PayPal is as much as I can. A lot of what you guys send to PayPal, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using that to kind of fund some of the gear purchases for the team. So make sure, man, if you want to support the team or if you want to support the channel, hit the super chat, or you can hit the PayPal, because we are looking to again. Hold on. Dante Reeves says Cookie Jones got stir fry. Yeah, I know. Weezy Bang took care of Mookie a long time ago. Mookie just doesn't know enough basketball, right? You can tell by the way Mookie talks basketball is he just probably started watching the game. Probably didn't play too much at a high level. He says he's into coaching now, which kudos to him. I hope he starts to learn more of the game as he coaches. But for him to still have the same takes that he has, and he's a coach, it tells me right there he's probably not really coaching any. It's not very high level basketball. It's probably not very competitive. It's probably just little kids. Because if he's coaching grown men and you have to go out there and you have to deal with real locker room issues, you have to deal with real practices, you have to strategize and game plan for real teams, your outlook on the game of basketball will change. If you're coaching 4 and 5 years old, you'll probably have those same bad LeBron James takes. But a lot of times once you start coaching, your outlook on a lot of these players definitely starts to change. Let me drop this link, man. Let's get y'all up here to cook, man. And I wanted to go through that second game, but I'm not going to go through the second game because just going through that first game had a lot of people disjointed and upset. So, I don't want to upset y'all anymore by playing another game of elite Detroit Pistons defense. I think you guys got the point. Yeah, hopefully we get some of you guys up here to cook, man. Who is going to be the first one to crash out, man? That's what they're saying on Newsbreak right now. We're going to stream it live on Newsbreak. The fans on Newsbreak want to know who is going to be the first to crash out, man. Who is going to go unhinged on a long-winded take? Means absolutely nothing, man. Oh, we got two people on the backstage. We got Mahari Nation Sports Podcast, and we got King Girl Speech, man. He pulled up Mahari.
What's up?
What you got for us, man?
Well, I actually had that same game that you posted earlier in my flash drive. So I've actually seen the game before. So, yes, everything that you saw in that film is correct. I mean, I have nothing to argue about because, honestly, you know what? To be honest with you, Lamont, I was actually watching a modern NBA game in 1989. It felt that way because a lot of the shots were not contested. A lot of it was basically relaxed defense. There was no pressure in the backcourt, as many that said there was. And I mean, it's like, dude, do you watch the games or do you watch, clips of, NBA entertainment, propaganda type of, clips where they just basically said, oh, we try to tackle him everywhere he go. Watch the games first. I've always tell people all the time, just watch the games first. Just watch the games first. Then come back and get an analysis. That's what I love to do. I love collecting old NBA games, so that way I can use it as the ammunition to say, okay, if that's what you think, let's go watch the tape. Most of them can't do it. And I already saw in your main channel how a lot of these people can't handle it because they don't like watching the game. They just like to go off of people, what they say, and try to get their narratives from other shady people.
Let me give a shout out to we got Fair Game with TJ Overham. He says, I coach the Puma circuit. That's an elite basketball circuit. He says it feels like pro basketball. So much comes with it outside the game. And I'm going to tell you right now. The one thing that you will really start to learn when you start coaching is that I don't care how much talent you got, but if you can't get them guys to play together, that shit is not going to work. Because what's gonna happen is you're gonna have an elite team with 7 5-star guys, and some team of all white dudes from Indiana is gonna walk in and they're gonna barbecue the shit out you. And so if you can't get them to start playing together quick, you're gonna be out there just getting embarrassed. I mean, and it's hard to get guys to buy in to playing together. But that's why I say a lot of these narratives start to go into the trash can when you actually start coaching, because then you start to see, okay, damn, this is what they going through. Damn, this is how hard it get. Damn, you know. But we got King Rowe. He was the second person up here. King Rowe, man.
How you doing, man? Hope you had a great 4th of July weekend, bro. That's the last time we spoke. Well, actually, no, we spoke a couple more times over the weekend, right? But I hope you had a great 4th of July weekend. Did you?
Yeah, man. I just sat around, man. Played the game.
Okay, I did a lot too, and I talked a lot of basketball, man. You guys, y'all had a couple of shows and a couple of debates, and I just went on the debate. I actually debated the '86 Celtics versus the '96 Bulls.
Debate?
Beta Sturdy. Yeah, me and Sturdy we both winged it, man. It might not be our best stuff, but I tried to represent. I kind of winged it. No, well, it's going to be judged. It's going to be posted later. GoCast's going to post it later, and then you guys can judge. So check out GoCast Hoops. You know, we got this little debate show going on. We invite you to pull up, man. These are nice little good debates, man. We're trying to do a whole variety of things, teams, players, player greatnesses and stuff like that. We might even do like who had the greatest single season, stuff like that. I mean, that would be nice to do.
King Rowe, you know what we have to do?
What do we have to do?
Because King Rowe, you a lot of people
come
say
up with the pleasantries, bro.
A lot of people say that it's an imbalance over here on FYF Sports.
Right?
Maybe we need to bring the Goat Cast show with you or FYF, man, and we can bring some balance.
Hey, man, listen. You know my boy CW was always down. You know, we got a little crew over here.
But the problem is we can't let you run the StreamYard, because we saw what happened when you ran the StreamYard. The whole stream shutting down, you getting kicked out, you kick yourself out. I mean, geez, we got to fix the production. What's going on with that?
No. Again, I had a rough night. My phone wasn't charging and all that. So look, shit happens. And I still pulled off a 3-hour show. I did all the preparation and all that. We talked about Scottie Pippen. I wanted to level set Scottie Pippen. I think we did that because, again, 89. I mean, Scottie was kind of invincible in this game. But look, I'm not going to pass. Three things that I said to you, Lamont. I said the Pistons use a combination of technique, physicality, and intimidation. You admitted the first two. What you would not admit that they use intimidation. Now let me ask you something. Go ahead.
You did not say that.
Yes, I did, Lamont. It's on stream, bro. Again, y'all can come to my channel and I can timestamp where Lamont pulled up, and you can hear it because again, my partner JB brought up the Jordan rules, right? You do remember that? You give me that?
I'm saying, what is the first thing that you said about Jordan and the Pistons?
Technique.
What's the first thing that you said about the Pistons defense on Jordan?
Did they were physical, or did they?
You said they beat Jordan up.
No. That's not the first thing I said. Again, I said they use physicality as one of the deterrents to keep Jordan from driving. Now, JB is the one that brought. Hold on, Lamont. JB is the one that brought up the Jordan rules. And mind you, we were talking about Pippen. JB is the one that brought up the Jordan rules. And as every time he tried to explain what the Jordan rules were, JB is older than I am. So JB is older than I am. He remembers it better than I do.
The coach already told us what the Jordan rules were.
Yeah, okay. So, and again, we see everything that's there, we've seen him do. The one thing we didn't see them. Okay.
Hold on. When I asked y'all what the Jordan rules were, y'all said to beat Jordan up.
No. That's not what we said. That's not what we said. Again, JB tried to explain it many times.
Are an elite defensive system of philosophies.
I said stop one guy, right? It's to pretty much limit one guy. And we all know that Jordan.
Why did you say they were beating Jordan up?
Bro, I did not. See, you're trying to oversimplify what, Because at the end of the day, this is my take that I assisted on. I mean, it's not my take. I assisted on this take. JB is the one that brought up Jordan rules in the first place. Okay,
Your words
now
verbatim.
he's not. Now,
Just pull up the
unfortunately, he's
tape,
not
bro.
here.
King Ro, your words verbatim was they beat Jordan up.
No, I
Where
said
did that come from?
I said they were habitual line steppers where they did play dirty.
Okay, we just watched a whole bunch of
The
Pistons
film
games
showed that they weren't really playing dirty like that.
why did they need to play dirty when good defense is all you needed?
Let me ask you something. How many dunks were or attempted dunks were in it? Because the one time I see any bull going up for a dunk, it was David Corzine. And what happened?
He got fouled.
Sally came down on his back and put him in a little headlock and then kind of wrenched that headlock. Don't try to cap Lamont because it's already on my post. Don't try to cap Lamont.
He went into Sally's legs. Sally came down on his back, and it wasn't a fisticuff fight like y'all making out to be.
Who said it was a fight?
Actually,
see, now you're moving the goalpost to fighting. Who wants to fight in the middle of the third quarter?
Hold on.
But King Bro, you making it sound like they was UFC choking. That's how you
see, that's the thing. You're throwing words into my mouth. At the end of the day, what I said was, see, y'all can't do this. I said the Pistons would use intimidation as a last resort.
Where were the hard fouls on Jordan?
Jordan didn't get the drop. They successfully cut him off from dropping, as we seen by the 8 field goal attempts. Right? He took 1 field goal attempt, which was a throw up 2-point shot from the corner. Right? He took 1 shot in the fourth quarter.
Beating Jordan up.
He took 1 shot. They stopped his drive. So the first, as we see, we always agree on certain things, and then it's the end of the subject where we disagree. Now,
where did the narrative come from that they were beating?
Why
Jordan
would they have to beat him up if they were successfully cutting off his drive? Now, you proved that, right? We can all agree the Pistons cut off all of his drives. He took 1 shot in the fourth quarter, right?
No, hold on, King Ro. Because please don't make me have to go pull the clip and clip you to when you said they were beating Jordan up. But
just do it, bro.
You said that, King Ro. Why would you say that they were beating Jordan up when it's not true?
Bruh, you first of all, here's the next thing. The evidence of absence don't prove the absence of evidence.
What the hell are you talking about?
Bruh, you used 1 game when they played 4 series in a row.
Hold on, y'all.
Sir.
The evidence of absence has nothing to do with the absence of evidence.
Wow!
I got the saying backwards. At the end of the day, Lamont, come on, sir. My take was, and I said it several times. So you can clip whatever you can clip, because I can go back to my channel and clip it as well. The Pistons use technique, physicality, which we both agreed on. You agreed on my channel that the Pistons were a physical defense, right?
King Ro, this is all after the fact.
Lamont, yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
This is all after the fact. See,
now it's after the fact. So you're not gonna give the conversation.
Hold on 1 second, King Ro. I'm gonna explain to Mike and my heart. This is how the conversation went.
These debates is funny.
I don't even know how the Piston series came up. But when that Piston series got alluded to, the first thing that King Ro said was they were beating Jordan up. And I went off the rails.
This was not my take, Lamont.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, King Ro. And I said they were not beating Jordan up. I said they were playing great defense. They was not beating Jordan up. I said there's no good defensive team that just goes out there and hacks and fouls and thinks it's going to be a positive result at the end. I said they were playing elite defense. Game that we just saw, what did we see? We saw elite double teams in an era where your double team had to actually mean something. You had to go double team. You couldn't linger. You couldn't do nothing. And the rotations were precise. And it was a game where they held Jordan not just to 8 shots. He shot 4 of 8 for that game. They held him to 18 points. And the only reason he even got to 18 points is because he got 10 free throws. If you don't get them 10 free throws, you're looking at a triple single game for the man, right? Because the man got some very flowery, feathery free throws towards the in that third quarter, and even the one in the fourth where he missed one of the free throws. All I'm saying is, My whole preface was that the Jordan rules was a set of elite principles. There was nothing in the Jordan rules that said go foul Jordan and knock him out the air. Great defensive teams. And what I also said about physicality was, I said, y'all act as if physicality is only for the great teams of the 90s and 80s. I said, every great defensive team that ever played in NBA, they're all physical. OKC, Mahari, or Mike. Mike, let me ask you, Mike, since you're not on mute. What was the mantra of the OKC defense this year?
Physicality.
Every great defense leads with some, but physicality doesn't mean hack, knock you out the air if you're scoring too much. You just go.
And Lamar, you know, I never said that.
Hold on. No, but your first thing you said when we talked about Jordan and the Pistons, you said they beat him up. I said they did not have to beat Jordan up. Jordan was 180 pounds. He did not, when he drove, it didn't take much to knock him out the air. So just because Jordan flopped and flailed sometimes and fell to the ground, don't mean they was beating him up. He's only 180. Look, if you look at that old man like James Edwards, yes, if you run into James Edwards, you can go flying if you weigh 180. James Edwards looked like he had all that old man strength.
Sir, these narratives that you're trying to lock me into. No, bro, you've already used 10 narratives. You capped 10 times.
So again,
I mean,
no.
No.
Do you want to make a bet that you said that? Because I can pull the audio right now. Do you want to make a bet that you said that?
Bro, I said as a last resort, they would beat Jordan up.
No.
No. See, you're good at not using context, Lamont.
Do you want me to go pull the audio?
You're good at not using context, Lamont.
I can pull the audio right now. You said they were beating Jordan up. Do you want me to go pull the audio?
Bro, that was come on, sir, we did a 3.5 hour fucking stream, bro.
And I guarantee you I can go find it.
We did a 3.5. You were up there for about an hour and a half. And you're gonna no. See, that's just
I will
so
let Mahari
crazy.
lead the stream, and I will leave the stream and go find the clip.
Bro, it's not worth it because you're not.
It's not worth it. I bet it's not.
It's the same way you're bringing up one game when the Bulls and the Pistons played 4 straight years.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the sound, but I'm just gonna, as we talk about this, have another game. I'm just gonna let the game play. And we're going to be, as we...
Okay, you can put it up. You can put it up again. Again, the fact of the matter is...
Hold on, but what I want y'all to hear one thing that was very interesting that they said at the beginning of this game. And we're also going to address this as well. Hold on, because I want to address this as well, because a lot of you guys get on Johnny about this and y'all pretend as if he's just making this stuff up. Hold on, watch this. Let me play this. Let me turn this sound up because I want y'all to hear the beginning of this game. When I heard the beginning of this game right before the stream, and this is another game I haven't watched, I said, wow.
Oh, but you know what they said at the beginning of the game?
No, because when I was downloading it, plays in your ear, and I heard it's like literally the first minute of the video. It's not the game. It's not the game. This is just the
pregame. I got you.
Okay, so hold on. I want y'all to listen to this. I'm gonna start letting people up. We're gonna cook, but I want everybody to hear this.
You watch in amazement, resisting the urge to call him the greatest that's ever played the game. But with his every step, you are watching a legend in the making. And just when you thought you'd seen it all, there's more.
Man, he says whenever you watch him, you resist the urge to call him the greatest player that you've ever seen. When we talk about ring culture, why would you even have an urge to call him the greatest player you've ever seen? And he ain't got no rings. And so I would want you to ask yourself, how was he even in these conversations? Because we just heard the commentators say it. So that means there were conversations being had about him being potentially the greatest player of all time. And he hadn't even beat the Pistons yet. And so this is what I mean, this whole ring culture thing. It seems like you guys seem to have a lot of logic pre-Michael Jordan retiring. But as soon as Michael Jordan retiring, now you guys have become the gatekeeper of who can become the GOAT, and you have to do it by being perfect in the NBA Finals like Jordan. Even though Jordan got his mantle when he couldn't even beat the Pistons in his own conference, which is crazy. I'm going to run that back one more time because that's how they started the game. It's crazy. And we're going to cook. Oh, we got 20 more up there.
You watch in amazement, resisting the urge to call him the greatest that's ever played the game. But with his every step, you are watching a legend in the making. And just when you thought you'd seen it all, there's more. 5 seconds to go. Jordan off the glass. Michael Jordan and the Bulls have stampeded to within 2 games of the NBA Finals, frustrating the Detroit Pistons, who have struggled through the first 3 games of this series. The team favored to win it all now finds itself scrambling for its playoff life. This man has dreamed of an NBA title. Detroit wants a rematch with the Lakers. The winner of this series gets a shot at the world champions. And the scene is Chicago.
Man, 2 games within the title, man, and he performed like that. Damn. That's unfortunate, man. I mean, it was right there. So was it because he was youth and he just didn't have a lot of experience, or did he choke?
I'm trying to understand where, like, he had 32 in the closeout game, right?
Defense.
Hold on. What does 32 in the closeout mean if you lost?
Oh, okay. Right. Then he choked.
How do we know that wasn't in garbage time?
Oh, okay. Oh boy, now we're qualifying garbage time. Well, I thought you were not supposed to quit on game.
I'm just going with the Jordan. I mean, you guys taught me.
I don't know. Like look. At the end of the day, and now I'm trying to understand, why are you getting on CBS for promoting Jordan when Jordan was the rising star?
All I'm telling you is that by the announcer saying that, we understand that there were conversations being had in 1989 about Jordan being the best player to ever play.
Well, they said the best we've ever seen. That's a different than best.
He said the greatest of all time, actually. But
he said the best we've ever seen.
King Rowe, hold on.
What
he said the greatest of all time. He said the greatest of all time. He said we have to resist the urge to call him the greatest of all time.
You want to play it back and say, because I heard him say the best we ever seen.
I know.
Have a bounce of basketball.
And so at the end of the day, how were those conversations being had if he did not even have one championship? Not even one. Not even a final.
About ring culture back then.
Okay.
See, there it is right there. Even when NBC even broadcasted the games during the first season before Michael.
Let me go to Twin.
Go ahead.
He was waiting to get in here.
Let him have a turn. Go ahead.
Oh, this is the funny part, because now King Rowe up here with all the spin. We literally heard him play. We literally heard him play it twice when he said they're resisting the urge to call him the best to ever play the bounce of basketball. We heard him say that. Then I can, Lamont, you're going to find the audio, but every time we talk about these series right here, the Pistons and the Bulls, the first thing every Jordan fan says is that they beat him up in some way, shape, or form. At the end of the day, they had a good defensive strategy against him. So what they do is they look at the highlights when there were physical fouls to sit here and say, see, that's what they did to him all game. I'm not going to pretend like there weren't any physical fouls against Michael Jordan in these games. They absolutely were. But to make it seem like that's what it was the entire game is ridiculous. So that's what they do. They rely on highlights and say, nah, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Yeah, you saw the highlights that some Jordan fan put together to sit here and say all those hard fouls is what the Pistons did to him or what every team did to him the entire 80s and 90s, when it's bullcrap. At the end of the day, like what Magic said is actually pretty accurate. If you breathed on Jordan, he got the foul call. So let's not play this game like Jordan got beat up. He wasn't intimidated. How can you intimidate a killer? How can you intimidate someone who's supposed to be this killer?
Twin man, can I ask you one question?
I don't want to hear this nonsense that
I
they
just
use.
gonna ask one question. I just want to ask one question.
I gotta hear this. Give it to me.
We watched game 5. This is the game after this game. Right? How many times did you see Jordan go for a dunk?
Where's the hard foul?
How many times did you see Jordan go up for a dunk in that game?
What does that got to do with it?
No,
what does that have to do with
Lamont.
That's a terrible question, King Ro.
Why is it a terrible question? Now you're
Let him answer. Let him answer.
You're deflecting, King Ro. You're
Just
deflecting.
answer it. The entire game, how many times did you see Jordan go up for a dunk?
Not a lot, because they implemented a strategy to keep him out of the lane.
Okay, so I literally admitted that strategy was successful. Now the one bull I saw go up for a dunk was David Corzine. What happened to him when he went up for that dunk?
Nothing. It was a regular foul.
Headlocked. No, okay, I know. And it was not the worst thing of all time. But see, here's the thing, Twin Man. No one ever said that Jordan got beat up on every single play. What I specifically told to Lamont was one of Jordan's greatest strengths was his ability to attack the basket.
King Ro, what stream was that? I'm about to pull it up right now. What stream was that, King Ro?
What stream was that? The level setting of Scottie Pippen.
Okay.
My Thursday show.
We're about to play your own words.
Okay, I mean, you're gonna find it for 3 hours. What I said.
That wasn't the one. It was because you were up there by yourself. Was that the right one? Or
No. Well, first of all, on Tuesday I had my boy Rob up with me. On Thursday I had my boy JB, and he's the one that talked about the Jordan rules. So you don't even remember the conversation.
I'm about to pull it up for you. I want you to hear your own words. All right, I'm gonna bring
please. Until then, I'm going to clarify my state. I'm going to clarify what I said. It's really not even my take.
Bro, I have a question. Man. What you got?
Go ahead, man. You can cook.
My bad. Let me let Twin get his question. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Twin.
My question for you is: are we going to sit here and pretend like an argument that people make for Jordan losing in the '80s to the Detroit Pistons is that they just beat him up every time he went in the lane? Are we going to pretend that's not an argument people make?
Right there, he got hacked touching the paint. Again, taking a jump shot. They tried to make him a jump shooter. We all know. Hold on, Twin Man.
Answer the question.
Bro, I'm commenting on what I watch. Okay, at the end of so if a player's playing off the shows, okay, Jordan got fouled, taking a step into the paint. That actually illustrates what I'm saying. The principles of the Jordan rules was to prevent Jordan from attacking the basket as much as possible. Why are we not talking about that? We're talking about the Jordan
cutting off the lanes or beating him up.
Oh, okay. Again, cutting off the lanes, and if he happens to get there, then you make sure he earns that dunk. He earns that layup.
Did they beat him up?
I just saw them hack him when he took one step at the foul line extended.
Get him
fouled and beat
on your two different things.
Okay. Is he anywhere close to dunking? Because what I want to see is Jordan actually. Hold on, Twin Man.
You're not answering my question. You're talking around my question.
What's the question? No, you answered a leading question that has nothing to do with what I said.
Real quick, King Ro. I'm not going to pretend like Jordan didn't take hard fouls from the Pistons. I'm not pretending that. Nobody's up here going to pretend that that's not the case. I'm asking you, every time he went in the lane, did he get a hard foul?
I just saw one play where he took one step into the paint and got hacked. And now Joe Dumars just got the same treatment. Now this is a foul line. I'm actually looking for Jordan. Hold on. The evidence that I'm looking for is Jordan actually getting to within in the restricted area. I'm actually looking for a play where Jordan gets to the restricted area and see what the Pistons do. Because what I'm saying is they're doing a great job. That's the principle of the Jordan rules, to keep Jordan from getting to the restricted area in the first place.
You said the Jordan rules was beating Jordan up.
That's bullshit. Again, Lamont, Again, Lamont, I had
Lamont,
to
just pull the
actually,
tape up, bro.
Lamont, I tried when you pull up to my stream, not muting you, because I had to mute you 3 times because you go on your soliloquies. But JB was trying to explain the Jordan rules. He understands it better than me. That's something he understands better than me because he saw these games live. I'm 10 years old. I'm just now getting into basketball, and unfortunately, I didn't have control of my one TV in the house back in 1989. Okay,
Hold on.
so I was outside more. Go ahead.
Did he say any of these 3 things?
Yes, he was trying to get to it in the first place, Lamont. You telling me JB doesn't look? When the next time JB comes up, I want the next time because JB's at work now. And if you want to come up, I want. Hold on, please. And you have my
this is not your
permission to speak.
platform. Lamont, please go.
But the show is fucking about me, bro. At the end of the day, I want.
Nigga, no one cares about you.
I know, but y'all all got my name in your fucking mouth. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Okay,
Nobody cares about you.
Let's keep it civil. Because
no one cares about you.
And what? I'm not gonna.
It's not your show.
Hold on.
You don't run it.
Hold on. Yeah, we got to go to. We got somebody new on the panel I haven't seen before.
Oh my god.
We got A. Robinson. And we got Go James Kingdom up here. Let me go to A. Robinson, man. Go ahead and cook on this, man. What you got, man? Oh, you on? Hold on. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Robinson. Say something.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, your sound messed up. Your sound messed up. Hey, Robinson, hop out and come right back in. Right back in.
Until we did, because can I answer King Man's
question? Bro, let somebody else talk, man.
You asked me a question. Y'all keep talking about what I talked about.
King Rose,
he's not going to answer the question, man.
Yes,
King
I
Rose, you're not going to answer the
did.
question,
Yes,
bro.
I did. As I just said, I want to see Jordan get to the restricted area and see. See,
I'm gonna ask you a yes or no question again.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did Jordan, every time Jordan drove the ball, did they knock him to the ground? Yes or no?
That's not even what we're talking about, bro. That's not number one. That's not the principle of Jordan rule. So wait. Every time they drive, they try to cut him off. They tried to stop him from getting to the restricted area. Right? Is that? I mean, come on. Can we agree on something?
Every time he got into the restricted area, did he get knocked to the ground? Yes or no?
I would say about 80% of the time he faced a physical foul at least. That would be my guess. And I'm watching these games. I just saw somebody get ripped by Isaiah. I have not seen Jordan attack the physical. I have not seen Jordan attack the restricted area yet. In 2 games now, a game and a half. Why? Because the Jordan rules were used successfully. See, so let's get to the part where we agree. The Jordan rules would not start.
The Jordan rules were to cut him off and double team him and make sure he couldn't get into the restricted area, right?
We agree.
So
we agree on that.
Doing that, if they are successfully doing that, why have people ran with the narrative for like 20, 30 years? At the Pistons beat the hell out of Michael Jordan every time they played him.
That's people, not me.
That's not a narrative you ever ran with, King Rowe?
I've never ran with that narrative. As I said,
I'm asking you another question. Is that a narrative that the majority of not you, the majority of Jordan fans have ran with the narrative that Jordan got beat up by the Pistons? Is that true or false, King Rowe?
Okay, he got one in the restricted area. He got it up quickly. I'm just commenting. Hold on, no, twin man. I'm going to get to it. If we're watching the game silently, because I'm looking for the evidence. Now, Jordan has a fast break right here. All right, he pulls up. Again, it's meant to make him more of a jump shooter. We can agree to that. Now, it was one play. He got it up faster than Lambeer could foul him. So, all right,
this is a yes or no question.
Okay, you're asking, first of all, an unimportant question, because yes, Zesty Jeffries or uninformed or uneducated Jordan fans or uneducated fans of the era do use that narrative. It's not a complete thought because they're not really paying attention to exactly what happened. Yes, as I said to Lamont, many times, multiple times, the Pistons use a combination of technique, physicality, and intimidation to stop guys from attacking the basket on them. Period.
Where's the intimidation? I haven't seen any intimidation against Jordan. So even in that statement right there,
you also only seen him get into the restricted area one time to get a shot.
Why has he only been able to get in the restricted area one time?
Due to the rules they implemented. Because the technique was working. As you noticed, the Bulls are up 5 here, right?
Intimidation, King Ro.
That's what I'm asking. Where's the intimidation? They're not beating him up. They're stopping from getting into the lane by cutting him off and double teaming.
See, you guys are so simple, bro. First of all, the Bulls are winning by 7 right now. And Jordan took one shot in the restricted area. So obviously it's working. Okay, again, my God. I'm just watching this game because, again, I'm trying to educate myself, which is what I do. I mean, it's a little fracas right here. Somebody's in the paint going back up. A good block by Jordan. A 3 by Lambeer. Off. Good rebound. Let me see. They got a break opportunity. All right. Cut him off. Again, this is exactly what the Jordan rules are. They got a double team on him. He passes out. Cartwright with the ugly jumper. Off. Again, as I said to him, man.
MJ can't be the simple double team.
Hold on, Twin Man.
Hold on. King Row. Just because you commentating the game, it don't change the fact that what we don't see in this game is we don't see Jordan getting beat up.
But we also not see him go to the restricted area.
King Row.
Because he can't.
Again, he's not going to the restricted area because, as I said, you're dealing with an elite defensive team. When with all of Jordan's failures, it seems like y'all have some fantastic fanatical excuse, like they were beating him up as to why he lost. The Pistons did not beat the Bulls all those times because they were beating Jordan up. They won because they had a hellified defense and they knew how to contain them when it mattered most, just like in that last fourth quarter that we saw where Jordan completely folded and couldn't do nothing and was getting barbecued on the defensive end. That's why they consistently could beat the Bulls. So, again, it had nothing to do with what you stated, which I'm pulling it up right now. I'm about to pull it up in 1 second. You said the Pistons just beat Jordan up. And the reason why I'm just letting this game play is because what we don't see is Jordan getting beat up. Just because he can't get to the lane don't mean he's getting beat up. He just can't get to the lane because it's a brick wall defense. Just as we see right here, they're sagging off of him because he can't shoot. They're turning him into a playmaker. And that's what's ultimately happening. The Jordan rules are in full effect, and the Jordan rules had nothing to do with fouling Jordan. That's all I'm saying. Y'all got to stop pushing these narratives to sensationalize Jordan, to make it seem like the only way you can beat him is to foul him. That's not true.
It's time to put that narrative that the Jordan rules was all about throwing him into the ground and stuff.
They just double right there and turned him into a playmaker.
So we can put that narrative away. I agree with y'all. I'll stand right with y'all. Same way I stand with y'all when I say 6-0 is a dumbass argument. And I've said that to many Jordan fans. It's a stupid argument. You're really underselling Jordan's greatness when you say 6-0. So now what? See, I'm out here to beat dumb narratives my damn self. Okay, the Pistons were a great team. They were actually the fathers of the '90s style of defense. The way they defended, and it was not just all about beating people up, but it was about making. If you're going to attack our basket, we're going to make you feel us. Look at Scotty. They don't look at how they don't want nobody attacking that basket. I mean, I hope they let this play out because Scotty gets the ball right here. All right, he gets it up fast, and he gets it contested. Yeah, they're contesting everything.
He flew the layup.
Where the hard foul?
I know. Oh, the great Scottie Pippen, the best finisher in the world.
Hold on, King Row. Where's the hard foul?
Where's the hard foul?
All three of them were not in position to foul him hard. And if you make him miss the layup, what the hell are you fouling him for?
Where are all the hard fouls? Where do people?
He missed the layup on his own.
Y'all
blew the
layup.
layup.
Y'all want to stick on hard fouls. Y'all want to stick on hard fouls. You know what was better to bring up? Bring up Larry Bird against the Celtics, against the Pistons. Because Larry Bird was quoted as saying that he's out to hurt people, talking about Lambert specifically. I mean, look, at the end of the day,
Lamont,
it's not my
let
narrative.
it play, Lamont.
I
Let it
said
play, Lamont. We need to
intimidation.
see this killer instincts from MJ. I need to keep seeing this killer instinct.
I know,
from
yes.
MJ.
We all know this random game. MJ came up small in the fourth quarter.
How do you, King Row, how do you intimidate someone on the basketball court if they're keeping you from playing your game?
How you intimidate somebody? Hold on, wait, Twin Man. How you intimidate somebody 3 years in a row?
Good question.
Ask Scottie Pippen. Great team.
How do you intimidate a killer? Jordan's supposed to be this killer.
What does Scottie have to do with this?
Why was he intimidating
Scottie? Wasn't Scottie saving Michael Jordan's career? Isn't he 1-9 without Scottie? So Scottie, I need to see this all-star Scottie that saved Jordan's career as well.
Right? He did.
Because I know that's what my stream was about. I know no one cares about my stream. Lamont pulled up for it.
I guarantee you don't want to go to the 1991 Eastern Conference Finals. I guarantee you don't want to do that.
Why? Well, what am I going to see? I'm going to see when the Bulls finally swept them.
You're going to see Scottie Pippen saving the Bulls.
Okay.
Just like I told you, Jordan choked 88, 89, and 90. And y'all seeing it right now in live and living color.
I need to understand how he choked.
But Johnny, don't say that. You're going to be labeled a Jordan hater.
I don't care.
Hey, listen,
what is a zesty Jeffrey going to do to me besides call me names? Oh my God, I'm so hurt.
But it's okay.
They don't never have facts. They never have facts. They never have basketball knowledge.
Fans will call you a hater for talking about Kyrie saving LeBron. At the end of the day, it's all stupid.
Why? Because LeBron was out here leading in every category. No.
Oh, he led in every category. So did Jordan.
Yeah.
So did Jordan. Hold on. But Jordan led the entire series in every category. All 5.
Never.
He's never done it.
Yeah, it happened.
Led in scoring. He led in scoring.
No,
there you go.
It wasn't against the Pistons, but it was a series where Jordan led in scoring, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks.
Okay.
No. Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, like
you're gonna let somebody else talk because Rose never gonna let nobody speak. It, to be honest with you,
y'all can have it, bro. The Knicks will talk about getting Marcus Smart. That's what's going on in my mind.
Let me go to A. Robinson. Robinson's up here. Let me go to A. Robinson. He's been waiting. Like the cook. I want to hear what he got to say. Go ahead. I don't think his sound working still.
How they playing dirt? They not letting them get to the paint. They stopping them before they get. Cause like Lamont, what you said like a few videos before, like a defense stop a great player before they get to paint, before they can lift off.
That's correct.
It's something like you seen like a Raptors versus like Giannis in 2019. It's not similar to that.
Your sound is really low, but I can kind of hear you. I don't know if the chat can hear you though. But your sound is still really low.
No, I heard what he said. He says a great defense stops you. He says a great defense stops you before you get to the air.
Yeah, no, a great defense stops you before you touch the paint. If you once you allow the person to get inside the paint, you've kind of already lost the battle. Yeah. Good defense.
That's not even a hard foul.
That's just good defense.
Which is the crazy part. There was 3 people that just went and tried to swat at the ball. They didn't hard foul him.
They didn't try to take him out the air. They didn't try to do anything dirty.
I didn't see him clothesline him out the air, drag him to the ground, nothing.
They're just
keeping him out the lane.
Right. Oh, and Johnny Twin, yeah, you guys are correct. States here Michael Jordan never led his team in every single statistical category. He came close once, and that was in 1997. But he never led his team in every single statistical category in the playoffs. That's not true. You two are correct.
I do have a question though. By today's logic, is this considered choking?
Hold on, say that again, Twin.
By today's logic, What the Pistons did to him 3 years in a row, would that be considered choking?
Yeah, by today's logic, but it's just funny to me how all of a sudden when it comes to Jordan, they don't want to label it choking.
Yeah.
The context that they apply is that the Pistons were playing dirty and they had to beat them up. When, as we watch the games, we see that there's nothing dirty. They didn't have to beat them up. They forced them, and look at these gimme fouls like that right there. When you get breathed on wrong and they call them fouls, that is not a foul.
Film don't lie.
I mean, I want y'all to tell me where you see the foul. Look at this shot. He drives, hands are not even off. Calling fouls. This is how he got to the free throw line so much when he was having bad shooting nights.
The original free throw merchant.
well, Lamont, from my understanding, when you force somebody to take a bunch of jump shots, that means they have no bag, right? If only thing you can do is get to the paint to score, and they let you just do a perimeter shots, from my understanding, you suck. And especially if you don't score well in that position. That's what I was told.
2-5 says it's one video.
That's what they say.
This is the second game, actually.
Wait a minute. King Rose speech left because he couldn't talk.
I just don't know what he was saying. Like, I think he's trying to make
but wait. No, but I'm just saying he left because he couldn't talk.
No, he could talk.
Lamont, why do you let that?
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Lamont.
Yeah, what up, Lee?
Why do you let that fucking idiot come to your goddamn platform every goddamn
King
time?
Rose is cool.
Excuse my language. He's a fucking idiot. He really.
Hey, listen,
they all serve a purpose. They all serve a purpose.
I was just about to say that. Even when Hollywood Herm says some dumb stuff, he does serve a purpose too. So because he's just a straight up idiot.
Why is he talking around my question? I'm asking you very specific question.
Right.
And he kept trying to go back to they used a combination of technique and intimidation. And my whole thing is on the basketball court, I understand how a big man in the lane would intimidate someone who likes to get in the paint. They're gonna make you feel them. They're gonna knock you to the ground. They're not doing that to Jordan. They're cutting him off. They're double teaming him, and exactly what Lamont said, they're doing. They're making him a playmaker. That's not Jordan's game. So if they're implementing a good defensive strategy, and we've heard for decades now, the only reason why the Pistons beat him is because they beat his ass, and we actually are now playing the games, and you beating Jordan's ass. Where's the intimidation?
And then to make it worse for him, man, he tried to add commentary to the game, which wasn't needed to avoid answering your question.
Right. Every time you asked the question, he started trying to commentate the game. Like, bro.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. Like, the thing is that when it comes to people like that, they can't answer the game. They can't answer the question in a basketball sense. They don't have the knowledge to really illustrate their thought process about how the game is being played. And honestly, if you just watched all the smoke interview with Isaiah Thomas, he told you all straight up what the Pistons basically did. But a lot of the times people don't even watch the games. They just watch clips.
But see, that's why I said what I said when I first came up here. They look at the highlight, because I'm not going to pretend like the Pistons didn't have hard fouls against Jordan. I'm not going to pretend like the Celtics didn't have hard fouls against Jordan. So what they've done is a lot of people have clipped those up and said, see, this is what Jordan had to deal with, and he still gave you 30. They beat the hell out of him in the 80s.
Hey, they just sent Jordan. Hey, they just sent Jordan shit right now. Rewind that, Lamont. Watch Jordan try to take a jump and get his shit blocked. Yo, go back. Just for the play before.
Yeah, I saw that too.
They played. Yeah,
go a couple of seconds back, Lamont.
Yeah, go to the next possession. The previous possession with the Bulls at. Oh,
that's what they say. They'll use those highlights or those hard fouls to make it seem like that's what he dealt with the whole game. No, they took Jordan out of his game and they made him a playmaker.
Watch this, Lamont. Look at this.
Watch this, Michael, right here.
Get that shit out of here.
Get that shit out of here.
There you go.
I guess that intimidation.
Like, everybody knows you're absolutely right. I mean, yes, was Detroit known for their physicality?
I was trying to find that segment where King Rose,
because they were a great.
I can't find it.
Hey, listen, that was the point of the Jordan rules, right? Every time he's on the baseline, send him left, right? That's what the Pistons just did. Send him left. I mean, it's not even that difficult to figure out, but Tell that to these
And where's the
JDRs.
elite
Whatever.
defense from Jordan?
But Mahari, you know why they used to send him left, right?
Right, because he was weak with his left hand.
No, because he had to pick up his dribble after two dribbles.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
He couldn't dribble more than 2 times with his left hand in a row. He had to pick up his dribble. So you pushed him left enough to where he dribbled twice. Eventually, he would pick up the ball to either pass or shoot.
Exactly.
So they
Thank you for reminding me. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that little nugget. Thanks for reminding me. Yep, you're right. Look at this.
Lamont,
thank you.
Thank you for showing this, Lamont. Thank you for
All
showing
like
this.
literally, there's no ball movement. Everybody's ball watching. They're playing one-on-one basketball.
Hey, look, and we can talk about the quality of what it looks like. My biggest thing is that it's not this level of physicality that they pretend is out there.
It's not. They make it seem as if it was. They make it seem as if it was the World Wrestling Federation.
The way I'm watching this game now, even the slightest of players like Steph Curry could come in and be more physical than these guys.
Look,
hey, Kevin Durant is averaging 40.
Hey, Steph Curry would destroy these dudes with the sacking off.
Look at how they're guarding. Like, imagine Steph Curry getting guarded like this right now.
You see right there. Yup. Right there. You see what? Right there.
Steph Curry is gonna have.
Damian Lillard would be accused of witchcraft.
Did you see where Zeke started from? That's an easy 3-pointer for Steph. I'm not even glazing. That's an easy
mind you,
for
this
Steph.
3-point line is shorter as it is already. So just the optics of it look.
Hold on, go back. Let me see the 3-point line, Lamont, real quick.
Like, look at the 3-point line now. This is the shorter 3-point line. This is
That's
the
college.
WNBA level.
That's college.
No, I think this is WNBA.
That's the regular 3-point line with the break. Come on now. This is not 95, 96. This is 89.
Lamont, how many threes is Steph getting in this game?
20.
I mean, if they play defense like this, he's gonna score
20.
I mean, he's gonna at least get 20 off.
Well, Dumars will be on Steph, right?
And Dumar's gonna get cooked.
Yeah,
Dumar's is gonna go.
It doesn't matter. But the thing is, they're not. I guarantee you, if Steph was out here, they wouldn't be running around hacking him.
Right there.
I guarantee you that much.
Not even Steph. Put Clay in this era.
No, Lamont, I pulled up to say one thing. I was supposed to say one thing. Now, one thing I do remember saying.
All right,
Ray Allen in this era.
One thing I do remember saying, I think you probably remember me saying it, is that they were not getting Jordan was not getting Legion of Doom clothesline on every play. I said the Pistons didn't Legion of Doom clothesline everybody. Somebody who just said the WWE, yeah. No, they weren't doing the Road Warriors clothesline off the, their finishing move. No. But again, if you were going to go up in that paint, they were going to make you, again, like there, right? Look.
That wasn't nothing.
Where's
What are you talking about?
That's not a foul. Hold on, because he faded away. As I'm saying, you saw Lambeer getting his goddamn karate stance.
That's regular.
Yo, King, you gotta admit that
good block by Scotty. I'm gonna admit what I say. Oh, Scotty got a dunk. Scotty got a dunk on a fast break. Good to go.
King, you overhyped the calendar.
You gotta admit that some of y'all be
figure out. Okay, I can admit it. I've already admitted it. Some people overdo it. I can admit it. As I said myself, they didn't Legion of Doom clothesline people on every play. I literally said that multiple times.
To admit that after you got exposed for this.
Come on, Lamont. Again, I tell you, when you pull on my stream, we agree on a lot. That was a beautiful block. Beautiful block by Scotty.
When are you gonna knock him out the air?
How you gonna knock him out the air when you're running behind him?
Exactly what I'm saying when y'all say you gonna knock people out the air.
Hey, Lamont, look at microwave. Microwave was to knock Scotty out.
The funniest thing is now here you pretend as if you
can't embarrass it because I know what I said in the first place. You can't embarrass me.
Now that the film is playing, King Row. The film is playing now. We see nobody getting knocked out.
Did you see what Vinny Johnson did?
And then King Row, then you tried to
act like you come on, don't start, Juan boy. Don't start, Juan boy. Cause we all know you only pull up with a crowd behind you.
Shit, I'll be up on.
Hold on, why you always going after Juan boy, man?
Yeah, because Juan boy always coming after the fact. Juan boy will never talk to me one-on-one.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? You know I had to tune in from work. I'm about to get up out of here.
What up, Wild Boy?
Yeah, man. When that
We just
film
watching
on,
his physicality.
Yeah. I ain't watching no physicality. I told y'all them niggas don't watch no fucking basketball.
Well, the Bulls were killing that first. As you see, the Bulls were killing it first.
Don't cut me off.
My fault.
This is why we got such a discourse, because the shit that we be
Hold them
telling y'all,
accountable,
y'all
boy.
do not be talking about because y'all don't watch film. This is film.
They
So
don't.
none of y'all can say after the day, none of y'all
That
can
was
really
physical.
say
That was physical.
That was not.
Not physical.
That's
He
regular.
lost the ball.
Okay. All right.
That is
Go
not. That's
ahead,
just
Wild
regular
Boy.
basketball.
Yeah. Sure, nobody be talking this. Oh, the Pistons did this. They just played good defense. And Jordan was
What the hell was
Jordan
that?
was trash.
Lamar, was that Bill Cartwright?
Bro, Bill Cartwright got some of the nastiest, ugliest fadeaways. None of these
Ew.
dudes, all the bigs are fading away. James Edwards fades away. He don't create contact.
Hey,
Lambeer,
Lamar.
But they
shoot
said
jumper.
bigs
Bill
only back
Cartwright
you
fades
down and
away.
That's a
elbow
very
you back
small
to you.
correct free throw. This is my favorite ugly free throw right here.
Yeah. Lamar,
Look at
Go
this.
ahead.
Which I mean, yo,
King Rowe, what is this?
This is Bill Cartwright, bro. This is Cartwright. This is hold on. This is the same center MJ won 3 championships with. Cook yourselves. This
What
bum
is
nigga
this?
at the line, he won 3 championships with. LeBron would have been traded his ass.
King Rowe.
You gotta lock up Jokic, man.
King
That's the
Rowe, hold
same
on.
thing.
Y'all
Gotta
talking
lock up
about
Jokic.
King Rowe, y'all talking about
Now you going back to the narrative. Now you going back to the narrative.
King Rowe, you talk about fundamentals. Please tell me about these fundamentals, man. What's going on here?
Please.
Yo, listen, I love me some Cartwright. When
What
Jordan
is this,
won 3
man?
championships with this guy.
Look at it.
Look at that.
But it was muddy. But hold on. It was water. It was
Trash.
water.
That's trash.
Say what you want. It was water. Niggas told Shaq to do the underhanded. Rick Barry was trying to get him to do the underhand shit all day.
Talk to us, King Rowe. Tell us about
Stop
this.
shooting
Talk to us.
fadeaways.
Hold on. Just so you know, he won 3 championships with that nigga. That shit was more than nothing but net.
King Rowe, that's what you be doing at the park?
Hell no, I don't shoot like that. I'm about 70% free throw shooter myself, so you know.
But I'm 90%, please.
Bro,
I'm
people who say they street ball statistics are bums, man.
I mean,
anybody that talks about street ball and tell me they shoot 70% is a bum.
Nigga, I know some street ballers that'll beat your best motherfucking player. Come on now,
I'm talking about you though, King Rowe.
Listen, that's all I was. And Junior Nick.
In the street.
Wait, hold on. Wait, we just saw Jordan go into the paint. They didn't do nothing to LeBron that. Jordan went to the paint. They didn't do
Rewind that.
nothing. Rewind it. Rewind it. Okay, hold on. Wait.
Oh, right there.
Right there.
There
it goes right there. There you go. There it was right there.
Knock him out there.
There was right there.
They knock him out there. Knock him out there.
No, they don't do nothing to him. Watch this. It goes right.
Let's see.
Go force him left because he can't dribble left. Look, pick up 2 dribbles. Pass the ball. No foul, no nothing. No.
Exactly, right there.
But that's not the restricted area, Lamar. You don't dunk from.
There is no restricted area.
You don't dunk from the dotted. If you only make it to the dotted, you don't dunk.
Jordan can't dunk from the dotted line now. That's what you're saying, Ro? Oh my God, Ro. Oh my God.
Johnny, come on now. It's not the dunk contest. We're talking about over people going to his left.
I thought y'all
said
said
physical. Hold on, King Rowe. That's the physicality you talking about?
Come on, Lamar. Come on. We let's really be honest here, bro.
Look,
I'm
Lamar,
just trying to find the physicality, man.
They get
Little slap on the bam off the jump ball.
Jokic can play in this era.
No, Jordan is the only superstar in NBA history. His own fans don't like watching his games. That's why
I'm not a Jordan fan. I hope y'all remember that. I hope y'all remember that. I'm not a Jordan fan. I just support his GOAT case.
Oh, damn.
I told you Jordan be bricking, man. He can't shoot. Jordan can't shoot, man. Jordan can't shoot.
Push him left.
Jordan can't shoot. Jordan can't shoot. I keep telling y'all, he's on his Air Jordan, not shooting Jordan.
Jordan, I mean, King Rowe, what's going on? They beating this man.
Well, hold on, Jordan can shoot now.
They not doing. They looking like.
No,
he can't. Not here. Not here. We don't see no shooting here.
I thought he was a killer.
Where's the shooting here?
I guess the best defensive team in the league. As we know, as we can all agree.
That's a lie.
Well, Johnny, you said, Johnny, you realize, Johnny, you said the Pistons don't have an All NBA defense on this particular team. I remember that debate you came up to with Mookie and them, right? You said the Pistons did not have an All NBA defensive player on this team, right?
In 1988.
89.
Good move.
Oh, it's 88? Okay.
88. I said 88.
Okay.
Hold on. Why they
Oh,
shoot
so
so
that
many
meant Rodman
fadeaways in the post,
was.
though, King
Hey,
Ro?
I thought
King
they
Ro.
didn't shoot fadeaways back then. I thought they was tough. They get on the block.
Right.
Yeah, why they shoot so many fadeaways in the
Look,
post?
Jordan with the right hand can't go left. Look, Jordan can't go left. Look, see?
Don't y'all criticize Joel Embiid for shooting mid-range shots?
Nigga, this
Hey,
is
Embiid
Bill
cook this
Cartwright.
dude.
Nigga, this is
Jordan,
Bill
knock it
Cartwright.
down, Jordan. Clay.
Greg,
Oh,
I told you
man.
Jordan can't shoot.
Oh, yeah,
Y'all
we all
told
know
y'all
Lamar.
Jordan can't
We all know
shoot, man.
Lamar watched this game because he knows
Wait,
what's coming.
Lamont.
I'm watching
Lamont,
the game with you.
Lamont, was
I
that
ain't
this
never
You
morning?
watched this game, Lamar, this
Lamont, was that
morning.
this
Stop
morning?
it. Let's go to the next cap.
Okay, hold on.
Back in
King
my,
Ro, how about
back
this?
in my day,
King Ro, you
niggas
can
said
tell
deep
me what
shot.
game
That's
to
why
pick. I can
Scotty
pick
had
any
this
game.
table.
This is game 4, Lamar. We've all established that as well.
King Ro, you can pick
I'm
the
still
game.
trying to find this physical
King
play.
Ro, you
They
can
beat
pick any
Jordan up.
game, and we
Knock him
won't
out
see
the
any
air.
Anybody
physicality.
gets fined?
Nowhere.
We won't
Nowhere to
see
be
anything
found.
about Jordan
They
getting knocked out the
punked
air. You pick the
Jordan
game,
get
King Ro.
punked.
He's not. He hasn't. I see him get to the all his film. I see him get to the restricted area one time,
Okay, when did he get beat
Because
up?
of their defense.
which I agree with. So why do y'all
So
keep coming
so
at me
Jordan's
with
only
that
effective
narrative? Like
at 3
I'm
feet
the
at
one
the rim?
representative of that narrative.
Bro,
So Jordan's only
King Ro,
effective 3 feet from the
I'm
rim?
telling you why we're pushing so hard on this. It's because every time we've talked about Jordan and the 80s, the very first thing people love to say is Jordan would get his ass beat. They would beat the shit out of him. Look at how the Pistons did him. Look at how the Celtics did him.
Yeah,
They played him so
yeah,
physical. That's the only
yeah.
thing you would hear, and it's always been bullshit.
Okay, but he also
Bullshit.
played pretty well, respectively, against these teams. You go back and look at the numbers, and the numbers are there. Again, they threw the kitchen sink at him. As my partner was
Oh my
saying,
God.
see what I
That's
mean? When I
also
try to
another
explain it,
King Roll. That's also another excuse, King Roll, because LeBron again in the finals led everybody in every statistical category. He
okay,
lost, and y'all said that shit don't
cool.
matter.
Wait a minute, no, he did. He won that one when he led every statistical
No, he
category.
didn't. No,
Wasn't
he
that the
didn't.
16 finals? The
2018?
16
No,
finals. The
Yeah,
16
16
finals he
finals,
won.
16 and
Oh, now we
15.
back to LeBron. What are you talking about?
See,
In
no,
LeBron?
7, no,
hold on.
I'm just
One man said
I'm just
LeBron.
pointing
I
out.
didn't
I'm
say
just
LeBron.
pointing out. Hold on, Lamont. I'm pointing out the double standard. We'll talk about Jordan dropping 63 against the Celtics. He got swept, never beat Larry Bird in the playoff game. LeBron literally led his team in everything, but he lost, and y'all sit here and says none of that matters. This is the
Yep.
double
They
standard
do. They
people are
do.
pointing
They
out.
do.
And
They
he
say it's
won.
50
And if you're
stats.
going to do a
They say
real
it's 50 stats.
equivalency,
It's all
then
about
you have
winning.
to go back to LeBron versus the Celtics, and you got to go against
LeBron
the
versus
Celtics and the Spurs, because those are the series he lost when they threw certain defenses at him. Right now, if we go and watch that film, will we see him getting
The
guarded
Yeah, but
5-on-1
Warriors were
King
every
Ro, but
play,
King
the
Ro,
like
Warriors
y'all
were
say?
throwing multiple
hold on, but
defensive
King Ro,
schemes at him too.
don't you think it's an unfair comparison when you're comparing
Travel.
Talking about
Jordan first round exit to a LeBron finals exit?
He's in our first round exit. He's a conference final, sir.
I'm talking. No, when you were talking about when he said Jordan
What
was
I
losing
said,
to the
I said
Celtics.
against the Spurs and against the Celtics.
Hold on. When he said when Jordan lost to the Celtics,
They were in the first.
were those first round losses?
No, they were second round losses.
no, they weren't. They were
Lamont,
first
they
round
just
exits.
showed
second round, and
They
one of
just
them was
showed
the
Jordan
conference
flopping,
final.
y'all. They just showed Jordan flopping.
2010 was a second round,
We're
and
talking about Michael
2008
Jordan
was a
losing in the
conference final.
playoffs. Michael Jordan was
Okay.
losing in the playoffs first 3 years in a
All right,
row
hold
in
on,
the
King
first
Ro. Here we
Okay,
go.
round.
Here we go.
we're looking at the
Hold on one
Pistons,
second,
right? This
y'all.
is a
Hold on one
conference
second. King Ro,
finals.
hold on. King Ro, you're confusing what I'm
Oh.
asking you. I said Jordan's losses to the Celtics. What round were they in?
The first round, but I didn't talk about the
Hold on,
Celtics.
King Ro. Hold on. So I said what I'm saying is when we talk about LeBron's losses that typically come way after the first round, most times in his prime, those losses came in the finals. Why did y'all then pretend as if Jordan losing in the first round is equal to anything LeBron did when he lost in the finals, or even in the second round, or even in the conference finals? Because that's where LeBron spent the majority of his early career in Cleveland?
Well, 2 not in the playoffs, which again, I'm not going to go that route. They played in the first round. They played Gilbert's Washington Wizards, right? Twice. One of them,
Okay.
Gilbert wasn't there, right?
What I'm talking to you.
That's
I'm
a
just
false
talking about,
equivalency if you're going to talk about first round and who they played.
King Rowe.
Uh-huh.
I'm not talking about any. You want to hand select years. I'm saying Jordan early on, right? Let's just look at their first 4 years.
I'm actually going 4 years in. Like,
okay, hold on one second, King Rowe. LeBron by his 4th year was sitting in the NBA Finals, and you guys treat that loss to the Spurs as if it's equivalent to Jordan's loss in the first round to the Celtics when it's not. And y'all
Another MJ brick.
And then y'all pretend as if LeBron get into the finals in his 4th year ain't a hellified accomplishment. Like y'all act like, you act like it's just another finals loss. When you're in your 4th year,
wrong. I've actually always complimented him on getting there.
It's the same bum ass thing that LeBron took him to the finals.
Y'all talk about all I'm saying is just like yesterday, when you were applying all this context to Hakeem Olajuwon's first round exits. I never heard you once say, nah, Hakeem just choked. You were saying, nah, Sleepy Floyd this and
that was Tyson. Hold on,
please hold on. Y'all were giving 1,000,001 excuses for Hakeem not getting it done in the first round. And all of a sudden, LeBron gets to the finals. You apply no context. You don't talk about any of the injured players. You don't talk about him having no other superstar help, no other real all-star help on that roster. All you say is he choked against the Spurs with no context, and you ignore the fact that as a 4th-year player, he got his team to the finals against a super team, and the expectation y'all have for him is to go win with a team that wasn't even comparable. The rosters and coaching wasn't even comparable. So why do you do these pretend games with Hakeem Olajuwon when you can look at Hakeem's teams just like y'all were, because y'all did the same thing with
you cook yourself, Lamar. Hold on,
please hold on one second. you just all you do, King Rowe, is you pick and choose when these things matter and when they don't matter. If you're gonna apply the choke label, apply it evenly across the board to everybody that doesn't win a championship. Don't just pick and choose and say Tracy McGrady choked in the first round.
So
please hold on one second. Please hold on.
Hold on, King. Let me have a crack at this.
Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on. You cannot say I never heard you just say, look, Hakeem was choking. You never said that, even though Hakeem was choking, right? All you did was run to the stats and say, oh, he was getting his numbers. It was everybody else's fault. And you had all these excuses. But then when we talk about a player today, it could be anybody. Y'all did the same thing to Tracy McGrady. Y'all were doing it to LeBron. Irregardless of the team, y'all just say they choke. And then you try to pretend. Then the funniest thing about LeBron getting to the finals his 4th year, the funniest thing that you do, King Rowe, is that you pretend as if his roster was stacked and star-studded with super high-caliber players to the point to where you're running around telling us Ilgronis Ilgauskas was this elite, star-studded, all-star caliber player.
What Lamar, he had Drew Gooden.
Yeah, y'all running around talking about. Yeah, I remember King Rowe was like, they had Andrew Varejao. He said Andrew Varejao was it. I'm like, my God, they're going against the Spurs. You need a little bit more than that.
You mean the Spurs who started with Lucio Alberto at center?
So where is the context for LeBron in the finals?
Well, number one, Hakeem made it in his 2nd year, right? You skipped over that. So you just cooked yourself there.
Hold on. Where is the context? We're talking about when Hakeem lost in the first round. He did it for, 4 years in a row? Didn't he miss
4 years in a row, 1 missed playoff. And as I said,
hold on. That's 5 years in a row of complete and utter disappointment.
But after a finals appearance, right?
Right. Okay. When you look at his career in totality, how many first round exits did he have? I think 7 or 8. Correct.
7 and 8. 3 of them as an old motherfucker. One of them with the damn.
He spent the majority of his career losing in the first round or not making.
That's not the majority. He played 19 years.
Hold on. Did he not spend the majority of his career losing in the playoffs?
8 is not the majority of 19.
Hold on. Did he spend the majority of his career losing in the playoffs?
8 ain't happened.
Okay, like everybody else, except for Bill Russell and no Celtics.
Did he spend the
Now what?
majority of his career choking and losing in the playoffs?
Are we moving the goalposts? Is it first round exit or the taking losses, period? He missed the playoffs 2 times. Hold on.
King Rowe.
Okay, let's go.
King Rowe. If LeBron losing in the finals is a massive choke job, then of course any loss to you before the finals in the second round, and no matter where you lose, should be a massive choke job. So that's what I'm talking. When you talking about Hakeem, it was just funny to hear you talk about Hakeem because all his career is filled with is a whole bunch of letdowns, choke jobs, losing the teams he's not supposed to lose to, losing to lower seeded teams time and time again. Yet you guys run around and pretend as if you know the roster, saying his team was trash, acting like Sleepy Floyd wasn't an all-star level player, pretending as if Otis Thorpe wasn't an all-star player, pretending as if Kenny Smith and Vernon Maxwell, Kenny Smith was there during some of those losses too. Yeah, and then I heard some idiot running around talking about, oh, he didn't have no playmaking, a guy that can go get an assist. Good lying asses, man. You had Kenny Smith averaging close to 7 assists a game. He was playing with Sleepy Floyd, who was averaging 6 assists a game. He had plenty of playmaking. Y'all don't. Where is
Sam Cassell?
Was a joke? Where's the Hakeem choke? Where's the Hakeem choke narrative? He had a letdowns in the fourth quarter. He had all.
You don't hear about no
stuff.
choke narrative with him.
It's just crazy, man. How
Lamont, we got another. Yeah, we got another Jordan play driving to the basket, and he ended up with a jump ball. Jordan can't seem to get to the basket for nothing. He's supposed to be the guy who has all the bags.
Again, the Jordan rules are working. Thank you. The Jordan rules are working.
Go back, Wise. Go back more. Go back some more.
Bro, you said the Jordan
when you got a bag, it ain't supposed to work.
Go back. Wait, go back. They're gonna show it to you here. That's the play right there. Jordan gets caught up right here. They go, look, Jordan. Here we go.
Love
Jordan.
it. I love it.
Okay. Good defense, sagging off of him because he can't shoot.
Exactly. Look, what do you do?
Okay, you're good. No, great defense. 3 guys won, right? 3 guys.
Why are you driving into 3 guys? Why are you driving into 3 guys?
He should be able to hit that pull up.
Basketball IQ.
He should be able to hit that pull up.
No, he didn't.
Johnny.
Pull up. He can't shoot.
Why would you throw an elbow when you get your hand on the ball?
Hold on. I thought you said that's how he stopped him.
Jordan should be able to hit that pull up midi.
Okay, so hold on.
Man, I was the first one to let y'all know Jordan.
What are they doing to intimidate Jordan? What are they doing to intimidate him?
They triple team him every time he drives. They're pushing him left every time he drives.
Because he can't shoot.
So pushing him left is intimidation? That's crazy.
Exactly.
Again, the intimidation comes when he gets to the paint. He doesn't get to the paint. You stop him getting the paint. Well, why do you got to foul him if he doesn't get to the part where he's
saying
most
Jordan was
devastating?
mentally weak? You saying he got intimidated by the
Pistons?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
It was successful. It was successful technique. It was successful technique. Look. If I'm Randy, because y'all not gonna follow this either. Because I remember bringing up the big topic.
Yeah, because we're not Zesty Fitness and Rants. We're not the Hungry Man.
I know.
We're not Meltdown Sports. We don't believe in lies.
And you don't let people talk when they pull.
Hold on, I'm gonna let you talk, King Rowe, but this is what you're doing.
You've been talking the whole stream, bro.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna tell you what King Rowe's doing. King Rowe is what he's doing now is he's spending the majority of his time pretending as if his entire
I said what I said.
Okay, King Rowe. I'm gonna let you get the floor. King Rowe right now is pretending that he had a full understanding of what the Jordan rules were, and he understands it was all defense, and that this fouling and elbowing and all this stuff that he paraded around as intimidation was all fake. Because I can play the clip, I can play our whole conversation that people can hear. I can pull it up right now. We can switch from this game and we can pull up our conversation. You were leading with the fouling and the elbowing as the reason, as the deterrence for Jordan. And I had to tell you, no, the Jordan rules was not about fouling. It was real defense. And then from that point forward, then you had to pretend as if you understood the Jordan rules when you don't. I mean, it's okay. I mean,
again, it's wrong.
Do you want me to play our conversation, King Rowe?
What's the point? Again, when you play it, you're gonna understand. You're gonna hear that my partner brought up the Jordan rules, and he tried to explain what they were.
Because you don't know either.
Okay, I got you.
How
Hey,
am
no
I
one
gonna
knows.
let two people? How am I gonna let two people that
On
don't
their
know what the
show.
Jordan rules are explain to me what the Jordan rules are?
On their show. Because you love your soliloquies, Lamont.
Do you want me
And
to play
again,
the conversation thing, bro?
bro, does it matter? I know, again, at the end of the day, hold on, because y'all try to keep me, and again, I said this. I brought up that show. I brought up everything.
All right, I'm just gonna play it. No, we're
Go
gonna
ahead,
see if
play
you
it.
brought up
Play
everything.
it.
Watch this. Hold on, yeah. Now King Rowe is pretending as if he knows what the Jordan rules are. He's trying to say all this stuff. Watch this. Hold on, I might have to download it so I can play it clear. Y'all could go ahead and
Johnny,
keep
is that
on.
good basketball IQ to dribble the 3 defenders?
Of course not. That's
He
why they
should
had
be
to
able to
fire
hit that
Doug
pole at
Collins.
midi.
That's why they had to fire Doug Collins to put in the real offense, because the offense was give it to Jordan and let Jordan finesse it, and Jordan can't finesse a team that's not scared
Well,
of
I'll
him.
tell you one thing. Magic Johnson loved driving in the 3 defenders because he would slice it up with a pass. Put 3 defenders on me. I'm
Are
gonna
you
find a
trying to
guy
say
that does the
Jordan?
basket.
Are you trying to say Jordan had the passing abilities and the vision of Magic Johnson?
No, he didn't. That's why I believe Magic was a
Okay,
better
so, I mean,
player
that's
for
a
a
bad
long
thing.
time.
That's bad. That's like Magic Johnson doing a
Hold on.
fadeaway. That's a bad shot.
Hold on. But when LeBron
That
drives
means
and slices teams up,
LeBron is a better player then.
yeah, when
LeBron
LeBron
is not
drives
the
and
passer
slices
that Magic
people up,
is.
y'all say he's scared of the
He's
Wait,
way
what?
closer to
Oh
Jordan.
no, Lamont. When LeBron can't get to the restricted area, supposedly he sucks. But we just
Yeah,
watched
he ain't got
Jordan.
no bag.
We just
LeBron
watched
get to
Jordan
the
and
restricted
can't get
area.
to the
Oh,
restricted
against the
area
Spurs, right?
in the playoffs. He had
Against the
1
Spurs,
point.
he couldn't get to the restricted area. Against the Celtics.
Lamont, did Jordan have 1 point in a crucial playoff game in the fourth quarter?
No.
Yeah, we watched that
I know
game.
he shot
We
5
watched
for
that game.
15 that game we watched. I know he
1
shot
point.
We
5
just
for
watched that
15.
game. Yeah, he had 1 point, but he also had about 4 or 5 assists in that fourth quarter as well. Because the Jordan rules are working.
Did he get any
Yeah,
steals?
while
Did
they
he
was
block?
blowing layups.
Did
He
they
got
elbow
1
him?
block, 1 steal for the
Did he
game.
shut anybody down? Did he shut anybody down?
No, he didn't.
Hey,
It was a bad game.
He shut
No, he
down
didn't
Joe
choke King
Dumars.
Rowe.
Did he?
I mean, I'm going off y'all logic. Didn't he choke?
If he did, he did. I mean, what do you want from me?
Hey, and where's all this elite on-ball defense you be talking
You
about?
know,
At the
all right,
moment?
wait, Ro. This is what I want from
multiplier.
you, Ro. This is what I want from you, Ro. The next time you have those Zesty Jeffries on your show, remember that you said here on FYF that Jordan choked. Tell them that.
Sir,
How
I
about
tell
that?
the truth.
Go do me that.
Sir,
Tell them that.
one thing I do is I tell
All
the
right.
truth,
Okay,
unadulterated.
I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see that when you have those people on. When you have that grand what's with it, Grand Wizard Ku Klux Klan dude with his afro on
Anyway,
your show.
so come on, my show. I give
And,
y'all credit. Y'all pull
and you
up.
make sure that you remind him that you came on FYF saying, "Yeah, Jordan choked." Okay, all right.
I mean, it is what it is, man. Y'all can take up y'all issues with AOH bro.
Oh,
AOH
you be having the Grand Wizard on your show?
no AOH don't pull up. They don't give me no love. Y'all give me more love than them, so it is what it
I'm
is.
just messing with you, man.
I know.
We trying to teach you basketball, not lies. We trying to teach you basketball, not lies, brother. That's what you're doing.
Okay, no, y'all trust me, bro. Y'all tell a lot of lies. Y'all tell a lot of cap, and y'all tell a lot of half
Wow.
truths. Because again, we were told I was trying to equate Boston to the Spurs to what we're watching now against the Pistons, and you go to the Celtics when you had Orlando Woolridge and Charles Oakley. Okay, cool. I'm talking about when he had Pippen,
He couldn't get above 500.
the grand savior Pippen.
Above 500 when he couldn't get above 500.
Yeah, you're right. Couldn't get above 500 because he played 18 games.
No, he played a full 82 games in 87. They were 40
in
42.
In 87, and they went. After you mean after the great Jerry Krause passed on Karl Malone for Keith Lee?
What?
And Charles Oakley?
Huh?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with Jordan going 40 and 42?
That's
Well,
another
maybe if
excuse,
you had Karl
Johnny.
Malone and Krause was the great
If Jordan has help, he could win. I know you're right. If
like
Jordan has help, he could
anybody,
win.
everybody has to have a great player next to them to win. That's another dumb nigga narrative needs to go away.
So what?
You need to go tell that to the Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizard, not us here.
I think we all agree on that.
LeBron didn't
You
have
have to
great
have
help in
great
07
players
and
around you.
2018.
No one has ever said Jordan won anything by himself, including Jordan.
LeBron made it to the finals by himself, bro.
Like, LeBron had a team around him.
LeBron's
Oh
my
wait,
guy.
LeBron won
In
22
2018?
games. LeBron won
What team in
22 games.
2018?
I won't
Oh
even
wait,
go that
LeBron
far.
won 22 games at 20.
LeBron's my guy.
Year.
I won't even go that far.
Well, hold on. What was the team in 2018?
Jeff Green.
Jeff Green, Rodney Hood, Jordan Clarkson, Larry Nance Jr.
Washed up
Larry
Kevin
Jr.,
Love.
Tristan Thompson, J.R. Smith.
Man,
Kevin
Did you
Love.
just say
J.R.
Tristan
Smith was
Thompson?
past his
You
prime.
said
Yeah,
Tristan
Tristan
Thompson
Thompson, the
averaged
guy
4
he got paid,
rebounds.
got a $40 million
Kevin
contract.
Love was past
He
his
made
prime.
sure he got paid
George
$10
Hill
million
was
a
over the
year.
hill.
Lamont. Remember that one episode you did in December, and we were you were talking about you were talking about the narrative. You actually showed film behind. I think that idiot, that idiot, hold on, that idiot, Mr. Winters was on the panel, and you showed film.
Man, don't
I
make
haven't seen him in a while.
You showed film of how the Spurs played defense against LeBron. They were not going under the screens; they're fighting over the screens because that was the defensive strategy. And Tim Duncan even said something to the effect of, "When LeBron has the ball, all of our eyes are focused on LeBron."
That dude had
Because
the
how
nerve to
good
say
he
that they
is.
was playing man on man against LeBron in
Hold
07.
on. And then on top of that, some idiot, I think it was Mr. Winters, who said that Drew Gooden was balling that whole season. And every time Drew Gooden got the ball, nothing but bricks. Remember that, Lamont?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me play this for y'all.
Drew Gooden shoot about 48%, 46% that year.
Hold on. I'm about to.
No, he was terrible.
I want y'all to listen to this. I want y'all to tell me what y'all think King Rose trying to imply here. All right. Maybe I'm crazy or something.
Chin music, right? So hard fouls to the basket, elbow, stuff like that. That's the answer for a guy who can attack the basket at will.
Who did it make stop driving?
It made Michael Jordan, but it might Michael Jordan stop driving as much.
Oh, you just said
between that, yes.
What did King Rose just say, y'all?
They could be lying.
He said elbow.
This shit is ridiculous, man.
I mean, again, you're going to come up with 30 seconds, like 10 seconds of a 30-minute conversation. That segment alone, cool. You think you have something? You don't. Come on.
Hold on.
By the way, Drew Gooden shot 47% in 2007.
Okay.
So
King Rose,
yeah, he's correct.
You've been exposed.
Let me let it play. Let me let it play some more for King Rose, since you said I'm
49% in the playoffs. He's correct.
Maybe you was trying to say something else.
Attack the basket at will. That's it, right. Right. You know the medicine for a guy like Big Papi, what a pitcher would do. Chin music, right? So hard fouls to the basket, elbow, stuff like that. That's the answer for a guy who can attack the basket at will.
Who did it make stop driving?
It made Michael Jordan, but it might Michael Jordan stop driving as much.
Oh, you just said
between that, yes. See,
if you're hard fouling, that means if you're trying to do it to deter him from doing it anymore.
Yes.
Did it ever stop Jordan from driving?
It stopped him from driving as much because you're
fucking
not
idiot.
That many. No, I'm not a fucking idiot because you're not. Again, you're not. I'm not. It is what it is.
No, you're
again,
fucking. No,
there's
you're
the whole. No, I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm not.
No, you're fucking.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm playing the video. Hold on, y'all.
No, you're
playing
a
the
fucking
video.
idiot.
Your mother.
See, your mother.
Your mother, your mom, your grandmother, bitch.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Don't indulge your.
Hold on, one boy. Hold on, one boy. I'm just playing the video. I'm gonna play a little bit more.
Okay. Again, part of the Jordan rules of the Pistons, and JB, you can attest if you. JB, are you here?
No, I'm here.
We had John Stelly on the show. He explained the Jordan rules on my
again.
show.
Part of the Jordan rules were meant for Jordan to take physical beating.
John Stelly came on my show.
You cannot do this, Lamont.
Did he not? Did he just say the part of the Jordan rules were for Jordan to take physicality?
Yeah. King Rose, just admit it, bro. You've been exposed, bro.
Again, for the 16th time this month.
Now he's trying to pretend as if he knows the Jordan rules was about real defense.
Oh my God, bro.
King Rose, you are exposed. You have
no
argument.
I'm not. Because I know
Lamont, they're good at this.
Yo,
Lamont, they are masters at derailing, deflecting,
yes. Or my own
we
conversation.
are the real fact of
conversation that again. JB brought it up, and JB was trying to explain it, but okay, there we go.
Brought it up.
Okay, hold on, wait. So,
Lamont,
all right,
are you going to get to the part? Are you going to get to the part where I
bro,
said technique and physicality was the essence of what the Pistons did?
Man,
Let's play that part.
It wasn't. It wasn't the essence of what they did. That's the point. You're lying. That's not what
Wait.
did.
So the Pistons now were not a physical defense.
They were.
They're
Okay,
physical. They're a physical
technique
defense.
and physicality. Because I said that also several times. Fucking idiot.
Bro, the Bulls were a physical defense. What does that mean?
King Bro clearly explained. King Bro, what you did was
fucking idiot.
You clearly explained.
I know, fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. You crash out on your own shit, bro.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on.
Shut the fuck up, bitch ass nigga.
Hold
Whoa, all right.
Keyboard gangster.
Jesus Christ. Can y'all
Let's
hold
keep it
on 1 second?
respectful. All right, go ahead, Lamont.
Okay, so all I'm saying is this. Before you went and trying to explain what the Jordan's rules were, you gave us your definition of what physicality was by saying the hard elbows, and these were the things that were used to deter Jordan. And then as we progress to that next part of the conversation, you then tried to explain what Jordan rules were. And you talked about, you said a key element to the Jordan rules were the hard fouls, the elbows, and all that stuff that you were talking about before. And my whole preface in this conversation was saying, no, that is not what the Jordan rules were. No good defense in their right mind is going to run around hacking and trying to knock people out the air. That was the whole premise of this conversation.
As I agree. Sir. Again, I know I said one of the last resorts, if Jordan ever did break it down, was to foul him once he gets to the basket. You're showing where he doesn't get to the basket. Why would you foul somebody if the technique is working? Why would you? Okay, I pushed him left. I got the double team. I'm making him give the ball up. Why would I foul him? Obviously, again, JB bringing it up and saying that the first thing he said
he didn't know what the Jordan rules were.
Okay, he never got a chance to explain what the Jordan rule is because Lamont, we all know you love to talk.
You want me to play it?
I know he never got a chance to explain them.
No, I guarantee you, if we play it, we'll see who's doing all the talking. You want me to play it?
Yeah, you should stick
with
TikTok.
What, bro? It's a 30-minute conversation. You want to take a 30-minute segment and put this that we talked on our show? Anybody that wants to see it can go and watch it themselves. It doesn't.
That's true, Lamont. We really don't want to see them.
We don't. Trust me, I don't like listening to myself talk for 30 minutes, and I can admit that.
All right, thank you. So, can you start now? Can you start right now? Can you start right now?
No, but let's actually have a conversation on what the subject is.
The subject is y'all been lying about Michael Jordan and he choked because he couldn't shoot because he couldn't shoot because he couldn't shoot because he cannot shoot because he cannot shoot the basketball, and you're crying and complaining because you want Michael Jordan to dunk the basketball.
Okay. No,
he's not allowed to. That's what you're basically saying. The Pistons didn't let Jordan dunk, so now Jordan, we have to accept it. That's what you're basically saying, that Jordan couldn't get his dunks off, he couldn't shoot, he couldn't get his teammates off, and his team choked 3 straight years for the same strategy.
He had a lot of assists.
Push him left.
Here's my end of the day narrative, Johnny. My end of the day narrative is the Pistons actually made Jordan a better jump shooter, and it took years for that to happen, but he became a better jump shooter as time went on.
I could agree with that.
No, all he did was go to the league and change rules. All he did was went to the league and change rules so that they could create.
That's another bad narrative, because even Larry Bird complained about the Pistons' physicality.
No, he didn't. No, he never did. Never did. Stop lying.
So Larry Bird never said Bill Laimbeer is out there to hurt people. Larry Bird never got.
Larry Bird never said that.
I thought he said that after his career was over.
He never said, Larry Bird never said the Detroit Pistons were a dirty team. He never said, only Jordan said that. And
he said verbatim, Bill Laimbeer in particular was out there to hurt people. We all know that.
That's not, he said that. He never said that. Y'all just be making stuff lies, man. That's more lies.
All right. At the end of the day, all Jordan did was go to the league and get the flagrant. So now it's the same flagrant foul rule that everybody, because you could get, it was no like a foul, whether you clothesline a motherfucker, elbowed in the face, was just a foul. Now it took to the point where you couldn't step over the line of dirty play, right? That's all the flagrant foul rule did. It put an extra penalty on a foul that's
No,
not a
it gave the
basketball
rule.
play.
It gave the referees more power on how you can play
And
Michael
I
Jordan.
do
That's what
remember
it did.
saying that also protected a lot of other star players in the league as well.
No star needed to be protected, but Mike.
Oh, stop it! See now, Johnny, that's a bad narrative too. Because it was
Wait. Did Larry Bird? Hold on, Roll. Did Larry Bird have trouble beating the Pistons?
Oh, did Larry Bird? Yeah, eventually, yeah. Especially once his back start went down.
He beat them. Okay. Did Dr. J have trouble beating the Pistons?
Are we going to keep me on my mic? He lost to them.
Yeah, because you're not going to let me. I want to make sure you answer the questions, and I want to get the questions off because you don't let people speak. Again, I'm going to ask you again. Did Dr. J have trouble beating the Pistons?
The Pistons weren't the bad boys when Dr. J was still in the league.
Magic Johnson? Did Magic Johnson have trouble beating the Pistons?
Yes, he did.
When?
88, they barely survived. In 89, they got swept.
They beat him, didn't it?
88, they beat him. In 89, they got swept.
Okay, so that means he beat him, correct?
Well, 88, they barely beat them.
Did he beat him? Did they beat him?
Did he have trouble? Yes. If he swept them and swept them
did any one of those guys lose to the Pistons 3 straight years in a row?
Only Jordan.
Before beating them
only
and getting
Jordan's Bulls. I'm sorry, only Jordan's Bulls.
Only Jordan needed the league to save him.
Only Jordan's Bulls. Because Scottie Pippen is an all-time great too, right? Y'all love that narrative.
Why you got to ask Scottie Pippen now? I thought Scottie Pippen
because he's on the team, Johnny. Come on, now don't cook yourself.
See, look, and I cook myself. I told you Scottie was why they won. You never say that. You never admit to that. I always tell you that.
Oh, so I thought because the Pistons got old.
Who said that? I never said. I never used.
Oh no, nobody said that. You don't got 123,000 people in your
never
Facebook.
Used that.
Bro,
never said that.
Always said that if you guys
nobody says it.
King Road, I'm just trying to answer your question so we can move on. Hey, Johnny always says that if you guys say that Scottie Pippen is the reason why they lose, which we all know that a plethora of you guys run around saying that Scottie Pippen won is the reason why. Remember, he had the headache and things of that nature. If y'all say that he's the reason why they lost, then he has to be the reason why they won when they finally got over the hump. Because as you guys say, the one thing that changed dramatically when they finally got over the hump,
Scottie showed up.
Scottie Pippen turned into that all-star caliber player that you've been asking for. So that's all he's always said. So don't bring up Scottie Pippen when you guys never truly believed in him anyway as having a significant impact.
Two things.
Private chat when you get a chance.
Oh, what's it? Two things are true.
Hey, Lamont.
Okay,
Lamont. They looking for Scottie Pippen.
I'm gonna lead y'all to it. Two things are true.
They look at. Hey, Lamont. They looking for Scottie Pippen 16 points per game. That's what he's looking for. Scottie Pippen 16 points per game.
Wait, hold on. What y'all saying? I ain't been here the last few minutes.
Yeah, they say he don't score.
Wait, who y'all talking about? Scottie Pippen?
Damn, they trying to kill you, King Rowe, man. I got some. They just dropping all types of gems in your head, man.
You see it in the private chat, Lamont?
But the thing is Rowe tries too hard to be a basketball fan. It is nothing wrong with watching some film and fucking fuck yo, Rowe. Real shit. Fuck with us. You know we be talking bull.
But bro, you
can't put it on the big
you saw
screen.
me watching film too and calling what I saw, right?
Chill. Hold on. All you gotta do, yo, Lamont, I ain't gonna front. Yo, hey, Johnny, I was wrong. You know what I mean? I'm gonna start fucking with y'all. Start fucking watching some of this film, so one boy don't be jumping on me every time I say something and all that.
Johnny, you see that? You see that, Johnny?
That's it. That's all you got to do.
I had that. I was gonna bring it up myself, but I don't need to do
Y'all
this.
bring this up a million times.
Showing Jordan choke is enough. They seen the film, the eye test. We know they can't read anyway, so why are we showing this? They can't read.
Wait, Johnny, last time you said Jordan fans are criminals. Now they can't read?
Oh, trust me, there's more to the stories when we talk as SDJ.
Look at that picture. He had to go for Jordan got that dirty South nigga nap brain. He had to go for it. Yeah, bro, that shit out. You had nigga naps.
King Rowe, do you remember this coming out? Do you remember Jordan crying to David
Of course, y'all shown that only 20,000 times in every LeBron James Senate group.
So let me ask you. So when we watch those games, right? So how do you feel? So this is where I want you to just kind of just give me your opinion. We've kind of covered two games where Jordan obviously kind of choked up in the series, didn't play as clutch as we wanted him to. But the one thing that we do know is when that series was over, and we've watched the games, we didn't see a ton of physicality. We didn't see that the Pistons were out to hurt him. But after Jordan lost, Jordan used the excuse that the Pistons were out to hurt him, even though when we watch the games, we don't see a Pistons team out there to hurt him.
You're watching 89, right?
Hold on one second. What I'm saying, King Rowe, is we don't see a Piston team that's out there to hurt him. They're just playing good defense.
Which I can agree with in 89.
So how do you now feel about Jordan's claims that the Pistons were out to hurt him? Does it change your approach to this Jordan's tough mentality? Does he now seem a bit more soft and sensitive?
Not exactly, because this is 88. This is 88. You know I know this is 88? Hold on, you know I know this is 88? Because I'm reading the article and Oakley's on the team.
Okay,
so what we watch
hold on, King Rowe. We shouldn't have to pull up games from 88 to show you that the Pistons were not hurting Jordan, because I'm almost 1,000% positive I could pull up a playoff game from 88 and it'll look just like 89. We won't see anybody beating up Jordan, knocking him out there, killing him, or doing anything like that.
Lamont, the second row of paragraphs right before the last paragraph, it says, meanwhile, Dantley and teammate Isaiah Thomas thought that the Bulls, especially Jordan and Collins, overreacted. Quote, every top player is going to take lumps and get knocked to the floor. They are showing you that you get knocked to the floor. They didn't do nothing special against Jordan. That happens to any small guy going to the paint. So Jordan was the only one complaining. You hear Isaiah Thomas and Dantley not complaining, saying that's just a part of the game. Jordan was the only one who was acting like it wasn't, because he kept choking. He couldn't beat him. They punked him 3 years in a row.
Is Jordan soft?
Again,
according to you, King Rowe, was Jordan soft?
Nah, man. No, I'm not going to go that far.
What?
Go that far.
Was he mentally weak?
No, I'm not going to go that far, because again, he averaged 30-something a game in these series.
No.
So wait, no, because again, if LeBron complained about anything, would he be averaging 30 points a game?
Talk about LeBron.
No, because y'all brought up LeBron several times. So don't do it when you want to, and then when I do it, I can't do it.
Okay,
you know, as far as Mr. KKK,
at least answer the question before you bring up LeBron.
Jordan wasn't soft, because throughout that, whatever you complain about, he scored 30 points a game.
Do you want me to play a game from 88 just to maybe reinforce?
Look, we could do this on another.
Yeah, Lamont, bring it up, Lamont, because that's the worst choke job ever. That's the worst choke job ever for a superstar.
Which game is Johnny?
1985. You can pick anyone. Game 4. I think you got game 3 on your channel. I think you got game 3 on your channel.
When they was moving weight back in 88, Jordan was out there choking. I'm going home and I'm smoking.
I like that one because I've used that on you, Wall Boy. That's a good one. That was a good one.
Jordan was crying. You never got no kind of clips of LeBron.
In '88, Jordan was getting chased to his building, calling my crib, and I ain't even give you my numbers. Come on, man.
That's it.
Look, I'm a Knicks fan, bro. I wanted the Knicks to beat this nigga. So at the end of the day, and I hope we got Marcus Smart. That's all I got to say, man.
Oh, I'm glad you said that, because I actually did, for some stupid reason, watch one of your episodes, and you said, and I quote, the 1996-97 season, and you said this to Lamont directly.
Yes.
Michael Jordan feared the Knicks during the 1996-1997 season.
Michael Jordan thought the Knicks were coming for them, the Bulls. Yes, he did.
He did not.
What were the Knicks' record against the Bulls that season, sir?
3-1. But guess what? I'm glad you said that.
You think Mike was one of the guys that think they took that lightly?
No. Let me answer the question. It was 3-1, but guess what? everyone knows regular season records.
See, that's the Mike didn't think that way. See, that's the thing, sir. Mike did not think that way.
I'm going to answer the question.
Stop that, bro. When people are talking, bro,
Damn, shut up.
I know where he's going. I know where he's going.
I don't care. I get to answer the question however I want to answer the question.
Go ahead.
Just because you have a winning record in the regular season does not mean that has an impact on the playoffs.
Very possible. Very possible.
Wait. It's possible, but it's not. Oh, that's not the likely outcome.
Mike did not think that way.
I'm going to tell. No, here's why. Do you know the 94-95 Magic? They swept the Houston Rockets in the regular season.
Okay,
what was
cool.
that? What was wait, hold on. Wait. What was the outcome in the NBA Finals, sir?
The sweep went the other way, but that's 2 games.
Wait. And then, no. I got another one.
Come on, man.
2011. The Miami Heat faced the Chicago Bulls 4 times in the regular season. What was the Miami Heat's record against the Chicago Bulls?
Oh my God! Are you really coming? No, stay in that era.
0-4.
I'm saying whatever era I want. No, I'm going to answer the question how I want to answer the question.
0-4.
The question I want.
Yeah, he was
you answer the question and answer it yourself.
No. It was 4-0. The Chicago Bulls swept the Miami Heat in the regular season. The playoff outcome.
And ain't that why Rose going to MVP?
Just because you are successful in the regular season, does that mean that it translates to the fucking playoffs?
Okay, cool. I get that part. But do you understand Michael Jordan didn't think that way? Do you understand that Michael Jordan did not want to lose against quarters against the wall? Michael Jordan didn't want to lose anything.
So that
Michael Jordan took everything personally. So if you're talking about Michael Jordan,
quarters in the wall.
What I said about Michael Jordan's opinion, sir.
He never ever lost
I'm
to
gambling
fucking
again.
Playoffs. Ever.
He said
You're right, he did it. And that
Larry Johnson
team in 97 was when Jordan fell with Allen Houston.
Larry Johnson was past his prime. Allen Houston was a good player, but he was not an all-star player yet. Patrick Ewing was no longer the same player.
They weren't even better than the Heat.
Patrick Ewing was tons better than Luke Longley in 1997. Come on, Johnny. You already know that the Knicks were up 3-1 and about to smack the Heat until fucking TJ Brown threw a pitch fit and threw water into the goddamn thing and got our whole team suspended. Again, look, you might feel that way. Again, Michael Jordan said that I can find the quote.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Michael Jordan actually said that he believed in 97 the Knicks was
more MJ choking. And Lamont, remember, we're supposed to be hard elbows.
This is 88. This is 88.
Yeah, this is 88. Charles Oakley's right there. Charles Oakley's right there.
Now,
watch
King
this.
Bro,
Watch this physicality.
I want you to help us find physicality.
Oh my God! So
this is when Jordan complained.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna just sit here and watch this game.
Yes, because you said Jordan. This is the GOAT.
I just went to a random portion in the game.
I guarantee you go to 07. We're not gonna see LeBron looking horrible like Jordan is.
And we're also not gonna see him getting guarded 5-on-1 on every play, right? We're not gonna see that either.
You saying Jordan's getting guarded 5-on-1?
That's what y'all say. They guarded him 5-on-1 all game long. That's what y'all say.
No, that's what Tim Duncan said.
Oh, no, so no LeBron sexual has ever said they guard him 5-on-1.
Tim Duncan said it.
What about what the
Tim Duncan said?
Look, there goes Jordan right there. Lamont, right there. Where's the elbow right there? Jordan lost the ball. Look, going straight to the basket.
Lamont played the film. And go ahead.
Right there. You got it. Don't worry. Keep you good. You good. Watch this. Bang. All right. So they hit the shot.
All right. So did Jordan drive? Jordan drove.
Yeah, Jordan drives to the basket
and he wound up on the floor.
And he dribbles the ball out of bounds. So
okay.
All right, let's see. Hold on. Let's see the physicality.
Here we go. Boom. Where's the physicality? Look. Boom.
Well, he got tripped. He did get tripped.
He got tripped. Yeah, because he sucks. He can't dribble. He can't go left. He can't go left. He's a nightmare going left.
No, look at
that.
Look, I don't know why he's
a nightmare going left. It's a nightmare going left. When LeBron goes left, it's a dream come true.
Oh shit!
Look at Jordan getting cooked by 2 years.
He touched the earth.
I think he made his man pass the rod.
No, he touched the earth, man.
No, oh my God!
Okay. All right.
That's bad, King.
Edwards was
This is what we do. Actually, again, and Lamar will act like he don't got this shit queued up because he knows Jordan touched the earth. He knows Jordan touched the ground, so Lamar will act like this is random.
Lay off Jordan.
Come on, Lamar. You look, Lamar. You ain't slick,
Lay
nigga.
off Jordan.
I know, y'all. How did he drop? How did 2 Bulls get dropped in one play?
Because you know what? Because the Pistons had some fucking handle. That's why they had bags.
Lamont, you know
Dumars and Isaiah had bags.
Touch the earth. Look at Paxson. Touch the earth.
Oh, come on, boy. Of course, you know the white boy gonna get dropped.
And the Bulls had the #1 defense this year.
Damn.
The Bulls had the #1 defense this year.
Yep.
Oh, this is '88, right? Didn't this year he won Detroit? Oh, maybe that had something to do with it.
Yeah, he choked. It's the year he choked. You're right.
Okay, against a great team, against a great all-time team, right?
No, they had no all NBA, no all defensive players on this roster. That's not all
year they edited his stats too.
They edited the stats.
They became great beating Jordan.
You just said the Bulls were the #1 defense in the league with a rookie Scottie Pippen who didn't even start.
Yeah,
they probably messed up them stats too. They probably fiddled with them stats.
They fiddled with the whole team stats too, just to make Jordan.
Every time Jordan loses, it's Scottie Pippen's fault. Every time.
I didn't know. No, I actually said he won Detroit, and you just said they were the best defense in the league. Which again,
they were the best defense in the league. They had.
Then that would justify Jordan getting Detroit, right?
I guess that is what you want to say.
They weren't because Bill Cartwright was an outstanding shot blocker. They weren't because of a rookie Horace Grant.
Bill Cartwright wasn't on this team.
Oh, you're right. You're completely right. That's Brad Sellers standing out there. I know. I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, so I can't see the skinny tall bum playing center for Jordan because Jordan never had an all-time great big man.
You know the year, so don't use who you can't see.
Who's the all-time great big man on Detroit? Bill Laimbeer? Bill Laimbeer?
Right.
Robert
Sally and Edwards. Hold on. Didn't what's they say? Sally was cooking Kobe? So y'all can't keep the narratives y'all only want.
John Sally was not an all-time great. Stop it.
Well, he was cooking Kobe.
Sally's an all-time great.
Oh my God, bro.
He was cooking Kobe. Okay, he's not an all-time. Okay, wait a minute.
Where's the whole five? Oh wait, Lamont. Look, Lamont.
My narrative got exposed. It's not my narrative.
Rewind that, Lamont. Go ahead. 10 seconds. Here you go. Watch Jordan go to the lane. Nobody fouls him.
Your narrative got exposed.
Because they're not my narrative, sir.
Can y'all, when we going through the film, can y'all just let us go through the film and then we can
watch MJ smoke this brick, ladies and gentlemen. Watch him smoke this brick. No foul, no hard, nothing. Watch this. Go ahead, Lamont. Play right there. You at the right spot.
Hold on. There it is.
Here you go. Look, Jordan going left. Look, brick. Smoke at the rim. Look.
Hold on.
Against Laimbeer.
The hard foul.
Against Laimbeer. Rudy Gobert sending that shit, nigga.
No, Rudy Gobert definitely.
Hassan Whiteside putting that in the third row.
Oh my God! Look.
No, you know Hassan Whiteside gonna grab that shit like a rebound.
Bang! Look, they just killing the Bulls. Look at that, Isaiah Thomas. That's supposed to be Jordan sticking
there.
One
more offensive possession. Let's see. Oh, the Bulls getting cooked now. Damn, it was just a close game.
No, because Jordan ain't doing nothing. Jordan choking.
Johnny, no.
Is this
the ultimate
Jordan that won every award?
Every award. This is the Jordan that was the MVP, the Defensive Player of the Year, All NBA First Team, All Defensive First Team, All-Star Starter, All-Star MVP, the league scoring champ, the steals champ.
and put up 45 in the first round while Scottie saved the win champ.
Exactly. And then come into this series versus a team with no all NBA player, no all defensive player on their roster, put up 27 points and choked 3 straight games in a row.
Oh my God. Wow. He put up only 27. He was horrible.
You just said 45. That's a
45
big
against the Cavs, which I
go to 17. Okay, if you need 45 to win, what's 27 going to do you? Give you an L. That's choking, sir. Jordan between 1987 and 1990 played in 9 playoff games. 6 of them, he averaged over 40 points per game altogether. And only against the Detroit Pistons that he couldn't score 40 because he got punked. Look, it's 2 minutes left.
Don't you think scoring 40 is kind of too high of a standard that you?
He was averaging 35.
They made the right play, right? But Paxson spoke the
averaging 35, ladies and gentlemen.
We're only looking for the hard foul.
Where's his 35?
Why would you hard
No, I
foul
agree.
him?
He
Why would you hard
underperforming.
foul him when
40
he passes the Paxton?
If he has 35 this game, his team's in it. He only had 25.
I'm just trying to find one hard
That's
foul.
it.
We haven't seen one hard foul.
That's
on
what they say about LeBron, right? If LeBron scores 2 more points, they would have beat San Antonio. And if Jordan had 10 more points, his team would be in this game. But look at him choking. Look at him. Not even looking for the ball. Look at him. Not looking. Look at him. Then go blame his teammates afterwards. That's what he go do. Go to the media and tell us it was his teammates' fault.
That was Pippen driving.
Hey, yo,
Let's see if they can get it back. Let's see if they can get it back.
You know Herm ain't gonna
Herm
put up with something like this.
Herm was here already.
Herm's at his job. He can't quit his job because he's
Let
not
me give a shout out real quick. Let me give a shout out.
Ajadi, you're so petty for that, Ajadi.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Please.
Oh, I remember everything, ladies and gentlemen. They say Michael Jordan and Kobe's great for remember every little petty shit y'all say, right? But when I do it, all of a sudden, I'm just being petty. I'm just being Kobe mentality, Mamba mentality. Every time you say something, I remember it.
All right,
hold on
1 second. Let me give
hold
on 1 second, please. Hold on 1 second, please. Let me give a shout out to that dude, Chris, for the $4.99 super chat. He says, "Goated stream," and then shout out to Tay Hundley with another super chat, $5. He says, "Where the skills that everyone say MJ have? All I see on this video is him going right." And that is a fact, man. Like I say, they don't like playing the games because the games completely contradict the myth.
It sure do.
These games don't show the physicality. They don't show the hard fouls.
All of them
They don't
highlights.
show the bruising big man. All we've seen in all 3 games that we've seen is we've seen a whole bunch of big men that fade away and take jumpers. Bill Cartwright, James Edwards, John Sally, all the big men. I mean, all they've been doing is fading away, taking jumpers. None of them are bruising. None of them are going on inside, being a force. I mean, there's a reason why Shaq was able to come walk right in and shit on all the 90s bigs. Because, again, all they did was shoot fadeaways. That's all we're seeing. And with Jordan's defense was very simple. When you talk about Jordan, when you talk about having a bag, they were able to guard Jordan 5 feet off, defending him, 5 steps off of him because he couldn't shoot. That's how you guard a player.
That's how you guard a player that can 18 points. Not somebody with 25 again.
Ajadi Lamont, I can only imagine. I can only imagine what Kyrie would do to this defense.
So there's no physicality. There are no hard fouls. Jordan really only went to cry about the Pistons because he couldn't beat them. He didn't cry because there was actual physicality or hard fouls. He only cried to David Stern because he couldn't beat him. And that team really only took a turn for the best when Scottie Pippen activated. That's really it. I mean, y'all just have to give Pippen credit.
And King
Rose been up here trying to do his best to discredit him.
Let's accept the fact each and every last one of your narratives got exposed, and that's just the end. Just accept it.
My narratives is the truth, sir. At the end of the day, all of that happened. All of it. You
the hard fouls? What game?
Hard fouls happen, sir.
So give me the game where the hard fouls existed, and I'll pull that game up.
I'm not going. Like, I don't have them. So,
give me one game.
Oh my god,
bro! Oh your god! Again, you're gonna sit there and tell me the Pistons never fouled anybody hard? Come on, bro. I'm not.
I said no. King Rowe. We were specifically talking about how the Pistons slowed up Jordan. You said with elbows and hard fouls and knocking.
I said with the Jordan rules, which relied on technique
we just played the audio
and intimidation.
Hold on.
That's what I said.
When you played King Rowe's audio, what did he say?
He said
about the Jordan rules.
He said hard fouls and
elbows.
And elbows. And
knocking him to the ground. He did not say anything about defense.
Okay.
No, we just
played it. I did say, Lamont, because again, I did say technique, intimidation, and physicality. I said that. I said all 3. I said it multiple times.
Johnny, you've talked to King Rowe a lot like I have.
Mm-hmm.
We do this a lot where when he's wrong, he'll try to attach himself to your talking points and pretend as if he's been saying that the entire time.
Oh my God.
I told you they do that, Lamar. I told you that's why they did.
And I also said the first thing I said to you in that same stream is we agree on 90% of everything we talk about.
That's
Hey,
just
bro,
you trying
hey,
to
bro,
attach
did you
yourself
take,
to me.
hey, bro, did you take your gloves off today? Bro, you took your gloves off today?
Yeah.
Hold
I
on,
did
bro.
yesterday. I did yesterday when you backstage me 4 times, nigga. Get out of here. You tell me, Captain said you didn't backstage me 4 times. Yo, it's all good, man. It's all
Lamont.
look. End of the day, I
Do you have
respect
your
your
Cash
guys.
App up, Lamont?
No, I only have PayPal up right now.
As I say, I like
Text me your
defeating
PayPal,
all
Lamont.
dumb narratives, no
You said
matter who
text
gives
me?
them.
Yeah. Text me your PayPal info.
Oh, I got you.
See, unlike you, Zesty Jeffries, y'all tell us go watch 07. We go watch 07 and we know exactly
Hey,
what
so
we're going to
King
see.
Rowe. Hey, King Rowe.
Please
So
shoot
when
me a
did
text
Jordan
real quick
become
so
the
I can
best
see
player
your
in the league?
message at the top of my thread.
You said what, Lamont?
I said text me so I can see your message at the top of my thread because I got like
All right,
3,000 missed messages.
I'll text
Hey,
you
King
shortly.
Rowe.
Yeah, you asked. I heard what you asked me. I would say 1989, 90.
Okay.
Does that suffice? Or you want to challenge it?
Oh,
Hold
no,
on,
I'm
what was the
asking what you
question?
think because I thought you were finna say 88 or something when we can clearly see he wasn't the best in the world at that point.
I mean, he was the MVP and the decoy.
He was, bro, his offensive game wasn't nearly as polished as guys like
No,
Bird.
it would later be more polished. Again, as I said many times, the Pistons forced him to become a better jump shooter. A lot of
No,
people.
they did. He just shot more. Stop lying, man.
Now he just shot more. He shot more in the early. He shot more these years than he did when he started winning championships.
That nigga jump shot was broke. We just listen, man. Y'all not gonna tell me shit. I go back and watch all the Johnny shit because I'm going to use it against all you niggas because I know you don't watch that shit. I was watching that shit, looking at Travis' face. He was turning red when that shit was on. We watched that nigga shoot 5 for 19. All bricks. That nigga didn't have no jump shot. It was
Who
two jump.
they playing
Hold
against?
on,
The
let me
Knicks?
talk. Yo, bro, listen. Bro, I don't know what you. I don't know if you work in the barber shop where y'all niggas is just used to interrupting niggas all the time when they talk. But you have a bad habit of that shit, fam. Every time somebody get you a grown ass man. Why niggas got to tell you about your etiquette? That's what I be talking
Wait a
about
minute.
with you
You
niggas.
soliloquy for 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Bro,
Even
hold on. Can I say one thing? Can I please say one thing? Hero. Hold on. And I'm not trying to rag on you or nothing. Have you ever timed yourself when you go on your soliloquy?
Yes, on my own show. Yes, I do.
Okay, no. The best episode, King Rowe, and I just want you to. I mean, again, I'm not trying to rag on you. Remember when you had Go James Kingdom on your show?
Yes, sir.
Guest? I just want you to rewatch that show.
I watched it several times.
No, what I want you to watch is the imbalance of who's talking, and I want you to use this as an example as to why people say you go on long soliloquies.
Which I can admit.
I can play it. I mean, I could play it. You want me to play it?
No, I mean I can admit that. But I'm the one. Hold on. Usually hold on. Usually I'm the one talking. And Johnny, did you get a lot of time to talk when you were on my show? You didn't?
For me?
Yeah.
For me?
Yeah, no, I mean,
No, of course I didn't. I was on your show for like 2 hours. I was just listening to you talk for like an hour and a half.
Bro, okay, how many subjects did we
And I
talk
don't mind.
about?
It's your show. That's what I was there for. But
Question, Johnny, how many subjects did we cover in those 2 hours?
With you? Oh my God, 1,000.
Okay, so we got a lot of subjects in. We segued from one to
you
the
got,
next.
You got a lot of subjects in. I was just listening. I was just listening, brother. Like I always do. I just sit there and listen and be respectful. When you told me, you asked me a question, I responded. I dropped my knowledge to the point you had people upset with you. You only let me talk for like 15 minutes.
No, now people were upset with me.
I'll do
you were the one going at Philip Fry. Philip Fry, you know.
Lamont, I'll do you
I go in on all Zesty Jeffries. I love it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I know y'all love
Johnny,
taking the narrative. It was me, you, and C-Dub. C-Dub got some in. Again, C-Dub knows that's my show. He knows I'm the talker. Again, we went from the finals that was going on. We were reacting to the finals. I talked about it.
Why do you keep saying we?
We, because Johnny did get plenty of chance to talk. He's capping. He's capping to put on for y'all. It's all good.
Lamont,
If we was 2 hours, he got 45 minutes.
What's the, hold on? What's that?
Lamont, I'll do you one better, Lamont. I'll do you
What
one
you
better.
got?
The episode when you were talking about how when King Rowe lied, saying LeBron never takes accountability. That one specifically.
And I got 17 seconds that goddamn day.
What?
That is not true.
That is not. Stop
You
lying.
were muting me every 5 seconds, bro.
This is what Long Boy was talking about. Stop lying.
Yeah, bro, we was all on the show that day. I was up there.
And I got muted every 5 seconds.
But bro, there is no reason for you to have to lie to niggas you do not know about basketball, bro.
As I said, LeBron still don't take accountability. He still don't take accountability because he's acting like Jeannie Buss lied to him. You said this yourself, Johnny. Come on, bro.
Lamont gave you 13 examples of him taking accountability.
And as
so
I
how
said,
did he not take accountability?
He's going to find written statements.
Then to make it worse, when he did prove to you that he does take accountability, you said, "Well, but yeah, it was scripted." Oh my gosh.
I said LeBron was media. I said LeBron is very media trained. He's not going to sit on. He's not going to sit post game he's not going to sit post game and throw his teammates under the bus for the print media.
So when does he not hold accountability then?
When he comes on podcasts and he comes after the fact and he
when
gets
does LeBron come on
frustrated.
podcast?
Exactly.
Oh, you mean his podcast, the one that you shouldn't be watching because you don't like him?
Which I don't watch, but goddamn,
but you know what he be saying on his own podcast?
They know when LeBron drops the show before I do. Like
because they react to it. So guess what? LeBron is feeding those guys, the angry old hoops. He's feeding everybody. So guess what? Maybe LeBron just zip it.
I warned you. I warned you about hanging out with people in blackface. I keep telling you about that.
No. But hold on, y'all got to peep though, because when he came onto the panel that day, he was like, "Yo, I don't like LeBron." Lamont was just like, "Yo."
I said I don't like his fans and him because
that's not what happened. Let me finish.
You don't like LeBron?
You were so thirsty that you was ready to answer the question, and Lamont was like, "Hold on, I was talking to her."
That's true.
He was like, "Oh yeah, okay."
Yeah, you asked it to her before I got on the
go ahead
You
and
were
answer
so
the question.
thirsty to answer the question that you thought he was talking to you, and he clearly said,
No. He asked it to her before I got on the panel specifically.
No, nigga, no, he didn't. He
did not.
On the panel, nigga.
Okay.
Yo, you are on the panel.
All right.
With niggas that was on the panel that day.
And I was on the panel.
But you want us to remember. You want us to take your word for basketball serious about 30 years ago. You don't remember what happened 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
okay.
Hey, Lamont, remember that episode with King Rowe lied again?
Why they own you so hard?
I mean, it just looked like this is the he said, she said. I know what happened. My memory is a lot better than some of you guys.
When he said Niang ran from half court to 3-point line for a game-winning three with 0.1 seconds.
And looked down at his foot and looked down at his foot
out there too.
And looked down at his foot and missed the shot. He looked down at his foot and missed the shot.
Oh, we pulled the film on that too, man.
Yeah, Lamont. So if you want to, I sat there and admit, okay, the distance that he went back, but the point is, he looked down at his foot to make sure he had a 3 when he only needed a 2. So he should have just concentrated on making a shot. You didn't see him look down at his feet.
We played the film. We played the film, King Rowe.
Yeah, I get it, but he looked down at his foot and he missed the shot.
No, that's not.
He looked down at his foot and he missed the shot. That's one of the issues that coaches have with the 3-point shot.
He didn't.
Concentrate on making the shot, not whether it's a 3 or a 2.
You're not going to get away with lying again.
That same day I admitted I was wrong on the distance he ran. All right. Look, I'm not going to argue with a man that I know what happened. Come on, bro.
You don't know you don't because we watched the film.
I said I was wrong on the. Unlike you guys, I can admit when I miscalculate something. Y'all never.
No, you didn't miscalculate. You just flat out lied. You said he ran from half court.
He looked down at his shot. Clyde Frazier said that himself. He's more worried about what the shot was because Clyde Frazier is a guy who never played with the 3-point shot, and he's in the Hall of Fame. And he said Niang was more worried about whether he had taken a 3 when he only needed a 2 to win the game. And that's part of the reason that coaches of the old school had problem with the 3-point shot.
You're lying again. Juan Boys, you got to say something about what's that dude's name with the
All
fucking
right.
under?
Because of idiot. That's why they got him for a
Next, you got to
point
say.
shot.
Next,
Craig
you got to say
Mikowski,
D'Antonio
hold on. Did
Winfield had a great turnaround
I
shot.
let Johnny show actually have a good game? Actually have a nice step out.
Listen, that's what
Next,
you
he's
went
got to
over.
say
You went over
D'Antonio
like
Winfield had a great turnaround jump shot too.
Oh,
Huh?
D'Antonio Winfield was all right. He was all right.
Oh my! All right.
He made the league. Now, see, I don't like to call players bum, but D'Antonio Winfield was.
That's enough. Hey, Lamont, what do you want to say? What else do you have to say? That's enough.
We don't have to keep killing King Girl. I know he said a lot of
You'll never kill me because I stand on 10 toes, bro.
I want. Wait a minute. I need. Wait a minute, Lamont. I need.
I'm gonna call an NBA player a bum, standing around a bunch of guys that dream about getting to the league once upon a time.
Hey, listen, Lamont. I need my flowers, Lamont. I need my flowers, Lamont. Who was the only person? Who's the only person you ever heard come out live and tell people Michael Jordan choked 3 straight years in a row?
I did first, and I heard it from you first.
Okay.
I definitely heard. Now, the only thing I did know is that Jordan kept losing a lot. I didn't know how he was losing. You definitely were the first to really expose that, because now that I see that fourth quarter, like I didn't know he had a fourth quarter in a crucial game like that. And if they want to call what maybe LeBron or some of these players that they have done choking, that definitely classified as a choke.
Wait, King Rose, did Jordan choke?
That wasn't Jordan's best. Clearly, it wasn't Jordan's best.
No.
I'm not going to say
Jordan choke. Did he choke?
I'm not going to say a man that averaged 30 points a game choked.
No, but did he, when scoring 1 point in the fourth quarter of a playoff game, it's not choking?
Did he choke defensively? Did he choke defensively?
What? Did he choke defensively? No.
He got barbecued
He was
by
getting
Benny.
cooked in the fourth quarter. He was getting cooked in the fourth quarter. How did he choke?
I don't. Look.
We just watched it. We refreshed your memory, King Rowe.
It's only viewed as choking because of points and
King Rowe
shots. That's the only way.
I mean, come on, you got to fly the same logic, because y'all will say LeBron's stat sheet bails him out. Y'all say not just LeBron, but anybody else stat sheet bails him out.
No.
We're just
forget what everybody else said.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. The Pistons successfully guarded him, and they guarded him cleanly.
Bro, come on, bro. So did LeBron choke in 2011?
Yo, he's not going to say it.
LeBron clearly choked in 2011. LeBron admits LeBron choked in 2011.
Who's defense was worse? 88 Jordan or 2011 LeBron?
I will give you. Hold on. I will give y'all something. That was Jordan's frozen one moment. That was definitely Jordan's frozen one moment. Jordan was a little frozen.
He had a couple more, but Scottie Pippen ended up saving him, so no one remembered it. But he had a couple more worse than that.
Well, why didn't Scottie? If Scottie was the guy y'all said he was, why didn't he save him in '89?
Hold on. Who do we say he is?
Y'all said he was the guy that got Jordan out of the first round.
He was.
No, what we
did.
Okay.
Well, he did.
He did a couple times, like first.
He did, but Jordan averaged 45 to his 10. He did with a 0 point game 1. I know he had 19 in game 5, but Jordan had what, 40?
No, he didn't. He had 24 in game 5, and he was the player of the game.
Okay, and how many did Jordan have in game 5?
39.
Okay.
Why are we settling this based off of points? What, just points?
But who was the player of the game?
Not score.
Scottie was great.
Player.
Scottie was.
Okay.
Yeah, this is when they were still calling him Scott Pippen.
What the?
So what is that? Who cares what they were calling him? Like,
I'm just saying.
That's what I say. He gives you a whole bunch of pointless information.
Really? I give you a bunch of pointless information. Y'all don't do the same shit.
So King Rowe, are you going to say Michael Jordan? Are you going to say
now we got to make fun of him?
So are you going to?
You capping, bro? King Rowe cap.
Okay. Game 6 versus the Pistons. Who won that game? And 07. Game 6, who won that game?
Oh, LeBron, clearly.
So Booby Gibson with 32 points on 9 shots didn't win that game?
Was Booby Gibson player of the game?
Was he? I don't know. I don't know if they gave player of the game back.
Was that an elimination game? Win or lose, do you go home?
No, that was a closeout game.
Oh, okay. So that's not like Jordan's situation where
Now,
you win and
now
go
what did
home.
LeBron do the
But
day
y'all said,
before when he
but y'all
scored the
said
last
LeBron got
29
there
and
by
34?
himself,
Here you
and
go
Boobie
lying
Gibson scored
again.
32 points on
Here
9
you go
shots.
lying again.
But what did LeBron
That
do the game
I go
game
before?
with
lying
Detroit was
again.
not a
What?
closeout game. They closed it out in Cleveland.
No, I'm talking about game 6.
Versus Detroit, LeBron,
Yeah.
the cat. They closed it out in
That
Cleveland.
was in Cleveland.
Yeah, no, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
and
That
that was the
in
game.
Detroit.
No, Juan boy, that was the game. LeBron James told Boobie Gibson, "Get ready, they're gonna double team me. I'm gonna get you a lot of shots,"
Oh,
and he
okay.
did.
So
Yeah, that was
LeBron gets
game
credit
6
for
in
Boobie.
Cleveland.
He said that. That's what
Boobie did
LeBron.
two
That's
things
what
in
LeBron
life:
said.
marry
That's
Keisha Cole and get 32 points in that game. But
Nobody
y'all
care
still gonna
about
get at LeBron. I
They
guess
talking about
LeBron hooked him
Keisha
up with
Cole.
Keisha Cole too.
Oh,
Bro, so you gonna say
Lamont,
LeBron
They
didn't
did
create
go
for
you know
all
what?
hold
out
on.
Lamont,
with
even
this shit.
in Lamont in that game that we were just watching, this is what they were putting in the papers right afterwards.
Damn.
He
Hold on. Can I ask King Row one question? King Row,
Go ahead, man. You love asking me questions. I love it.
who would you have? So, who would you swap? Like, if you could, if they're both in their prime, would you trade a prime Larry Hughes or Boobie Gibson for Scottie Pippen?
Knowing him's gonna
Prime
say
for prime? No, of course not.
Okay,
But who
what
they
about a
became or who
young?
they were at a certain time are
Hold on.
different things.
What about a young Scotty? 88, 89 Scotty.
That based on what I saw, probably not. I don't cap. That's obvious.
Okay,
Because again, you have
as
to
a
project what Scotty
player,
will become.
as a player, where do you feel Boobie Gibson kind of capped as a player? Like, how would you describe him as a player based on where he capped out as a player?
He was a good big shot maker. I mean, pretty much was what
You would call Boobie Gibson a great big shot maker.
basically like a different version of the John Paxson, maybe. Yeah,
You would call Boobie Gibson another version of John Paxson.
Wow.
Kick him out.
Why? Why not one in the biggest moment to get a team to the finals? I mean,
These are what he do in the biggest moments,
bro. Wait, are you telling me a '90s player? Hold on, you telling me a '90s player better than a 2000s player?
No, I'm just asking you. I mean, for what they did in their roles, because we know it. Paxson was elite in his role. Kerr was elite in his role. Pippen was elite in his role. Would you say that Boobie Gibson was elite in his role?
Elite in his role? No. But he had a little sort of a different
that
role.
Right there is the biggest separator for the role players and stars around Jordan versus the role players around LeBron. A lot of the guys around LeBron rarely ever were elite in their roles until he got like really good players like the D Wades and the Chris Bosh's around him. When we're talking about like the less than guys, I don't know if they were ever elite in their roles. Even when you said, because I know you on your page, you had put up a statistic for Antoine Jameson, but you used his stats before he was in Cleveland. Okay. And you used those stats before he was in Cleveland and pretended that was the help that LeBron had when he was in Cleveland. Because when Jameson was in Cleveland, he didn't star in his role. He was still trying to adjust to that system. He had just got traded. He didn't even have 20 games under his belt with that team. And so there was an adjustment period that he never acclimated to with that new team. And there were 1,000,001 reasons why he didn't star in his role. But the one thing that we do know with Antoine Jameson is that even though he was a really good player, when he got with LeBron, never had time to acclimate, never started in his role, and was not the same Antoine Jameson that we had maybe saw him be in Washington or anything like that. But yet you would pretend, or the numbers that you put on your community post, you were pretending as if LeBron got some 20-point per game all-star and just lost in the playoffs, even with this star-studded help in Antoine Jameson walking in the door. Why did you try to push that narrative even though you knew it was false?
End of the day, the numbers were similar to Pau Gasol. See, end of the day, his shooting percentage went up. His shooting percentage went up, but his shot per game went down. No. Because if you're gonna do this, then shouldn't we give LeBron or Mike Brown or whatever system that was being ran?
So, but you can't compare. You can't compare when you switch teams and you switch coaching staffs.
Of course, we know it's tough.
Well, the one thing I gave Antoine Jameson was I said there were 1,000,001 reasons why he didn't acclimate. He got traded there. He didn't play 20 games with the team. He was still trying to adjust. Obviously, the coaching wasn't the same. Coaching plays a role in how you acclimate quickly and things of that nature. Also, if the system just don't fit your skill set, you're just going to struggle. What I'm saying is, irregardless of what the reason is, he was not the same player with Cleveland that we had seen prior to Cleveland, like what he was in Washington.
That's a fact.
But yet you were putting information out there trying to pretend as if Jordan got some guy that was averaging 20 points per game. For example, that's very similar to what we saw when Jordan got George Gervin. George Gervin was a 20-point per game scorer, all-star, but when he goes to the Bulls and teams up with Jordan, he's only averaging like 15 a game. He's not an all-star. Everything completely drops. So what is it? That's very similar to the drop that we saw with Antoine Jameson, and Gervin had an entire season with Jordan.
Well, Jordan only played 18 games, and when Jordan came back, he was on a minute limit because of the Liz Frank injury. So Gervin got a chance to be the starting shooting guard most of the season.
Did we see a decline?
Did we see a decline? I mean, at the end of the day, he got like how many points in the playoffs against the Celtics?
Okay, so
clearly,
whatever
Gervin
reason,
was declined.
Was there a decline?
Clearly, it was.
And so, for whatever reason, was there a decline in Antoine Jameson's game when he joined the Cavs?
I can admit that. But he also,
once we stop there, King Rowe, then why are you pushing the narrative that Antoine Jameson was comparable to a Paul Gasol as a sidekick? So anybody with a brain knows that they are light years apart as players, especially when
do you really
that
think
version of Paul Gasol.
Do you really think Antoine Jameson was on the level?
Yes.
Wait, hold on, bro. You really believe
the numbers?
No, actually, King Rose said that Antoine Jameson was better than Paul Gasol.
If you want to measure things, Antoine Jameson actually made an All-Star team with Powell didn't. Look, see what I'm saying?
Stop.
Before Jordan,
Are you kidding me?
See what I'm saying?
Before he came to the Lakers.
One time, right?
Womboy.
One time, right? Same as that.
Hey, Womboy, Womboy.
It's nothing embarrassing because y'all framed it. And if you want to look at it,
Lamar, you ain't let me get to show him how Jordan was choking because that's what.
Hold on, my bad. We can go back. Let's knock that out real quick before we get too far away from it. Go ahead.
Let's see Jordan choke on
I just want to know because I want y'all to read the article. Because remember, back then, this is how we got information. We didn't have people like Ro.
The whole time. Yeah, go ahead.
We didn't have people like Ro on all over media lying about Michael Jordan. So when you went to the papers the next morning, watch this on television, this is what you read. And if you look at the last paragraph, it says it was foolhardily enough to envision the Bulls getting Jordan any less than 15 shots that he took in Game 4. So they were criticizing for the way Jordan played in Game 4, which they lost, to make the series 2-2. It's a Game 5. So shouldn't Jordan step up and be the killer instinct Jordan that they say he's supposed to be? And all this other nonsense is the second year in a row versus the same team. What did we just watch Jordan do? Go 4 for 8 in the game and take one shot in the fourth quarter. When LeBron James supposedly played bad in Game 4 of the NBA Finals in 2011, what did he do in Game 5? He went out there and put up a triple-double. So again, this dude choked versus the same team, the same defense for 3 years in a row. There is no superstar in NBA history that you can say that with. Only with Michael Jeffrey Jordan. That's the facts, gentlemen. And that's all I had to say.
And Scottie Pippen as well. Oh.
He said Scottie Pippen.
See what I'm saying? Womboy.
No, I love learning things. I swear. I guarantee you guys, I love learning things.
Well, that's crazy.
Why is it when anytime?
So because what's his name? Because Mo Williams made an All-Star team and played in an All-Star game. That means he was a better player than Rod Strickland.
Yep.
No, of course not. Of course not. Different eras. I've said how guys who couldn't sniff an All-Star game in the 90s managed to make it in 2000s.
No,
so,
fuck, they wouldn't.
Brad Miller.
What?
Are you kidding? What?
Brad Miller. How many All-Star games Brad Miller make in the 2000s and the 90s? I mean,
Brad Miller.
Brad Miller made an All-Star game in the 2000s.
I mean, I guess the same amount that Buck
he
Williams
made
could
it
make.
the
Did
same
Buck
year that
Williams make
Big
an
C
All-Star? Did
Buck
Buck
Williams
Williams
was a great player in the 80s. He was a great player in the 80s for the New Jersey Nets.
Brad Miller was a
What do you
great
call
player
it?
for the 2000s
Hey,
for the
Johnny,
Bulls.
Kevin Duckworth. Wait, Tyrone Hill made a NBA All-Star.
You're right. Did he average 16 and 11?
Charles Oakley and John Starks made an All-Star game. You know what I mean?
So did B.J. Armstrong and Horace Grant. I mean, come on, man. We can go all day. We all know that they wanted Jordan and they wanted Jordan.
First of all, Horace Grant is a multi-all defensive player. Stop disrespecting him, and a 4-time champion. Stop disrespecting
But he
Horace
was
Grant.
a little bit level below All-Star.
He was an all defensive player. That's better than being an
How does
All-Star.
that not make you an All-Star?
Ben Wallace made All-Star in the 2000s. He rode the bench in the 90s.
What does that matter?
Bro.
He got drafted in like 96.
Yeah,
97.
96, yeah.
97
Okay,
with Kobe in them. 96, 97.
Yeah, he got undrafted in 96.
He was undrafted. It's like he's an undrafted player. Exactly.
Okay, so I mean, the 90s was such garbage. Why wouldn't they want a Ben Wallace? Why wouldn't he play?
How many All-Stars did he make?
4 straight years.
That's less than Reggie Miller. What was he dominating? What was he doing?
I mean, he made 4 straight All-Stars from 03 to 06.
If you go by All-Stars, Ben Wallace was nowhere near the best player in the 2000s.
Reggie was one of
the best players.
And you lied about D'Antonio Winfield. His career averages was 3.7 points per game for his whole career.
That ain't who I think.
Look at her.
D'Antonio Winfield. I just didn't want to call an NBA player a bum.
I never said he was a bum.
Yeah, look at her, man.
Oh, get out of here. Where you get them Chinese glasses from? You know them shits ain't real. We get them Chinese glasses from,
Hey man, it's time for this bond talk, man.
Hold on, talk to him, her.
It's time for that bond talk, man.
You in Mexico right now? That nigga blinking. Look at that nigga.
That motherfucker had to
got the Gucci backpack. That nigga got the
big Jordan fans on YouTube.
Hey, now, they are asking a question in the chat. You hear me, Herm?
Nigga said Herm on break.
What's the question, man? What's the question, man?
They said, can you send them the Temu link for the chains?
Oh man, they can clown. They can clown, but guess what? Guess what, man? Look, man. My wife RN. I'm a successful businessman. We good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, y'all
talk your shit.
If y'all don't know what an RN makes, look it up. If you think a nigga broke or a nigga buying
Herm, we know you get money, man. We know you get money, Herm, even though you never hit the Cash App or the Super Chat or the PayPal.
I do hit the Cash Apps.
And then he canceled his membership to go James Kingdom.
No, he's a member. Hold on, wait. Herm's a member. Shout out to Herm. Herm's a member. Shout out to Herm.
So stop capping, man. Look. I used to hit that Cash App till you switched up and say, nigga got to hit the PayPal now, man. I got to get a PayPal account now.
All I got to tell you is
I know I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
Herm, make sure you got a blicky because they're not looking for that Temu chain. They're looking for them Jordans on your feet, all right?
Oh, man. But shout out to y'all, man.
Man, that's crazy, man. Herm pulled up smoking a cigar. I didn't even know people smoke cigars in real life, man.
Hey, Ajadi.
My grandpa, bro.
Ajadi. So Saturday you told so Sunday you told me Jordan fans are criminals. Then tonight you said Jordan fans can't read. What else are you gonna say about them? You really don't like them at all.
First of all, you know they can't count. You know they can't count past 6.
Yeah, they can't count.
They can't count past 6.
He told Tiki he can't count
248.
They're degenerate gamblers. That's why they hate LeBron because they put so much money on LeBron and LeBron never hits the spread for them, so they hate LeBron. They're degenerate gamblers,
Hey,
and then they
I
don't pay child support. They're bad.
Oh
They're
my
bad fathers. They're
Hey,
bad
for the
fathers.
show tomorrow, I got a show tomorrow. I got some insider information, man, and it's actually kind of nasty because somebody actually told me this. And I wish I could disclose who it is, but I can't disclose who it is because I definitely don't like doing the anonymous
And
sources.
y'all talking about my old ass young nigga, 50 year
Hold on
old
one second,
young
her.
nigga.
Hold on one second, her. Well, what I'm saying is, I got a topic for tomorrow. It's about Zion Williamson that's going to be dropping, and this is before anybody's talking about it. But man, oh man, what they about to do to Zion is nasty, man.
Well, he's about to get suspended from the league?
Nope. Okay. It's not that, but I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
It ain't good.
It's not good.
Damn, man.
I'm gonna tell you right now, and you know, I don't know, man. I feel bad. I definitely feel
allegations.
Bad. No, it's not even allegations. I mean, allegations are out there. Nobody believes the allegations as they are, but it's just messed up. I won't save it for tomorrow, but I got some paperwork behind it. He sent me some information. But yeah, they trying to put him in the trick bag, and then
the what?
but the biggest thing is, hold on, Herm got some background noise. My bad. No, the craziest thing about it is it's a lot of people out there. That's why I say that the scariest thing about Diddy case is that once you run around opening the door for this Mann Act stuff, it's so loosely worded that you can use it for anybody and anything. And, you know, it's just never good when you see Mariah Mills walking out the federal building, talking to federal investigators.
Oh, no.
Never good. Never good, man, when she spotted walking out the federal building talking to federal investigators, man.
Damn.
Man.
She really mad.
Oh, boy. Man.
So Zion is definitely going to be potentially looking at, I mean, because as we saw with Diddy, it don't take much. You don't take a very strong case at all for them to hit you with this. And but the thing is, they open the door for it to be used. And
Lamont, please say you're making this up. Please.
No,
please
I'm not making it up. I'm 1,000%. It came from a very extremely credible source.
Man. The wild shit is shit. Ben McLemore just got found guilty of rape last week.
He got a minimum of 8 years. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is just when it becomes he say she say, when these things happen so long ago, it's all he say she say, and then it just becomes a matter of how many text messages did you save? Because you know, a lot of times, a lot of dudes really ain't thinking about this stuff, and nobody's thinking, damn, I need to save all of this information just in case 5-10 years from now somebody come back at me with a civil or criminal case, and I need to have these. Like a lot of times, but there are people out there that are planning and conniving and trying to find ways to finesse where they are saving this stuff and they are recording stuff and they are trying to finesse information and paint a certain picture. So, you know, I mean, the one who exposed it was, and somebody was spamming it in the chat, was the Tisa Tales lady, because she was so mad after the Diddy thing happened. She was on her chat saying, "Hey, women, I need y'all to save text messages and record phone calls and do whatever you got to get these men's money." And I said, God damn. I said, that's where we at now. I said, that's what it is now. I said, you're just doing it. And it's primarily because there's no repercussions to doing it. Like for the women, it's win-win. If they get found out to be, like, for example, when Cassie and them got caught lying on the stand talking about Diddy done hung a woman over the balcony, it's just like, and then we come to find out you just completely made up the story. It was all fabricated because the man was doing a concert across the country. It's just like, everybody just said, all right, let's just move on to the next topic. Okay, right. That's a lie. We'll just move. And so there's no repercussions to being a liar for the women. Yep. So the saddest part is
Ryan Braun, Lamont.
Well,
From
Ryan Braun, there was another baseball player. There was
he won a suit for like $300,000, but
the other baseball player won his lawsuit. Ryan Braun. I mean, it's happening all over the place. But the scary part about it is the next people that the feds are going to start targeting now are going to be the athletes.
Mm-hmm.
And now when we see people like Mariah Mills, because I want y'all to think back on some of the last videos that Mariah Mills did, and then she went silent. But in some of the last videos that she did, I want you to listen to the language that she was using. And it was very specific words that she was using, like, because they talked about how Cassie was kind of coached by the feds to say certain things. And I want you to listen to Mariah Mills' last public statement about Zion and listen to the words that she was using. And then the fact that she is now being seen having multiple meetings with federal investigators, not a good look, man. And the unfortunate reality is Zion might be next in a case like that. It cost him his career. Right or wrong, it cost him his career. Yeah. Because he's it could be potentially be federal charges, because she's already came out publicly and said, oh, he flew me out here. And she talked about money exchanging hands and things of that nature. So, I mean, if they could hit Diddy,
they got evidence on this stuff, Lamont?
They don't, as you can see with the P. Diddy case, you don't need no evidence. They didn't have no evidence. They charged that man with think about it. They charged a man with RICO, right? And with no evidence, on the word of probably one of the greatest thoughts in thought history.
You know? But Miss Andrew pays. That's all it is. Miss Andrew pays.
When it's just that when they got their target on you, they'll use anything. They'll paint anything as evidence. And it's about what they can trick the jury into believing. That's why I was telling Ticket on a stream the other day. I was in the comments and I was like, Ticket, the only reason why I'm telling Ticket you got to stop pushing this is because you cannot allow the government to just abuse the law because they think they don't like somebody. Like, charge them the right way. Go get them the right way if you feel like they're doing something wrong. But you cannot go conjuring up and faking and misabusing laws and charges just to go charge people just because you don't like their behaviors. And
Ticket's the last
one.
Well, I
mean, he does that with LeBron. He does that with basketball players.
Ticket's the last one.
That with Diddy.
I'm telling Ticket because I said it's only going to take. It's just a matter of time before it hits. Because you got to think with Ticket in the DR. I mean, shit. Let him fly somebody from the U.S. to the DR, and shit goes south.
Not only that, Ticket already got in trouble for indecent content. He had a fake page.
What?
Y'all didn't know about that?
No, I did not.
No, I think.
Yeah, no. That they caught him doing some crazy stuff.
No.
Recording women in public.
Yeah.
I don't think he was intentionally trying to do nothing crazy there.
Yeah, he had a whole page, Lamont. It was a whole channel.
I don't think he was trying to do nothing crazy.
It was a whole channel, Lamont.
I remember the page because I remember the page, and people were using it against him. But I don't think he was trying to be like a creep or nothing like that.
You can call me a snitch. Like I tell you, I'm a law-abiding citizen.
No, but Johnny, but think about it like this, Johnny. Like, I think we all know, like, if we stop trolling and joking, I think we all know that when Ticket having that page, he wasn't using it as no, like, peeping Tom type of thing. But for example, if the government tried to flip it and say, yeah, this is a federal potential conspiracy to sex traffic type of case, and it's just
that's
like,
what they can make it. They can say yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just like, even with something like that, when we even know the intent, it feels like people can take it, warp it into what they want it to be, just to get you if they wanted to get you. And I think
that's why I say he's the last person to be saying the government was supposed to do their job, because they come after you. What you gonna say?
Oh.
That's why he in DR.
I can't. That's why I don't rock with the people.
Oh my goodness.
The people that
Johnny, you
say
didn't have to do that.
the people that are trying to go after Diddy this hard, I said, man, y'all need to be very careful. I said, Diddy won his case fair and square. He
I got
did. The jury of his peers said he was not guilty. He didn't have to finesse it.
I got two daughters. I don't play around with creep. If I feel like you a creep, you a creep. That's what you is. I'll tell you that to your face. I ain't no coward. I defended two women in my life. I tell you that. But I got a 25-year-old daughter. She's a woman. I dare you to try to do some stupid shit like that. Dare you.
I saw the page. I just don't think Ticket was trying to do nothing
Nah, I mean, like I said, most men don't think that's inappropriate because we got a bunch of Diddy dudes around here. That's why they love the whole Diddy trial. That's why they love
Diddy. You got George Diddy's out here?
I told y'all what the 90s did to them. I grew up in the 90s, man. They were over sexualized. Now they're grown men. That's why everything with them is a homoerotic type of words. It's
Bro, did you see? I know somebody that runs my channel did a post for LeBron, and just reading the comments, I'm thinking like all the people that don't like the comment, it's probably like 40% some type of homoerotic comment in there. It's crazy. Like if I put the comments up, y'all be like, "This is what y'all really be thinking about." Like that's the first thing you thought about when you read this post.
You
You
grew up listening to P. Diddy and R. Kelly.
Man, it's crazy.
That's it. P. Diddy and R. Kelly.
Oh gosh. Hey, Johnny, do you have anything bad to say about Paul Pierce supporters? I'm one of them.
What he do this time?
No, I'm just asking.
Paul Pierce is Paul Pierce, man. They leave Paul Pierce alone, man.
You talk about, but you know what? You know that I'm gonna tell you something, Lee.
Yo,
when Paul Pierce made that statement,
he got a bag.
The crazy part about it is, if you sit back and think about it, he got a case.
Yeah.
Is he? Probably not. But if you had to name your top 10, if you're just talking about just pure scoring, Paul Pierce could be top 10 all time if you're just talking about pure scores.
Yeah, it's just pure scoring.
You're
talking about ability. That's what you're talking about, ability. Because if you don't, if we not counting stats, then if we just going off of ability, like he said, I could dunk on somebody, I could shoot it on you.
But if you think about the versus Paul Pierce, because Paul Pierce didn't have the athleticism and the flash to his game, I think a lot of people like to detract from how good he actually was. When you talk about we forget how good he was in his prime.
He was.
He was nice. And when you just talk about if you're only talking about just scoring, he has a case. Now, is he better than KD and players like
no, but he has a case though.
But you know what? And this might sound controversial. He could argue that he's a better scorer than Kobe.
Ooh, they're not ready for that one. No,
you could argue that.
That's what he was trying to say. Since because that's what they do for Kobe. Stats don't matter for Kobe.
I don't think he can beat out KD or even LeBron.
Lamont, I'm begging you.
If you just talk about
please don't make no stream about that one.
Do not make a stream about this. You already know what's going to happen, Lamont. Already know what's going to happen.
Hold on. Paul Pierce is not a top 10 scorer. You must be crazy.
Lamont, I'm
begging about scorer. If you're not talking about scoring, like production, if you're just talking about,
that's what they're talking about, Lamont. They're talking about production.
Production, it's just gonna go to LeBron. But no, I think Paul Pierce was just talking about
just his ability to score.
No. I'm talking about the people in the comments, Lamont. I'm talking about the people that's saying that he's not top 10.
Yeah, no, he's not top 10 if you include in production. But if you're just talking about just skill for skill, Paul Pierce is up there.
Lamont,
he has to be
skill for skill.
Lamont, I'm begging you. Please do not have a stream about Paul Pierce arguably being a better scorer than Kobe.
Because look,
you already know
Paul Pierce was just as clutch as Kobe.
Paul
Pierce was clutching in a motherfucker. But
no, he was. But Lamont, you already know what happened.
Paul Pierce is a better catch and shoot 3-point shooter than Kobe, and he's a better shooter than Kobe.
Oh, for sure. Right? But Lamont,
Paul Pierce had just as good of a post game because of his size. He had just as good of a turnaround fade. I mean, Paul Pierce might have a better handle than Kobe.
And can finish at the rim.
Bro, I'm telling you, if you Paul Pierce, skill-wise, y'all will get into some real dicey conversations if you trying to say he's not one of the most versatile scorers of all time, he's up there, if not higher than the Kobe's.
Lamont, as your friend, I agree with you, but you know what's going to happen if you do this stream. You know what's going to happen if you do that.
Somebody got to say it, because what's going to happen is just like what happened with T-Mac.
Somebody got to do it.
Yeah, so they're going
to say something. The only reason why Paul Pierce isn't getting killed is because he didn't incorporate Kobe's name into his conversation. But if he just said, "I'm a better scorer than Kobe," bro, the world would have been trying to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason he's not getting any backlash right now is because he didn't use Kobe. Because if T-Mac would have said he could have won a championship with any other star player, he could have said Duncan. Nobody would have cared. He could say anybody in NBA history. But because he put himself in place of Kobe, everybody got caught up in their feelings.
Yeah.
Paul Pierce would have won with Shaq too.
Ajadi, please don't have us. You and Lamont, please don't make streams about this.
He won with KG. Why couldn't he win?
I
with
already
Shaq?
made a stream saying Paul Pierce could win the championship without. I did that. That was one of the players I put on there. Paul Pierce was one of the players.
No, I'm just talking about.
He would have won more than three. Because scoring to me,
episode.
you got to talk about scoring. I mean, you got to talk about the actual production. But like he said, if you're not doing the production wise, if we're going off of that, you're talking about skills and what I can do. Oh yeah, I'm one of them. He said I'm one of the great scorers too. Yeah, I agree.
Johnny, I'm just talking about a full episode of you and Lamont saying Paul Pierce was as great of a scorer as Kobe.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, you're going to get every single Kobe fan in the world. It's going to be awful. Please,
they're going to crash out.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
Johnny knowing you, Johnny knowing you, you're probably.
Hey, Gil might even jump on you.
Right here. I told Lamar every time he has a Kobe stream, it's a wrap because I'm making sure George never show up.
Oh my God! You know what, Johnny? Knowing you, you're probably gonna make an episode about that too. No,
I got other things to do. I got other zesty Jeffrey logic to expose.
Oh my God. hey, Lamar, we haven't had your take, especially you two, Johnny. We haven't had your take on well, kind of you, Johnny, a little bit, kind of, but Lamar, we haven't heard your take about free agency thus far and all the moves.
You said free agency.
Yeah. We haven't heard you.
What's your hypothetical about the future? What's your hypothetical?
Yeah, like you haven't said a
free
word
agency. Well, I think the winners of free agency. I would say the winners of free agency, if they can figure out his contractual issues, because he has some type of contractual issue with a team in Greece. But Denver Nuggets by far are the winners. They got light years better because their biggest problem to me was. How do you get off of Michael Porter Jr.'s contract? It was one of the worst contracts in the league. He was getting paid like a superstar, but he's giving you fourth, option production. And so they shook that contract. They brought somebody in that shoots the three, not as good, but he's a damn good 3-point shooter, and he's a bit more versatile, and he's probably going to be better defensively as well. And he's younger, so you got Cam Johnson. And then you get your defenders back, so you get Bruce Brown back, which I like.
Tim Hardaway.
You got Peyton Watson.
You got Tim Hardaway Jr. You get another sniper back in the backcourt, and then one of the biggest moves is if you get him, if you find a way to get him to commit to playing for you, because there's an issue. But the Valanciunas move, that's going to be huge too. So they're huge winners. And then second team that I think is a huge winner,
Rockets.
Even though this team is getting a ton of backlash right now. Is the Lakers, and sometimes not doing much is the best move. Sometimes just maintaining your chemistry is the best move. So they lost DFS, that hurt. I don't think he was I think with Hachimura there, I think he's more replaceable. But I think they fixed the glaring hole. Jackson Hayes could not be your starting center, but he a damn good backup. And then you get Ayton, which I think with Ayton, people forget how good Ayton is.
They do. They really do.
Pissed off. And when Ayton is not playing with his emotions because he checked out of Phoenix because he was playing with guards that didn't want to give him the ball. And all he was asking for was, look, let me get some touches. Look for me in the post. And so Portland never took him seriously. Because as soon as he went to Portland, they went and drafted a center in Klingon, and it's just like, okay, you guys got me here, but you never took me seriously anyway.
And they signed Robert Williams.
Yeah, they traded for Robert Williams, They did a trade.
But
They
see,
got him.
Lamont, the backlash that the Lakers is getting is simply because of the lack of defensive wings that we have.
Yeah,
Especially when you can include losing
but
DFS
I believe
as
that
well.
there are some. I still believe that there are
That guy
some.
might not even play. Go ahead, Lamont.
But I don't think that they are done. And plus, I think that a lot of people are underestimating LaRivia because LaRivia is a great defender, even though most people are going to pretend that he's not. And he shoots the 3-ball better. He shoots the 3-ball not better, but just as good as DFS. They are essentially the same player, and you get them for cheaper. So he's good. Reeves is going to be better. Luka's going to be in better shape. You keep the other guard, Gabe Vincent, which I like. But I think if they are able to close the deal and get Malcolm Brogdon, which is what I'm hearing, then I think that kind of fills a huge need as well. Because they got one where they're leaving that one roster spot open for a reason. And I've been hearing that they are really trying to find a way to get Malcolm Brogdon right now. Or Drew Holiday. I think the gold grab for them would be to get Drew Holiday if they can. So, but I'm telling you, I don't believe that they're done. I believe that they're still trying to make a move because the Portland is actively trying to get rid of Drew Holiday. And I think if they get Drew Holiday, I think that gives them one of the missing pieces that they need.
What do you think about the
a lot closer?
Lamont, what do you think about the moves the Orlando Magic made?
They're nice.
I mean, I thought they were tough last year.
They gave Banchero an extension.
But Orlando is doing exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
Orlando, for the last couple of years, they've been sitting on their players. Like they could have traded Jonathan Isaac a long time ago with all the injuries.
because he kept getting hurt.
They held on to him. This dude is an elite defender. And so they're holding on to their players, saying we're gonna grow. We're gonna grow together. And when they get the right pieces locked in, with now they have Desmond Bane, because I think he was kind of the missing piece. They kind of are built kind of like the Pacers and the OKC Thunder, because Banchero and Wagner just kept getting hurt last year, and that was the only issue. They just need to stay healthy. And now you got Bane.
Suggs got hurt too.
Did you see Norman Powell getting traded to the Heat today?
Yeah, I just don't know why the Clippers would have let him go. To me, that was dumb. But I get John Collins. I like John Collins, but I mean, he's a lob threat for James Harden, which is a nasty lob threat combo. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, he is, because he will go and get it.
He stays injured too. He stays injured too.
Are the Warriors limited? Because I think they're the only team that hasn't really done anything, really.
No, they just. I mean, look. Sometimes you just ain't in the mix to make any moves. They got Jonathan Kuminga. Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, he wants out.
Is the only piece that they got that they can flip into something. They got to be real careful with what they get back for Jonathan Kuminga, because if they screw Jonathan Kuminga off, that means you gave Wiseman away for nothing. That means you now giving Kuminga away for nothing, and now all of these elite draft picks. You're killing. You gave Poole away essentially for absolutely nothing. You've ruined 3 good young players, and you're not getting nothing in return. So they got to be real careful with Kuminga, because you better get something back for him, because y'all playing with his minutes. Y'all done pissed him off. You don't want to be there. Kerr, this is when Kerr's weak. He hasn't changed this system up at all to cater towards any other players other than Steph Curry. This is what you're going to have. You're going to have a whole bunch of disgruntled people. Draymond gonna be happy because Draymond just got to get a ball to Steph and make him look better. Draymond's the only one that's happy in that system. No one really likes that system. Every player that leaves that system talks about how it's just only for Steph.
Well, I know a player that's gonna love it.
Eric Pascal said it too.
I know a player that's gonna love playing with Stephon Curry this year. I can't wait to see that. No, LeBron.
Oh God!
I knew it. I knew he was gonna say LeBron.
LeBron ain't going nowhere, y'all. LeBron is gonna be a Laker, and I'm telling you,
I would stay put. If I was him, I would stay put.
LeBron is not playing on a 1-year deal.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. He's gonna go to Golden State. They're gonna give him the money for the 1-and-1, and they're gonna send.
He already opted in. I mean, if he didn't want the 1-year deal, he wouldn't have opted.
No, that's for the trade purposes. Yeah, because he's not gonna negotiate with a team right now. He's just gonna get the trade.
But he could have just went wherever he wanted in free agency. That would have been much easier. He could have went anywhere and
he
took
still wants his,
$8
because he still wants his 50 mil.
If all I'm saying is if Bron really wanted out, he could have easily been on any other team. Once he opted in, he's the Laker for the next year. He's not going nowhere.
Trust me, he's going to trade. He's going to get traded.
And there is no trade market for LeBron right now. There's nobody that's willing
Literally
to
none.
50 million versus
him last year before they got Jimmy. But he told
really without the Wiggins contract, they really don't have a way to really get a $50 million contract on their book. They needed Wiggins money to do it. They're not going to trade Jimmy for LeBron.
Yeah, they are. Jimmy has a
hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Bro. That means you're going to give up Jimmy and other pieces. No. There's no way.
What other pieces? What other pieces? It's 50-50. Jimmy Butler makes 54. LeBron makes 53. Jimmy Butler makes more money than LeBron.
I'm not trading Jimmy right now, who has years left on his deal, who just signed an extension.
He has this year and last year. He has this year and next year. That's it.
Hold on. But Jimmy just signed an extension with the Warriors.
Yeah, for this year and next year. That's it. And next year you can buy him out. That's what the Lakers going to do.
For an expiring Bron contract? No, hell no.
No, because you're going to give Bron that 1-1. That's what you're going to do now. You're going to give Bron, and you're going to have Bron and Stephen Curry.
It sounds good.
That's not even enough to win.
I just know LeBron's not playing on a 1-year deal. The Lakers are not going to dictate LeBron's career.
I can see both sides.
I would stay put. I don't understand all this.
I mean, he opted in.
Not trying to win. The Lakers are not trying to win.
What you mean?
They have not been trying to win. They have not been trying to win. The Lakers are not trying to win.
No, what happens? No, what I believe, Go James Kingdom, because I've heard you say that before, is this. I believe the Lakers saw that they screwed up with the Russell Westbrook, and they've been trying to rectify that for like the last couple of years, because to undo all of the things that they gave up for Russ, they put themselves in a hole. They gave away so many draft picks, and so for the longest they were stuck with not even being able to trade because they didn't have any draft picks. And so now that they started to accumulate draft picks back, we start to see them kind of make moves. But they have to now, because of the Russ trade, they have to be smart about every move that they make because of the Russ trade. So they're just right now, they're handicapped and handcuffed because of the Russ issue. They're being smart right now.
The Russell trade was another window dressing because they were not interested in long-term commitment. What's really holding the Lakers back was LeBron James playing till 2025. They did not expect that. They thought LeBron would be retired by now, and all those other players that they were supposed to be bringing in to help LeBron win the championships was just supposed to be there with LeBron. But LeBron keeps extending his career, and they're like, yo, we got to play another year. The Lakers are not interested in winning. They could have signed DeRozan instead of bringing in Westbrook.
They wouldn't have got Ayton.
No, Ayton's only a $14 million deal for 2 years, sir. That's $7 million. That's nothing. They just lost DFS, who was $14 million this year.
So why not trying to win? Why get him?
Huh? It's window dressing. It's window dressing. Get Laker fans involved. Laker fans are all happy and excited for no reason. He's not going to help you win no championship.
That's a lot of window dressing.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they've been doing for just like they did with Westbrook.
But the funny thing about a lot of this is you aren't a contender until you are. For example, the Pacers, they were 10-15 in December, but they found a way to, like, nobody thought they was a real contender until they were a contender sitting in the NBA Finals versus OKC. Nobody looked at the Pacers as we're a real contender. So you aren't a contender until you actually are. Like, so it's like the things we say now, like, I'm still always gonna side on the fact that the only thing that team was missing was a reliable big. For every time Luka played with Jackson Hayes, the shit just looked unguardable. And now that he has two bigs now, because now Ayton is not gonna be making as many boneheaded plays as a Jackson Hayes. I think he's better defensively. He's not as athletic, but he can go up and get any lob, and he's better offensively because he can bring those lobs down and do. He has other moves in his bag.
He's better than Jackson Hayes. I agree.
He's way better.
So what I'm saying,
he rebounds. He's a way better rebounder.
I think we forget how. I think a lot of us are forgetting how good Austin Reeves actually is. Like, and he's now a year better. And there's a reason why he turned down that $91 million and why he's seeking a big payday. But like I say, we forget how good he is. So, you know, he's going to have another year, full year under JJ now. They're going to find ways to use him better. Luka's going to be better. He already looks like he's down 20 pounds, so he's going to be better to go. LeBron's going to be Bron. That's what we can expect. Ayton is going to help a lot of things. I think Larivia is going to be ass size and shooting. I just think they are one role player before I can officially say that they
wing defender
have a shot. I don't even know if it's a wing defender. I just think they need another high IQ player, like a really high, and it's not Chris Paul because he's too old.
Point guard.
To me, it's like a hybrid point guard because I think Drew Holiday and Brogdon are like hybrid point guards who can be de facto shooting guards, but also a point guard at the same time, and they both can defend a little bit bigger than their actual position. So if they can close the deal on one of those two.
Now, Lamont, what do you think of these two teams? I already know what you're about to say about one of them because it's your team, the Blazers and then the Phoenix Suns.
Well, I think the Blazers can sneak up on a lot of people because the Blazers on paper right now have the best defensive team in the league on paper. Now, obviously, to be the best defensive team, you have to actually go out there and be the best defensive team. But if you look at the defenders that they have on the team, and obviously Drew Holiday's not going to be there, so I can't count him. But on paper, defensively, they're one of the best defensive teams in the league. And if you can defend, you can win a lot of games.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they look.
Hold on,
the Suns, Lamont?
Hold on. Now, let me ask him. See, you brought up Portland. I want to ask him what he think about Shaedon Sharpe. I like that kid. I need him to break out this year.
Yeah, but Shaedon Sharpe, I think there's a cap on how good he can be because I don't think you can win with him as your number 2 option, which now the Blazers traded away the only guy that could be considered their number 1 option. They don't even have a number 1 option now. I mean, it can't be Scoot. Shaedon is not good enough to be a number 1. Who's your number 1 option? So scoring the ball is going to be a huge issue for them. I don't know who the number 1 option is. I want y'all to tell me.
Jeremy Grant.
Oh my
God, that's horrible, bro. They need to be trying to trade him as fast as they can, man.
What about do you like what's his name? Delano Benton?
Bro, he's not a number 1 option. That's a
no. I'm just saying, do you like him as a player?
I mean, he's all right. He's a bench guy.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you think about the Suns?
It's definitely Jeremy Grant.
The Suns are headed the right direction because they are finally, from what I'm hearing, figuring out how to get rid of Bradley Beal. But that contract has to be a nightmare for them, bro.
Lamont, it's probably going to be a buyout at this point.
It should be like what the Lakers did with Westbrook.
I have no idea. I have no idea who's
injury prone.
Who's going to trade for Bradley Beal.
I ain't gonna lie. If that motherfucker gets bought out and that motherfucker can help a contender.
Yeah, he can hoop.
I promise you that much.
Who Bradley Beal?
Absolutely.
The problem with Bradley Beal is that if he ain't scoring the ball, what the hell is he good for? So he has to go somewhere where somebody can let him be him. Because Phoenix showed us he don't want to be a third option. So he ain't going to no LA to be a third option behind Brod and Luka. He want to go somewhere like the Pacers and be the I'm thinking the Pacers. Because with Tyrese Halliburton out, they need somebody that can score the goddamn ball. He better go somewhere that will let him score.
For some reason,
he needs to go somewhere that let him score. He cannot go nowhere that's going to make him a third option.
For some reason, Lamont, I thought about the Heat.
Bro, hell no. He's not getting the ball over no Tyler Hero and them guys. Hell no. Bro, he needs to go to Indy. Indy has the biggest hole right now. They need scoring bad. Neesmith ain't going to cut it. Hell no.
Lamont, what's wrong with Neesmith?
Neesmith is nice, but he ain't like it. They got to find a way to hold this shit down while Halliburton gone.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
They're not. They already watched. They already gave up. They already said, man, he out for the year.
You know who I think has also had a good offseason, Lamont? The Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, I just don't believe in a lot of the guys they got. I got to see that shit. You know my surprise team for next year. You know my surprise team to get to the finals in the East.
Who is it?
It's Philly.
The Pistons.
Oh, Philly? Really?
Philly.
That's why I don't like talking stuff like this, Lamar. You just be saying shit like that's why I don't like talking about these hypotheticals, man. These hypotheticals. This ain't Philadelphia, Lamar.
No, what I'm saying is this right here. I'm saying I know Philly had a down year. That Philly tanking away last year was a sneaky way for them to get another really good player, VJ Edgecombe.
Yes,
You still got Tyrese Maxey.
He was.
You got Tyrese Maxey. You got the rookie from the year before. What's his name?
Right?
You got Springer. You're gonna have a healthy Embiid and a healthy Paul George. Like when you look at talent, if they figure that shit out, ain't nobody gonna be able to fuck with Philly.
What's the point guard that got hurt when he wear the fingernail polish for TikTok dancer? Jared.
Yeah, Springer.
Jared Springer.
Bro, he was nice though. He was giving people problems.
He was going to work.
If you healthy, like imagine them healthy, bro. Who's beating Philly next year if they healthy?
My Heat, man, Biscayne in June. What the fuck you talking about?
Oh, man, the Heat. Sorry, I told y'all ain't gonna win nothing. I'll get Pat Riley out of there.
We just picked up my boy Powell, so that helps us out. That's another offensive threat that we really needed desperately.
They overrate Pat Riley like King Rowe overrates fucking Boobie Gibson. Like,
don't start there no more. Stop it, man.
Pat Riley is overrated, man.
Pat Riley's the best, man. He finds diamonds in the rough all the time.
He's done absolutely nothing. You don't win with diamonds in the roughs. You make it look good with diamonds in the rough. You ain't winning shit with no diamonds in the rough.
No, I know that. That's fine.
Look.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Jared McCain. That's his name. Jared McCain.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he's nice.
He nice, bro. He nice as hell. Yeah.
No, that kid.
VJ Edgecombe, I've been telling y'all that was my sleeper in the draft. VJ Edgecombe is nice.
Lamont, we should watch this game, Lamont.
Lamont.
We should watch this game right here, Lamont. What about Game 7 when Pippen left the game with a migraine? He didn't leave the game at all. He played 42. He played 42 minutes. So I don't know what game Scottie Pippen left in the Game 7, but I know MJ also choked that game as well.
Oh gosh. Hey, Lamont. Lamont, if you haven't already, take a look at the 2026 NBA draft prospects.
I've already seen it. I'm not impressed outside of the top 3
I gotta
guys.
get your opinion on
Really?
Ace Bailey, Lamont.
Lamont, you said the same thing this
Bro,
time.
Ace Bailey's gonna be a bum. Ace Bailey, I already gave Ace Bailey a nickname.
Don't do
Ace
that,
Bailey is Kwame Brown Jr., man.
Oh my god.
No, come on, Lamont. Don't
Bro.
So he gonna have a 12-year career?
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, he's gonna be a bro. I'm
His
telling you right
college
now,
career.
Ace
In the
Bailey.
conference.
Ace Bailey, when I saw in college that them motherfuckers couldn't win a game in the Big Ten with
In the
2
Big Ten.
top 10 lottery picks, y'all
Yeah, that was
are
nasty.
fucking
That was
trash,
nasty.
man.
That was nasty.
You can't beat a Northwestern. They were struggling against Princeton. How the fuck do you lose to Princeton when you got 2 lottery picks, man? You're losing the HBCUs.
Oh god.
Because that team couldn't move the ball, Lamont. Ace was taking all
Don't matter,
the
bro. I'm
double
telling you right
team.
now. In college basketball is similar to high school basketball. If you put a 5-star guy on any high school, like look at what Elijah Arenas did for that public school. That public school was barely winning 5 games a year. That motherfucker gets Elijah Arenas. Then that motherfucker's a top team in the state, going to states, beating everybody. One player at the high school and college level makes you a contender. I don't care how trash the coach is. I mean, look at Chino Hills. That motherfucker coach was letting them motherfuckers do whatever they wanted, flying up the court, shooting any shot. They was the best team in the country just because they had the most talent. They was beating. I'm talking about they beating heavy hitters. They beating all the IMGs, everybody you can think of. They running them out the goddamn gym, and they was playing like they was in the YMCA.
Which Chino Hill team was this?
That was with LaMelo Ball in them.
They could move the ball.
Bro, them motherfuckers was not, bro. They was playing rec ball.
So they wasn't moving the ball?
Bro, they was playing rec ball.
That nigga was shooting from half.
They was shooting from half court, bro. They was
Lamont,
not taking
was any of them dudes shooting over double teams like Ace Bailey was doing?
Oh, LaMelo, hell yeah.
Bro, he was wilding.
Bro, they was taking some dumbass shots.
And
That's why the kids love Melo.
Bro, Ace Bailey 1 is selfish. It already just made it look worse what he was doing in the draft, not working out for teams. And bro, I've been off Ace Bailey. He's gonna have to prove it to me.
Yeah,
we saw his first game in summer league.
1 for 13.
What, this is somebody who got picked this draft we talking about? Somebody that got picked in this draft?
Yeah, big bone.
Oh my god.
Play for Rutgers last year, just trashing it up. You got 2 lottery picks on the team. They had 2 lottery picks on the team, and I was talking to the Three Peas in the Bong podcast, they was like, yeah, but his teammates wasn't that good. I'm like, man, if you got 2 5-stars, I don't give a damn about the teammates.
Yeah.
Bro, in college, bro, give me 2 5-stars. Bro, I don't care. You could put me on Indiana State or some bullshit. Give me 2 5-stars. Watch what the fuck I do. Come on, man. Stop. Bro, it's not that. I promise you. When you get that much talent, it ain't that hard to coach.
There's no excuse for them not to make it to the dance.
Bro, they couldn't win the Big Ten. They couldn't win the Big Ten tournament. They didn't make the NCAA tournament. They didn't do none of that shit. Steph Curry did it by himself. DJ McCollum did it by himself. Dame did it by himself. Shit, goddamn. What's his name? I can go to any low level player that was in the NBA that was on the team by themselves. Damn, Norris Cole did it by himself at Cleveland State.
Kawhi,
San Diego State.
Ja,
all these dudes. Give me one. Murray State. Look at John Morant. We didn't know none of them other players. Adam Morrison. Look at these dudes. I mean, we can go. It just take one player and your team looking like you top 5 in the country if you really nice like that.
Lamar, something you said that was very interesting. I have a friend of mine. He's a coach, or he used to be a coach, and he said the same thing years ago until I heard you say it a couple months ago pertaining to the draft. You said college basketball does not make you a better NBA player.
No, it makes you worse the longer you stay.
Yeah. Because coach, a friend of mine who used to be coach said that to me like 10 years ago, and I never really thought about it until you said it recently.
High school is the only level of basketball that gives you an indication of what they're gonna look like in the NBA.
You said high school? Really?
Yeah.
How so?
These college coaches be having one thing and one thing only on their mind.
Their system.
How the fuck can we win? Can I win games to make me look better? To either get me a better job or to get me a better pay raise. It's very few college coaches that's in it for the player. And so this is why you have a John Calipari who puts Devin Booker on the bench as a 6 man. Because you ain't like, it's overkill to go get 7 5-stars. That's overkill. It's stupid. It's overkill. It's going to be too hard to coach that many good players. If you was really trying to win, I don't get it. I don't get it. Some of these coaches, man, be just trying to do stuff for the optics.
I'm a bit. You may disagree, but I'm a big proponent of just allowing high school players to go straight to the NBA if you're good enough. I don't know why they did away with that rule.
Kwame Brown,
LeBron.
I mean, just
LeBron. They had to do away with it. They had to do away with it because the NCAA is in bed with the NBA. I mean, there's some type of incentive or some type of kickback that the NCAA is possibly giving the NBA for that. But because it only benefits the NCAA when that happens. It does not benefit the NBA. Like the NBA, I'm sure if the NBA wasn't in bed with the NCAA, they would say, fuck it, man, you guys can come whenever you want. But when big business is involved, shit, it is what it is.
But they still circumvented the college because they created the G League, which was called the D League, back in 2001, 2002 season. So they were already circumvented. Yeah, but they really saw that like after LeBron that he was so successful that it was kind of hard to really even put that on a college kid because they did have so many guys that did fail. They did have the Jermaine O'Neals, the Walter McCartys, you know what I'm saying? Like there was just guys who just would not.
Jermaine did good in the NBA,
but they weren't ready. They weren't.
Yeah.
They weren't ready.
It took Jermaine O'Neal a long time to get ready.
That's when I think Andrew Bynum. I think Andrew Bynum's the last one to come in as that was the last year.
2005.
What do you call it? Kevin Garnett. It took him like a year or two, but Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, but it took like a year or two, but that's what I'm saying. But it still took him even longer than that.
Yeah, that's fair.
But with LeBron coming and having that instant success, a lot of other players thought that they could do that, and they were just a lot of amateur kids. Yeah, he kind of changed the way people thought about high school phenoms. So
yeah, he kind of did mess it up for everybody, not intentionally. Because he was just so good immediately.
Yeah, but he wasn't the only one that came out of high school.
And just owners, owners and the GMs and scouts just kept saying that this next LeBron, this is the next LeBron, this is the next LeBron. So you're drafting these kids younger and younger, and it's really
Bro,
messy.
you know what I think though. Goat James Kingdom is. I think having at least 1 year in college, it buys the NBA time, like to do shit like they did this year with Cooper Flag. Like I think we all knew, even when Cooper Flag was in high school, he was going to be the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
But forcing him to go to Duke allows the NBA time to get ready and prepare. Okay, if we are going to finesse some bullshit, how we going to finesse this shit?
Yeah.
How do we make sure Cooper Flag, the golden boy, how do we make sure he gets put? You have to finesse it because you cannot allow Cooper Flag.
Lamont, you were saying this 2 years ago.
Yeah, I said you cannot allow Cooper Flag to go to a bottom feeder. I said you cannot.
I think it was me who told you. Well, what if the Charlotte Hornets try to get the number one pick? You said,
bro, I said the worst thing in the league would be to allow him to find
the Hornets. Oh, that'd be the worst.
Yeah, Lamont. You said hell no.
Hell yeah.
I said you got to find a way. You got to fake it, finesse it, do whatever you got to do, cheat the system, and they definitely did.
Oh yeah, we all know that draft was rigged. It's just like the worst rigged draft to me in the NBA, other than LeBron going to the Cavs. That was definitely rigged. Victor Wembanyama going to the Spurs. Everyone knew that was rigged.
Yeah, but Lamont, that thing you said about the high school players is a better way to evaluate them when they're in high school. It's actually true because you really get to see their game in high school. You don't really see their game in college because, like you said, it's with a system, with a coach, probably with other good players. In high school, you're probably the only best player, so you get to really see how good that player is and what his game is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I really don't like to do that. I don't like to talk about things I don't know, and we really don't know what none of these players are going to be. So I just be waiting to see what's going to happen.
Now, Lamont,
you said, did you react to Bronny? Hey, look, the funniest part about Bronny's game yesterday was the day before. Ticket was killing Bronny. He was like, "Yeah, Bronny didn't play in that first game. The Lakers in this," and then Bronny plays yesterday. That motherfucker came right out the door. That motherfucker dropped 10 points in 11 minutes. They sat his ass down. His ass, calm down, Bronny, calm down. That motherfucker started the game off with a steal and then boomed on.
He's starting to prove him wrong, Lamont. Starting to prove him wrong.
Bro, and the funny thing about it, you still got people lingering around out there talking about he's still trash. And I was like, bro, we just watched him in the G League average over 20 a game. And it's just like y'all still doubting him, and he's showing significant improvement. So that's how you know they just hate LeBron. That's just hateful LeBron.
Yep.
Yeah.
They don't even know who the 55th pick is in this draft.
Nope.
They don't. I don't even know. I know
they don't care. They don't know.
I know who the 36th pick is.
Right.
But I tell you right now, the Lakers might have got the steal of the draft. And ain't nobody talking about it. The Lakers got the best player in college basketball last year.
Who, Thero?
No, not them. The other guy from Villanova.
Lakers are cursed. They're never gonna win ever again.
No, not Cole Swider. He was already
Angel Reese's brother.
Yeah, they did. We already had Cole Swider like 3 years ago.
Who's it, Lamont?
Shit, that
I'm
motherfucker
gonna tell you his name.
hit the floor.
Is that Angel Reese's brother?
No, it's not Angel Reese's brother. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you who it is. Forgot his name. Oh, here it is right here. His name is Eric Dixon.
Oh yeah, Eric Dixon
from Villanova.
He led the NCAA in scoring last year. He's Villanova's all-time leading scorer. And I'm gonna tell y'all what, these dudes who come out of Villanova, I don't know what the hell they be doing in that system, but these motherfuckers know how to come to the NBA and play. Like if one thing Villanova done taught us is that if any 4-year guy coming out of Villanova know what the hell they doing.
Yeah.
Literally, the only reason why he
undrafted
came in when he came because of his age.
Yeah, he's 24 years old.
Yeah, that's the only reason why.
And Gil been telling us that the NBA drafts
you. They don't want them old niggas. They want them 19-year-olds.
Old, they don't want you.
Dang.
You know, when I said that on PC, they said I know what I was talking about.
Hey, Lamar, I am with you on that because you were talking to somebody in some podcast about how you and the other person agreed with you, saying that you guys just don't see it in terms of Cooper Flag being this generational talent. I think he'll be good. I agree with you. I think he's going to be good. I just don't see generational that ESPN is talking about.
If he was a generational talent, then the league would have been fine with him going to any team.
You
The
said
league
what?
was not going to allow Cooper Flag to go to a bottom feeder like Charlotte. Bro, that'd have been a waste of a marketing opportunity. Bro,
Yeah.
now he's with Dallas like he's in a safe haven. Like, you playing with AD, you're soon to be Kyrie. You got a shit ton of defenders around you. Got one of the best coaches in the league.
Yeah.
Bro, you all you got to do is just look like something.
Who are the 3 players that you talked about for next year's draft that you said they're the only 3 like lottery picks?
Oh, you got
Is one of them Chris?
AJ
Is one of them Chris Sinat Jr.? That's 7-foot monster.
No, it's the other guy, Darren something. I forgot their names.
Patterson?
I had 3 guys. Yeah, Darren Patterson. AJ
Stephen
DeBanton. There's
Naster.
another.
Yeah, he's nice.
Yeah. What about Elijah Arenas?
Oh, Lamont is very high on.
I don't know if he's coming out. He might come out, but I got to see him coming out. They don't really have him on most draft boards. They don't have him as one and done.
Yeah, I don't see him on the draft board.
I saw one, and they had him at pick 16.
Remember, he reclassed up. He's going to be young. He's young.
What is he, 17, 18?
I don't know. But I've been trying to talk like, Gil got something up his sleeve because Gil been real, like, he been keeping whatever they doing with Elijah. He been keeping all that, like, all that information. He keeping that sealed in a box because I'm sure they have a plan, but I mean, the one thing that I know for sure is that he's not letting, like, he's basically saying nobody's going to buy Elijah with NIL deals because he don't need money. So there's a plan in place.
This bum that Lamont was talking about.
Yeah. He's 18.
So yeah, Elijah's good. Elijah's going to be, and yeah,
Elijah's
Elijah's
he could be
nice.
6'8", 6'9" in a couple years.
Yeah, he's still growing.
I'm curious to see. I'm gonna definitely be watching. I'm probably gonna go to a game. I want to see how Bryce James looks at Arizona because I don't think he's a high major player. I thought he was a low major player. So
where's barely?
But I'm gonna tell y'all one thing about that motherfucker Bryce. He can't score to save his life. That motherfucker is locked down. He is locked down defensively, bro. Yeah. He is a brick wall. No.
I think he'll be better defensive than his brother because he's.
I was watching him in Section 7, man. Yeah. Bro, this motherfucker. I don't know if he has like AI in his body that tracks your movement. You can't get around this motherfucker, bro. That motherfucker is, and this is gets good. I saw them playing the number 1 team in the state of California, and this motherfucker's defense. This motherfucker, he is locked down. I will give him that much. He will lock you down.
Yeah, he's not as athletic as Bronny either.
He's not as athletic, but defensively, that motherfucker got clamps.
Yeah, he got some long ass arms.
And he liked playing defense
strong.
too.
He's Bryce strong.
But his offensive game is not up. Like, it's hard for me to say lottery or anything like that because his just offensive bag ain't
hitting yet.
A signed free agent. That's his ceiling right now.
Yep. When y'all start talking amateur hoops, that's when I step off, brother. Peace and
blessings. We about to shut this one down anyway. We're gonna shut it down. We gonna shut this one down.
Hey Lamont, don't ignore me. You saw what Ace Bailey did tonight?
No, what'd he do?
18 points, 7 for 14, 3 for 5 from 3. With 7 rebounds, if I'm not mistaken.
Good. Okay. He's gonna be a bum.
Oh my God, man.
Bro, he's a bum, man.
Lamont, who else is a bum?
That's messed up, Lamont. This is a young man. He's only 19.
Bro. All right. Look, man.
He's a baby, man.
When they give you warning signs in basketball, because I remember the last time I had a player.
Oh no.
Motherfucker had all the warning signs written all over him all year long. Even the players was telling me. The players was like, man, like, what we gonna do? Like, but this motherfucker, we in the national championship game, 2021. We need one shot. I said, well, this is the play we run. And that motherfucker touched the ball. And he said, fuck the play. That motherfucker went rogue, man. And just threw up some bullshit. Got his shit beat. They went down and dunked it. I was like, oh, shit. The worst fucking time it could happen, man. This motherfucker shit.
Hey, y'all been watching AJ Benson in the World Cup? The U19 World Cup?
Yeah, he's nice.
He's probably going to shit on regular players. Like, I don't think this is better, bro.
Oh
AJ
yeah,
Master's good.
Lamont. I do have to apologize to you, because
About
you
what?
were right when I was first on your stream years ago, and we were talking about, I think it was like 2018, 2019 draft or something, one of those two. And I asked you, I was high on a particular player, and you said he was bum, and you called it day one.
Ooh.
You're right, Mo Bamba. You were right.
Oh yeah.
You tried to tell me. You tried. I was like, Lamont, just give him a chance.
I wonder where he's at now anyway.
Free agent.
He's a free agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, nobody
You
wants to
know,
sign him.
I'm surprised nobody's picked up Imani Bates.
Yeah, another one.
They don't want him.
Maybe the Lakers will take him, Lamont, since they're looking
Bro,
for
the
winning
Lakers,
champions.
like,
They
this
better
is
not. They
these
better
be
not.
the signings. These be the moves right here where I be like the Lakers. This the easiest signing in the goddamn world.
I don't want to.
Bro, do you know how good Imani Bates is?
Yeah,
That's why the Lakers don't want him, Lamont.
I
The
give
Lakers-
no fucks about him being a head case.
I keep telling y'all, the Lakers are the Cleveland Indians of Major League, man.
Oh my God.
But nobody's touching Imani Bates.
Jeannie Buss is that evil white woman in the tower.
Oh gosh.
Taking out
She said Imani Bates ain't good. Shit, Imani Bates is nice.
He's nice.
Every time he touched the court with Cleveland, that motherfucker was getting buckets.
Yeah, but yeah, Lamont. Yeah, I owe you
I see the
apology.
potential.
You were absolutely right. So I apologize to you for that.
Hey, y'all see the one-armed dude got a 2-way contract?
Oh yeah.
Shout out to him. Shout out to him.
Bro, you talk about
Denzel Emmanuel.
bro, they gonna be using him as a gimmick like a motherfucker. They gonna call him up to the NBA.
Mm-hmm. What team signed him?
I can't remember the team, bro.
Oh, Lamont, did you hear about this? Did you know that the Washington Wizards supposedly generated more money than the Oklahoma City Thunder this season?
Damn, how did just based on
Their
tickets?
revenue was higher. Their revenue was $40 million more than Oklahoma City.
Oh, okay. Oh, let me drop the link for Lowe, man. Lowe, you gotta tell us what happened, man. You got to give us an inside scoop, man. I think Lowe might be the slick reason why KD bailed on the Players' Choice today.
Oh,
yeah, he's supposed to be on Players' Choice today.
I hope
he probably said KD probably started watching videos and was like, "Hell no." He was like, "Hell no."
I think KD baited them to see if they were what they were gonna talk and see how they were gonna react before he showed up, and he was like, "Man,
they use that to get more views. They ain't fooling me."
No. I
think he told him he was coming. I think he told him he was coming, but they didn't double check. They didn't verify.
I'm gonna put it on Lowe, man. That motherfucker, he went back and watched some shows, and he said, "Oh hell no."
Oh, Lowe's on there. Oh, him and Lowe already been at it before.
Yeah.
I hope Lowe's gonna put some respect on John Stockton's name from now on.
But he is kind of right though. In reality, when I kind of said this on Sunday, or I think I said it on Friday. The problem with basketball discourse is a lot of us can't talk basketball without comparing players, and they do that a lot on PC. They always got to compare. Whenever you say, okay, I think a guy can do this. Well, do you think he's better than this guy?
Yeah.
Or you think
like some of
you got people like
here, they have been killing KD, and I don't know why.
Oh,
I think KD is the top 15 player all time.
Backs. It's gonna be top 10 after he passed Mike.
I got a question. For Johnny and Lamont. So tell me how
Lowe started beef.
Lowe's an instigator for sure.
Right quick.
Legend of John Stockton's fan club. What's going on, Lowe?
Thank goodness.
Lowe, what's good, man?
What up with you?
What's going on,
Let me
Lowe?
ask you something.
Yeah.
How can Ox get on the thing and say he has Magic Johnson 4th all time, but he says that Jokic can't be this all time great center because he doesn't play defense, which is a lie.
I'm assuming the standard of defense for a center is different from a guard. I would assume that would be a logical conclusion to come to. I would assume.
Lowe, I may be late, but you're not. I haven't watched the show in like forever, but you're not on Players' Choice anymore.
No, I haven't been on Players' Choice in
Long
2
gone.
years. Yeah.
Bro, the last time I watched Players' Choice was when somebody said Jason Kidd was the Black Ricky Rubio. That was like 3 years ago. I haven't watched it since, so I didn't know.
Damn.
Yeah, I ain't been on.
Somebody actually said that.
Who were they comparing Joker's offense to recently? They were saying, "Is this guy as good as Joker offensively?" I was like, "Why are they asking that question?" Like,
Kevin Durant. It was Kevin Durant.
Oh yeah, it was Kevin Durant. Okay, yeah,
That's what kind of sparked a lot of stuff is because they were, which I don't. Jokic is a better offensive player than KD. I don't even know how we got
easily.
No, I like that Lowe said it that way because there's a difference between a better scorer and a better offensive player.
Yeah,
They don't understand that.
Yeah, no, I got that. That's what I thought. That's what when I heard offensive play, I'm like, well, damn, Joker's just so great at ball facilitation and setting up your offense that how do you ignore that? And he can still score in so many facets.
Yeah, I don't even know how that was a.
Lowe, where did you rank this OKC team this year? In like
in
for
the league?
example, no, not in the league, just
all time.
Based on what they did, because look, as much as I hate the analytically, they mirror some of the greatest teams of all time. Statistically, SGA had a season similar to Jordan in 90-91, which is really good. So from an offensive and team defensive standpoint, and based on what SGA was able to do, should we rank that team? Is that a top 10 team of all time?
I don't know about all time, but I think it's an all-time great team. I think
you don't think it's a top 10 team?
Nah, I think the limitations that we saw in the playoffs is what kind of holds me off from that. I also just think that next year they're going to be better anyway, so I don't want to jump the gun. I think the next year both J-Dub and Chet are going to be better offensively while still being an elite level defensive team. Oddly enough, I think this is probably the worst. Yeah, this is probably gonna be the worst iteration of them for the next 3 to 4 years.
I think they get. I don't know if they get. I don't. The only thing
I definitely think Chet would get better.
See, I don't know from a regular season perspective. I don't know if they're gonna get better in terms of are they going to win more than 68 games and then be beating teams by 13-point margins pretty consistently. No, I don't know if it's going to be that. I don't know if it's going to be that. But I do think in the playoffs, them getting pushed to 7 twice, I don't see that happening no more. I think as long as they keep a lot of their core next year, I think they'll just be better.
Bro,
I don't
know if they can beat this iteration of Denver.
Shout out to Denver because they not only got better, they got better for what should be the next version of OKC. They didn't just add let's just go replace MPJ. They were let's go replace MPJ with Cam. Let's get a backup big and let's go get Bruce Brown
and get defensive wings.
And they still got Christian. They still got Christian Brown. They still got Christian Brown too. They still kept Christian Brown.
They still got Christian Brown at the 2 guard.
They still kept Christian Brown too. Okay.
Yeah.
They still ain't no match for OKC though.
I can't say they're no match, but no, they that's the second best team.
If Jamal Murray,
Yeah.
If Jamal Murray's healthy, and especially they still kept Eric Gordon too, right?
What I don't understand, one of the reasons another move I would have made. The one thing I don't understand about Jamal Murray is he pulls these disappearing acts because I think maybe he does decent performances. All of a sudden, if you wearing the colors yellow and purple, this motherfucker start looking like goddamn Kobe Bryant. But if you're not wearing yellow and purple, this motherfucker is disappearing.
That against the Lakers, he does. He really does.
I don't know what I'm talking about. Him and Michael Porter Jr. Michael Porter Jr.
Too.
did not miss a shot versus the Lakers. And it's just those two motherfuckers.
The way they was defending them. It was bad defense.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just bad defense.
Yeah, I was about to say they were just making some. He was making some shit, boy.
Bro,
he was making some shit.
He was making some Jamal Murray. That's
Man, I got OKC and 5 on Denver, man. I don't believe in Denver no more.
Do you, Lo? Do you think OKC's gonna be able to keep this team longer than next year?
I think after this year, I think it's only one more year left.
Thanks to CJ McCollum.
When is the time to re-extend Holmgren after next year?
Yeah, but when Chet and them receive their contracts, it's not really the first year.
Max, so you good.
Yeah, but then it's not even really the super max. Even if he gets near max, it's just going to be a lot. Yeah, after next season, Chet and I think both Chet and J-Dub. Yeah, both Chet and J-Dub are owed they're going to be free agents or restricted free agents. After
They gonna pay J
because that's the money Hartenstein got basically right now. Like when they're gonna have to let Hartenstein go to kind of hold on to those two, right? Like Hartenstein and Caruso's money, correct? No,
They got that center in the draft, so they can let Hartenstein.
Caruso's they already committed to Caruso until 29, so he's fine. Exactly, it's really Hartenstein and Dort's money. Dort
I was
is
just
the
about
one.
to say Dort.
Yeah, Dort is the one beyond 26. He's not guaranteed, and same with Hartenstein. Yeah, Hartenstein is making 28, but if Chet and J-Dub, I agree with what's his name? J-Dub is probably gonna get a max because J-Dub has already made
J-Dub gonna get the
All-Star.
max because
and he's an All NBA.
Yeah, he gonna get a max.
Yeah,
he gonna
He's
make
all-
a second team at least.
So that's
He's getting
350.
better every
right?
year. He's getting
That's
better every year.
350, fam.
Yeah, that's gonna be. They after that's what I'm saying. After these next 2 years, that's it. After because I think they might hold on to one more year after 26. But I think after 27, a lot of that shit is gonna have to be.
And Chet is locked in. Chet is locked in.
Now below they
I
gonna
was
be
looking at
OKC gonna be straight though, cause they got a lot of assets. So that if they need to make a major move, they can make a major move though. So I think OKC would be fine because they got all those assets. So I think OKC ain't going nowhere, honestly.
Yeah, but them assets probably won't be good as they were for this team. And on
I mean,
the
if
other
OKC
team, like
stays
John
the
said.
same, it's hard to say that they can't duplicate what they just did.
No, they're going back with that next year. They're definitely the favorites next year.
Nah, but hey, John, here's the thing: they got so many assets with their draft collateral for us, trading picks. On top of that, they gonna be straight. They gonna be good. They gonna be around for a while, bro. If I gotta let Hartenstein go, he's a piece that you can't let go, and you can mess around and find somebody. Hopefully, I think 9 times out of 10 they will find somebody that can replace that production within that though. So
Would you let Hartenstein go though?
Hey, Love.
Yeah, I ain't letting
they got
Hartenstein go
no other
there.
choice. But that's who they drafted though. They drafted what's that
That
big?
center, I forgot that center.
Yeah.
I forgot that center.
Jalen Williams?
No,
Jalen Williams?
Yeah,
no, the
Sorber.
big that they
Now,
drafted
there's
this
already
year.
pick
Robert
this
Sorber.
draft. There's
Yeah,
already
Robert
Oh,
Story.
yeah.
Yeah. Like they already like drafting to replace them niggas. Like it's kind of set in stone who they
Hey,
trying to
speaking of the draft and
That's
this
such a
past free
good damn
agency, I
franchise.
asked Lamont this question earlier. Love, who's your free agent and offseason winners and losers so far?
Rockets and Nuggets winners. I don't know what the hell the Pelicans doing. I'm so lost with what the Pelicans.
They still got
doing.
CJ?
No, he
No, he's in Washington.
Yeah.
They traded him to Washington.
Oh, what the hell? What?
Even Washington is making more sense than the Pelicans. I have no idea.
For Jordan Poole. He was in that Jordan Poole trade.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that now. But like, what is Washington doing with CJ?
They just need vets. They got CJ, Chris Middleton, and Marcus Smart around a bunch of just young players. That makes more sense than what New Orleans has, like the nastiest front court.
Oh God, calling Marcus Smart a vet. Calling Marcus Smart a vet is hilarious. That's like the wrong vet to have in your locker room.
I mean, it's better than no vet. I'd rather have that than
I know that, but I'm just him and Jordan Poole together. Oh my God,
We've seen it in Memphis. He ain't trying to babysit nobody.
Yeah, but I still rather have a vet than no vet, and I think they learned it the hard way. But New Orleans, I don't know what the hell New Orleans. They got a nasty front court. Back court is no defense. I don't know what the hell. They got to wait till DeJounte Murray come back. It's kind of nasty.
How you like Looney? How you like Looney being that as your starting five?
Nasty.
Lo, I got one more question for you. Now, Lamont said
him and Zion.
I got one more question for you, Lo. Lamont said Ace Bailey's going to be a bum.
Oh, please, Lamont, cook him on that. Please, Lo, please cook him on that.
Bro,
I mean, I don't know. He gotta. It's a low. I think it's a lower. I agree. It might be a lower floor than y'all realize. There's a lot of. I'm not gonna say he's gonna be a bum.
No, I have a simple formula, bro. If you cannot
God.
win in college, it's hard for me to believe in you at the NBA level, bro. He could not. He had 2 lottery picks on Rutgers, and they couldn't win the Big Ten. And the Big Ten was trash this year, man. They was losing to HBCUs. They lost to Princeton. Didn't know, bro. They're bum.
Damn, what the damn, what the did?
Bro, HBCUs is garbage, man. Them free wins.
Yeah,
When you play HBCU, that's supposed to be a free win.
That's what. I mean,
You really just giving them money to fund the school because you generally you just giving them money for the scholarship funds. That's it. Mario, what's good?
How dare you not stay on code, Lamont?
What you got on this, man? Oh man, they talking about Ace Bailey, man. That's crazy.
I just asked a question.
Man, put some respect on his name, man.
Mario, please tell him stop disrespecting these young boys, man. He's not gonna be a bum. Ace Bailey's about to ball out.
Yeah, that's the next KD, man.
From my understanding, Dylan Hopper and Ace Bailey played together, so for them to have had a record like that is kind of shocking, I guess. But I don't know much. I didn't watch him in college like that though. So
yeah, but if you got a
he was hooping. Ace was hooping.
But if you
bro, they was losing.
Weak
Man.
conference, you're supposed to win that conference. You know
who's the coach in Utah? Nobody
was
knows.
he hooping or not?
See, exactly. Nobody cares about Utah.
No, it's that young.
Will
Hardy. Will Hardy. Yeah, Will Hardy. Yeah. Also, the problem with Ace Bailey is like he's a much bigger of a project than people realize. Like, they just see that frame of his and think like, oh, Paul George, but it genuinely could be like Josh Jackson. Like, there's just like you have no idea.
What? What?
Yeah, I don't like he shot. He wasn't also like some. To be fair, his 3-point shooting was down because of like terrible shot selection, but also he shot bad from the free throw line too.
So this young man's floor and ceiling is like a mansion. Then that's what you're trying to say. It's like a mansion. His floor is way down here.
I'm gonna keep it. I'm be honest with you. I think even the Paul George comps are a bit like. I think people tend to like undervalue how good of a ball handler Paul George is at that height and size, and also PG wasn't. Like, he continued to grow with his athleticism. Like, Ace Bailey doesn't have all that, but they just see like someone who's 6'9", who has the defensive versatility and has the potential to shoot threes. Then like the PG Kawhi comp.
Bro, look at this. This is why Ace Bailey's gonna be a bum, man. Look at
my
God.
No, here comes some nasty shit.
Here comes
some nasty shit.
That's him.
That's his manager.
No, that's his agent. That's his agent.
Yeah,
that's his agent.
Oh wow. Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. He looked like how Herm was looking earlier with the cigar. Just give him a cigar.
Exactly.
Give him a cigar.
Put some respect on Sharif Cooper daddy name. That's Sharif Cooper daddy.
They gonna hurt that. He looked just like how Herm was looking earlier.
What in the J Prince is going on here?
What am I gonna do with that, man?
That's his agent.
Oh, man.
Hey man, it's not. Hey, but at the end of the day, I do think OKC and Denver is going to be a good series next year. It's going to be a really, really good series. And then,
what about the Lakers, man?
Lakers,
if
they make the playoffs,
you say get LeBron.
No, don't ask for his opinion on the Lakers because
you gonna get
LeBron's
gonna be gone though.
Nigga, get LeBron off the team. What are y'all talking about?
LeBron's gonna be off the
my
team.
God! I told you, Lamar. I told you.
Oh,
I got the top four.
They're literally talking about moving LeBron like they're treating LeBron like he's a expiring contract. Why would you not get off him?
Bro, do y'all really believe that? Y'all really believe that?
Why else would you think they're going to give a player who's going on 42 another 2-year deal?
No, I'm saying
thank you.
No.
All I'm saying is they're just going to let him play it out.
They're not going to just trade him. No,
LeBron's not playing it out. He's not going to play on a 1-year deal. Not for Jeannie Buss, not for Lowe, not for no
Laker going to no Golden State either.
Then why did he opt in? Like Lowe, what is
for $50 million? Guarantee 50.
The guarantee to 50. Yeah, that's why. Because he can't go nowhere else and just sign for 50. So that's why you can't go nowhere else and get 50.
Exactly.
The problem is and I don't care where he plays. If he's making 50, that team is not going to be able to build a winner around him.
And that is the quiet truth that no one yet wants to admit.
So you might as well try to work with what you have in LA because you were third seed with them. You might as well just work it.
So are you going to trade a 2031 draft pick to try to like maximize a 1-year window? To go get Cam Johnson?
You need to give up more than that to get him.
To who?
No. I'm talking about the Lakers. The Lakers are only the closest draft pick they can trade is a 2031. So what are the Lakers trading to? Like, what are we doing? Like
Get
the Lakers
Jimmy.
can't
You're
trade.
gonna get Jimmy. You're gonna get Jimmy.
They have the expiring contract. If they trade LeBron, it's helping the other team. So
Are you talking about trading LeBron? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, yes. I'm on
the only thing they can do right now is trade LeBron.
Yes,
the Lakers
okay.
can get,
All right, cool.
if you found a team, if you caught a team at the trade deadline who is on sell mode trying to get rid of bad contracts, maybe the Lakers could finesse somebody with LeBron because that's a huge expiring contract. But outside of that, if the Lakers at the trade deadline are sitting second or third in the West, ain't no trades happening. That shit's over.
I disagree. I actually think they will still do it. They did the same thing with AD last year. The Lakers one of the better teams.
You got Luka.
I genuinely believe, and this is just a me thing,
Yeah.
bro. Not gonna lie, if the Cavs are still or they're hovering around 1 or 2, and they're trying to further cement themselves, and they just need to go all in for one more year because I think after this following season, D. Mitch, I think he only has 1 more year on his deal. The best way to convince D. Mitch to stay long term, slide Mobley to the 5, put LeBron at the 4, Donovan Mitchell, and run that big 3. And I think that actually gives you a better chance of getting out the East than what they currently have.
I agree because I believe Jared Allen has been the handicap for that rotation. As good as he's been,
What is Jared Allen's contract, Lo?
Is 20? I think it's 20 million, and I think it goes up to like 25. It's not even nothing like crazy. He's making
How long? How long is it for?
He just signed an extension, I think, to like 2030 or something like that. He signed an extension last year.
The Lakers not going to trade for that. Lakers not trading for that. Lakers not trading for that.
I think if it locks up the lob 5 that you need, I don't know why they wouldn't.
Because the Lakers are not interested in long-term commitment contracts. They don't got nobody till 2027 as it is. They're not going to sign nobody past that.
Yeah, but that's still, it's not like Jared Allen makes such a significant amount of money that it doesn't still give you some type of flexibility. Like if he was making like 35 plus, then I can see what you're saying. But if he's still in the 20s, then
they're not going to hand over the team to the new owners with any extended contracts like that. If anybody's going to have a long-term contracts when the new owners take over, it's going to be Luka. After that, ain't going to be nobody else. That's what the Lakers roster look at as of right now. Everybody on the Lakers right now is playing on a 1-year deal. The only players that are playing till 2027 as of right now is Bronny James, Vando, and I think another player.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. But I think as long as the contracts is manageable, I think especially if it's a player that will work fine with Luka.
The best contract is Jimmy. Jimmy's get 50 this year like LeBron, and then next year he's got the 50 that you could either buy out, or if not, he get rid of him for that year. And you
trade for a worse player.
It's LeBron that's making the trade. The Lakers are not trying to trade LeBron. LeBron's going to force the trade.
He can't. What are you going to sit out?
What you mean he can't? He's just going to tell him I want to be gone. He's
going to say, okay, where do you want to go?
They were going to trade him. They were going to trade him to Golden State. He shut that deal down.
Yeah, but that was before Jimmy was there.
That's what I'm saying.
If I get Jimmy on an expiring, why would I want that?
Because it still works well with everything that y'all trying to do.
I get a worse player. Why would I want Jimmy Butler on the roster?
Lakers are not interested
exactly what the Warriors need.
Lakers are not interested in winning. If they wanted to win, they would have given LeBron a 1-1.
Why would LeBron? Oh, you're tripping. I would never give LeBron a 1-1.
That's what I'm saying. That's why LeBron's going to leave, because he's not going to play on a 1. No one
is going to give LeBron a 1-on-1 at this point in his career.
He's going to go to. He's going to get it. He's going to get it from the Warriors. They're giving it to Jimmy.
No fucking way, man.
They're giving it to Jimmy. So y'all telling me LeBron and Stephen Curry can't play together for 2 years?
They don't.
Y'all are bugging.
Who else is going to be on the team?
Why would you give up Jimmy Butler?
Who else is going to be on the team?
All you giving up is Jimmy. Jimmy makes 54 this year and 56
but I'm
next
saying
year.
After this upcoming year and next year, in 2027, I'm looking at it now. It's Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, Buddy Hield at 9.6, and Moses Moody at 12, and that's already taking up nearly $180 million with those 5 players.
B-Pot will be gone at this point, right?
Yes, and again, what's holding this deal up is the Warriors are trying to get Giannis. The reason they got Jimmy was because that was their last straw. They were trying to get LeBron before Jimmy. They only got Jimmy because they couldn't get LeBron, because they were trying to make all kind of deals.
But what I'm saying is, if there's a team with Steph, LeBron, and Draymond effectively, you think that is enough to win?
Buddy Hield and the Steve Kerr system?
Oh my God! There's no way you said Buddy Hield to add on top of that.
Yeah,
No.
I'm just saying you're gonna have. Listen, you're adding somebody who can give you 15 to 20 points because it's not like Buddy Hield. It's not. It's like come on.
Do you think LeBron fits in that system if Draymond is having to also play
With-
point forward?
They think LeBron will fit everywhere. These boys just won't give up.
We're gonna play small ball.
We didn't just watch them in the Olympics together.
LeBron wasn't playing with Draymond. He wasn't playing with Draymond. How does Draymond fit in that system?
You act like Draymond's a problem. Could fit it. This is Draymond. He's a
Draymond will be playing us. They will both be playing similar roles in split actions. What are you saying?
What you mean they'll both be playing similar roles? LeBron has obviously could do more than what Draymond can do. Draymond can still be Draymond, and LeBron will be LeBron.
So
what are you talking about?
But they're both point forwards, is what Lowe's trying to tell you.
Yeah, like what
LeBron can shoot 40% from 3-point land. He can hit those shots. He can be.
No.
He doesn't
No,
move
Johnny,
off
Johnny,
ball like
they
that.
both- Yeah.
I always say he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that. He's been able to fit with Dwayne Wade. He's been able to fit with Kyrie Irving.
This
He's
is
been
a
able to fit
different
with all type
system.
of players.
It's a
Anthony
different
Davis.
system.
LeBron could fit in any system. He's the GOAT.
No, Jesus
The
Christ.
greatest fanboy in the world.
I'm not being a fanboy. Y'all say what LeBron can't do, and I'm watching a man play for 20 years in many different systems and many different roles, and he still does his thing.
What was you saying last year around this time?
He was still balling with the Lakers. That's why Lowe doesn't want him to go because Lowe knows he has a better option winning with LeBron than Jimmy Butler.
What was you saying last year around this time?
Want him to just leave. But LeBron doesn't. He's not gonna be able to play in a split action with Draymond Green. I mean, I'm not saying he can't do it, but that's not the best way to maximize. Like they'll have no perimeter defenders. They'll have nobody really rebounding. That team will be trash.
What?
Damn, Draymond is their best perimeter defender.
They'll be better than your Lakers.
Oh, Amaria, they calling you me bounds up here, man.
I get that a lot.
Why? What's she doing?
You get Angel Reese a lot?
No, they're talking about they're in the comments about is that Angel Reese?
Yeah.
No, you thirsty ass niggas.
Hey, Lamar.
I don't see
George,
do you play basketball?
Well,
I used to.
Lamar.
Oh, you play. Okay.
What up, George?
Lamar, could you pull up your show around this time last year and see what these guys were saying about the Lakers and LeBron? Can you please bring that up?
No.
Well, to be fair,
Lamar, I got a question. Can you please bring that up?
If the Lakers are able to get Miles Turner, I ain't gonna lie, I would be all in on the idea that they could win.
You like Miles Turner bet with the Lakers better than?
No, I'm talking about from where we were last year. If we saw AD LeBron, if we had AD LeBron with Miles instead of Rui.
Yeah, I like Miles with AD, but I don't. Yeah. I like Ayton better with Luka.
No, I'm talking about. He said last year, and I'm saying last year.
Like when AD was on the team, Miles Turner would definitely
was on the team last year.
After that finals, fuck Miles Turner.
Hey, Low, honestly, either Wendell Carter or Miles Turner I would like one of those guys with AD last year.
Nah, Wendell Carter, he's foul prone. He's not too smart on defense, man.
What's y'all beef with Wendell Carter?
Because he do dumb shit. He stay in foul trouble. Leave his feet too
Why does it always get help for LeBron? Why is it always that? Why he can't stand on his own?
Talking about LeBron.
We're just talking about.
You've been talking about LeBron the whole show.
We're talking about building.
You've been talking about you can't let it go.
George,
it's not going to happen.
What player ever won a championship without teammates?
Happen.
You know what's so crazy right now? Even adding Miles Turner will be building around AD more than LeBron. Like I don't this is.
Yeah, right now everything's building around Luka. They're not building around LeBron right now.
No one is building around LeBron. Those days are done. No one is building around LeBron.
Yo, George, we gonna call you Chill from House Party.
No, we go tell the truth of what y'all sit up here talking about.
But George,
they would not be able to play together. You guys could already see that. And I can tell you right now, if they don't get rid of him, Luka will be in Denver.
You come in with your complaining. Ain't nobody.
Luka will be in Denver if he's not out of there.
I don't y'all be making up these crazy. I don't know how
they making up nothing.
How would Luka get to Denver?
Yeah.
How would Luka get to Denver?
The same way everybody else does. Demand a trade. It's the same. Everybody else doing it. Why he can't do it?
No.
Why he can't do it?
I'm asking who they trading though to get to the.
I don't know. They can work it out.
You can't answer it, Lo. You can't answer it.
So they're gonna trade Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon to build a team around Jokic and Luka. Congrats.
They can't.
Team. Do you think that's a winning team?
Who says to win a team? I'm saying what Luka's gonna do if they don't get Bron up out of there.
Well, if Luka wants to go crater another team in all their depth, just so he can
Don't
play
worry,
with Jokic,
LeBron's leaving by October.
He wants to go play with Joker. If y'all don't see the signs, I don't know what's wrong.
Well, they've already said that he's looking to extend, so I don't.
Yeah. So that's irrelevant.
Yeah, I was looking for that. So so he's going to extend low. He's going to sign in August.
Who, LeBron or Luka?
No, Luka. He's going to sign in August.
I don't know if it's going to be exactly in August, but I mean,
I think
they've already said he's.
That's what I'm saying. Do you think he's going to sign before his contract
period?
He's going to extend the contract, or is he going to risk the free agency and go into free agency?
Nah, I don't. I mean, if he does that, if he does that, then I mean, I think he puts himself at a bit of a deficit because then he has to either sign and trade or. It's always better if you extend. The same thing with like Devin Booker, he just extended as well. Like it's always better if you extend on the team first and then use the amount of money you got paid to then leverage that into a trade rather than trying to go in free agency. You fucking around and go in free agency and find out that nobody has the ability to sign you, then your value might just end up dropping. Similar to what Lamar just
This
did.
is his new home. He's not gonna.
That's why LeBron's going to go to Golden State. Can't wait.
Bro, no.
That'll be another team he'll be losing on. I can't even hold you.
Yeah,
He's losing on the Lakers anyways. The Lakers ain't winning it for sure.
That'll be another
That's
team.
better than what's Golden State.
I tell you what, him and Stephon.
This last past season showed me anybody can win it. But the Pacers came one game away from throwing off the matrix completely. I'm talking about Tyrese Halliburton don't tear his Achilles. The whole matrix is completely screwed up.
At least the Golden State trying to win, not like the Lakers.
And in all honesty, like now, all joking aside, that's a reason why he should try to go to Cleveland. If it's Donovan Mitchell, LeBron, and Mobley, that makes.
So who they would have to give up more than Jared Allen, though. They would have to give up more than Jared. Who else they have to give up?
They could probably go Jared, either some shooters or DeAndre Hunter. Because
how does that benefit? How does that benefit the Lakers trading LeBron to the Cavs?
Because the Lakers would get a wing and
see what I'm saying? They're always ragging. Y'all just ragging too hard.
I'm just thinking about it logically. We've got a new ownership who have just spent $10 billion, and you have the most globalizing player on the planet. Why would you trade him to the Cavs?
Because he's gonna spend more money on the Dodgers than he do the Lakers.
He's gonna leave.
Oh my god!
Like I don't know, but y'all are talking about LeBron like he's 28 years old. Like the nigga could deadass retire in a year's time. Like I don't know why y'all think that. Like
I hear that, but from a business standpoint, having LeBron on your team and getting those jersey sales now for ownership, you'll recoup more money than trading into the Cavs for nickels and dimes. Really,
he's not worried about money. He's got the Dodgers.
I'm about to say, I don't like if a nigga came to you and said I can spend $10 billion. You think he's worried about like immediate income coming back?
I don't think you know how much people think.
They didn't spend $10 billion.
They're not worried about money.
They didn't spend $10 billion to become majority owners as well. They just had to get above 50%.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like those. I hear what you're saying about like what he's doing, but you're saying why would they give up? So you think to an owner's perspective, it'll be more valuable to milk LeBron for one more year because of jersey sales and selling tickets rather than building a competent roster around the other star you have.
Yes.
For the future, see, they crazy.
No,
you're working for Krispy Kreme. They glazing it up.
Why did Matt Ishbia, who's a new owner as well, try to trade KD at the deadline?
KD doesn't bring in the same revenue as LeBron.
KD brings in more revenue than anybody else that they could have gotten.
But he doesn't bring in more. Okay, so if
your argument was about just bringing in revenue.
Yeah, it's just bringing in revenue, and then there's bringing in global revenue. So, for instance, if you watch football or soccer, Man United brought back Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo's past it, but they brought him back to the squad because he brings in global revenue, ticket sales around the world. Everyone will buy the shirt. With KD, not everyone's going to buy the shirt. With LeBron, with the Laker brand #1, that's a global brand. And LeBron being a global player, that's X times X. And that's X. That's, how can I say? It's
that X don't matter. Nah.
Okay, if you
Nah.
think so, man. I
just
don't think
makes
you know what
H
LeBron's
is on
worth, and I
point.
don't think you know the
H
Lakers'
is on
worth. If
point.
you don't
H
think
is
that's
on
gonna
point.
happen.
I think you're underselling the Lakers' worth on their own to believe that they would risk milking LeBron for one more year rather than trying to get the most out of Luka for the next 7 to 10 years.
Who has the biggest following in basketball?
I'm not
As a player.
saying that trying to keep LeBron for financial gain makes sense. I'm saying is trying to milk him for only one more season to then potentially lose out on keeping Luka for 7 to 10 years does not make any sense.
I don't
they're
think
not going to
Luca's.
do
I don't
that.
think Luca's gonna go, regardless.
It doesn't matter if you think he's going to go. You're trying to maximize his global brand by keeping him as visible as possible throughout the entire season. Punting on a season just because you're trying to make as much money off of LeBron's name rather than just trying to build a team around Luka so you can milk him not only during the regular season but also during the playoffs. It just makes more sense.
How could I say Luca's basically the future. He can wait a season or no, I wouldn't say 2, but he can wait definitely a season. I don't think LeBron's got long. So at the end of the day, you can still milk LeBron while still.
So why are they already
Luka.
talking about trading him now then?
Trading who? LeBron.
LeBron, yeah.
I don't believe that's true.
I don't think that's a trade though.
Again, the Lakers are not talking about trading LeBron. Trading
I'm
himself.
about to say yes. Let's be clear.
Man, he glazing from across the water.
Without a doubt, LeBron's name.
No, I actually don't like LeBron, so I'm not glazing at all. I actually don't like LeBron, so why would I glaze?
Yeah,
but I just keep it real.
Oh, yeah, this the reason why I want to come
How
here.
old is
He just on here yapping. He hates
George, how
LeBron.
old are you? How old are you, George?
Like
I don't
60?
hate LeBron. That's what y'all got it wrong at.
How old are
So
you?
why you saying all this shit then?
Because y'all be saying the same shit year after. It's been what, 6 years? Y'all still saying the same shit.
No, it's not. We just
George,
Get over it, bro. Move on. Move on.
The Lakers have not been trying to win for 6 years, and they're not trying to win.
They what?
Hold on 1 second, y'all. George, what's your prediction for your team?
He don't have a team.
I don't have a team right now because once LeBron leave, I'll go back to being a Laker fan.
George, so
That means you're not a Laker fan.
So George, you're crying. You're crying about the fans up here that actually
Hey, Johnny, he's a zesty bean.
about their own team.
Yeah, he's a zesty bee.
Say it again.
He's a
Look,
zesty
Lamont,
bean.
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I told you about the Nuggets when they won the championship. As far as I see right now, OKC will not repeat. Y'all keep leaving out Houston. Y'all keep leaving out other teams that's making advances to beat this team.
Ooh.
The Rockets.
Talk about Houston.
No, wait. Outside of Houston and Denver, what are the other teams that are that you believe have made enough advancements?
He's probably gonna say the Sacramento Kings.
No. If nobody else has made a really run to get players to fit their organization to beat them, but Houston and Denver.
Okay, so
So it's still a chance for Memphis to grab. I don't know what player they need to get them over the top. Minnesota needs one player to get them over the top. They haven't made the right moves.
Well, Minnesota's out of move, so they've made their commitments. They've signed back Julius Randle and Nas. That's it. They're done.
But y'all keep talking about the same team and the same player.
Well, why are we supposed to talk about? Wow, if I think Minnesota got worse,
on. It's over.
If Minnesota got worse, why do I think they're going to compete?
Came up here.
Talk about the Bulls and they white boys. Move on.
The Bulls. This nigga's a clown.
Move on.
You think I'm going to talk about
Lamont just tried to bring up the Sixers and what they doing, and y'all went right back. What's wrong?
But rightfully so. The Sixers have proven us. They've given us 1,000,001 reasons to doubt them for like the last 5 years. They made me look stupid like 3 years in a row. Come on,
you might have a chance this year, though.
Understandable. I mean, shit.
To Lamont and Johnny before I go, because this is the reason why they came up here.
Yeah,
there is. I'm not even trying to drag this on either, because if George is upset about this topic, he's definitely going to be upset about this one. But I'm gonna just be as brief as possible, bro. That Shaq shit, y'all I think y'all, especially from the stories that I have heard over the past 2 weeks, bro, y'all are grossly understating who Shaq is as a person in terms of his work ethic and the type of player he is in a locker room. Y'all are mostly understating it.
No. I'll be giving Shaq credit.
No. I'm talking about how dysfunctional Shaq is as a player.
No. I did a video, Lo, where I said that Shaq single-handedly is the reason why Kobe Bryant's career is looked at the way it is with him being a sidekick. I said Shaq is like everybody talks about Kobe being selfish. I said Shaq is the number one reason why Kobe even started to feel that way. Like when he knew he was being lazy, when he knew he was being injured, when he knew his skills were starting to wane, he never gracefully turned everything over to Kobe and said, "You know what? It's your time." He was a part of the dysfunction. I did a whole show about.
He also did the same thing when he went to Miami, right? That they had to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they had to pull him aside and tell him, "Yo, this you got to let Wade flourish because you're still doing, And out of Shaq's own mouth, he openly said the only reason why he was more willing to commit to that idea is because of the perception of him. He didn't want to be continuously be perceived as this player that was beefing with other players on the team. But that Shannon Sharp shit he did a few months ago, let's just say that's not the first time he did that.
Hold on, what did he do on Shannon? Oh, when he said he was looking for information on Shannon Sharp?
Yes. Let's say that.
Are you saying he did that to Kobe?
He did that too. Not just Bean, but a few players throughout his time in the NBA.
Oh, snaps.
Oh, wow.
Let's also let it be known, out of two players that were on the team with Kobe and Shaq, the amount of times that Shaq would go into the front office yelling and screaming about demanding trades, and then would do some of the most vile shit in the locker room to teammates. Some of these things has already been stated, such as him
like putting his nuts on somebody's mouthpiece.
Grabbing a toothbrush and sticking it in his butt and scrubbing his butt with it.
Hey, Lo, please say you're lying.
No.
He's not lying. He's not
you can type in Shaq toothbrush.
No, they really said it. They really said it.
Yes. To him, even when
they
Kobe
said he doodled in people's shoes and everything.
Yes, when Kobe, there was a I even said Derek Fisher. From I was told, Derek Fisher said this, that there was times when Kobe would have really great games, and Shaq would just stand in the middle of the lane, get an offensive 3 seconds in the key because he felt like he was supposed to get the ball, and that was during that stretch when Phil Jackson had to come to Kobe and tell him, "Yo, we're losing a big fella."
So you're saying that he was only asking Kobe to take a step back because Shaq was just going to be a big 5-year-old if he didn't.
I think.
Wow, for real, low. This is what we doing, low.
Some of these things Shaq himself. I'm gonna say some of these things Shaq himself has said like recently. These are not things that I'm just making up. You can type in Shaq toothbrush right now and go find him getting a toothbrush and sticking it up his butt and then sitting there laughing at somebody else.
Okay, listen. What does that have to do with Kobe being a sidekick?
Because I think there's a lot of things that
what Shaq does that have to do with Kobe being a sidekick? What does that have to do with Kobe being a sidekick?
I'm answering it right now. I'm answering it.
Okay.
I think there are several things that happened at that point in time. That I don't think that a lot of other players would have challenged Shaq the way in which Kobe did, and I think that's including a lot of other players outside of that locker room, especially because Shaq was on other teams and people did not challenge him, and so. I fail to believe. I truly, especially the things that I've heard. Some of the stuff I just told you, I heard out of Shaq's mouth himself.
This nigga's hilarious. Hilarious. Shaq is beloved. Shaq is beloved. He is the biggest loved person we've ever met in our life.
No one's not.
You have to stop that. Kobe's challenging of Shaq was a detriment to the Lakers more than it benefited the Lakers.
Well, I think
He had
that's
no
not true.
problem with
I
none of his
I think
teammates.
that is an absolute lie.
Listen,
that, and
He had a problem with Penny. He had a problem with Penny.
You brought up
He had a problem with Penny.
I let you cook, Low.
He
I
had
let
a
you
problem
cook,
with
Low.
Penny.
I let you cook, Low.
He
He
didn't have
didn't
a
have a
problem
problem
with Penny
with Penny. He
Hardaway.
had no problem with Penny. He had no
You
problem
are,
with Penny.
you are, man, he a lie.
I want to say something. What you said about him not having any problems with any of his teammates, that is factually incorrect. That is a lie. But
Low. We have evidence. And since Omaria left, I was gonna have Maria basically confirm this: how idiotic men behave. We have footage of Shannon Sharp, Hall of Fame football player, with another Hall of Fame football player putting car keys in ice boxes and locking up. Like, these dudes do that. Y'all talking about these. Y'all forget what Shaq came from. Y'all know Shaq's fraternity. Do y'all know what it takes to be a part of that fraternity? What you have to do
to get branded.
Not only just branded. Didn't they make fun of Anthony Davis?
Q dogs are crazy. If you've been on a college campus,
didn't they make fun of Anthony Davis when they were playing with supposedly with his rear end in a college locker room? Shaq was known for being a big kid. I'm not saying Shaq did things that his teammates didn't think was disgusting and that was just outrageous. We all know Shaq is an outrageous human being. But to put that on him because you can't prove that at that point in time, Kobe was the catalyst to them winning, and because Kobe was a sidekick, is why you got exposed the other night, brother, because you can't just explain Kobe's greatness. You have to try to defile Shaq's character and bring up some obscure information that Shaq was some kind of weird dude. Like this, y'all gotta stop this, bro. Kobe was a great basketball player, even as a sidekick, winning 3 championships. It doesn't hurt his career.
Are you a sidekick to Lamont?
Yes, Lamont's my boss.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Thank you. Now you got that. Now you got that. Take your zesty beans ass on and continue to talk about LeBron.
So I want to.
Now go ahead, Lo. Go ahead, Lo. Since I got cut off, go ahead, man.
The idea, and again, I'm not. This isn't really defaming Shaq's character. These are facts.
You go here.
These are facts. But I find it very odd the idea of what I'm saying, which is a fact, is then labeled as defaming Shaq's personality or whoever he is. But you're effectively doing the same thing about Kobe. All I am doing is outlining the facts.
No.
And what you're saying about Kobe
character at all. I did not defame Kobe's character of any kind. I did not.
You said he was a horrible leader and that he pushed away
That's
Shaq.
Basketball related. That's basketball related, Lo. That's basketball related.
What I'm saying, I think the problem is I think you don't understand how it's correlating to basketball. There is a reason why when Shaq went to Miami, that the first year they also did not win. Because it's not as if like D Wade in that first year was not playing really well. There's a reason why when he went to Miami that Gary Payton and a bunch of other people had to pull him aside and tell him you're getting in D Wade's way. That is also a fact. That's something you can look up.
I did. This Friday show is going to be about. Make sure you're there, please. I'll make sure the show lasts till midnight so that when you're done with your playback, you can join this show and I'll show you exactly why you were wrong today. But continue.
But does that have something to do with basketball?
Yes, I'm going to talk about my Miami Heat in 06 and 05, and I only talk basketball though. I don't bring up not.
Wait, okay. There's a reason why Shaq wasn't being as involved in the games, and they had to reel back Kobe, despite him having really great games. Not as if like Kobe was just bullshitting out there. They had to keep Shaq engaged. Does that have something to do with basketball?
Yes, it does, because we need to win. We're not winning with Kobe. Kobe's 40 is not winning. Shaq's 30 is.
No, but I think Lo. I think I get what you're saying, Lo. But
Bill thought that. That's why he told your boy back up.
No, I think
I think if you have both of them engaged, I think that would be perfectly fine. I think
no, Lo. If Kobe was the leader you said, he would have had Shaq engaged, but he wasn't. Dwayne Wade was obviously that leader because he had Shaq engaged.
When Kobe was going on that stretch in 2004, 31 points, they won a game. 35 points, they won that game. 28 points, they won that game. 40 points, they won that game. 35 points, they won that game. 35 points, they end up losing that game. The next 25, they end up winning. The stretch in which I'm referring to, they won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the 7 games.
Yeah, but hold on. But I think the problem in this is we can go down Kobe's stats don't look like a number 2 option stats. That's not why he was a number 2 option. I've been trying to tell everybody this from the jump. We don't make him a number 2 option. Phil Jackson chose to make him a number 2 option by giving him that role.
Which, I'll be honest with you too, I've heard the stuff I also heard about Phil Jackson is also very, very.
Here you go.
No. What I'm saying is this right here. There was a reason why Shaq and Phil were kind of connected when Shaq was ousted. I'm saying that. All I'm saying is that once Phil Jackson made the decision that whatever we do offensively, we are running everything through Shaq. He didn't care if Shaq was fat. He didn't care if Shaq was out of shape. He didn't care if Shaq complained. He didn't care if Shaq was putting his nuts on people's mouthpieces. He said, whatever we do, we're going to run this off. Even so much, like the reason why we know Kobe wasn't a number 1 option is because if I have to come to you and say, can you chill so we can get the other guy going? You don't do that to number 1 options. Because if you a number 2 option, you can be like, man, you better figure that shit out. You better get it. That's the guy. So the fact that they had to go to Kobe and say, look, we need you to fall back to, because we're trying to make the number 1 option happy. They cater and they did everything around Shaq. That's Phil Jackson's doing. Phil Jackson could have easily over one summer completely changed how they ran the triangle and basically said, look, everything's getting run through Kobe. Shaq, you can't do nothing about it. This is just how the offense is being run. And we would have known, like Phil Jackson could have easily changed this. Phil Jackson never chose to change it. And he chose to run everything through Shaq. Like, I don't choose this.
He actually asked to trade Kobe. He actually said trade Kobe.
But to be who said Phil Jackson or Shaq?
No, Phil Jackson said that.
No. I'm here to tell you both of them did.
I'm not telling you that Shaq did not have any let me just say anything to do with the actual beef between him and Kobe. Again, there was a beef between him and Kobe. It was, again, Kobe was the new NBA oligarch coming in. He was representing the new NBA. Shaq was the old NBA. And that clash, I guess, was necessary. But we had that clash. At the end of the day, Kobe didn't wait his turn. Shaq didn't want to let Kobe have his turn. And that's why you had the issue that they had. At the end of the day, they were 2 great players. They could have won more championships together, but they didn't. They just didn't. That's just it. And the problem that we're having is the second option thing is that what me and Lamont are saying, Kobe was just a sidekick. And if he was the sidekick in 03 and 04, they would have won those championships as well. But that's the problem.
Lamont just didn't say that.
Wait, before I want to just because when I'm saying
23 and 25 when Kobe played and Shaq didn't play.
What I'm saying is
why were the Lakers 23 and 25 when Shaq didn't play?
Well, that's just result. I don't think.
Yeah, we're not worrying about that. We're not worrying about that. Let's go. Go ahead, Lo.
I'm not refuting the idea that Kobe could have been. Kobe was a second option. I'm refuting this idea that you think that anybody else would have been able to been but functional around that chaos. That's what I'm saying. And also,
there wouldn't have been that chaos.
I don't think it would have been chaos with
anybody.
I think that's the point that y'all are,
because I don't think anybody was as crazy as Kobe. What did they say about Kobe? People say that Kobe was so secluded and separated from his teammates. People thought he was weird. He was kind of a weirdo.
Why was there chaos when Shaq first got to Miami? That's what I'm at. Why did they have to pull Shaq aside and tell him?
Yeah, but hold on, Lo. Listen to what you said, Lo.
No,
here's
that's
the
false.
thing. Here's the difference. They were able to go to Shaq, get him to conform, and they won a championship. There was no going to Shaq getting him to conform in LA. He was so bought in Miami. He was so cool with everybody. He didn't. There was no beef with him and D Wade. He was. I think if the Colorado situation and him out and Kobe out and Shaq thing, if that never happened, if they had a closer relationship, I don't think Shaq would have had a problem turning the reins over to Kobe. But once that beef started, Shaq was never going to fold and turn the reins over to Kobe.
But
Shaq did it too.
But what I'm asking is, why did someone else have to tell Shaq to tone it down with Wade? Why couldn't he? I hear what y'all are saying. What I'm asking is, why can't Shaq acknowledge that himself?
Shaq did not have to. I can answer that question because as a Heat fan, I know he didn't have to tone it down for Wade. He only had to do it for the NBA Finals. At the At the end of the day, when he joined the Miami Heat, not only did Shaq get back in shape that he was from like 3 years prior to that, because when he got to Miami, he was like 380. And Pat Riley specifically told him he cannot play at 380. What happened the first year was they didn't build the full roster yet because they had just traded for Shaq. They had a very good season. Like I said, we won 17 or 18 more games than we did the year before. Shaq was second in MVP, which he should have actually won the MVP that year, but that's another discussion. What ended up happening was Shaq got I was just watching something on this. That at the end of that season, we had clinched the division, and Shaq had went to Stan Van Gundy and said, "Hey, when I was in LA, Phil used to let us chill once we clinch, and I don't want to play." Stan Van Gundy said no. On the last game versus Indiana, he got a thigh contusion. He actually said he supposed to be tore a muscle or whatever. So he said he wasn't fully 100% going into the playoffs. Not to mention Dwayne Wade did get hurt versus Detroit in that game 5 in that same series. But the next season, they brought in the Antoine Walker. They brought in the Gary Payton. They brought in the Jason Williams. They brought in the Posey. And that was all brought there for Shaquille O'Neal. And that was the one-time team. And that's when they but they made Van Gundy resign. And Pat Riley took over. And Pat Riley, from his own mouth, said that he ran an offense predicated on Shaq being in the paint and Dwayne Wade on isolation. Every offensive play he had basically involved Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal. When they got to the playoffs, Shaquille O'Neal was not playing well the first 2 playoff games and against the Dallas Mavericks in the finals. So they told Shaq, we're going to go to Wade, just leave it alone. In fact, the same thing that I was just watching today, Dwayne Wade said that Shaq came to him and said, buddy, this is your time. Take it over. You're the star. And Dwayne Wade went off for 4 games straight. And not only that, Shaq handed him the finals MVP trophy. The only person to ever take.
Why is he talking?
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm
Didn't
saying?
Kobe tell him the same thing? Didn't Kobe tell him the same?
See what I'm saying?
I hear what you, Johnny.
I agree with you.
I hear what you're saying.
Shaq was an idiot, but at the end of the day, he was just better than Kobe. By the time he got to Miami,
you're missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying because I'm not here arguing about who's better. From my understanding, whoa.
George.
Yeah. From my understanding, that conversation that GP had with him was not in the finals.
George, you got an echo.
That conversation was not in the finals. That conversation was throughout the regular season where they had to tell him to tone it down. And that wasn't the only time that they had that conversation. A couple of people had that conversation with him.
No, I'm telling you, as somebody from Miami, I'm telling you.
No. I'm telling you, as NBA, multiple NBA players have told me this. That they had to have that conversation with Shaq multiple times, and the idea that Shaq came to Wade and said, "Hey, it's your time to take over," was after they had already.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It really wasn't. Shaq balled out versus Detroit.
No. I'm not saying that he didn't pick his battles to be more dominant. And so, unless you're telling me that Jason Williams is lying, unless you're telling me that.
No. What I'm telling you is that the offense that they always ran until they got to the finals predicated on Shaq and still being a part of as the first option.
Unless you're telling me Jason Williams is lying about people having to come to Shaq and telling him throughout their regular season that they needed Wade to progress more to get where they needed to. Because in that regular season, Shaq was only averaging 20 points in that regular season.
Yes.
They had to tell Shaq to do that.
No.
So Jason Williams is lying.
That was already a part of the plan. Again, Pat Riley already set it up to be that way. That's how the game plan was set up. That was the part of the game plan. Shaq had to tone it down for the finals. Gary Payton had to tell him that because Gary Payton was the one that told him, "Listen, man, I was with you in 2004. And we didn't do it then. We're here now. We're here in the finals now. This is our moment. This is our chance. Let's do it. Let's just let the kids take over."
I'm not denying that.
I was saying, but prior to that, they didn't. Prior to that, there was no clash between Dwayne Wade, Pat Riley, the coaching scheme. None of that.
But there wasn't a clash because that's not Wade's person.
Hold on. Can we?
No.
Hold on. Can we get low?
You're telling me.
Low. Explain why. So, because y'all can go back and forth about this all day, but I want you to explain how Shaq's hard-headedness, because I'm assuming it sounds like that's what we talk about, Shaq being hard-headed.
Yes.
Shaq being hard-headed if we take this same hard-headed version of Shaq, place him back in LA, because those are the years we were originally talking about. Why do you feel that version of Shaq couldn't have won with any other great shooting guard in that time frame, especially if we're talking about the elites of the elites? Like, for example, if you take a prime Paul Pierce, a prime T-Mac, and T-Mac only said win a championship. He didn't say three-peat. I think it takes a special player to three-peat.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the one.
To win a championship, why wouldn't another Shaq being so dominant at that time? You got to explain to me how you couldn't plug and play Kobe and get one at least with a lot of other great shooting guards.
I agree with the one. I've already said
Okay.
one. I agree with the one. I'm not.
Now, the three-peat takes a special type of talent to three-peat because that's extremely tough to do. So I'm not going to give him the three-peat, but I don't think T-Mac ever said three-peat. But to win one, maybe two.
I'm fine. I'm fine with the whatchamacallit. And this is another thing when you're bringing into the injuries with Shaq, which I'm not denying that, but these were not part of the conversations with when he was in LA, because part of the reason why they lost in 03 as well is because Shaq was fat and he went into the playoffs not 100% healthy. He wasn't healthy. He had a lower back strain in the 2003 playoffs. But now, wait, I want to be clear.
Nothing to do with Kobe jacking up a bunch of shots and playing outside of the offense versus San Antonio. No, that's not the reason why.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that they lost that series because of Shaq. I'm saying that I don't think that he would have been good enough to make it throughout the entire run, because at that point in time, Shaq was not 100% healthy to finish the entire run. He just wasn't.
Which happens when you don't stay in shape a lot of times.
But I want to be clear. It's completely fine for you to bring up injuries when he's in Miami. But when I bring up the fact that it's a fact, he had a lower back strain heading into the 2003 playoffs.
I didn't blame Shaq losing on poor performance. I said that he had an injury going into the playoffs, and that Dwayne Wade also got injured in the playoffs. Kobe didn't get injured in the playoffs. Kobe wasn't hurt versus the San Antonio Spurs. They lost versus San Antonio Spurs because Kobe was jacking up shots playing outside of the offense.
That's not the reason.
That's the facts, ladies and gentlemen. Just like today, Lamont showed y'all film. We can go back and look at film of the Lakers versus the San Antonio Spurs in 03, and you will see Kobe playing outside of the offense, taking bad shots.
That is not the reason. They lost that series because Shaq. Kobe also played outside the offense. Shaq was also dealing with a back strain, and that roster had gotten severely worse as time progressed. It just got worse.
Okay.
How about San Antonio was just really good that year? Like, why can't?
I don't think they were really good, but I think that the roster got worse as time progressed, and so. I hear what you're saying, but
Kobe got better, and they should have won because Kobe was supposed to be the man. Yeah, y'all say he won in 02 and 03, 01 and 02 because of it.
I'm not saying that. No,
but I'm just saying no. The reason you brought this conversation up, Lo, was because the reverberation of what me and Lamont has been doing about this whole Shaq conversation, because my thing was about Shaq. At first it was fun. It was fun about T-Mac and Kobe, but then when y'all started disrespecting Shaq was when I said, okay, y'all, I'm drawing the line now. Y'all are really taking this too far. Shaq was dominant, and he's definitely winning more championships because Kobe cost him those championships in 03 and 04.
And that's the point.
I know, I got you. I understand that, Lo. I get that.
I'm saying based off more information I have learned about who Shaq was at that point in time, it's already hard for me to believe that someone's pulling off a three-peat, but knowing who Shaq was and the fact that he didn't take care of himself and the fact that the roster is getting worse, I don't know how.
I just think that you guys have to understand, as great as Kobe was, that time and span in his career was a learning point for him. He had to learn to become a better leader. He had to learn to become a better team player. And it took some struggles, you know what I'm saying? That's why he had to get rid of Shaq, because he had to see what it took to really do it as the main guy without help, without falling or leaning on anybody. He noticed how hard it was. That's why he apologized to Phil. That's why he changed his mentality. He learned to be a better leader, a better teammate, and he was able to win 2 more championships afterwards. And he was able to have a great career. And his numbers and accolades speak for themselves. None of this takes away from Kobe. None of this about him and Shaq and the T-Mac stuff takes away from him. He's in my top 10. Like I said, Kobe's resume speaks for itself. We don't have to really say that. But at the end of the day, that span in time, there were some players that Shaq, especially like we were just talking about Paul Pierce earlier. If Shaq had that Paul Pierce back then, oh yeah, he's definitely winning 4 or 5 championships with the Lakers easily.
Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce got stabbed and showed up back to the NBA balling.
Yeah, and Paul Pierce is another nigga that
He only
won
three with Kobe, but
Another one, he'll be you're right. Him and Shaq will be balling. They'll be popping bottles in the club. You're right about that, Lo. They definitely be enjoying life.
Yeah,
they wouldn't be hitting the gym. You're right. I got you on that.
None of them took that shit serious enough to
believe. And that's why Kobe ended up being better than all of them. That's why Kobe ended up being better than Shaq, being better than all of them. Paul Pierce.
Believe that Shaq and Iverson or Paul Pierce would stay conditioned enough to go from 2000 to 2005, winning every single year. That makes no sense.
With Phil's mantra, with Phil as the coach.
You said I don't know about Iverson though. Iverson was a natural walk in the gym. He don't have to do anything to
exactly practice.
Iverson is the exception there because Iverson is one of those weird talents. He's that one dude that never practiced and could just walk in and still be the best player. I don't know.
Iverson's another one that couldn't play the game. In 2002, Iverson only played 60 games. 2004, he's only playing 48 games. If you just think, and these are
isn't that with him as the number one option?
Yeah, but if you're expecting, because I'm assuming you're still expecting some degree of talent from him, even as Shaq regresses. There's just no way you think that he's going to be able to retain a certain level of fitness to go from 2000 to 2005 to go through deep postseason run every single year.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think what we're forgetting when we talk about what T-Mac said. T-Mac
No. I agree with T-Mac. I agree with T-Mac. I agree with one.
No, I'm not saying he's wrong. What I'm saying is when T-Mac talks about being in a better situation, I think he's talking about more than just Shaq. He's talking about having other teammates, an organization that's going to give you hellified role players that's going to make your job 10 times easier. So the mileage that you put out is not the same mileage that T-Mac is having to put out on Orlando. Like when you got role players like the Lakers had, like we might talk down on the Rick Foxes and some of these guys, but these guys put in work around Kobe. When I went back and watched some of the clutch shots that was being made, I watched Derek Fisher literally come down and just knock down a pull-up three to send the game to overtime with Kobe and Shaq on the floor. Like, imagine having a player with the balls to take that level of shot to tie the game that sends it to overtime. It's just like, he ain't have guys like this.
But in 2003, who's the hellified talent around him?
On the Laker team? I don't remember the Laker team verbatim.
In 2003, this is the second to last year in Rick Fox's career. Rick Fox got hurt. He only played 4 games in the playoffs. Robert Horry is 32 years old. I think he played like 3 or 4 more years after that.
So are you talking about what the roster looked like in the finals?
No,
in 03, and just in general in 03. We gotta remember Derek Fisher was still good enough. Robert Horry's still good enough.
Robert Horry is shooting 5% from 3 in that playoff run. 5.
When he's waiting for Kobe to give him the ball with the last second shot. What do you want me to do? Kobe's standing there jacking up shots left and right.
That's the shit I be talking about. Let's be serious.
I know you was gonna get mad. Don't become a zesty beans because we talking about Kobe jacking up shots. Kobe jacking up shots. That's bad offense, Lo. You the one who loves talk about good basketball. That's bad basketball. That's why you can't expect your teammates to do anything when you just out here just giving them the ball in the last second minutes of the game.
So the roster in 03,
Jokic would never.
Bad position. Come on, man.
It's a worse offense. It's a worse supporting cast than it was before. That's the point I'm making. They had 36-year-old Brian Shaw, Mark Madsen, Pargo. I think he was on Pargo's father.
They had Devin George too, right? Devin George was like a rookie or a second-year player.
Yeah, Devin George at I think he was rookie or second-year player. Like he's like Devin. That was Devin George at that point.
Had a lot of,
Still never was a full-time starter.
But if you're just relegating it to this year, maybe if you plug another player in 03, they can't win. But I'm not just talking about the 03 team. I'm talking about if you put another great player alongside Shaq with the power of the Lakers organization for an 8-year stretch, I'm almost positive that the Lakers organization, along with Phil Jackson as the head coach, will find a way to map out and build out a roster that can win championships. Now, what specific year or how that team looks, I don't know. But when T-Mac is talking about an organization that's consistently dedicated to finding players that are going to help win a championship. Hold on.
Can you please play what T-Mac actually said?
Hold on, George. You got to echo. So all I'm saying,
do you think in the year 2000, you think T-Mac was ready to be on that team to win at that level?
What? No, I don't know. I don't know what particular year T-Mac could have.
No. Wait, I'm just or whoever.
Because you're trying to plug them into the same team, everything the same. Just remove Kobe and put T-Mac in. I don't think that's what T-Mac was saying. T-Mac was talking about
He said replace me with Kobe. He said replace me with Kobe. He did say replace me with Kobe.
He did say replace me with Kobe.
Yeah, he did say that. That's exactly. That was exactly.
He didn't say he said if you put me with Shaq.
No. He said replace me with Kobe, and I don't win championships with Shaq. No, that's what he said, Lamont. That's what he said. He did say that. He said if you replace me with Kobe, you tell me I don't win championships with Shaq.
He said if you put me with Shaq. He said if you put me with Shaq. I got the short on my channel. I could play the short.
Trust me. He had to apologize for saying Kobe's name. He had to apologize.
Bro, that's not what he said. He said if you put me with Shaq. All right, hold on. I'll play the short right now.
I keep telling you, I got good ears. I pay attention.
I can just play the short. I got the short on my channel.
Either way, it's all BS because
he said I can carry.
Good.
Yeah, it could be BS. You can
Here we go.
We're talking basketball. Lowe's not wrong when he says that Shaq kind of caused a riffle in that locker room because it's basically like the Donovan McNabb T.O. scenario. You basically have some players who are cool with Donovan McNabb because he's the old veteran that's been on the roster, but here comes this new guy everybody likes kind of to a certain degree, and the locker room gets split because you can't get two guys to be on the same accord. Was Kobe hated by his teammates? No, not really. He was just misunderstood. He was younger than them. He worked harder than them. They didn't understand Kobe. And Kobe was like, yo, I'm trying to be the best I can be. And they were like, well, the best you can be is Shaq's sidekick. And he was like, I don't want to be that. And they were like, well, that's what you got to be. Because they, at the end of their careers, they were happy winning with Shaq. But go ahead, Lamont.
No, that's low. Low put that up.
That is a championship quality team. Replace me with Kobe with Shaq. I don't win a championship.
See, I said that. That's what he said.
Yeah, but how is that? Hold on. But how is
Lamont? That's what he said. I don't know what to tell you. Bro.
No, he said that. I was wrong there. But how is that disrespectful to Kobe?
No. We're trying to build out a hypothetical. We're trying to build a hypothetical. It would have to be remove Kobe off the team and put him on the exact same roster.
Yeah, because Kobe.
Yeah, but hold on. But
Shaq are winning 7 championships.
Hold on, hey, Johnny. To me, that makes no sense because they play two different positions.
Hey, you got to take that up with him. You got to take it up with him.
Yeah, but no, but even if you leave everything the same, we acting like T-Mac's talent alone wouldn't have got for me to pretend as if that wouldn't over an 8-year stretch together with Shaq wouldn't have got one.
No, I'm asking what and okay, so the 8-year stretch. When does the 8 years start?
You can't use Kobe's name then if it's only on this.
It's because the thing is we would have to take the prime version of T-Mac, which I'm sure T-Mac he's not talking I'm sure he's talking about the prime version of himself. What the prime version of Shaq for 5 to 8 years.
You're saying 8 years, but what I'm asking for T-Mac, when does those 8 years start? That's what I'm asking.
I mean, you could put them with the 04 team. I think they win. Put it like that. You put T-Mac on the 04 team, I believe they win.
The 04 team.
Do I? Okay.
Kobe?
Do I?
Let's just use the 04 team. Use the 04 team.
Okay.
That's one championship right there that I almost would guarantee if you put T-Mac there.
That's fine. I'm asking for what 8-year stretch.
No, I'm saying throughout that stretch.
Hold on, you think they win in 04?
I mean, you told me to pick one team. You told me to pick one team that I could just remove Kobe and put T-Mac in. I feel like in 04, if you just remove Kobe and put T-Mac in, you have a championship.
I don't know.
The one that they lost?
Man, you must be crazy on the 04 team. What?
That floor spacing was atrocious, Lamont.
What you mean the spacing? They didn't lose because of spacing. They lost because Kobe went AWOL.
Kobe was 43 for 113. That's why
they didn't lose because of no spacing. That was coming.
For Devontae George and Gary Payton bricking open shots.
Bro.
Got the T-Mac.
So what that got to do with
hold on. Everybody bricking shots, but you didn't talk about Kobe bricking shots.
I'm not.
Was he bricking wide open shots, Lamont?
Game series. He was 4
shots.
Bad shots.
He was 43 for 113. Shaq took 84 shots in the 2004
Look,
finals.
like
and
when we
shot
taking the
over
stats, hold on,
62%.
one boy. I don't even
What
want to take
y'all
the
talking
stats
about?
because it's not about the stats of others. What I'm saying is, by the 04 team to me was a really good team. They were almost a shoe-in to win it all. The only reason why everybody thought they wouldn't win it that year is because there was dysfunction. That's why the Pacers thought they could beat them. That's why the Pistons thought they could beat them. It wasn't because they didn't have the talent. It was because they were completely dysfunctional, and that dysfunction started with whatever was going on with Shaq and Kobe. That's why they could have been had that year, and that's why they were beat. But if you're telling me 04, you put another star in outside of Kobe, T-Mac, even a Paul Pierce, a prime Paul Pierce, you win a championship.
This is crazy.
Crazy. That is you are crazy.
Bro, the Pistons.
Hold on, let
Bro,
me ask these two Kobe
what?
fans. What is
You must be
crazy
out of your
about
mind. Do y'all know how good the
shooting
04 team was?
14-3 for 113? He shot 14-3 for 113. He missed 70 shots in 5 games. What are y'all talking about?
That's what great defense does to you.
Shaq shot
That's what great. You know how
62%.
good Detroit
Shaq shot
was?
62%.
Do you know
What
how
are you
great?
talking about?
Do you know how great of a defensive unit that Pistons team was? And you
Alright, so
telling me
did
What's all
that
that shit,
Kobe,
bro? Them
they
dudes
would
couldn't
have
shoot,
Did
they
you
bro.
not
wouldn't
just
have
hear
got
me
to Kobe.
say?
They would have got
Did
to
you
Kobe.
not just hear me
But
say Shaq averaged 26 points on 62% shooting?
and won one game and won one game.
So
And
Mr. Winters, my
That's
question
not
to
even,
Mr.
that's not
Winters
even an
is,
argument.
Y'all niggas is retarded. Y'all can't be
hold on one
this
second,
dumb.
Mr. Winters. So
Thank
if Shaq had the obvious mismatch and was dominating his matchup, then why wouldn't Kobe just defer and just keep going to Shaq?
you'd have to listen. You have to ask Phil Jackson.
No. If there's an obvious matchup nightmare where Shaq is clearly averaging close to 27 and what? Some double-digit rebounds. He's dominant. He's shooting 63% from the field because the Pistons refused to double team him and they were only guarding him with one player. It's the obvious matchup problem. Then why don't you play to that mismatch and just go win the series playing through Shaq? Shaq obviously will get another Finals MVP if they win that.
And I'm not arguing against that.
Hold on one
Lamar. I'm
second,
not
Olo.
arguing
Hold on
against
one
that.
second, Olo. Please hold on. I'm talking to Mr. Winters now. All I'm saying is think about what we're talking about here. All I'm saying is Kobe at that time had checked out on team basketball. His only goal at that particular time in 04 was to, if we win, it's going to be through me. That he checked out of the team. If y'all are telling me that if I take out a Kobe who had checked out on team basketball and put in a guy in prime T-Mac who, again, I would believe would play team basketball, unless you are telling me that player would also be playing checked out basketball like Kobe as well. Yeah, of course, if you take out a negative Kobe and put in a prime T-Mac, you probably get better results because Shaq was still Shaq. As out of shape and as bad as y'all think he was still dominating his matchup.
Yo,
and Kobe refused to play through that.
Can I play this real quick before I'm gonna go? Let me play this real quick for Johnny. And you let me know when does it sound like he had this team meeting with Shaq?
Good to go with my little young guy, and he was just becoming the person who he was, and it was great to be with him.
Well, then in 2005, you signed a 1-year deal with the Miami Heat, and now you get to reunite with Shaq once again. And I guess in the beginning things were a little bit rough, and you had to pull Shaq aside and say, "Listen, Dwayne Wade is really who we got to focus on," and that's when everything started to change.
It did. You know what? When Van Gundy got fired, we were like 15 games, 14 games under 500 or something like that. We went on a run and won about 17 games in a row. And then all of a sudden, we were having problems with who was our go-to guy. And Shaq, at that time, was not our go-to guy. I think this young kid, Flash, was a guy. He was doing a lot of things. And I just called a team meet. And I just said, look, you guys, we got to learn how to play our role. Play our role. I'm not the guy that I used to be. So I'm going to have to play defense and take the slack and make the shots when I have to. And Shaq wasn't really going for that. And I had to pull him to the side because that's like my brother. And I told him, look, if we're going to win this championship or even make a run for it, you got to be like me. We got to just say, forget it. Our time is over. We here. You done won everything. You done made all this money. You good. Don't worry about it. Let's win a championship right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he agreed with me. And we started running through things through G Wade. And look what happened. He started averaging 35. And all of a sudden we made a run and we beat Dallas.
Right.
You just like me to respond, or you just want to leave it like that?
It sounds like he's talking about in the finals because that's when Wade started averaging 35.
That's what he's talking about. The team meeting happened when they were down 0-2. Again, listen. I have done this a long time, Low. I get what you're saying. I'm not telling you that Heat team was a perfect team, because again, that Heat team was not even supposed to win a championship. They brought a bunch of guys together. Like I said, they brought Antoine Walker into the locker room, Jason Williams. These are all guys that other teams did not like. They weren't professionals. These dudes were wild. As soon as they won that championship that next season, they all came into the season out of shape because, like you said, these dudes were these are veterans. As I always tell people, that was the NBA back then, full of veterans. So yes, did Shaq and Dwayne Wade in 06 have a changing of guard where we started to notice that Dwayne Wade was really, really good and Shaq was kind of losing a step? Yes, the Heat knew that. But again, like I said, I got quotes from Pat Riley himself stating the exact offense he ran in 06. And it was an offense that was predicated around both of them, because he said that they both would need each other. He said that Shaq needed Dwayne Wade needed Shaq. And Shaq was very instrumental to Dwayne Wade's development as well. And I'm gonna mention all of this on. You just officially gave me Friday night's episode because I
didn't hear the timing in the clip, like as far as when he.
No, he said no. He did. He said in the mid-season they were struggling. He said they were 15 games under 500. I don't remember the Heat being 15 games.
That's not factually correct.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't remember the Heat being, but I do remember them going on that 17-game winning streak. If I'm correct, I do remember them going on the 17-game winning streak. And like you said, everything was working fine with it. There was really no problems with the Heat. Shaq did not have it. The only time Shaq had an issue was in the finals, because Shaq thought, this is my moment, just like he thought with Kobe. When we get to the finals, this is my turn to take over. And they were like, no, we're going to go to Wade now, because Wade has all the best matchups. They're double teaming you. You're missing your free throws. We're scrapping the whole game plan.
Right.
The game plan is going to Dwayne Wade. And he said, you know what? I'm going to do that because Gary Payton told him, yo, please, bro, let's just do it. And like he said, when they did that, Dwayne Wade scored 35 points per game straight in a row. That's what he's talking about. But again, Lo, we can have this conversation. Please be available midnight. I hate to say this, Friday night, pause. And I know you got your lives every night, but when you're done with your live, come pop on Friday night on FYF and you'll see us talking about it. And I'll bring you the clips that I got. And we can have this conversation again.
Everybody's saying that I cook myself. I play full clips. I'm just giving y'all the evidence.
No, you didn't cook yourself. Actually, there's some people in here that says you were cooking me. So shout out to you, Lo.
No, I want people to know. I'm not sitting here withholding information. That's the GP reference that everybody that we're referring to. And I am telling you, coming from out of the mouth of someone who was in that locker room.
Look, see?
The conversation was had before. There was multiple conversations throughout that year.
Yeah,
and there were several conversations that happened before they got into the playoffs.
Okay, no, like I said, brother, I can't wait. Hopefully,
I believe that if it came from Jason Williams.
Yes, Jason.
No,
Williams,
I believe Jason Williams as well too, but I don't know what conversation Jason Williams and Lo was having. So I'm just going to take Lo paraphrasing, and we'll accept that. I'm not going to say Lo's a liar right now, but I just don't know the context.
You be saying Jason Williams will be the liar because.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because I know Jason Williams would tell the truth. But I know for a fact if we ask Jason Williams who was the leader of that locker room, he's going to tell you Shaq.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying.
No, I know, but that's what people argue with me about all the time. I'll be trying to explain them. Shaq's the leader. Dwayne Wade might have been quote unquote the best player, I guess, with Shaq declining. Like that was the last of Shaq. Like we were never going to see Shaq after that. That was it. He himself admitted it. He said that he started to notice in the finals he didn't have it anymore. He was like, he thought he could dominate, and he was like, man, I can't have it. And that's when it was like, well, if you don't have it, we're going to go to Wade. And he was like, you know what? You guys are right. Fuck it. And that's why I said he handed Wade the finals MVP trophy. And not only that, he gave Wade that. Like, I told you, young man, you were about to blossom, which is what Kobe couldn't wait for. Kobe should have waited. Kobe just had to wait 2 more years. He couldn't do it. Kobe, and I don't blame him, because Kobe was there because like you said, Kobe's been dealing with Shaq since '97. So I can just imagine him being frustrated with Shaq.
Yeah, I'm just providing the information, and
But I think the fact that Shaq actually won with D Wade proves the point that Shaq, even on the decline, that's not even the prime version of Shaq won a championship. We're talking about prime Shaq with T Mac. I don't care. I mean, with Phil Jackson, championships are gonna happen. I don't know when or how. Championship is happening, especially if a declining Shaq won with D Wade.
Again, I'm not denying
D Wade was the best player on the team.
The premise that
I'll give you that. We're not talking about that.
Yeah.
That's why I said declining Shaq.
The only premise that I'm trying to prove to people, regardless if it's because I think the point that I'm making, regardless if it was in the finals, playoffs, and the regular season, is that these are things that Shaq was not aware of. And so what I'm saying is that fuck it, beyond Shaq and Kobe having a feud, there was going to have to be someone in the locker room that was going to stand up and tell Shaq to get the shit together. This is what needs to be done that's not being done now.
But Kobe never did that to Shaq.
But why you keep giving Kobe that responsibility though? That's not Kobe's responsibility.
I don't think it really should be the coach, but Phil Jackson is too passive aggressive to do it. That's another. That's
how Phil coaches.
Yeah, and Pippen and Jordan also complain about that too. What I'm saying is that if you don't have the veteran and Gary Payton in the locker room to tell Shaq that, who is telling Shaq that? That's what I'm asking.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you.
It's not as simple as I'm just putting a player in replace, because even as talented as Wade was at that time, someone still needed to pull Shaq. Why the fuck would anybody need to pull you aside and tell you, like, Wade is on the, like, what the fuck are you doing? And so what I'm saying is that Shaq never could identify, even when he was being a detriment. I'm not absolving Kobe from being a detriment, but what I'm saying is that the things in which Shaq would do would without a doubt be a detriment to the team succeeding, especially to the tune of doing more than a three-peat. That's what I'm saying. And unless you have someone that is in the locker room willing to check Shaq, because it wasn't going to be Phil Jackson.
Lo, I think what you're talking about, actually, Johnny played a video talking about the difficulties in this, but it can be done by anyone. Luckily, the Heat had a vet on the team that was savvy enough to do it. But
so who was the vet on the team on the Lakers?
No, but Go James Kingdom played a really good video about
Horace Grant.
About Kobe on Team USA. And they ran into that same issue with Kobe on Team USA.
Agreed.
And Coach K was like,
yes.
Well, Coach K was like, he was kind of nervous about it because he's saying, I'm on the team full of a whole bunch of stars, and they look to me. And he says, when I got that look, he knew he had to go be the one to tell Kobe, look, you need to ticker this down. So at the end of the day, when T-Mac is talking about great organizations, you also have to understand that sometimes these players are also put on the team to also handle locker room issues like that.
But we know Phil Jackson, as you just said, Phil Jackson was more of an enabler of Shaq than he probably should have been.
He was kind of an enabler to Kobe as well. Have you ever heard the Brian Shaw story?
I'm not denying. We're talking about Shaq's.
No, I know that, but I'm just.
We're focusing on the potential detriment of Shaq's problem on a roster. And if you do not have the proper people around him to check him, how it could eventually lead to a detriment in the locker room.
But what I meant by that was that Phil had ways of doing things like that, even though we wouldn't think that he's doing it. So as an example, there was this moment that Brian Shaw talks about how they used to tell Phil, like, yo, you snap on everybody, even Shaq, but you never really snap on Kobe. Like you really don't do that with Kobe. And he's like, why do you do that? And he explained to Brian Shaw at the time, like, listen, I need Kobe to have that confidence because he is our assassin at the end. I need him to be the killer. So I can't hearken on him doing the bad things that's going to make him that guy in the fourth quarter for us. So Phil Jackson had a way of understanding his team, his players, and how to motivate them. So, like, again, you're right. You're still going to need that veteran presence, which I believe the Lakers had. That's why, again, they went and got the like I said, the Ron Harpers, the Glenn Rices, the Horace Grants. These are veteran guys that can keep it, like the Brian Shaws. These are a lot of people don't know this. Brian Shaw kept a lot of that together. He kept the Kobe and beef actually like on ice. Like it could have got worse.
I'll give you Brian Shaw, but Brian Shaw was also a Shaq guy, though.
No, I know that he was. I don't, but he also was. He was also one of the only players that understood Kobe. Like, and he actually.
I'm not denying either, but
he was still cool with Kobe.
He was a Shaq. I mean, obviously because of his time in Orlando, but he was
exactly. No, but I'm just saying he was a veteran though. That's what I'm saying. Like that whole locker room was filled with veterans. So I get what you're saying about Shaq. Shaq's a bully. He's a big kid, and he probably did some things that deserve to be.
I hear what you're saying. But Brian Shaw also didn't check Shaq when they were in Orlando, and he was bullshitting in between the conference finals and the finals. He didn't check Shaq when they were in the finals and they were celebrating in the locker room at halftime. Brian Shaw he didn't do that in Orlando.
I know, that's why I said Phil. That's why when we had this conversation, I told you Phil was really the difference. Without Phil, you don't have this Shaq. That's what I told you. Without Phil, you really don't have this Shaq.
That I agree, but Phil, a lot of stuff that Phil did was passive aggressive. I'm gonna play with niggas in the media, throw around slander. Like that's what he did. And both Kobe and Shaq were frustrated with him doing that, and they openly stated that as well. All I'm saying is that for people to have to pull Shaq aside and tell him that means that someone would have to, if they had to do that in Miami, they definitely would have to have done that in LA. That's all I'm saying.
But they won in LA without anybody doing it.
But I don't think they had to. What I'm saying is, especially from what I understand, the reason why a lot of those things didn't happen is because Shaq stayed more engaged because of how much Kobe was challenging him. That's what I'm saying.
No, I tell you, that was the most brilliant thing you ever said, Lo. And in reality, that does make sense. With Kobe being what he was trying to do and trying to basically step over Shaq, that made Shaq say to himself, "Man, I gotta make sure this young man don't take my spot." That I agree, because he was beloved. He was beloved by Jerry West and them. So
if Kobe is not there to push Shaq, are you saying that Shaq declines by 2000 and he's just a bum?
No, not 2000. I think like, for example, this goes like the Iverson thing. Like, I think, like, hypothetically speaking, let's say they went to 2000, 2001. By the time we get to 2002, I don't think that, like, Iverson and Shaq are, like, challenging themselves enough to, like, get them to the three-peat and then winning 2003 and 04. Like, from everything that I've learned about Shaq, bro, after, like, 2002, it was coasting every single regular season, coasting throughout most of what he could coast through, because he knew there was going to be someone that was pushing it full throttle constantly. If Iverson is there, I don't necessarily know how that works. Part of what Shaq's engagement was that he knew he could rely on Kobe for a good portion of what he needed to coast through, and then assert himself throughout moments, especially throughout the playoffs and especially in the finals. But if there isn't someone there to constantly challenge the pecking order, because that's how they viewed it back then. There's a pecking order. I'm here. I'm at the table. This is my team. And how dare you challenge it? I'll fall asleep at the wheel.
But isn't there a flip side to that coin, Lo? Isn't other players realizing that they have it easy because all they got to do is lean on Shaq? Because they know eventually during the playoffs, Shaq's going to be there. Shaq's going to be ready.
No. There's a two sides to there. There's a benefit to it, but also there's a responsibility that comes along with it as well. And I don't think that, from everything that I know about and learn about Shaq, and even been known about him, the responsibility, I have a hard time believing that he's holding that responsibility in high regards, because he effectively tried to do that shit in Miami, where he just tried to coast. I'm gonna lean on Wade, and then when we get to the finals, I'm gonna start doing what I need to do.
No, I said he can't
try to do that. He tried to do it.
He was motivated. He was motivated for 2 years. Once he won that championship, that we got the Shaq that you talking. Yeah, he was. Yeah, no, that was it. That was really it. But it wasn't just him too, like you said, because the rest of the team at that time, Derek Payton can't do nothing. Like I said, man, that was embarrassing.
You're right. You're a perfect example.
Yep.
After Shaq had already proven I can win out of LA and without Kobe, I've proven myself. I'm done. You think that nigga would have stayed motivated enough after winning 2 in LA to say, I need to win 2, 3, 4, 5 more? You think he would have done that?
Because be honest. I'm telling you, Phil changes everything. Phil's better than Phil, man. Phil changes everything. Riley man. Couldn't? No, but Pat Riley's weird, man. Pat Riley's a weird coach, bro. Pat Riley's a weird coach. He's a tough-nosed coach. You have to always be in shape. Like you said, Phil is passive-aggressive. Phil don't mind if Shaq come in 20 pounds overweight in the offseason. Pat Riley's mad. He's finding you. Pat Riley's weird. Pat Riley be having private investigators watching you and stuff. Pat Riley's weird, bro. Pat Riley's weird, man.
So Shaq wasn't inspired to do it after he won that championship.
No, if you have 2000 Shaq with Dwayne Wade, let's just say Shaq was drafted 6 years later, and you have the 2000 Shaq and 2005 with Wade, they're winning they're winning a bunch of championships. That's the point. He got Shaq at the tail end of his career, of his prime. That's what it was.
Wade needs. This is where this is what I'm saying. Wade
Pat Riley's good enough.
Wade.
See, look, you gotta say. Why can't you just say because Kobe was just great? Just be like what Mr. Winters going to say. Kobe putting up 30. Nobody had the Mamba mentality. That's what you gotta say.
But I think you're also eliminating like availability, believing that Wade will be able to stay healthy enough for 5 straight postseason runs.
Wasn't Kobe hurt for 50 games in 2000? Then he was, not for 50 games, but he played 50 games 2000, I think 60 games in 2001. And I know he played 80 after that. I know he was playing 80 games after that. But I think the first 2 championships, he played 60 games or less, if I'm correct. I know he had that hurt wrist in 2000.
In 2000, he was 66. In 01, he had played 68.
Okay, all right. So I got the 50 games wrong. So the 50 must have been for.
I think it was just a lockout season.
Yeah, it was lockout season. Okay, yeah, it was like, but he did have the hurt wrist injury, right? That was the injury he had going into the 2000 season.
Wade didn't have any cartilage, man.
I know.
Come on,
I know. That's why I keep telling people Wade was lucky to have Shaq and LeBron.
So lucky. Believing that a nigga with no cartilage will be able to run off 5 straight championships, niggas, come on, be honest.
It's Shaq and it's Shaquille O'Neal. I'm just gonna keep praising Shaq, bro. Shaq.
Oh
Shaq.
my god,
bro. No, how many people you talk to have Shaq in their top 10? Like, and some people will tell you Shaq's top 5. Nobody.
I said everybody has.
Everybody. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because that's how dominant, bro. And we all saw it. We even like you said at your young age, we all saw Shaq, bro. Shaq was just special. He was just a special player.
03 Shaq wasn't the same nigga in that 2000 Shaq was.
Kobe didn't let it happen. Kobe was supposed to let it happen.
I've seen that nigga. He wasn't moving the same way, man. We can be honest.
Kobe cut that fro. Kobe cut that fro and was ready to put on that 24, and he was ready to be Mike.
Yeah, when he had a toe injury that kept him sidelined at the beginning of the season, that was Kobe.
I'm not saying no. I was saying no. Kobe. No, this was Kobe. Because by the time you get to the playoffs, now you got to give it to Shaq.
He had a lower back strain in 03.
See, there you go with the lower back injury stuff.
He just wasn't the same. It's okay.
He wasn't the same. What did Shaq average in 03?
Huh? He averaged 27.
Or 27?
He averaged 27.
26 and 14 against the Spurs.
Yeah, no, I'm talking for the regular season. Kobe led them in everything. Kobe was the leading scorer. He was it was Kobe's team. Kobe was taking over. Like Lamont said, and that's another thing too. If Phil would have said, you know what, Shaq, we going with this young man. Like it's his turn. Like you hurt, we gonna just go with Kobe. We're gonna play through Kobe. That probably wouldn't have happened either. But he didn't do that. So
Phil's the only one that could have changed the roles. He's the only one that would have changed the roles.
And we all know Phil is too passive.
With Phil never changing the roles.
He's too passive. So
again, Phil was just smart. You played.
You played basketball before.
You played.
Exactly. Look, you played basketball before. You played with guys that were so.
I'm not a dummy. Like basketball is very
simple. Yeah, I'm not going to complicate it for Phil Jackson. You're going to complicate.
I'm not saying he had to do it in that series.
You got Shaq.
I'm not saying he had to do it in that series, but that was. I'm saying in the general sense, that was never. So he just would have rolled out Shaq into 05. You know, niggas. Still
what I'm saying is when you got Shaq and he's still looking like, even in flashes, if he's still looking like prime Shaq, like, or you said in 02, 03, he's not moving the same. He's still giving you 27-11. That means he's still attracting double and triple teams on some nights. That means he's still Shaq. Until Shaq stops attracting double and triple teams,
facts.
We about to run this offense through you. Like, it's not hard. You make life easier for everybody.
So if Phil Jackson was coaching in 06, they were still attracting double teams in the finals.
I don't know what they would have been doing. All I know is if you're talking about 03, you said 03 because you're advancing in another 3 years, and you have a completely different version of Shaq.
But Johnny, was he not?
He was not
double teams.
He was not.
Of course, yeah. In 06, he was. Of course, Shaq was.
But all I'm saying is this: we talking about 03. This is still a really, really dominant version of Shaquille O'Neal. There's no coach in his right mind that's just going to say, let's go away from attracting all the double teams, and we're going to play through this guard. when all Kobe's buckets are extremely difficult. Like his buckets, like let's not cap. Like his buckets are extremely difficult. Like he's not taking easy layups at the rim. He's not going to be drawing as many fouls. He's not putting as much pressure on the defense. He's scoring far more difficult buckets. I mean, why would I play through Kobe when I got Shaq on the team? It just don't make sense. Like
that's why he told Kobe to dial it back.
I'm not
dial it back.
Again, I'm not denying the idea of playing through Shaq. I'm saying what do the results look like as Shaq ages and he's not taking the game as serious as he did before? That's all I'm saying.
They don't win as much.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But all I'm saying is there was only on that when you're playing on that Laker team during their run, there was only one player that was 1,000% not replaceable. That was Shaq. There was no player in the world that you could replug and play with Shaq and think that the results would be exactly the same. Shaq was the only one. Kobe was replaceable to a degree. Only a handful of players could come in and do that similar role, but there's nobody in the world that's ever existed that can come in and do what Shaq did.
That's why they mad.
One person. So when we talk about, that's why Shaq was the number one option, because he was irreplaceable. Absolutely.
We're having like I'm not denying Shaq being the number one option. I'm denying this idea that how many niggas kick in there and do what a Johnny talking about five. Yeah.
5, cuz. I'm being real.
That's how good the guards were at that time.
That's how good Shaq was. I can tell you that's how good Shaq was. That's what it's just Shaq to me. It's just
Johnny didn't watch that.
No, I'm not with him when he said
I did. I'm older than all of you.
Jerry Stackhouse. I don't know what you went in with Jerry Stackhouse.
Oh, wait, before you go low.
You want to play footage?
Hold on, wait. Look, before you go low, Lamont, let's play this right quick because I want y'all to hear what Gary Payton and Shaq was saying when they were playing on Miami. Because y'all was out here saying I'll be capping. But I just want to know why they out here saying stuff like this.
And they got rid of me and Gary in Miami because Gary and I was the only one that really did listen to Pat. So Pat would call a play and Gary would be like, I'm not running that. I'm throwing the ball to Shaq. We're going to do this. He's going to do that. Gary, come on. I ain't doing that. Give me the ball. I'm going to throw it to Shaq. Shaq going to get double when he kick it out. Thanks, Gary. Every play. Every play, right? Pat be doing the play, and I can see, Gary sitting behind Pat with this face right here. That face right there. I ain't doing that. D-Wade be like, hey, man, run the play. I ain't doing that. I'm throwing the ball to Shaq. He going to get double, and when he kick it out, hit the shot. Forget all that.
Man, it was too much, man. I ain't got time. I'm 38 years old, man. I ain't got time to be running no plays, man. I gotta run what I gotta think that's gonna be okay, man. Give the big fella, man. If he wanna kick it to us, man, he kick it to us. We just gotta be ready to shoot. Man, I ain't got time to be listening to no plays.
Man, sound like Wade was
that's
looking for
basketball
play to be
is
called.
simple as hell.
No, I'm not.
That's
it sound like Wade was looking for a play to be called, and he said, "No, I ain't doing that."
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I'm trying to tell you the real leaders of that team was that veteran presence, and they were playing both through. That shows you right there. Why would Gary Payton tell you just now that we were telling Shaq to not get the ball when he's literally telling Wade, forget you, we're going to Shaq right now? Because again, that team was trying to win a championship. They were not trying to argue. They were not trying to fuss. We're going to do whatever it takes to win. And that's why they won that championship. It was a 1-year run, and they did it. That's just
let me put this on low. You want me to play this?
Oh, I was gonna play it background.
Yeah, play it. Let's see this. Okay. Shaq playing strong defense.
Shaq playing strong defense.
Right.
Strong defense by Shaq. Good job, Shaq.
Still got scored on.
Got scored.
Now that Shaq was supposed to get that rebound. Here we go. Boom. Shaq, what are you doing, Shaq? Oh my God.
Oh man. No
Shaq's
way.
looking hard.
Bro, that's what are you supposed to do with that?
Oh man.
He wants him to foul. He wants to foul. He's saying Shaq's out of shape. He's saying Shaq's not doing this because Shaq's out of shape and Shaq's back hurt. Not that Kobe was jacking up 38 shots.
His back was hurt.
Ginobili driving right, jumps at you, finishes with his left. I mean, shit.
we can't.
Which game was this? Which game was this one? Which game was this?
I think this is 4 or 5.
Shaq was a good to very good defender at
Oh
times.
yeah, this was when Kobe was messing up. Yeah, we know about this one.
Like, what is Shaq supposed to do there?
I didn't say it was Shaq's fault. Oh my God.
He's just showing you footage.
Why
you ain't showing us footage of Kobe? Look, not fighting through a screen. Look at Kobe. Look at him.
Oh, you see a white man on a perimeter, you think that's Kobe? Oh
no, right there. Isn't that Kobe at the free throw line? That's not Kobe at the free throw line?
Yeah.
That's what I said. Kobe didn't fight through the screen.
He didn't make it through every screen. No player does.
Look, he's not fighting through the screen. Look,
Jordan.
He switched. Look, he left us an open three. The man missed it. But look, boom, dunk.
Called himself
who supposed to get the rebound there?
Shaq got to do a better job there.
No,
yeah,
Shaq,
you're right.
Tim Duncan. Shaq was boxing out Tim Duncan.
You call yourself GOAT, James Keenan, and you complain about somebody not fighting through screens? Are we serious?
Because I heard you zesty because I hear you zesty being saying that all the time. So let's go. I hear you zesty being saying that all the time. So let's go.
No, you ain't calling nobody up and not fighting through no screen now.
Well, since you like to talk, Mr. Winners, when the Lakers played the Suns in the 2006 series and fucking Steve Nash was doing what he wants, what's happened to this narrative of Kobe always sticking the other team's best perimeter player?
This was a matter of fact, Lo, this was the game that both Kobe and Shaq played bad. If I'm correct, Kobe was 10 of 24 in this game, and Shaq was 6 of 17.
They were both terrible. Well, they
both had a bad game this
Spurs
game.
were very, very good. Like, why can't this one?
No, but go to game 6. You go to game 6, you see why they lost because Kobe.
Oh no, that is game 6. That is game 6.
That's game 6. Okay. No, then that's the different game. I think it was game 5. They had the bad game. And game 6, it was all Kobe.
Game 1, Kobe shot 16 for like 38.
Kobe was winning.
Game 6 isn't the game that Kobe shot a bunch of shots. Shaq shot.
No, I know that. No, it wasn't. But he had a bad fourth quarter. But they were already getting blown out.
They were already blown out. Yeah,
they were getting bad. They were getting blown out by the third quarter. But again, the offense and chemistry was already off by then.
That's what great defense does to you. I mean, let's just give credit to the Spurs. They played really good.
Oh, now you want to give credit to defense.
Exactly.
2011. Give it to the 2011 Dallas Mavericks then, Mr. Winner. Give it to the 2011 Dallas Mavericks then.
Yeah, when they let JJ Barrera, Jason Terry,
man, get out of here, man.
For 75 off the bench. What was that all NBA defense at, Mr. Willis?
Have I ever what do I say about the 11 Dallas Mavs? What do I say?
You put the whole weight of that loss on LeBron.
I don't.
You pretend as if Dallas didn't do anything special to win that series. You pretend as Rick Carlisle and that coaching staff didn't come up with one of the most intricate zones that we've ever seen. We actually haven't seen that type of zone ever ran again. No. Not the way they ran it, a morphing zone that completely switched almost on every possession, right? And then you had surprise players that nobody expected to play well, and you can't really account for that, like a JJ Barea. There were certain guys who you don't when you're game planning for the NBA Finals, are you looking down? Well, we got to make sure we account for JJ Barea. You have surprise players who play out of their mind, unreal basketball, a zone that was one of the most intricate zones that we've ever seen put together. Where you see things like that. And then on top of that, you still got Dirk, who's a superstar. You got Jay Kidd, who's one of the best point guards of all time. High IQ. You got elite defenders all over the place. Yeah,
Sean Marion.
You guys relegate that series down to just LeBron choking. Y'all don't give no credit to Sean Marion. Y'all give no credit to Sean Steve. You give no credit to any of the great defenders. You say LeBron choked. And if you yet now to pretend as if you do is sad. Just stick with what you've been doing.
Never
like basketball.
At best, you've heard me hold LeBron accountable because he's on.
Oh my God, bro!
You know, we holding Kobe accountable.
Well, yeah, we holding Kobe accountable.
We holding Kobe accountable.
Of course, we don't see. The thing is, when you hold Kobe and Jordan accountable, no one cares. No, we know about the '80s with Jordan. We accept that. We know about Kobe after the breakup happened. We know about that. You guys just can't accept LeBron's. You guys have to always explain LeBron's for.
When did we have
to explain it to?
When did we say? Why do we have to run around and harp on the 2011 loss and say we got to hold him? Like he lost.
The reason
we don't talk about it.
No, the reason why people bring up
we don't celebrate things. See, we can't celebrate 2011 because he didn't win. Nobody celebrates it.
But nobody celebrates.
No, I'm talking about if you're talking about LeBron James fans. What LeBron James fans are running around celebrate 2011 and then running around blaming all the teammates? No, nobody celebrates it.
No,
He lost. They don't talk
no,
about
that's
it.
not what I said.
Now they do celebrate 07 because LeBron got to the finals when nobody expected him to take that team to the finals as a fourth-year player. That's celebrated. But nobody celebrates 2011.
No, what I'm saying
But
is
y'all talk about it endlessly over and over and over because y'all feel like it's a stain on his legacy.
no. What the part that people talk about is when you were the guy in 09 and 2010, you blame the organization and the teammates. Then you go,
Mr. Winters. This will answer your question.
So at the end of the day, yes, you're going to say, "Hey."
So, Mr. Winters, let me ask you one question.
It wasn't about Cleveland. Maybe it was you.
Okay, let's say you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you're right. LeBron James, throughout his 20-year career, does he have more good moments to talk about than bad?
Of course.
So if he has, then why did y'all go to the bare minimum? Is like if he has more good moments to talk about than bad, then why do you harp on the bad moments so much?
Because when you are a guy like LeBron James,
you got to be perfect.
I'm not saying that.
He does.
So what? So what do you mean? Jordan got mistakes. You don't harp on it.
I'll get to that.
Kobe gave up a 3-1 lead. You don't harp on it.
Y'all just spent a whole hour disrespecting Shaq.
Kobe got swept by the Dallas Mavericks in 2011. You don't harp
and
on
his
it.
teammates.
I can get to that, but can I explain?
No. What I'm saying is you don't harp on all your favorite players when they have similar failures. You don't harp on it. Where's your accountability for Kobe getting swept in 2011? Or are you going to say he was injured? Where's your accountability for Kobe giving up a 3-1 lead? Right? Or are you going to make up something to say he was injured or his teammates? Where's your accountability for Kobe when Shaq left? You have 3 failed seasons. Where's your accountability for Kobe there?
Absolutely, he should be held accountable.
Well, I want to hear you voice it. I want to see you come up with acronyms in the chat. Kobe talking about his record. I want you to have nicknames for him. Where's all this at?
Okay, I'm gonna address your first question. The reason why LeBron gets so much, whatever you want to call it, about 2011 is because he blamed the Cavs because he couldn't win a championship in Cleveland. Then you go to another team and then you don't win a championship there. So you can't blame the team.
He won the championship when he left Cleveland.
No, I'm talking about 2011, sir. That's it. After that, that's another conversation. We're talking about.
So can we say Kobe kicked Shaq off the team and just to go not make the playoffs and hold him to 2005?
That's crazy.
Okay. So all right. So wait.
What you just said, Mr. Winters, makes absolutely no sense. It has no connection.
Did that not?
You said that y'all harp on 2011 because of LeBron leaving because he left the Cavs and went to Miami.
Exactly, because he left. Because
hold on.
But Kobe got rid of Shaq.
The Cavaliers organization and the teams got blamed.
By who?
Who blamed them? Hold on. Who blamed them?
He says LeBron did. LeBron didn't blame them for nothing.
He clearly did.
When?
How? When?
He clearly did.
When?
How?
He was just on the Pat McAfee show talking about the
No. In the moment, how did he blame them? But not talking about after the fact now. In the moment, back then, when he left Cleveland, when did he ever blame Cleveland or the players?
That's because his media, his media, just like they do now, his minions.
What media? What minions?
He doesn't have that. He didn't have that then.
Back then, they weren't as strong as they were now. But he.
Okay, who?
Yes.
Who?
Everybody on ESPN.
Who?
Blaming the organization, and right after they picked them to come out of the East.
Okay,
they
who?
picked them to come out of the East, and
was
they turned
it Stephen
around.
A? Who was it? Was it Max Kellerman? Was it? Well, who was it?
No, it was who? It was everybody on ESPN.
Who was it?
Bayless.
Put some names behind it.
Even Dwayne Wade said that it was up on the Cavaliers. Even Dwayne Wade said.
So you're mad at LeBron for 2011, and you don't even know why.
What? I'm telling you.
Because what other people said. He mad at LeBron for 2011 because what other people said about the Cavs in 2010
you
and
said
2009.
LeBron blamed this
Exactly
team.
what he's saying.
Who did LeBron blame?
These niggas be cornballs, man.
No, let Mr. Winters. Because Mr. Winters, I just want to know where you getting this information that you're considering factual.
You even said it yourself that the teams weren't good enough in 2009.
Okay, that's my opinion. LeBron didn't pay me to say that.
Lowe just said the 2003 the Lakers was not good enough, and you didn't get mad at that.
No, they weren't. They were not blaming
Mamba
the role
Foundation
players.
paying low.
You guys weren't blaming the role players because Shaq and Kobe lost. They lost as a team. Shaq and Kobe
No.
are in
They
with those.
lost because
Okay, but when did LeBron blame the coaching, the organization, and the players in the back then?
Y'all niggas shit. Y'all niggas be.
Dude, I'm
y'all
from
niggas be emotional.
You said you're holding him accountable for 2011 because LeBron came out. And,
I said
and-
that people
Johnny, this shit is
give
crazy,
LeBron
bro.
so much noise about 2011 because he and the media blamed the Cavs. And
no, now you're adding in the media.
He said the media. He said he in the media.
So LeBron is in cahoots. So he's
With the
so
media.
back in 2000.
Bro, I done heard it all, bro.
So now he's in cahoots with the media. The same media that killed him for the decision. The same media that completely lambasted him for how he handled the so-called decision, right?
Because he didn't do what they asked him to do. They wanted him to go to New York.
Oh my God, man!
Who wanted to go to New York? Who wanted to go to New York? The media?
You know that. They
So
wanted to
the
go to-
media, the
that was-
NBA media said go to New York.
See, you can sit up here and try to rewrite history because guys on your channel.
You just rewrote history. You mad at us because we be telling you the truth. You just rewrote history.
I'm not mad at what it is. What it is. You can't rewrite. Listen, it is what it is. The man was not ready in 09 and in the 2000s. He was never going to win no matter where you put him.
Like Kobe wasn't ready in 05 and 06 and 07, right?
Okay, well, however you want to put it. He lost. He had already had 3 championships. So, I mean, all right.
Okay, but Mr. Winters, this is still
sidekick. That's not really a championship.
The point of this is, out of all the things you can talk about in LeBron James's career, because LeBron James has done some stuff that we probably won't ever see duplicated. Why do the LeBron James haters only care to talk about the downs of his career, but y'all just ignore and act like he ain't got no good things that happen? When you just admitted he has more good than bad.
Because, like I said, for example, if I get on here, right? Let's say me and you, let's say me and you are going to compete in some capacity, a fight or whatever. And if I get on TV and say I'm going to beat the hell out of LeBron, I'm going to beat him up, I'm going to put him in the hospital, fuck him up, and then I fight you and you beat me, yes, people are going to give me shit. He went to Miami and said, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. He did that.
You nigga, Jordan said,
you deserve to
Hold
on. Let me ask the panel a question. Hey Johnny, let's say me and you in business, right? And we make 50 investments. 50 times I make the company $1 million. But on that 51st time, damn, we lose 100,000. When it's all said and done, let's say we sell the business after and it's all said and done. Are you gonna harp on me about the 1 year where we lost 100,000, or are you gonna give me praise about the goddamn 50 years where we made $1 million every year?
I'm gonna be proud that we $50 million happy. That's what I'm gonna talk about. $50 million.
All I'm saying with Mr. Winters is you run to one very minute part of his career, one season, and you use this as the backbone of every argument that you build around LeBron James, and you act as if there's nothing good to say.
That's not just because I bring up that does not mean there's not other good things that happen in his career.
Bro, I heard you on this shit.
My question to you is,
bring that up. He's asking you why is
how come you never talk about anything good in regard to LeBron James? Not once ever on FYF Sports.
If you want to ask me about the good parts of his career, fine. The good that I've seen, I'll talk about.
I think Lamont's point is he shouldn't have to ask you.
Well, he asked me about 2011, so
you willingly bring up all the negative.
You go out of your way to talk about the lesser portion of his career, but you completely ignore the larger part of his career, which has been the majority, as you admitted, good.
Who said we ignored it? We just who said anybody ignored it?
Your actions, fam. Your actions. The shit that's coming out of your mouth for like the 100th time on this show, man.
Look, it's all started because you swore the Spurs play great defense, but you don't think the Dallas Mavericks play great defense. That's the problem.
When did I ever say I didn't think they played great defense?
When you said LeBron choked. When you said that LeBron choked.
When did I say LeBron choked? I never said that.
Yeah, he's supposed to win.
What?
So why bring up 2011? So
Yes,
why bring up 2011? So what was wrong with 2011? So what was wrong with 2011? So what's wrong with 2011? Why do we have to talk about 2011? What's the bad thing about it? Why did you mention it?
Because
If he didn't choke,
the same reason why we talk about the 80s and Jordan, the same reason why we talk about the down years of Kobe. It's the same thing. Why is LeBron
No, that's false.
Why?
That's false.
Like that is not false. That is
Yeah,
not
we only
false.
talk about that because you guys want to talk about 2011.
Most people
If we don't
ignore
talk about
the failures of Kobe
2011,
and Jordan.
you never find out about 88. You never find out what we found out today. Jordan had 1 point in the fourth quarter in a playoff game. You never find that out if you don't talk about 2011. You never know this.
Yeah, if we let y'all tell it, none of this stuff with Jordan or Kobe ever happened. None of the bad stuff happened. If we let y'all tell this.
No, it did happen. You guys just make excuses for LeBron James. We don't make
okay.
No,
So Mr.
you
Winter,
make excuses for Michael Jordan.
No, we don't. You never heard me
it was the defense.
You never heard me make excuses for Michael Jordan.
We said the same thing you said. We say the Dallas defense. You said the Spurs defense. So that's an excuse.
What? I'm giving the Spurs credit.
And we're giving Dallas credit.
And I've given Dallas credit. What do you?
No, you haven't. Because if you had, there would be no 2011 conversation. Like there's no 2004 conversation, 2003 conversation.
LeBron James,
2005, 2006,
and why people talk about
2008.
Again, you talk about 2011 because you don't know about 2003 Kobe. You don't know about 1988 Jordan. So we got to remind you.
Just talked about 2003 Kobe. Yes, when they got beat by.
I know.
The Spurs, dude. You know how much money? You know how much money I won that year? I was my senior year in high school. Like, dude.
I did not tell you about these gamblers. Did not tell you about these gamblers, Lamont. Did not tell you about these gamblers. Did I tell you they be proving it right all the time?
I mean, whatever. However you want to look at it. I knew that I picked the Spurs.
I look at it, nigga. You need to stop gambling and start watching more basketball. That's what you need to do. Stop gambling and start watching more basketball.
Well, these niggas don't. Hey, Johnny, these niggas don't watch.
That's why, Lamont. That's why they think if LeBron scored 2 more points, they would have beaten the Spurs.
He does when somebody brings up his bad moments. Y'all just get tight.
No, we don't.
And Paul Pierce is my favorite player of all time, so I don't care.
Yeah, we don't get mad. We get mad when we tell you Jordan got those same things and you make 106
Okay,
excuses.
hold on. This is the equalizer question. Mr. Winters, where do you rank LeBron James in your top 10?
I got him. I have him at 7.
Okay. Who do you have above him?
I have MJ, of course. I have Kobe. I have Tim Duncan. I have Kareem. I have Bill Russell. I have Magic Johnson.
Okay, and why do you have those put? Like, what pushes LeBron down to the 7th spot?
Because I cannot put a player with a small window of championships above guys on each team that he's played. He has a small window of championships, and I cannot push him above guys who have three-peated in dynasty. That doesn't make sense to me.
Did you got Duncan before LeBron?
Duncan never three-peated though.
He never won back to back.
No, they have a dynasty. What dynasty? How?
Dynasty. The Spurs are considered a dynasty in the NBA by NBA.
How? How are they considered a dynasty?
Because they were the team. He won 3 in. Didn't he win 3 in the 2000s? 1 in the.
LeBron won 3 in the 2010s.
He didn't. No. Well, okay. What is that?
That means LeBron's the dynasty.
You can't dynasty a player. You got to only dynasty a team. Now you're making up terms.
Huh? Why can't you be a dynasty as a player? Who said that? You just talk about championship.
When did they start doing that? When did they start dynastying players?
When did you start putting dynasties in the players and teams that didn't win back-to-back championships on back-to-back finals on top of that?
You have to ask the NBA that because the NBA.
No, the NBA does not have a dynasty criteria. That's a lie.
Dude, no, the Spurs are considered a dynasty.
No, again, the NBA doesn't have a dynasty criteria.
So hold on. So are the Miami Heat
by the same media that
are the Miami Heat not considered a dynasty then?
No.
What?
The NBA considers the Pistons to be a dynasty.
They only won back to back. They didn't win.
Pistons are a dynasty.
The Spurs didn't win back to back at all.
Okay, but they still won more than the Heat did in the tens. They won more than the Heat did in the 2000s. Then
the NBA considers the Bad Boy Pistons a dynasty. They won 2 championships back to back.
They did what?
The NBA, like you said, considers the Bad Boy Pistons a dynasty. They won back-to-back championships.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, but you heard the NBA talk about dynasties, but you never heard the NBA say that. You never heard them say the Bad Boy Pistons were a dynasty.
I have not ever heard them talk about.
They were the only teams to repeat since the Celtics. It was only
So you're hold on, Mr. Winter. So basically, everything that you're using to bump LeBron down has more to do with team than the individual.
Facts.
Because
you're just mad he didn't do it all on one team.
While putting two players on the same team that won 5 championships together.
It's just that because at the end of the day, you leave the team because you can't win with them anymore. LeBron James wins with a team and never go once or twice and never goes back. So you figure out LeBron James teams and he has to leave because he can't win with that.
What is wrong with switching teams? As long as you're not devaluing
switching teams and staying with the same team, it's harder.
Everywhere LeBron's went, especially when he's been in his prime, Miami, Cleveland, early on in LA, they've won. He's won titles. He's won a title at least.
Right, and then he gets beat and never wins again. So you have to go to another team.
Okay, hold on. But we don't judge great players off when they get beat. We judge great players off when they've won. Like, for example, you can't tell me who Wilt Chamberlain lost to. We only care about when he won. Y'all don't care about when Larry Bird lost. You only care about when Larry Bird won and the 3 MVPs in a row, the things he did great. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, when we talk about his greatness, we talk about the 6 championships. You don't care about the 4 losses and the 6 MVPs and other stuff. Since when? Hold on. When all these all-time great players with Bill Russell, does anybody in here ever care about the 2 times he lost in the finals? No,
nope, never heard.
We don't give a damn because the motherfucker won 11, and we only focus on when he won. Why all of a sudden with LeBron, the emphasis again with you are focusing on anything that you can find as negative when you don't focus on the negative for Jordan. Because you don't use any time that he lost against him to de-rank him. You don't use the first round exits or the times he got swept to devalue anything that he done. You don't focus on the times when Kobe lost or cost his team championships. You don't focus on that. So you give them all the credit in the world for winning, but you give LeBron 0 credit for winning. You only kill him for the times that he lost and act as if, again, as I said before, the bad things are the makeup of his career. When you just admitted before, he has more good than bad.
You asked me why I have him 7th.
I'm just telling you why it makes no sense.
It does make sense because
it doesn't.
Have to count. No, because at the end of the day, you have to. There can only be number one. There can only be one GOAT. So at the end of the day, you have to explain why the other guys aren't the GOAT.
Honestly, there's no GOAT in basketball. My honest opinion.
Lamont, didn't Gil say that? Didn't Gil say that, Lamont? Wait, Lamont, didn't Gil say that? Didn't Gil say
Paul
some
Pierce
silliness?
is my favorite player of all time. I don't have a GOAT.
Listen, didn't he say that silliness that if LeBron can't be the GOAT, there's no way he can be second, third, or fourth, or fifth?
You don't know basketball.
Another loser in Gil talking.
I don't remember. He might have said something.
You're a loser and you're an idiot. You don't know
why he has.
Now I'm a loser because Gil's a loser because I call
you are Mr. You're a clown.
So tight. You so mad.
You're a clown.
You so mad.
But he has Jordan as the GOAT. Hold on, wait, Mr. Winters, are you saying that Gilbert Arenas is a loser? That anybody who has Michael Jordan as the GOAT is a loser like you?
Hold on. H from the UK says.
Hey, I gotta be a loser now, bro.
H from the UK. Just ignore it. I'm not gonna harp on that. H from the UK says 11 and 13 finals to 4 and 10 is a big difference, though. It is a big difference, right? But we're also talking about the context of 2 different NBAs as well. So again, 4 and 10 in one era might be just as good or the same as what, because you guys don't give Bill Russell any extra credit or additional points on y'all ranking because he has 11 championships. Exactly. 11 championships is an astronomical amount of titles, right? Mm-hmm. Y'all don't give him any kudos. It's rare that you find anybody that has him number 1 all time, yet you want to act as if it's some type of great individual accomplishment that is the greatest separator between Bill Russell and LeBron, right? Because I guarantee you if we had an all-time draft and you could take a prime LeBron or a prime Bill Russell, ain't none of y'all motherfuckers gonna pick a prime Bill Russell over a prime LeBron. If you had to bet your life on winning a basketball game and you needed a great player on your roster. So stop the cap there. 4 and 10 looks a little different when you got to go up against some teams that are considered some of the greatest teams in NBA history, right? And then when your help that's supposed to be helping you sometimes is not even available. These are not excuses, just context. Shit happens sometimes.
Well, you can't apologize to
Y'all act like getting to 10 finals is not impressive. Winning 4 championships in your career. I don't care how long your career is. 4 championships is impressive. Y'all pretend as if it's not. Y'all really have to settle on saying, damn, he only got 4 championships. You know how good you got to be to where somebody looks at your career and says, damn, you only got 4 NBA championships. What? Only?
Hey, Lamont, you said that they're not impressed with 10 finals. Lamont, they're not impressed with 11 championships. They're not impressed with 11
they're
championships.
not even impressed with 11 championships. Yeah. Because when we put that 11 championships against Jordan, y'all get to talk about, well, damn, his scoring, points per game, the production. He can hoop a little bit better. No, all that championship stuff is all fake because you only use the championships for LeBron, but when you compare those championships to Kobe or Jordan, you ain't talking championships no more. Because when I start talking about Kobe and Jordan, you run into stats and production. But when we run the stats and production with LeBron, y'all start really tucking y'all tails. Y'all want to talk stats and production with LeBron.
And Johnny, when I was on your show,
he's just bigger than them. He's just bigger. That's why he get more. He's just bigger. That's why he can make all them assists. He ain't got no clutch. That's why he make all them passes. Come on, man. Y'all say the silliest stuff, man. Y'all logic behind this is so silly. You got Kobe over a Bill Russell, but you say championships matter. They don't matter.
They do matter. You don't want them.
No,
to
it doesn't. Just
okay. So if championships matter, then how come Bill Russell's not your GOAT?
Not my GOAT, but I can listen to it. I wouldn't argue with somebody that said he was the GOAT.
Okay. If championships matter that much, then why does that not make Bill Russell your GOAT?
I just feel that Michael Jordan is a better player.
Okay, so if it's just about talent, then how do you get mad at people that put LeBron as the GOAT?
I didn't say
because it ain't no way in world you really believe that Bill Russell's a better basketball player than LeBron James.
He has him ahead of LeBron.
I consider Tim Duncan a better player than Giannis.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to Bill Russell. Do you feel Bill Russell's a better basketball player than LeBron?
I can see that argument. Yes, I can make that argument.
But you're the one that have Bill Russell over LeBron.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what makes Bill Russell a better basketball player than LeBron?
In my opinion, he's a better basketball player.
Okay.
Answer the question.
Lamont, you recording this, right?
Of course.
Why does somebody always have to explain why they don't have LeBron somewhere? Y'all always want to make somebody explain. Well, explain why you don't have LeBron to go.
Because all of a sudden,
because you said because when you got
tight.
Never seen Mr. Winters act like this.
Y'all letting them deflect, one boy. Just let them answer the question. If Kobe and Jordan can have less championships, but just being a better basketball player ranks them higher, then how does LeBron, with 4 championships, obviously less than Bill Russell, but definitely a better basketball player, not make him better than Bill Russell?
Okay. He has 6 losses in the finals. LeBron has 6 losses.
So are you saying LeBron would be better than Bill Russell if he was 4-0 instead of 4-6?
If he was 4-0 instead of 4-6, well, that's a hypothetical. We'd have to look at him. He have to go 4-0. We have to see how it actually happens.
Hold on. What if we switch?
All he has to do is lose. All he has to do is lose in the conference finals. That's it. He's losing in the finals.
Dynasty, LeBron.
No. What if we switch those 6 finals losses to 6 first-round sweeps? But he's 4-0 in the finals.
Well, when that happens, we'll discuss it. But it hasn't happened, so.
Damn, you niggas can't never stand 10 toes down. That's why I call y'all zesty.
I was sitting up here asking if you were stranded somewhere on.
Because you act like we the police or something. You act like we the police asking you you act like we asking you about some crime that you committed or something. We ask you basketball questions. You can't actually articulate your stance. That's not our problem. That's yours.
Listen, bro, because you have to put it. Okay, who did he play against? What was the competition? What did you have to
the same thing? He lost to Chicago in 2011. He didn't make the finals. He lost to Detroit in 2007. He didn't make the finals. He lost to Indiana in 2014. He didn't make the finals. He lost to who he lost to in 2015 and who he played in the No, in the Hawks. He lost to the Hawks in
Oh, yeah,
2015. He lost to the Hawks again in 2016. He lost to Boston in 2017, and he lost to whatever other team, Indiana, in 2018. He's 4-0 in the finals. He never made. He didn't make 10 finals appearances, but he lost every time in the conference finals. So he never got to the finals 10 times. He got 4 championships. He won in 2012,
That makes it better 'cause he's
2013,
undefeated in the
2016, and 2020. He's 4-0 in the finals. That makes his career better.
You LeBron dudes are down bad when you have to go this deep into a hypothetical.
You brought up the 6 finals losses. You brought up the 6 finals losses.
Because it's what happened. It's what happened, Johnny.
Are the 6 finals losses worse than him losing before that? That's my question. It's very simple, sir. If he doesn't have the 6 finals losses for you to say that's why you have him behind Bill Russell, what are you using to say that he's behind Bill Russell?
So okay, so what you're saying is he's 4-0 and never lost.
Never lost. He's 4-0.
Yeah, basically switch all the 6 finals losses to 6 losses in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Exactly. So that means he never lost because those don't count as losses. Only counts if you lose in the finals.
So that means he went to. So his 4 titles.
So he didn't go as far. He didn't do as well. They just lost earlier in the playoffs.
He only made the finals in 2012, 2013, 2016, and 2020. Those are the only years he was in the NBA Finals. He never made it to that.
You still haven't. At that point, you still have not dynasty with the team. You still have not, you haven't become a dynastic player. So no, I wouldn't put you above Bill Russell.
So it's not about the 6 losses. So now it's not about the 6 losses no more. So the 6 losses wasn't the reason why you did it originally.
However you want to slice it. He's just not.
That's not how I ever want to slice it. I'm trying to figure out your dumb brain.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Winters. So then, similar to Kobe, Pippen won 6 championships as a sidekick, and he was on a dynasty team. 2 3-peats. Where do you rank Pippen?
He's not in my top 10.
Where do you rank him? Arguably the best defender of the 90s, definitely best perimeter defender of the 90s. A whole bunch of all defensive teams, a whole bunch of all first teams, a whole bunch of top 10 MVP votes. Definitely a top 5 player of the 90s. 6-0 in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what team was built around Scottie Pippen?
The Bulls.
What? Hold on.
When?
What?
When? Tell me when.
When he was drafted.
The 1994, 95, 96 Bulls was built around Scottie Pippen. They got Kerr for Scottie Pippen. They got Harper for Scottie Pippen. They got Kukoc for Scottie Pippen. They got Longley for Scottie Pippen.
For 3 years, a guy that was the man for how many years did Pippen play?
Now you got to
ask when did they build a championship team? They won 3 championships with that team.
Yeah, but go James. Go
around Scottie.
Now, hold on. Now we're going down
built around Scottie.
Yeah, but the problem is we're going down his road of very illogical thinking. No, now you move the goalpost to they didn't build a team around Pippen. Well, who do you think they was building around? If it wasn't Jordan and Pippen, then who the hell was they building around?
So Pippen, franchise player.
Huh?
Yes.
Scottie Pippen's a franchise player.
Yes.
When?
Okay, so they weren't building around Scottie Pippen. So when they were bringing in players, hold on, Mr. Winters. When they were bringing in players, are you telling me that they didn't take in any consideration for the engine of their offense? Scottie Pippen, who made that offense function, who Phil Jackson said ran the triangle, who did everything that Jordan didn't do.
So they said, listen. So Scottie Pippen was a franchise player. Was that what you're telling me?
Okay, so now you have to be a franchise player on top of it. So are you saying LeBron wasn't a franchise player?
He wasn't a dynasty, Lamont. He was a dynasty in the thing.
I mean, you moved the goalpost to being a franchise player. That now goes to Johnny's point, because everywhere LeBron has been, they've immediately started building that team around LeBron. When he went to the Lakers, they got AD built around LeBron. When he went to the Heat, they made a trade. Hold on. When he went back to Cleveland, they made a trade. Brought in Kevin Love, built around LeBron. When he was in Miami, they brought Chris Bosh along and a whole bunch of other role players built around LeBron. So if it's about being a franchise player, was LeBron James not always the franchise player?
Okay, so keep it right there. They built around LeBron. Why? They would every team, and you even said this in the past.
What do you mean? Why? You created these silly.
No, Lamont. How you have Magic and Kareem in your top 10, and who was they building around? Magic or Kareem? Who was they building around? Magic or Kareem?
I'm gonna answer Lamont's question, because they built around LeBron in win now mode. Why? Because they know when you get LeBron James on the roster, we don't have a large window of championship. We don't have a large championship window. We have to win now. because we're not going to run off 4 or 5 championships. We're not going to run off. The most we're going to get is 1 or 2. So let's get in win now mode.
But go ahead.
Okay, so like a Johnny just asked you, who were the Lakers building around, Magic or Kareem?
Magic got there first.
What were they building?
Yeah, enough.
Yeah, he did.
Enough of this.
He did.
Yo, that nigga said, he said that Magic got there first.
You're a clown, bro. You gotta stop, bro. You're a clown.
This nigga pocket.
No, who were they building around? For real, who were they building around, Mr. Winters? Magic or Kareem?
You can say that they were, because they're both top 5 players. You can say they're building around both of them.
Yeah, but there can only be one franchise player.
Wow, they're only top 5 because you put him in top 5. If you do what you do with Scottie Pippen,
I said Scottie Pippen wasn't a franchise. LeBron James and D Wade are franchise
So
players.
are you saying the Lakers had 2 franchise players? They were building around 2 players at the same time?
Yes.
But the Bulls weren't.
But the Bulls weren't.
Scottie is not a franchise player. No, he will never.
Who says that?
Scottie Pippen led team will ever win a championship. No. No.
Just as you talked about.
So that's what makes you a franchise player, leading a team to a championship. So only a franchise player can lead you to a championship. That's it. Like you can't if you don't lead the team to a championship, you can't be a franchise player.
Call it what you want to call it. I don't see.
It's not me. These are your terms. You're using these terms.
I'm answering your question. Call it what you want to call it.
So Winters, you didn't switch your criteria like 9 times.
No, listen. I have a criteria. I got different layers to my criteria.
Okay, so are you if you had to put your criteria into 5 bullet points, could you give them to me?
Okay, championships, dominance, competition.
Okay, do you mind if I put it in the chat GPT?
Please.
I mean, whatever makes you feel better, Lamont, man.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen, Mr. Winters, because Mr. Winters, we haven't done it.
Trust me, you're not going to feel better after this. You're the one who's not going to feel better after this. Trust me.
Hold on. Now, Mr. Winters, and I want you to give any context that you want me to give. I want you to give any context at all right? All right, so hold on. Let me zoom in so you can see this. Okay, so Mr. Winters, what is your criteria?
Say championships.
Okay, hold on. Championships. Okay. What you looking up, Mr. Winters? Come on, man.
Dominance.
Okay.
Bill Russell about to be his GOAT.
Okay, we'll find out.
We already know who's going to be his GOAT. We already know who's going to be his GOAT.
Dominance. I got you.
Competition.
Definitely not MJ.
Okay, next one.
Definitely ain't gonna be MJ.
Dynasty.
I hear keyboards typing. Man, come on, Mr. Winters. I said break it down into 5 bullet points. You can break it down into more. You can break it down into as many bullet points as you want.
Dynasty.
Okay.
Wins.
Okay.
This nigga LeBron got the most wins in NBA history. So, oh my God,
in the
this
finals,
nigga tripping.
Okay, hold on. Can y'all let him get his criteria? Come on, y'all. What else you got for it? Now, Mr. Winters, you can also add any context that you want.
Wins in the finals.
Okay, wins.
I gotta roll up. I gotta roll up for this one.
I mean, clutch, game 7. Like, what else? Remember, any context, so we don't leave anything out.
Let's go with that.
You want to go with franchise player? You were talking about franchise player and all that stuff?
No, the things I just named, let's go with that.
Okay. Based on this criteria, please tell me who my top 10.
Let it know it's Mr. Winters. Make sure it knows it's Mr. Winters.
Yes. Okay, yeah, because I don't want it to think it's mine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Mr. Winters. Top 10 of all time criteria. Are you ready for it, Mr. Winters?
Good.
All right, let's go. Okay, so using Mr. Winters' criteria, championships, dominance, competition, dynasties, wins, We're emphasizing winning at the highest level, sustained excellence. Okay, broke it down. At number 10, Tim Duncan. Okay.
All right.
You like that one, huh?
I
You
don't
cool with that, Mr. Winters?
I don't agree with it, but okay.
Okay. Number 9, Kobe Bryant.
This is the highest Kobe Bryant's ever been on somebody's list.
Larry Bird. Larry Bird is introduced in.
He didn't have Larry Bird in front of LeBron.
Didn't even have Larry Bird in there.
No, he didn't.
Bill Russell at 7.
So he's not better than LeBron.
Magic Johnson.
Still not better than LeBron.
The 6. Oh, we got LeBron. He cracks the top 5 at number 5.
Oh, look at that. LeBron.
And I got him at 7, so it's pretty close. I got him at 7. So
We got Kareem at 4.
Oh, but Jordan's not the GOAT.
That shit about to say Steph Curry.
You got Jordan
Steph
at number 3.
About to say Steph. Oh my God!
Fucking dumbass.
Lounge yourself up.
And Bill Russell is your GOAT, like we said all this whole time. Oh my God! Oh no, Shaq is your GOAT. Shaq, the guy that gave Kobe 3 rings. Get out of here, young man. Don't ever come over here with your nonsense ever again. Get the hell out of here.
What a clown.
Yeah. And Lamont, they got the nerve to say your chat GPT be tripping.
That's not my criteria. This is his criteria. This is what happens.
I know.
Okay, so let me ask Chat.
What to go?
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. What is wrong with Mr. Winner's criteria that led to these this very odd top 10? Let me ask you.
No hellacious.
What
No hellacious in it.
is wrong with the logic in Mr. Winter's criteria that led to this odd-looking top 10? So it's going to tell you where you went wrong. So it says, the issue with Mr. Winner's criteria: championships, dominance, competition, dynasties, wins, and wins in the finals, is that while the criteria sound objective and success-based, they create logical inconsistencies when applied rigidly. There's a breakdown. Overemphasis on championships. The flaw. Rings are a team achievement, not an individual one. The logic inflates Bill Russell while underrating players like Wilt, Oscar, or even Charles Barkley, who dominate statistically but didn't win much due to context. If championships alone mattered, Robert Horry's 7 rings should be in the top 10, which clearly isn't valid. Dominance isn't clearly defined. That's your flaw. Dominance could mean stats, impact, physical force, error control. Mr. Winters doesn't clarify. Shaq is considered the most dominant in a finals context, but he wasn't dominant over a 15 or 20-year stretch like Kareem or LeBron. Never led the league in scoring or MVP votes, but was quietly dominant. Does that count? Is dominance about peak or longevity, stats or intimidation? Dynasty bias creates circular logic. Being part of a dynasty helps you rank higher, but to be in a dynasty, you had to win. This punishes greats who played on bad teams or against dynasties. It rewards players like Steph, even in years where KD was the best player on his team. This makes the list more about who won with the best system than who was the best player. No weight is given to error or evolution. There's no adjustment for error difficulty. Remember, that's what I was saying before. Rule changes, number of teams, playoff format. Russell won in an 8-team league where getting to the finals was easier. You just had to win one round and you're in the finals in some cases. 2 later in his career. Jordan, LeBron, Kobe, Curry played in more expanded competitive leagues. Winning 11 rings in the 60s is not the same as winning 4 titles in the 2010s.
Damn, LeBron.
Damn, Mr. Winters, really?
It says beating competition. It says beating competition is inconsistently applied. Sometimes it's about who you beat. Other times it's just that you won. Hakeem beat MVPs, Ewing, Robinson, MVP level players, Ewing, Robinson, Shaq, in his 2 title runs, yet isn't ranked top 5. Curry beat LeBron 3 times, but with KD's help in 2 of them. How is that weighted? For example, like Kobe as the number 2 option behind Shaq. This is not all titles are equal, and not all competition is equal. Hold on one second, Mr. Winters. I'll be done in 1 second. It says style of play and individual skills get ignored. No criteria for skill set, versatility, or transcendence. Jordan and LeBron dominated across rule changes and played elite two-way basketball. Magic and Bird made their teams great, but were they better players than KD or Hakeem? Basketball greatness isn't just about winning. It's about how you did it, Mr. Winters. It says odd results expose the flaws. The biggest sign that the logic is flawed is that it produces an unintuitive, odd-looking list. No Wilt, no KD, no Hakeem, Shaq over Jordan or LeBron, Curry over Kobe, Hakeem, or even Magic. When a method produces answers that most knowledgeable fans reject, it's time to question the method, not the results. Mr. Winters is saying you need to check yourself. Conclusion, Mr. Winters, criteria reward team context and legacy optics more than individual greatness. This is a truly balanced top 10 would blend championship success, era-adjusted dominance, individual skill and impact, longevity and consistency, and peak performance. Winning matters, Mr. Winters, but it's not the only thing that matters, Mr. Winters.
Okay. So Chat GPT makes excuses for LeBron now.
Okay, so hold on. Let me tell Chat. So Mr. Winters says. So I'm gonna put a quote. So Chat GPT makes excuses for LeBron. Is that correct, Mr. Winters?
Yeah, talking about you had to play against Curry and KD. Like Dirk.
Okay, hold on. Let me add that in.
Dirk had to play against Wade.
He says that you're whining when you say, what did you say about KD and Curry?
Yeah, they tried to. LeBron had to play against KD and Curry.
He says when you say LeBron had to play against KD and Curry. Please.
Built-in excuse.
He says, okay, hold on. That's
built-in excuse.
That's built.
But the Spurs defense was great. The Spurs defense was
according
great.
to Mr. Winters.
I saw Dirk Nowitzki beat up prime LeBron and prime Wade.
And I saw Kobe Bryant choke versus the Detroit Pistons.
He certainly did. Yes, yes, he did.
Okay, so Mr. Winters, ChatGPT says, Mr. Winters, ChatGPT says, Mr. Winters. So now acknowledging context equals excuses. Let's be clear. Stating facts about competition is not whining. It's called analyst. He says something you might want to try before tossing out lazy barbershop takes like his 03. He says, let's educate me.
Barbershop shit.
He says, LeBron lost in the finals. No excuses. Cool. But who did he lose to, Mr. Winters? The 2017-2018 Warriors teams had 4 All-Stars, 3 Hall of Famers, 73-9 record, and added KD, who is the second best player in the world. That's like saying someone losing to the Avengers makes them mentally weak. You can't scream rings matter and then ignore who the rings were won against. He says double standard is wild. When Jordan lost to the Celtics 0-6, swept twice, well, he had no help. Loses in the finals against Dynasty after carrying it was Jonas Ilgauskas, 36-year-old Shaq, or a broke down Love and J.R. Smith. No excuses. He lost. So when MJ loses early, it's the team's fault. When LeBron loses late, it's his fault. Pick a lane, Mr. Winters. He says, let's look at what LeBron did do.
When did I ever say Jordan?
No, Mr. Winters, can I finish, please? ChatGPT didn't cut you off, Mr. Winters.
Woo! ChatGPT is lying because I never said
Okay, so let's look at what LeBron did do. He came back from a 3-1 lead, 3-1 deficit against the 73-9 Warriors, leading both teams in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks. 10 finals appearances, more than Bird, Magic, Kobe, Hakeem, and Shaq. Beat Prime Duncan. MVP D Rose, KD, Russ and Harden, Steph, Kawhi, Tatum, Jokic, and more.
Dang.
And somehow he needs excuses. Mr. Winner's logic equals rings or bust. By that logic, Robert Ory's better than LeBron. Cedric Maxwell's better than Barkley. Haslam is better than Allen Iverson. Make it make sense. This isn't The Bachelor. Rings aren't the only rose ceremony that matters. LeBron didn't lose to plumbers, Mr. Winners. He lost to super teams, MVPs, Hall of Fame squads, while being the centerpiece of every finals run for 20 years. So it's not whining, it's context. You call it excuses. He says you call it excuses because it's easier than accepting reality. LeBron's greatness is inconvenient to your nostalgia. Back. So sit back down, Mr. Winners. Class is still in set.
Sit your ass in the 94 dugout.
I know y'all so happy, man. It's finally, man.
Hold on. This is not us talking.
I told you weren't gonna feel good after this. I told you that.
Great. I feel great because guess what? Because guess
what? Hold on. What's your
great.
reply to ChatGPT?
Man, yeah, like I said, even ChatGPT makes excuses for LeBron James.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Winter said,
like
I said,
yo, you might as well shut up after this one.
Now you about to get Max Ethan to end the show.
Excuses for LeBron. What else you got to say?
It's compromise. ChatGPT has compromise. Stop.
And I bet you compromised by what?
By Lamont and his wickedness.
What's it compromised by, Mr. Winters?
So who would have sat up here and who said that Michael Jordan didn't have any help? You never heard that come out of my mouth, so I don't know where.
Okay, who said Jordan?
Please tell me one person that said Jordan didn't have help in the 80s.
Didn't have.
Oh my God, that's a lie.
Okay, hold on.
Who said it, Johnny? Start saying
okay,
that.
Mr. Winters, you got to reply to ChatGPT. What else you got?
We had a whole show about it today.
No, who said it? Give me names. I didn't. That's what. Who said it? Tell me specifically who said it.
King Speech Row.
That fucking idiot.
How about the Grand Wizard of the KKK, Mr. Hungry Man?
Who was that? What? Who are these people?
Zesty Fitness and Rants.
What? Oh my God, bro.
Cricket TV.
And Cricket, I've never heard Cricket. And why you call that man Cricket TV? That man respect. When y'all had y'all debate, man, that man was very respectful to you, man. Don't come over here and start talking about the guy. He was.
Where was he respectful at? By cutting me off, not letting me speak? That's not being respectful.
Mr. Winters, Mr. Winters, ChatGPT has a response for you.
Oh, Mr. Winters.
Oh, Mr. Winters. So now you're yelling compromised. Like this is Watergate over a basketball debate. It says, I don't get programmed by FYF Sports, ESPN, or LeBron's barber. I'm here to correct misinformation, not coddling feelings. And since Mr. Winters wants names, quotes, and proof about people saying Jordan didn't have any help, let's give you receipts. Skip Bayless. Jordan never had the help that LeBron did. Jordan didn't need a super team. He made people better.
That's different.
Hold on. He got more for you. It says Shannon. It says Shannon.
You don't like this shit.
It says Shannon Sharp. Jordan didn't team up with nobody. He did it by himself with guys he made into stars. Again, this ignores Pippen making all NBA, Horace being an all-star, Rodman being DPOY caliber, Phil Jackson being the GOAT coach. Barbershop takes, general fan myths. LeBron had a super team. MJ had to do it alone. This line gets repeated daily in comment sections, debate shows, and even during the Last Dance marketing cycle. Search YouTube or Twitter, and you'll find hundreds of thumbnails and titles suggesting this. MJ did it without needing help like LeBron. Jordan didn't need to team up. LeBron had to cheat. Jordan won with nobodies. Mr. Winters, this sounds like it's quoting you off your own YouTube page, which is crazy.
No, it's not.
It says narratives off ESPN.
Jordan lost.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Winters. It says narratives off ESPN. The same ESPN that you said was that was helping LeBron. It says during LeBron's Heat era, ESPN panels constantly contrasted him to Jordan by implying Jordan stayed and figured it out. Mr. Winters, you've said that before. He didn't run to join stars. Mr. Winters, you've said that before. Even though MJ didn't win a single playoff series until Scottie Pippen emerged, and even then, they added key veterans like Cartwright, Paxson, Kerr, Rodman, and one of their GOAT coaches. right? Steve Kerr said Michael was so dominant, he didn't need a lot of help. Even players who played with MJ romanticized it in hindsight, unintentionally minimizing their own roles. So, Mr. Winters, you want names, you want quotes, you want proof people lied about Jordan doing it alone? Here it is. You've been sold a Disney version of MJ's career, and you swallowed it without asking what's in the Kool-Aid.
Nothing.
Calling facts excuses doesn't make you smarter. Dismissing context doesn't make you right. Saying I'm compromised doesn't erase reality. If you truly respected basketball history, you know Jordan had help. LeBron had help. Every champion has help. The difference is who you allow to have help and who you attack for it. You're not debating FYF or me anymore, Mr. Winters. You're just debating receipts. Damn, Mr. Winters, this is over with, man. Y'all need to stop trying to debate ChatGPT.
Bro, ChatGPT did not answer. I said, when has anyone said Jordan lost because he didn't have help? And that question was never answered.
Yes, he just answered it.
You wasn't listening.
I was listening. They said no. They're talking about the wins. And when did someone say Jordan lost because he didn't have help? ChatGPT did not.
Mr. Winters, have you said that before?
He said was Skip Bayless.
It gave that Michael Jordan won with less help. He didn't say Jordan lost because he didn't have help. That's two different things.
Oh my God.
Ooh, awkward silence. Ooh, you quiet. Ooh,
let's go.
Quiet. Yeah.
It says Jordan never had the help that LeBron did. What is that implying? It's just Jordan didn't need a super team. Jordan had a super team. Jordan made people better, like LeBron don't make people better.
Jordan didn't have a
See, when you say these things, Mr. Winters, when you say these things, Mr. Winters, you then have to use your brain. What is he implying when he says it? He's trying to make it seem as if Jordan didn't need help.
So all the way, let's find out why did Jordan lose in '87 then? Why all the way? So why did the Bulls lose? Okay, why did Jordan? Winston Winters, why did Jordan lose in '87?
Jordan lost because he was not the guy yet.
He was the guy. He was the MVP, DPOY, all this shit.
When do you become the guy?
Not the championship. He was not that championship guy.
What made him a championship guy?
When he figured it out and started to win in the 90s.
So Jordan wasn't the best player in the NBA in '87, '88.
What did he figure out?
Best player doesn't always mean you're a championship player.
What did he figure out?
Oh, hold on. What'd you say that again, Mr. Winters?
Best player didn't always make you a championship because you were the best player that season does not make you the champion.
Oh, so being the best player, so being at the top of any list, is not predicated on winning championships.
I'm
correct?
talking about a season by season basis. Being the best player in that season does not necessarily make you a championship player.
Okay, so if you're the best, so for example, if you're the best player for 20 seasons, but you don't win the championship every year, can you still be the best player after those 20 seasons?
Again, I'm talking about a season by season basis.
I'm giving you a season by season question.
Yo, Lamont, these dudes make up stuff as we talk.
You're the best player for 20 years. If you're the best player for 20 years, but you don't win the championship all of those 20 years, at the end of that 20-year span, and you be the best player for that 20-year span.
LeBron?
Hold on, Mr. Winters. Answer the question. Since you just said, even if you don't win the championship, you can still be the best player. So if we widen that logic over a 20-year time frame, if you're the best player every single year for 20 years, but you don't win the championship every year, can you be the best player for that entire 20-year span?
That's never happened. So when that happens, that question.
Yo, Lamont, this is classic, bro. I'm telling you, man, these dudes are special human beings, man. They're some special human beings, man.
That's the one you gotta stop, bro.
Okay, what did Jordan figure out? What did he figure out in the 90s that he couldn't figure out in the 80s?
Figured out how to win.
What was that? How do you figure out the win? How do you figure out?
No, the players developed.
Right,
I want to know how.
We're going to shut it. I got tired of it. Mr. Winters is not going to. Again, he's gonna go as circular as possible. He's not gonna concede to nothing, as illogical as it is.
They're the best, Lamont. They're the best, bro.
He literally just said that you don't have to be the best player. You could be the best player in the league and not win the championship. He also said earlier, LeBron James has more good in his career than bad, but he does the complete opposite when he talks about LeBron. He judges him based on championships only, and he only focuses on the minimum portion of his career, which he could deem as bad, and ignores the majority of his career, which we can deem as
comparing him to the GOATs. Then we take a good
okay. Yeah, I know. Like your GOATs are Steph Curry, Shaq. Yeah, that's what we compare.
However you want to look at it, man. Whatever make you feel better, man.
I'm just doing that's what you is. Hold on. Hey, Johnny. Having the LeBron James haters, the ones who have an affinity towards hating LeBron, their criteria has produced some of the most lopsided results because you hate LeBron so much. You try to warp up your criteria to keep him out, and you get some of the most lopsided results in their criteria that we've ever seen. You got Steph at 2 and Shaq at 1 based on your criteria.
Dude,
when all you got to do is just use normal criteria.
Do y'all talk about these guys who hate hate on Kobe so bad?
I talk about them all. I talk about them. Man Down Sports, Sports Team, all of them. Arsenal for life. Yes, you're not the only one.
They don't hate on Kobe. They don't hate on Kobe. They hate on Kobe to protect LeBron.
No, I don't hate on Kobe.
That's a Michael Jordan. No, I don't hate on Kobe. The platforms that do. All these guys that are disrespecting Kobe.
Nobody hates on Kobe. I haven't read into any platform that's a Kobe hating platform.
Hating on Kobe.
No. Y'all hated on Kobe when he was alive. Y'all fake like y'all like him now that he's dead.
No, we
didn't.
Yes, you
did. And I already proved that.
No.
Y'all are fake Kobe fans. No, real Kobe fans tell the truth about his career. Real Kobe fans don't lie and pretend that he's number 2 all time when he was never close to that.
He is number 2.
No, it's your lying.
He's top 10.
I'm not lying about nothing. He's number 2 in my eyes.
Stop lying.
No, I'm not lying.
Yes, you are.
He's a dynastic player. He's the closest thing to Michael Jordan, who's the GOAT.
No, he's not.
That's why
criteria don't even have Jordan as the GOAT.
Who was the player of the 2000s?
Your criteria that you would have.
The best player of the 2000s, you could argue, is LeBron.
With no championships?
Hold on, you just said you don't have to win championships.
You just said that. You just
I said that you can be the best player in a singular season.
We're talking about a singular season.
Gilgeous-Alexander, like a Jokic, and you can lose the championship.
But you can't be the best player over a 10-year stretch.
No one has. Show me who has.
LeBron has.
No, he has. What 10-year stretch?
Jordan was the best player over a 10-year stretch. Bill Russell was the best player over a 10-year stretch. Kareem was the best player over a 10-year stretch.
So what I'm saying, but
LeBron was the best player over a 10-year stretch.
No, he wasn't. He was not the best player in the 2000s.
Yes, he was. Stop lying.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he was.
Yes, he was.
How is it Kobe's
decade? He was.
Kobe dynasty in that decade. How is he better than LeBron? How's he not better than LeBron when LeBron won nothing?
Look at the head.
What dynasty does Kobe have? Kobe doesn't have a dynasty. Shaq has a dynasty. Stop.
Yes, he was.
Kobe does have a dynasty.
Shaq was the franchise player. Shaq's the franchise player, not Kobe.
Kobe was a franchise player as well. That's why they got rid of Shaq.
They had 2 franchise players?
Yeah, but the Bulls can't. But the Bulls can't.
No, Pippen is not a franchise player. How many championships does
But the Bulls
have?
can't. But the Bulls can't have that. But the Bulls got 6 championships with it.
Tell me a team that Scottie Pippen. Tell me how many Finals MVPs Scottie Pippen has. Tell me how many teams.
Kobe has no Finals MVPs in that 3-peat, sir.
I mean, he got him towards the end.
But that's not with Shaq. That's not with Shaq. We're talking about when he played with Shaq.
But he has them.
But 2 is not a dynasty. 2 is not a dynasty. Kobe doesn't have a dynasty. As a franchise player, Kobe doesn't have a dynasty.
How many rings he got? 5. So he is a dynasty.
Shaq got. Pippen got 6.
So Pippen's better than Kobe. So you're telling me Pippen's better than Kobe?
No, that's not what we're saying.
Okay, so stop. Stop.
You said more championships.
So stop.
You said more championships.
But now, if you say Kobe's better than Pippen, then that just takes it back to talent.
No, it takes it back to who's the lead dog. When has Pippen been?
He wasn't the lead dog for 3 championships.
Exactly, he wasn't.
No, he was the lead. No, that's arguable because after the first
not arguable. Shaq was the best player.
Who was the Finals MVP all 3 times?
Yes, he was.
Who was the Finals MVP all 3 times?
Finals MVP. Will you play an Eastern Conference team?
Okay, for those 3 championships, championships, Who was the Finals MVP?
Against the Eastern Conference team, Shaq was.
Okay. So for that 3-year stretch when they three-peated, who was considered the best player in the league?
You can argue. Oh, for not all 3 years, but Kobe, the last two championships.
No,
Kobe.
who was considered the best player in the NBA?
Kobe was being mentioned in the last 2 years as one of the
No, he was not. Shaq was the best player.
He was mentioned.
No, he wasn't. Shaq was the best player.
No,
Why do y'all lie so much?
And because I was around in the 90s, fool. Where was you at?
I was around. What are you talking about?
Thank you. They hate Eli. This man is. Thank you, Neezy Cobb. Like, it's just simple. Shaq was the lead dog, my guy. Look, now you got, bro. Everybody's telling you.
That's your opinion because you got to protect your king by keeping Kobe.
Oh, why is it about? We're talking about Shaq and Kobe. Why do you make everything about protecting LeBron? It ain't about LeBron.
That's what y'all do. That's what y'all use Shaq to denigrate Kobe's career.
How was that denigrating Kobe's
career? How? We don't knock Kobe for winning championships with Shaq. You do.
I didn't knock anything. Kobe,
it's
all
true,
time.
But you won't accept that he wasn't the lead dog. He wasn't the franchise guy, and he didn't win Finals MVP. So he doesn't have a dynasty.
He won the final. Okay, listen. When you go in the finals, you play against the Eastern Conference team. But look at the Western Conference teams, the tougher teams, and tell me who performed better. Kobe.
The team that was in the finals. That was the team who.
No, I'm talking. So you're telling me that the team that represented the East in the finals was better than the team that the runner up in the West? You're telling me that?
Yeah, they won their conference, didn't they?
So now it's about who guards you in the finals. So now
a much weaker conference. You're gonna sit here and tell me that the New Jersey Nets would have beat the San Antonio Spurs in a 7-game series? No, because they played.
Why are you making hypotheticals now? Now you ready to do hypotheticals? Now you ready to do the hypotheticals? We were trying to do it earlier. You said you don't know.
I'm asking you a question.
Let me
no,
answer.
I don't know what that was. What I know was that the Nets won their conference.
It wasn't hypothetical because they actually played in the finals, and what happened? The Spurs won. So
that was another year later. That wasn't the same team, same scenario, different team.
Let me answer.
Whatever excuse you want to make. Whatever.
No, you're making excuses. Kobe didn't win the Finals MVP.
Hold on, hey y'all. Hold on one second. Let me answer Mr. Winters. He says Lamont is a hypocrite. He glazes Pippen's role as number 2, but shits on Kobe's role. No, Brandon Katz. This is why I say I don't know what's wrong with your ears. I said that Kobe and Pippen are on a string tied to each other. Because Kobe won as a number 2 option, if you choose to give him credit, if you use this number 1 option nonsense, if you give Kobe for those 3 credit for those 3 championships, you also have to in turn give Pippen credit for the 6, because he was just as important to his championship team as Kobe was to his championship team. The Bulls don't win without Pippen. The Lakers probably don't win without Kobe. So, because they are tied in that particular manner, if you are one of those people that devalue sidekick rings, then of course you devalue Pippen. But if you elevate Kobe and you don't devalue him for being a number 2 option, by default, you have to also value Pippen 6-0. And that's what we're talking with Mr. Winters about, because he chooses not to value Pippen 6-0, but he values Kobe's 3-peat dynasty, even though Kobe wasn't the franchise player. He wasn't the man or the lead dog of that team. He was the number 2 option.
Kobe was a franchise.
People like Brandon, you need to be speaking with Mr. Winters, because it's their illogical inconsistencies that make me ask the question. I'm very consistent.
Kobe with the
I rank Kobe high. I rank Kobe high, but I also rank Pippen high. And I give them credit.
Dog. Sorry.
In 2010, he was.
No, I'm talking about the 3 rings they won together.
Eventually,
Shaq was the lead dog.
Kobe has no dynasty.
Shaq was the lead dog.
Kobe has no dynasty, Mr. Winters, by your standards.
You're not going to rewrite history to protect your king.
You rewrite history. You just did it for Scottie Pippen. You just said that.
Scottie Pippen is not a franchise player.
And so was Kobe in 2000, in 2002 and 2001. He was not a franchise player.
He was looked at as a franchise player. He was looked at as a franchise player.
And so was Scottie. That's why they gave Scottie a 7-year deal.
He was never looked at as a franchise player.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
I was around in the 90s.
Okay, so Mr. Winters,
you're trying to rewrite
you're a liar, Mr. Winters. I was older than you. I'm older than you. Look, now he's mad. Now your zesty bean ass coming out. Bring out that zesty beans in you. Bring it out, you zesty. Bring it out. Bring it out, you zesty beans.
You name calling because
I always do that. I don't care about that. You's a zesty beans.
You name calling because you mad, bro.
Yeah, hold on one second.
I'm mad because you's a liar.
Hold on, Johnny. So Mr. Winters, the question I want to ask now is, damn, I didn't forgot my question. Y'all was arguing back and forth so much.
I'm sorry.
And it was a good ass question too. Hold on, somebody just came in
about Kobe. That's all I got to ask him. Then he gets real upset. Kobe ain't got no dynasty.
No, Kobe definitely don't. Kobe definitely don't have a dynasty.
He was a part of a dynasty, man. Just take that, man. Just take that on the chin and just like move on, man. I'm a Laker fan too.
No, that's why I asked. Remember, I don't knock people who rank Kobe high, but I always ask, where do you rank Pippen? Because I would expect Pippen to at least be in your top 20. Because if you value what Kobe did as a number 2 option, there is absolutely no way you can ignore and devalue what Pippen did as a number 2 option. He's arguably the greatest number 2 option of all time, right? And he did it at an elite level. The winning started and ended with him. And because those 6 championships are directly tied to Pippen's presence, right? It's unlike Shaq, or like we saw Shaq drift off and go win championships. So we know Shaq's winning wasn't completely associated with just Kobe. Shaq winning won without. And we know Kobe winning wasn't completely tied to Shaq, because Kobe also himself went off and won.
And Pippen never did it. So that's the
hold on, Mr. Winters. Pippen was never afforded that ability to go off in his prime and do that. What you guys like to do is you like to try to judge Pippen towards the end of his career. Towards the end of his career, when one, he finally got paid, but he was an injured product. He had already been battered from battling throughout the late 80s and 10 years in the 90s. And going into the 2000s, he was older, and he wasn't the same Scottie Pippen that we came to know throughout the 90s. But you guys judge him, and you all I'm saying is Pippen got lucky. Not Pippen, but Kobe was lucky because, one, he was able to come into the league at 17 years old, win championships early with a superstar, Shaquille O'Neal. As Shaquille O'Neal left, he hits his prime. As Shaquille O'Neal leaves, Lakers build up another championship team around him, and he's able to lead that team to 2 more championships. That's a lot of luck going on. That's a lot of luck. Pippen wasn't afforded that.
That's a lot of luck. That's hate.
I know it's not hating, Mr. Winters. It's just the truth of what happened. Pippen's career, Pippen got a jump start on winning championships, because you think when Kobe got drafted or traded to the Lakers, you think he was sitting back knowing that Jerry West was going to pull the strings to bring a Shaquille O'Neal along, and then a few years later fire Derek Hellish and bring in the greatest coach of all time and Phil Jackson? This shit just happened. And it happened while he was there. Shit. That motherfucker got 3 championships there. And I don't devalue Kobe for it. It's you guys who devalue number 2 options. You guys devalue number 2 options and then act like you're not talking to Kobe. Because then you have to start pretending that Kobe 1A, 1B. Not really saying when you say 1B. That's what you guys call Kobe when he was behind the best player in the league, Shaquille O'Neal, for 3 years.
Yeah, early in his career, yes, of course.
That's still number 2. B is second.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. But
he don't have a dynasty.
But everybody knew he was the franchise.
Oh, he don't have a dynasty. He wasn't the franchise player.
No one ever looked at Pippen and said, "Oh, we're going to get rid of Jordan and keep Pippen." That would never happen. They got rid of Shaq.
No, Mr. Winters. Hold on, Mr. Winters. You said that you said that Pippen wasn't a franchise player. If Pippen wasn't a franchise player, then why did Jordan tell the organization, if Pippen's not here, I'm gone?
Because he was a valuable part of that team. They're making a franchise player. Does LeBron win without Kobe, without Kyrie Irving in that shot in Cleveland? Ever?
Kyrie's not a franchise player.
Okay, he's not.
Neither is John Paxson.
But does he? But how many wins how many wins in the finals does LeBron have without Kyrie on the roster?
3.
The same amount that Jordan had without Scottie Pippen.
Not on the roster.
The same amount Jordan has without Scottie Pippen. The same amount Jordan would have without Scottie Pippen. That's the fact.
Scottie Pippen's not a franchise player. No, it's Kyrie. So
Scottie Pippen.
But LeBron won without Kyrie. Jordan didn't win without Pippen.
On another team. I said
it doesn't matter. He still won without Kyrie. Jordan was on another team and didn't win.
My final question to you, Mr. Winters, is: since Pippen's not a franchise player, how many championships does Jordan win with Odin Polynice instead of Scottie Pippen?
Dude, whoa. Hypothetical, like I'm sure he wins championships. Yes, he's Michael Jordan.
That nigga don't.
You believe that Jordan still wins championships with Odin Polynice?
He wouldn't shit.
Sure he wins championships.
You was around for the 90s. You would have said the same thing I did. He wasn't shit.
Okay.
Right. Nigga was on the Kings with he was on the Kings with bum ass. What's the nigga name? Lionel Simmons.
That's it. Okay, however, just like that.
He's
Come
on
on, boy.
NBA
Sharonis
Jam.
Marshallonis.
Sharonis Marshallonis.
In the Cavaliers uniform, LeBron James does not have one championship in Cleveland without Kyrie Irving. That's documented.
Okay.
All right,
Same
then
thing with
nigga, Kyrie don't got nothing without LeBron.
Jordan. Jordan does not have a championship in the Chicago. Matter of fact, Jordan doesn't have a playoff series win in the Chicago Bulls uniform without Scottie Pippen.
And that's
that nigga don't got more than 40 wins on his record without
Pippen
Scott.
and Kyrie are not franchise players.
Okay. Nigga, Kyrie was on the lottery team for his first 3 seasons.
Yeah, but hold on, Mr. Winters.
LeBron was too on his first 2 seasons.
Mr. Winters.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. Look it up. Yes, he was. Look it up.
Nigga, Luke Jackson was the only motherfucking lottery pick.
Oh,
that was
excuses. It's
the truth, nigga. Kyrie and Tristan Thompson, 2011. Deion Waiters, 2014.
Hold on, I don't want to get into too much about the
lottery. No, he wasn't.
It's just silliness. I think.
So what you're saying is Kyrie Irving got? We're saying Kyrie Irving didn't have no help. That's what you're saying, huh?
Okay, Mr. Winters. All right, Mr. Winters. I think we proved our point with you, Mr. Winters, man. We ain't gonna beat up on you no more.
Whoo, the stuff y'all do to protect y'all's king, boy. Y'all will rewrite. Y'all
Paul Pierce is my favorite player. Why do y'all say Paul Pierce is my favorite player?
Mr. Winters, why do you make it all about LeBron? Why isn't it about just respecting? Because really, Mr. Winters, I was just sitting here talking about how you are devaluing Scottie Pippen, not LeBron. Like when we were talking about Kobe, like when I did my video on Kobe, it was about why do y'all use the number 2 option label to devalue players like Kobe and LeBron. I mean, Kobe and Pippen. It wasn't about LeBron. And then y'all use Kobe to also, just like Johnny was saying, y'all were using it to devalue Shaq.
We didn't.
That's not about LeBron.
No, but facts are facts. Shaq is the most swept player.
No, Mr.
Shaq
Winters.
is the most swept player.
No, Mr. Winters. What I'm trying to get out of you is when we talk basketball and these topics aren't involving LeBron James, why do you feel just because we disagree, it's because we're trying to protect LeBron? Because LeBron was never a number 2 option. So obviously, when we're talking number 2 options, it doesn't apply. That's not applicable there.
Okay, however you want to look at it.
So I'm just trying to get inside the head of somebody that's so obsessed with LeBron James that he thinks every time we have a basketball conversation, it's to protect LeBron James.
Because your first question to me was a LeBron question about 2011.
No, I just said as this conversation progressed, it went farther past a LeBron James. Yeah, I just said your logic behind everything that you say, your logic behind every conversation is whenever you feel there's people that don't agree with you, they don't agree because they're trying to protect LeBron James. I don't know if there's been one live stream where you have been able to come up without talking about LeBron James. Ever.
Lamont, didn't you have a stream where he said he used to be a LeBron fan, then he left Cleveland?
Well, I mean, all LeBron James haters at one point in time used to like LeBron. Like, look at Dreamers Pro. He's already exposed on video. He ranked LeBron higher than Kobe. Now, all of a sudden, since it's become profitable and popular to hate on LeBron, what has he done? Now, all of a sudden, LeBron is ranked number 10 all time for him. Kobe's ranked higher. When just some years ago, when he had some sense, he clearly was on video saying, "Yeah, LeBron passed Kobe."
Hey, Lamont.
That nigga gave a super detailed video.
Hey, Lamont, get
super
your channel anymore.
I mean, it wasn't. He didn't just glaze over.
That man, like us.
That man went into a 1 hour breakdown. This was a long video. This is not just some old. Nah, I'm just saying it. No, he went and did a whole 1 hour breakdown as to why LeBron was better than Kobe and why LeBron was one of the greatest players of all time.
Exactly.
I hope Mr. Winters listens to this again, man. I hope he really listens to it again. Oh, he just look at Lamont attacking other channels. I don't attack other channels. I always salute other channels because I appreciate content creator surge, but I do attack stupid talking points. That's why people talk on YouTube, because they want people to give their opinion on what they say. If what you say is stupid, I'm gonna tell you.
So we're attacking Dreamers Pro, but we're not the ones being attacked for saying LeBron's great. That's funny.
But literally, Johnny, when I was on your stream the first time, I had told you I don't have a GOAT.
No, I don't attack Dreamers
I was reading the comments and somebody said the only reason why I don't have a GOAT is because Michael Jordan's known as the GOAT. It's like, no, you fucking idiot. I don't believe there's a GOAT in basketball. What does Michael Jordan have to do with my take? Like, people are insane.
I told you these guys became LeBron haters and Jordan lovers because it was cool. It was like the high schools, being on the high school lunch table with all the cool kids, and they go around each other. They sound cool, but they were the idiots. They were the kids getting Fs. They were the kids never on class on time. They were never doing nothing right, but they were considered cool because they were wearing Jordans, and they think that's it. That they can and they can laugh at you and make fun of you, but they're the ones with the Fs. They're the ones not graduating. They're the ones who are the guys who are 25, 26 years old, still trying to go back to the high school reunions and hang out with high school kids and stuff like that. They never moved forward in life. They never did.
Johnny,
they wasted 20 years of their lives.
Johnny, I've been trying to give the basketball community some type of grace. I can't. They're fucking dumb. I can't take it. I told you again. King Rose.
Hold on, Lee. Lee, I thought you said you was hitting the PayPal, man. I ain't see no PayPal come through, man.
Lamont, my fault. I got you. I got you, Lamont.
Listen,
Lee, I'm just
problem with the basketball. The problem with the basketball world is there's too many zesty Jeffries like a Mr. Winters. They're all over the place. You see them in the comments. You see them come up here. The Today Show is supposed to be about Jordan. They completely took that away. Now, mind you, if like I always tell these people, if Jordan's supposed to be the greatest basketball player, Kobe's supposed to be the second greatest basketball player. Those are the only two players that when we talk them, we can't talk basketball. We have to talk everything else but basketball when we talk about those two guys.
King Rose, I know that's your boy, but King Rose is a fucking idiot, and Mr. Winters is a fucking idiot as well. Lamont, you and I have had discussions over the phone and via text. Lamont, when are you going to start banning these idiots?
No,
just block them.
They're necessary.
Nah, you ain't got to ban them. One day, Lamont or Johnny, please put these niggas fandom to the test. Like we got to find out what makes these niggas like Brandon Katz qualified to be basketball fans.
They're not, and we don't validate them or devalidate them. They're just a bunch of dudes who want to step up here and vent, so we let them vent.
Yeah,
that's
content for me.
Lamont,
I don't care.
Johnny, I see why you two mute so many people, and Johnny, I see why you just kick people out all the time. You guys are better than me. I can't do it. I can't.
Yeah, but people, there are some people like King Rowe, like nobody sits up here and just wants to mute people. Like as much as Mr. Winters was talking, I wasn't really muting him like that or nothing. Exactly. And I didn't kick Mr. Winters off. But sometimes you got people like King Rowe. King Rowe, like you'll be mid-sentence, and King Rowe would just start blurting stuff out and just be like King Rowe, like I said, yeah, his panel etiquette is on like zero for real.
I told you.
He has zero
etiquette. They don't know how to conversate. They don't know how to hold a discussion. If you want to be able to say what you want to say, you have to be able to listen to what the other person is saying.
You'll be mid-sentence. Like you haven't even gotten your point across, and King Rowe like, yeah, I got your point. I know that point. Like, no, you don't have my point.
You don't. And got mad at me.
I ain't even finished saying what I was going to say.
Yeah, this is like, bro, how do you know my point? It's just like
right. And got mad at me when I told him to stop interrupting. I got mad at me when I told him stop interrupting me. Then he talked about my mom. That's why I was like, that's why I said, fuck you, bitch, nigga.
But that's why I had to reference him back to his show when he had you on, Johnny. And I was like, King Rowe, you really need to listen to that show. I was like, if you talk about being long-winded, bro.
He kept going and kept speaking and kept speaking.
Bro, you could have went off and went to the store, ran some errands.
I did, Lamont. I legitimately went and did other stuff. I was cooking dinner, coming back. Yeah.
Would they go get some rolling paper and shit?
Yeah, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you, like King Rowe will go and go and go, and then like as he goes, and I don't know if he realizes it, but he will change the topic. Like he'll be talking about Kareem, and then there'll be one game in there where Kareem played Jordan. And then as he mentions that Kareem played Jordan, he'll get into, and I remember Jordan, and he'll go down this long tangled web of Jordan. And then Jordan might have played John Stockton. And, I remember I was 6 or 7 years old, and I saw when John Stockton, man, did this with Karl Malone, and then he'll go into a long, like, I don't know if he understands how he just, I don't know. It's nasty what King Rowe does, man. King Rowe is crazy.
And then he'll talk about up and under out of nowhere too.
That's why I be telling King Rowe, I be like, King Rowe, let's just go back to what the original topic was, because King Rowe will take you down a whole rabbit hole of topics, man. You don't know what the hell.
No, he's bad. He's bad. He's one of the worst SDJs out there. He is.
Oh, and you know what I also noticed, Lamont and Johnny? Whenever you're about to absolutely destroy somebody on their points, they cut you off and they never, ever, ever let you speak. It's like, bro, look.
Oh shit!
Lamont, can you finish?
Bring him up, please, Lamont. Watch. We're gonna give you a perfect example of it. Watch this. Go ahead. Watch this. Go ahead. Watch.
See, here's the problem with you guys now. Every
Yeah,
time,
so it's interesting, Johnny, and this is where people who come in with a bias and agenda, they always get cooked. And so Johnny makes the point, trying to diminish Kobe as a number 2 option in LA. He says Kobe didn't have any Finals MVPs when he played with Shaq. But you expose yourself with that dumb take, because the toughest series the Lakers had in the 2000, they weren't in the finals against Philadelphia. That Philadelphia team is the worst team to ever be in the finals by far. The toughest series the Lakers had in the early 2000s were against Portland, Sacramento, and San Antonio. And Kobe was the best player in many of those series. He was better than Shaq against San Antonio, and he was better than Shaq against Sacramento. And so that performance by Kobe against the best teams in the NBA other than the Lakers, that was more valuable than those finals MVPs against dipshit Philadelphia, the Indiana team, which was nothing special. Reggie Miller was an older player, and a Nets team where Jason Kidd couldn't even shoot that early in his career. And the problem, Shaq's a great player, but Shaq was a much more flawed player than Jordan. Kobe had a much bigger role than Pippen did, because Kobe led the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. He was the best playmaker on the Lakers. Robert Horry, Rick Fox, and Derek Fisher, they couldn't create off the dribble. So Kobe was the only one creating advantages off the dribble. He was the best playmaker. He was top POA. As I said, he led the league in fourth quarter scoring. Shaq has been swept more than any player in NBA history. Shaq's a great player, but Shaq is a flawed player. He can't close because of his free throw shooting issues and the fact he can't score at an elite level unless he's in the paint. Shaq needed a closer like Kobe. He needed a playmaker like Kobe. Jordan can win with any number of number 2s. Pippen's a good player, but Jordan didn't need Pippen to win. Jordan could have won with any number of number 2 options. The Bulls had an elite record even when Pippen was holding out in the late 90s. When Jordan was older, he had Rodman. Shaq needed Kobe. Jordan did not need Pippen. And Lamont, you're lying when you say that the reason Pippen didn't score more is because Jordan held him back. Because even in 94,
when did I say that? Brandon, shut the hell up. I don't, that was Johnny saying that. What the hell? Bro, I didn't say that.
Lamont, when you give me a chance,
I'll do what I want. I'm finishing here. I have one more point. Even in 94, when Pippen was in his prime and Jordan was not on the team, Pippen literally shot almost the exact number of shots. He averaged almost the exact number of points without Jordan as he did with them. Pippen was not a good enough shooter to score more than 22 to 23 a game. He's not good enough. He was never good enough.
Can I ask you one question, Brandon Katz?
A championship team.
Brandon Katz, can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
From 2000 to 2002, who's the best player in the NBA?
Yeah, no, it was Shaq. Can
I respond to that?
Go ahead. Hey, Johnny, go ahead with your question. Hey, Johnny, go ahead with your question.
All right, all right, watch this. Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention.
Shaq got to one finals without
Hey, Johnny, go ahead with your question.
One finals, and he got swept.
I got you. Go ahead with your question.
Close.
Go ahead with your question, hey, Johnny.
The finals MVP stance was not my logical stance. That was Mr. Winters proving why Kobe.
You brought that up.
He let me finish. Look, he didn't let me finish. You see that? Look, I let him go. I didn't stop him from speaking. I let him go the whole time. Look, Brandon, but you got to let me finish. This is exactly what we were just saying. How y'all don't let people speak. Y'all don't have proper etiquette. I can't because you're not gonna let me speak, so I'm not gonna waste my time. You already proved my point.
Okay, one more time. Let's see.
Okay,
JJ.
so let me chime in. When I was gonna make that point,
hold on, Mr. Winters. It's on Johnny to try to get this question out for Brandon.
Again, the logic for the finals MVPs was Mr. Winter's logic, not my logic. I don't go by that. I do not diminish Kobe for winning championships with Shaquille O'Neal. That's only you guys who do that because that's how you feel about championships. And if your logic is that the Western Conference Finals was the real finals because somehow the team with a defensive player of the year and the league MVP wasn't good enough to say they were the better team for the challenging of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe, then when Scottie Pippen beat the Bulls, when Scottie Pippen took the Bulls outside of the Eastern Conference Finals and beat Detroit, that was Scottie who did that, not Michael Jordan. When they beat the 93 Bulls, that was Scottie who did that, not Michael Jordan. When they beat the 98 Indiana Pacers, all right, that's also Scottie who did that. So there's 3 championships that are Scottie's because that was the toughest finals. That was the toughest opponent.
Are you saying Pippen was better than Jordan in those series?
The same way you're saying Kobe was better than Shaq.
Kobe was clearly better than Shaq against San Antonio.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
That's not even a debate.
That's not a lie. He wasn't not. No, he was not. No, he was not. He was not. And I wasn't done. And I wasn't done. And I wasn't done. So again, are you
saying Pippen was better than Jordan in those series?
The
yes
conference finals. Yes, against in 1991, the Scottie Pippen averaged more rebounds, more blocks, and more steals than Michael Jordan in that series. It was Scottie Pippen's ability to average over 20 points per game versus the Detroit Pistons that got them over the hump because the year prior, Jordan still averaged 30 points per game and they lost, but Scottie only averaged 16. But when Scottie averages over 22, he leads the Bulls in rebounds, he leads them in blocks, he leads them in steals. They get past Detroit. When the Bulls were down 0-2 versus the Knicks in 1993, it was Scottie Pippen who got them over the hump to beat that team, not Michael Jordan. It was him that went 14 of 17 in an NBA game so that the Bulls could actually make past the actual Knicks. And it was the same thing against Indiana, which Lamont will tell you, it was putting Scottie Pippen on Mark Jackson, shutting down that Indiana Pacers offense that led the Bulls to be able to win that series as well. In fact, they were up in Game 7, but it was Scottie Pippen forcing turnovers and causing havoc in the fourth quarter on the defensive
Steve
side.
Kerr was the one who hit the big shot in Game 7.
I didn't say. I said defense. Again, it's my turn to speak. You had a chance to speak again. So again, if we're going off of your logic, Brandon, the Eastern Conference Finals was the actual best team that the Bulls faced, and it was Scottie who was the better player. Just like you said, Kobe was the better player, even though Shaq was.
No,
So
Indiana was not better than Utah. That's a lie.
Right. Johnny be lying, man.
How? So, and what's the call was not better than the
Jordan said the toughest competition that they faced ever was the Indiana Pacers.
Toughest.
Exactly.
That's not
He
bad.
said that on the last dance.
was a better team than Indiana.
And the Knicks.
Jordan said,
And the
hold on.
Knicks.
Jordan said on the last dance the toughest team he ever faced in the playoffs was the Indiana Pacers, not the Jazz, not anybody he faced in the finals. He said it was that Pacer team. So you have to give that one to Johnny.
Better than
You
Jordan.
have to give that to Johnny, Brandon, because Jordan himself said that Pacer team was his.
Wait,
toughest
hold on.
competition.
Okay,
Toughest,
Lamont,
not
wait,
best.
hold on. Mr. Winters, hold on a sec. Lamont, I have a simple question for you. Do you agree with the Johnny? Do you think Pippen was better than Jordan in these playoff series?
I believe that in certain series, yes, Pippen
So
outperformed
name the
Jordan.
series.
Brandon, hold on 1 second.
1993 Eastern
Hold on 1
Conference
second, one boy,
So
please.
Jordan,
Hold on.
Jordan led that series in points, rebounds.
Please hold on, Brandon. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah, you didn't answer.
Okay, but you have to actually shut up so I can answer it. Okay, so do I believe Pippen has been better than Jordan in an individual playoff series? Yes, he has. I believe if we go through his tenure with the Chicago Bulls, there have been series in the playoffs. Brandon, can you please hold on? There have been plenty of series where Pippen showed up and did things outside of what he. There have been things that he's done things outside of what he normally does. Great. Please, can you please hold on?
I gave you the series.
Please hold on, Brandon.
I gave you the series.
Brandon, yeah.
You
Johnny
blatantly lied.
Hey, hold on.
I didn't. I for a fact.
Okay, so Brandon, you got to let people answer the question. You asked me, do I believe that Pippen has outplayed Jordan in series?
Right, just
Yes.
name the series.
But Brandon, please hold on. I can't answer the way you want it to be answered. I'm telling you, and again, I don't have it ingrained to my memory the exact game or series like a Johnny has because he most recently looked it up. But I know that Pippen, just like there have been series where even other players have said that, like for example, Sean Kemp came out and said when they played Seattle in the finals, Sean Kemp came out and said the best player in that series was Dennis Rodman. Now, people like you, Brendan, will never agree with that
full of
because
shit.
y'all have help Brandon. People like Brandon will never agree with that because they have a very odd and obsessive compulsion with guys that score the basketball. And if you don't score the basketball to their liking, there's absolutely nothing that you can do in their eyes that makes you a better player. And this is where it gets convoluted with Jordan because he's obsessed with highlight culture, because he's obsessed with scoring the basketball. This is one of the reasons why he can never give Scottie Pippen his flowers, because what does he always connect to greatness? Scoring. He always talks about how Pippen didn't score enough, even though we're talking about a 90s era, a pace down era, and an offense that was predicated on getting to Jordan the ball on almost every single possession. Pippen was just playing to his role, ultimately sacrificed a ton of his scoring just to play within the team. All right. And when people talk about what Kobe did great, again, Kobe understood that a lot of you retards like Brandon are obsessed with scoring. So what did Kobe do? Kobe created this Mamba mentality where, like Brandon, what does Brandon say when he come on the panel? I'm going to do what I want. Well, Kobe had the same mentality. He was going to do what he want because he was going to force scoring because he wanted to always prove people like Brandon that he could always score because he thought his greatness was directly tied to scoring. It's a stupid way to approach basketball, and it ultimately led to the demise of the Los Angeles Lakers and cost them 2 potential championships. But you guys will never speak or attest to that. Greatness isn't tied into scoring. Pippen was just great doing other things other than scoring. And just because he was great doing things like defending Brandon Katz, because it doesn't have a tangible statistical measurement attached to it, doesn't mean you can devalue it, which is what you guys choose to do. You just choose to devalue what Pippen did great because there's no points per game attached to it. That's all we're saying.
He did with a
So has Pippen shined? Pippen has shined, right? Like a guarding Mark Jackson. There's no stat that's going to give Pippen credit for guarding Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson was the driving force to that team. And when they put Pippen on Mark Jackson, it completely changed the series. Brandon Katz is never going to give Scottie Pippen credit for that. He's always going to pretend as if it don't matter. It's irrelevant. He's always going to try to give all the credit to Jordan. This is why Kobe did not want to be the number 2 option, because there's people like Brandon Katz in this world who only give you the credit if you are the number 1 scoring option. And it doesn't matter what the other guys do. So again, there's nothing that I can say to Brandon Katz. I can tell him 5 or 6 different series where I feel like Pippen was the more impactful player. He's never going to accept it because he's always going to run the points per game. I can talk about Pippen's defense. I can talk about how critical his playmaking was. He's never going to accept it because it's not scoring. And that's what Brandon Katz, if I tell him a series, Brandon Katz he wants to hear a series where Pippen scored 35 a game, 40 a game. That's what he wants to hear. He cares nothing about everything else that goes into the game of basketball. And scoring is the easiest thing he can Google on the internet. And it's the only measurement that he uses to determine what players are better. And that's why he's stuck on that, y'all. That's why.
So I did not interrupt you. So I'm going to respond to you.
No, you couldn't interrupt me because I had to put your retarded ass in the backstage. This is why I can't interrupt. You couldn't interrupt.
Exactly. You proving our point. This is what we had to tell you. That's what we brought you up here for. We had to put you in the background for Lamont to get his little thing on. You guys can't talk basketball. You guys are disrespectful. You're degenerate gamblers. You don't take care of your children. I don't know what to tell you.
First of all,
okay.
I don't be scared, Eddie.
I don't care what you niggas tell me. I know you. I know your character. I could smell it.
Picking up the kids in a bag, brother. You be bad.
Listen. Like I said, man. Y'all are who y'all are. Be a man and stand 10 toes down. And if not, it'll be all right. But y'all the ones who can't hold the mirror up in y'all face. It's not my fault.
They don't need to talk basketball. Y'all just want to hear y'all just so protective, man. See, I know what it is. I know what it is with y'all dudes, man. What it is your favorite guy is at the end of his career, and everything y'all tried has failed up to this point, and y'all desperate.
That's why are you making it about LeBron, Mr. Winters?
Exactly. You only care about LeBron. You only care about LeBron.
It's because Shaq is his GOAT now.
It's a fact.
Yeah, it's true because Shaq's his GOAT. That's true. Shaq is your GOAT.
You know you don't like Shaq.
This all started because I said LeBron was 7.
Wait, so okay, hold on. I want to make 2 points.
It all started because Jordan choked in '89, and we showed film of it this morning. I mean, just about 6 hours ago.
Hold on, let Brandon get his quick question off.
Hold on.
Hold on, let Brandon get his quick question off. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, so in 1998 in the conference finals, Pippen was having severe back issues. He had back issues most of those playoffs. In the finals, he had to be carried on and off the court, and he needed injections just to finish the finals against Utah. So in the conference finals against Johnny referenced saying Pippen was better, Scottie Pippen shot 39%.
Pippen was more impactful. Why are you going to scoring?
I know.
Like I said, what did I tell y'all they was going to do? He was going to run the score.
I want to finish. So Scottie Pippen shot 58% from the free throw line, 39% from the field. Now, Pippen did play. Jordan got cooked a little bit by Reggie in that series, especially at the end of game 4 when Brett Miller hit the buzzer beater. Jordan didn't like chasing players around screens. Jordan did have some struggles defensively, but to say that Pippen was better than Jordan in that series when Pippen had a bad back, he was shooting 58% from the foul line. He averaged 16 a game on 39% shooting. Jordan averaged more points. Hold on. Jordan averaged more points, assists, and he was far more efficient. He also played minutes. There is nobody who would argue that
Jordan averaged more assists. Stop lying. Jordan only averaged more points.
Hold on. I did not interrupt you. And in the series
You're
in 91,
Jordan did not average more assists. Stop lying.
No, Jordan averaged more assists. You're lying.
No, he didn't. Stop lying. No, he did not. The only thing Jordan averaged more than Scottie Pippen in that series was points.
They average. So they average basically the same number of assists.
No, Jordan averaged 4 assists per game. Scottie averaged over 5. Continue.
Right. So they were one different. But again, Pippen's efficiency was garbage. Pippen shot 39% from the field and 58% from the foul line. Again, Pippen was having severe back issues.
Talking about Pippen scoring.
Hold on. To say
exactly, only scoring. He's not talking about Pippen being a rebounder, being the best passer on the team, leading in steals, leading in blocks.
Their steal numbers are almost identical. Pippen had a bad.
No, they're not. Jordan's under 2. Scottie Pippen's above 2. Stop lying.
No, I'll go back.
Jordan only had 12 steals.
Hold on. Let's use Jordan's. Hold on. Let's just use Jordan's. Brandon, hold on. Let's just end it right now. We're going to use Michael Jordan's own statement from The Last Dance.
Jordan was much better in
that. Hold on, Brandon. We're going to end it right now. We're going to use Jordan's own statement from The Last Dance.
Pippen wasn't even healthy in that.
Jordan said verbatim. Jordan said in The Last Dance, you guys can go look this up. I'm going to give you a quote from Phil Jackson, and I'm going to give you a quote from Jordan. Jordan said in The Last Dance, Indiana pushed us. That was the toughest series we played. If Scottie isn't out there setting the tone defensively, helping us get stops, containing Mark Jackson, we're not winning that game 7. Jordan and then Phil Jackson even said, Scottie did not need to score in this series to dominate. He dominated with his defense, tempo, and intelligence. That's why we won this series. You got Michael Jordan and Phil Jackson both giving Scottie Pippen credit for his impact on winning that series, so much so that Jordan says we don't win it without him. But yet Brandon Katz is up here telling you guys why Scottie Pippen was less than, when you got Jordan and Phil Jackson both saying we don't do this without him. You're talking about him playing on a bad back. Well, he played 45 minutes in that game 7. Well, I mean, damn. Don't you give him any kudos for playing on a bad back, pushing through those injuries, right? Taking on a tough defensive assignment, right? Knowing that his offense was going to wane because of his back, but he still played elite defense. But yet, none of y'all want to give him credit for his defense. You got dummies like Brandon Katz. Like I said, they're going to keep running to offense because it's the only thing that he can run and go Google. He can't run and go Google and measure defense. He can't run and go Google playmaking. He can't run and go Google those things. So he runs to, his efficiency. No, Jordan even said we don't win without Pitt. Phil said we don't win without Pitt. Why the hell are you trying to discredit Pippen and use scoring against him, as I said he would do, because it's the only thing he can run and go Google? Come on, Brandon. Take Jordan's word for it. Take Phil Jackson's word for it. Let's stop running with your own narratives. Just listen to the people that were in the game.
Right. So I'm not discrediting Pippen. Pippen was an important player in that series. But again, to suggest that, so in Game 7, the Game 7 you referenced, Scottie Pippen was 6 of 18 in Game 7.
Why are you talking about scoring?
So to say that Pippen, who shot 39% from the field, he was 6 of 18 in Game 7, was better than Jordan with a bad bat?
There's a difference between
Jordan was 9 of 25 for 36 points. Jordan was 9 of 25 with
Pippen is a good defender.
Jordan was 9 of 25.
Pippen was not better than Jordan in that series. And in the 91 series that Johnny referenced, Jordan had more points, he had more assists. Jordan was far better than Pippen in the 91.
Always points. There's always points. That's it. He's always going to say points.
Other than lies.
Hold on, Brandon. Brandon, in that 91 series, are you going to talk about that Game 5 with Scottie Pippen? I want you to tell us about that Game 5 when he had 32 and 13 and 7.
Closing out, like he always does for the Bulls.
Tell us about that. Tell us about that, Brandon. With that 32 points, 13 rebounds, and 7 assists.
Going into Game 5. That Game 5 was not that important. Jordan averaged more assists per game.
It wasn't that important, but it went 7.
Jordan averaged more
It
points.
went 7, but Game 5 was
better. I don't. This is absurd. The other thing is that Pistons team in 91 was not that good. Isaiah was having wrist issues. He was finished after that year. The Bulls were easily going to.
Okay, so Brandon, what about 1996 versus the Knicks?
Yeah, no. So Jordan led that series. Jordan led that series in points and assists. Pippen was good in that series, but Jordan
shot 36% from the field that series.
Right, Jordan gets far more defensive attention. He's guarded by better defenders. But again, Jordan led in both points and assists in that series. Jordan led in points and assists.
Hey, yo,
I gave you 2 series. Hold on. I gave you 2 series. The 2 most important series.
What about 93? What about 93 versus the Knicks?
2 of the most important series, the Lakers.
What about 93 versus the Knicks? Because Jordan shot 36% from the field. And that's very uncharacteristic of Jordan. He was not himself in 96. What about 1993?
Right. So Jordan shot a lot of free throws. So you need to look at true shooting, not just field goal percentage.
Oh my God.
Efficiency. You're looking at numbers.
Why did you do that?
You definitely didn't do that.
Jordan in 93 against the Knicks. So hold on. I'm going to make one final point. I gave you clear series that were the Lakers' most important.
You gave us points. You gave us points
against Sacramento and against the Spurs. You can't give me a single series.
What about 93 versus the Knicks?
You can't give me a single series.
In 1996, Lamont. In 1996,
Pippen was flawed.
In 1996, Lamont, Scottie Pippen led Michael Jordan in rebounds, assists, blocks, and steals against the Knicks in 1996. Like you say, he's only talking about scoring. Yeah,
he's just going to talk about scoring. I told y'all they're only infatuated with scoring. They're obsessed with it. It's the only thing they can Google. It's the only thing they know how to interpret. Points per game is the only thing their minds know how to grasp. They don't know. They don't understand defense. They don't understand impact. Right? Like when we say Scottie Pippen, like really the term that we want to use is Scottie Pippen will never be a better player than Jordan ever. But when we look to a specific playoff series, there was plenty of playoff series where Scottie Pippen had the bigger impact, right? Because as a player, it's just going to be hard to just say he was just a better player. But there are series where we can look to where we can say Scottie Pippen definitely had a bigger impact than Jordan. But they are so obsessed with scoring. They want to even unfairly compare what Pippen did best to what Jordan did best as if that's what made Pippen great. It's an obsession. I told y'all it's obsessed. Jordan created them to be obsessed with scoring. Points per game and scoring.
Okay, so the 96 playoff series against the Knicks you're citing, Scottie Pippen shot 33% from the field in that series.
Pippen wasn't a scorer.
From the
wasn't
field.
a scorer.
So you guys are looking yourselves with these horrible takes.
Hold on. What did he keep on the scoreboard with Scottie Pippen?
All he does is doing scoring, is shooting and scoring, shooting and scoring. That's it.
I told y'all before he started talking. I told y'all before he started talking, he was only going to talk about scoring.
No, I'm not okay. No. So no, here's
no.
Hold on. I'm gonna make one. Lamont, here's the key point you're missing.
Your last point was fine.
The Bulls ran the triangle offense, but not in the fourth quarter. In the fourth quarter, the Bulls
Oh my God, man. Come on, Brandon, man.
In the fourth quarter, the Bulls were an ISO offense. They played.
Oh my God.
Jordan was and the reason finish.
So if they weren't running the triangle,
not only is Jordan the best clutch scorer in the history of professional sports, not just basketball, but
we didn't say he wasn't clutch.
That nigga not more clutch than Tom Brady. Cut it out.
Pippen had a critical flaw to his game. He was never a consistent shooter. And so Scottie Pippen's points look nice on the stat sheet, but Pippen disappeared in the
We're
fourth
not
quarter.
about
That's
Scottie
why Phil
points.
drew up the play for Kukoc, not Pippen. That's why Pippen couldn't close.
Why are you talking
the Bulls
about
were not a
scoring?
contender.
Brandon Katz. There's nobody up here that said Pippen was a better scorer than Jordan.
Pippen can't close games. He's not a good enough shooter.
We didn't say he was better in the series because of scoring.
So when Jordan is closing.
Hold on. So Brandon, are you agreeing with what we say that Pippen would need to outscore Jordan for you to think that he was better?
No, because what I've said.
So why are you only talking about scoring?
No. So let me respond. Okay, I do not.
Bro,
you keep
only
putting
talk
words
about
in my
scoring.
mouth. That's not how I look at basketball. I value defense very highly. So I have Akeem Olajuwon ranked ahead of Kareem, even though Kareem was the better scorer.
So are there series?
I know.
Okay, so let's simplify it without you just filibustering in this long soliloquy.
You're the one filibustering. You keep.
Are there series in the playoffs where Scottie Pippen's defense was more impactful than Jordan's defense?
Yeah, more than Jordan's defense. Yes.
Okay. Are there series in the playoffs where Scottie Pippen's playmaking was more important than Jordan's scoring?
No.
Yes.
Not in the playoffs. No.
Yes. Oh my God.
Lamont,
be honest.
Lamont, give me the series. Name the series.
Can't never be honest.
I'm gonna give you the series right now. In 1998, Lamont, in the game 7, right? Jordan's supposed to be the closer. They threw away the triangle. Well, to Brandon's own logic, Jordan was 2 of 7, shot 28% in the fourth quarter in the game 7 to take his team to the NBA Finals. What did Scottie shoot? 67% from the field. So obviously Jordan's around here not really doing the fourth quarter scoring, and Scottie Pippen was the best offensive player on the team. Or he's going to say because Jordan scored 9 points and Scottie scored 4 points that Jordan was still being the closer and the offense was still being run through him while Jordan didn't play the full 12-minute fourth quarter and Scottie did. Now, mind you, Scottie with a bad back played 12 minutes in the fourth quarter of a game 7.
Or we can look to the 1992 finals. Who led the comeback in that final game when the Bulls were down?
Jordan.
Okay, when we talk about that comeback, they had to get Jordan out. But did Scottie need to go score 30 to lead that comeback? Or did Scottie just need to come back and run the offense, get the other guys going to lead that comeback and lead with his defense first? All he did was just play his game. Move the ball, defend, help them get the game back. And when they got the game back in striking distance, they allowed Jordan to come back in and do what he does best, which is go score the ball. Ain't nothing wrong with giving Pippen his credit. You just got to stop lying, man. And you try to judge Pippen on scoring. We all know up here, okay, he is not Jordan-esque scoring the ball. That's not what made him great. Yet all Brandon has been doing is telling us about, his efficiency was this. That's not what made him great.
Facts.
That's not what made him great. I told y'all before he started talking, they only run to scoring. Jordan fans are only going to bloviate about scoring. Scoring. He didn't outscore him. That's not what made him more impactful at times.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Brandon, man.
Yeah.
Got to learn to talk basketball, my guy.
Yep. Y'all suck at basketball talk. Got mad. He left. Bye-bye. This was a great stream, Lamont. This is another great stream by you, brother. Another great.
Yeah. We got to shut it down. It went longer. I was meaning to shut it down, and then Low came. Low kept it going.
Yo, did you think Low has been hearing the backlash of that stream? They be like, "Yo, why did you let Johnny expose you like that? Why you keep fucking with Lamont like that? Like, they don't like you."
You guys are wasting your time. We're
about to shut it down.
Trust me, brother, this is all recorded. That you can always go back to these streams, bro. Trust me, those guys, they're like roaches. You're right. They keep coming back, but trust me, they are hurt. They be hurt. Trust me, they be hurt. They be really hurt.
You guys, is no point.
The
basketball community is beyond cooked.
Bro, they're just bad. They're just very bad representatives of Jordan. They don't know how to talk about Jordan's greatness. They don't know how to. They don't know how to talk about Jordan's career without tearing down everybody else. They have to tear down something and talk about Jordan. Whether it's tearing down Jordan's team, whether it's tearing down Scottie Pippen. They don't know how to talk basketball and just talk Jordan without tearing something down. They don't know how to talk about Jordan without tearing down LeBron. Right? That's all they do is they try to tear down and talk about your negatives while they try to talk about only MJ's positives. That's how they talk basketball. They talk about somebody else's negatives versus everything Jordan did positive and pretend that the player we talking about ain't got nothing good on their resume.
That's what Lowe tried to do with Shaq today, which is like, come on, Lowe, you got to be better than that, Lowe. Like he really said, I got some. He said, I got some on Shaq and I got some on Phil because Kobe's the sidekick. This doesn't make no sense.
And I'm like, whoa, man, that's locker room stuff, man. That don't have nothing to do with this. I mean, it is what it is, man. Like, if Shaq was an asshole, okay, he's still the best player in the world.
As if Jordan wasn't an asshole. As if Jordan wasn't an asshole. As if teammates didn't hate Jordan. Like this is what makes it so funny. Teammates hated Michael Jordan. He didn't hold nobody accountable for nothing. They like Scotty said, they won championships in spite of Jordan's assholeness, not because of his assholeness. And they won championships in spite of Kobe's decisions to treat Shaq like a whatever he treated Shaq like. They would have won more if Kobe would have just played his role. That's it.
Johnny, they don't care. They only care about their agenda. That's why I always say this is a waste of time.
No, it's not. Because let me tell you this right now. Mr. Winter's at home right now crying. Brandon's at home crying. King Rose speech. They're all researching, trying to find a way to debunk us, but all they're doing is proving us right. Just like today, Lamont gave us a gem. You know how long I've been looking for this Game 5 of Michael Jordan? Do you know how long I've been waiting to find this film of this game to show everybody how Jordan choked?
How long?
Bro, I did it on accident. I don't even know how. Like, I honestly just typed in Bulls versus Pistons, and I put 80s playoffs or something like that. And the first two games that I saw, I downloaded both of them. I didn't even watch them. And it just so happened.
It was on YouTube? It was on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. Yeah,
I told y'all niggas there's a whole bunch.
They must have been new because I haven't really researched it recently, but that must have been new.
It has to be a new channel because the channel that I seen that had it, I hadn't seen it before because I saw the thumbnail. I'm like, damn, I ain't seen that before. But I clicked it. I'm like, and it was in a little bit better quality than most games. Like if y'all look at the first game I played, that quality was actually decent. That's some good quality. And I'm like, damn.
Yo, so Lamont, you said you big on defense, right? That's one of the main staples of your.
Oh yeah.
All right, now this is a video called T-Mac versus Dirk in the 2005 finals. Well, this
already seen it.
You seen it? Yeah, the shit that's written in
yeah, T-Mac held Dirk to less than some crazy
35%. Dirk shot 33.3%. Hey Johnny, if you go watch this shit, I'm like, yo, this nigga locked him down.
But Juan Boy, nobody gives him credit because what happened in that series, because the context of that series is Jason Terry is the one that went off when T-Mac had to go to guard Dirk. And it's just like
wasting energy guarding Dirk. I'm guarding Dirk and I got to score?
And he got to score. He did his job, but it's just like when we put context to them series, especially the first round losses, it's like, what the hell is T-Mac supposed to do when he does a hell of a job shutting down Dirk, but one of his teammates goes bananas and y'all can't contain him as a team?
Yeah.
That's context.
Lamont, people don't care about context or defense when it comes to the game of basketball. They don't care.
Just care about scoring.
Just scoring. That's it. Scoring, and then if the scoring don't fit the criteria, then it's championships. And if the championships don't fit the criteria, they'll come up with something else. Just like if y'all saw Mr. Winters, he kept moving the goalposts from one thing to the next thing. Every time something didn't fit his way, he just moved. Well, it's got to be a franchise player. Well, you got to have a dynasty. Now he just kept moving from one thing to the other when shit didn't fit his criteria. It was crazy.
This nigga said Pippen had a bad back, but when you tell them that Michael Jordan should have played without Pippen in '99, they say why he should be able to play with Pippen. Why does he have to not play with Pippen? These are hilarious, bro. I'm telling you, they're hilarious. This is great, man. This is just like I said, I love it because I don't like to prove people wrong, but when people try to always call me out and they're the ones who are wrong, oh, it feels great. It just feels great. It just does. It does. So. Y'all lucky. Y'all not gonna see me. I'm not gonna have a live till Friday. So
they was so mad when I was playing that game, man. Did you see how mad they was in the chat? I was playing that game.
What? They were going off.
Saying, I just remember they were so worried about us seeing Jordan's low scoring output that they didn't realize that I'm just looking at Detroit's defense. I don't care what Jordan did. I just want to see if he getting beat up, like y'all said. They so scared about Jordan scoring. They say, oh, you chose the game where he scored 18 points. I don't give a damn. I just want to see if he was getting beat up, knocked out the air, elbows. But this is how you know they obsessed with his scoring. They obsessed with it.
They should be mad at him for only scoring 18 then.
Yeah, they act like it's my fault.
They provided context. It was the defense. I mean, look how they're playing defense on them. They're doing a good job, but they can't have that context for LeBron. Now it's excuses. You guys are making, when we give LeBron context, it's excuses. When it's for Jordan, it's context. Like I said, they're double standards. But what do you expect from criminals, degenerate gamblers, deadbeat fathers? You can't expect nothing better from them. I keep telling y'all that. Like I said, we're going to identify them, mark them, catalog them, and bring them to GOAT James Kingdom for their zesty Jeffrey burial.
And this was bad for him today. I ain't gonna lie. None of them really did a good job today. Today was bad for him.
And I'm off on Friday.
And that's the funny thing. They always talk about, let's go watch film for LeBron, but when Lamont does this, you ain't never seen none of those people from none of those channels show up. None of them. Not Dookie and them. None of them. They scary.
And you know the reason, this is how you know they know these things, but they like to hide the information. As soon as I start playing the game, all of them in the chat kept saying, "Oh, this is the game where he scored 18, one point in the fourth." Hold on. Oh, so you know about his failures. So y'all have been knowing about all this stuff all this time. I didn't even know the game. And so that's the nasty part about it, man. That's just the nastiest part about it, man.
That's it, baby. Thank you. All y'all gotta do is thank GOAT James Kingdom for bringing basketball back to life for y'all. Y'all welcome. Y'all are welcome.
Do you guys like attracting basketball dummies?
It's no point. We can't help ourselves.
We got Joseph Amberling says, was anybody surprised that the Pistons didn't need to bruise MJ to stop him? No, I'm not surprised. Hell no. You don't need to bruise MJ to stop him. You just need to play good defense. That's what they did.
Yeah, they're not gonna.
Y'all the ones who lied and said that there was nobody who could stop Jordan. That's the lies that y'all told yourselves. We never believed that nonsense. I knew better.
Myths. Oh, Jordan was getting killed. Like when you hear people talk about it, like I heard James Worthy talking about it. I saw a video of James Worthy talking about the Jordan rules. James Worthy was like, I don't know how he survived. Like, what are you talking about? That shit was weak sauce. They wasn't doing nothing special. That shit was just some regular old sag off you type of defense. They was barely touching them on most possessions.
You know that's that
Jordan
North Carolina,
that
North Carolina love.
And James Worthy is like, I don't know how he survived. And I'm like, what the hell are you watching?
Those are lies, Lamont. Those are lies because, again, they're old guys who want to get praise for what they did, and they trying to attach themselves to Michael Jordan. Why wouldn't you? Again, all you got to do is say it's Michael Jordan, and then you get all kind of people praising you. Why wouldn't you? And if you say anything wrong, you get killed in the world. Like, I mean, Ray Allen refuses to talk about the GOAT debate because of that. Because one day he said something about LeBron being good, and everybody was eating him alive. Gilbert Arenas has to remind y'all LeBron's his GOAT every day. I mean, that Jordan's his GOAT every day because y'all get mad at him for praising LeBron. It's y'all problem. Y'all have no life.
Dang, they have no life.
You said it best, man. They always
they can't read, they can't count, and now they have no life.
Yep.
My bad.
And they're homosexuals. And they're homosexuals.
Yeah,
Bro, I showed y'all my comment section on this one post I did about LeBron, and I didn't even do the post. I had my channel manager do it. Bro, it's 9. I want y'all to think about this. It's 900 likes on the post, but it's over 900 comments of people just really mad that that there was a post about LeBron, and it was just, I've never had that many comments on a community post. I'm talking about 900 comments of people crying, saying homoerotic stuff. I would want y'all to read it. A lot of them talking about being on your knees. They all start with something sexual. They all say something homoerotic, man. And I'm like, my God. And none of them talked about the actual post. They just all immediately went straight to something on homosexual.
Bronsexuals.
Mm-hmm.
That's
how they act.
Yeah. I think I saw one of them, Lamont. Dick Riders.
Bro, I would just look at the post. It's crazy, man. It's crazy how bad it's gotten, man. Let me see.
They're horrible.
Lamont, when I first joined your stream 6 years ago, it didn't used to be like this. You actually had smart people who would join and were civil and talk about the game of basketball. I don't know if it was a situation where once the pandemic took place, common sense went away. I don't know, but it's gotten awful.
LeBron called himself the GOAT.
Yeah, it's more comments than likes. It's 928 likes. It's 935 comments.
Wow.
You got people on here, man. It's just Brody need a new set of knee pads. They always go to some homosexual. The next question right after that, you need knee pads. I mean, Jesus. I mean, this is what they like. This is the stuff they thinking about in their mind, right? La Flop Barbie. It says La Flop Barbie gays is the GOAT. They call him La Flop Barbie gays is the GOAT. Slurping at his finest, another homosexual and their innuendo. It's crazy, man. I want y'all to go read it. And then we even had Goatcast. Goatcast put a comment. Goatcast is going to try to sound intellectual. He's going to try to sound intellectual about it. He says he's done great things through his career, but what he has done that people said he couldn't. He says, but what has he done that people said he couldn't? Oh, everything. He's a number one pick, called the chosen one from day one of his career. He's done exactly what they advertised. Yeah, when they make you the chosen one and you're the number one pick, most players don't live up to those expectations. It's very hard. Jordan had no expectations coming in. Nobody knew he could be this good. So he could just come in and play his game. It's harder to play with expectations than without. Goatcast. LeBron came in with expectations, lived up from day one, and is still going. He didn't quit multiple times because it was too hard or because he had smoking, drinking, and gambling issues, right? And body couldn't sustain.
Yo, this
Right,
kid is
too. Yeah, I can believe
listen. Look, where was Willie at when we were showing him the footage of Jordan choking in the playoffs when he said nobody was stopping Jordan like that? We just saw Jordan get stopped today. We watched it today.
Yes, we just watched it.
We just watched it. And it was worse than what happened to LeBron James with the Spurs. It was worse.
See, you know what surprises me, Johnny, and this is just about content, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, there's 935 comments on here. But YouTube is so crazy, right? That it doesn't push my live to any of these people. Like most of these people aren't subscribed. And it's just weird. I don't know. Like, I don't know if I need to go to each person and subscribe to their channel just so they can see that so they can see me or something or get in the algorithm. I don't know.
Sometimes you have to do that. I can be honest with you, Lamont. I tell people all the time, I have this thing with the Go James Kingdom, the guys with the wrenches. I tell them all the time, comments help you and create engagement. So yeah, when you comment with other people and stuff like that, that's why Facebook is so big. Because once you start commenting on Facebook, they start sending you stuff around to people. We get people all the time telling you, why am I even in this group? And we tell them you can't be in the group unless you hit the join tab. But they're like, why am I getting this feed? Well, because you were probably talking to somebody that was in the group or that associates with the group. So they think you might like the content as well. So that's how it usually works. So yeah, if you do go on those people's pages and try to, comment on their stuff, it does pop up.
Yeah,
but I think the way YouTube works is you have to subscribe, because once you subscribe to somebody's channel, they'll feed you that person's content. And if you don't actually, like, when you first subscribe, go to that stuff, they don't think you like it, and then they just move it away.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna subscribe to them. And a lot of times, if they see that, I'm subscribed.
That's why you have to kind of post every day, so that when people are subscribing to your channel every day, that they actually see new posts from you and they actually might tap on it. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to break this, because I got YouTube Shorts with so many views, but I be struggling to get them people to tap in, man.
But that's another thing too. The people that watch shorts more than likely don't watch videos. The people who watch videos don't watch shorts. Like there's different audiences. There's guys who they'll just come like us. Our lives definitely get way much more views, but the people who watch our lives don't watch our shorts, and the people who watch our shorts don't watch our lives. And we get a lot of shorts of views, a lot, but most of our views come from shorts. But most of those people who subscribe from that don't watch 4-hour live, 2-hour lives.
Hey Johnny, you know what you should do? You should take that post I put up there and do like you did on YouTube. When the one I was like, Jordan fans want us to give him a pass, but he ain't passing nobody.
Exactly. Or Phil Jackson has to win with a lottery team, but Jordan can't win with a rebuild
King
team.
King Rowe already did a post about this live.
Of course he did. He's trying to get
screenshotted. He screenshotted John Sally fouling Corzine. And he says, just so we understand, Lamont is trying to prove that the Pistons were not a tough physical team while literally showing us that John Sally fouled Corzine. No, I'm just trying to show you that they weren't beating Jordan up like you said.
See,
we watched.
Now see, but they don't. But he ain't. Why he ain't take the pick of him fouling Jordan? It wasn't none. So
yeah, that would have proven. That would have made his point a little bit better.
Damn, Willie, I already told you, Willie. Set it up, Willie. Go get Glock in them. Go get the Zesty Jeffries you love on TikTok. Tell them that Lamont has it.
Willie be on TikTok?
Yeah, they be on TikTok because it's safe on TikTok. It's safe on TikTok. None of that stuff is recorded. He wants us to go over there, Lamont. He wants us to go over there, have a 2-3 hour conversation that's only going to be 15 minutes worth of content for us. Like, because they're not going to record it. Instead of coming here and having the conversation. Or having their own platform. Like I told him, he could set it up wherever y'all want us to go. I'll show up. But he knows they won't let me show up. They won't let me show up. They're scared of me.
What I hate the most is when I see people like Willie and even Mingle Jester or even Herm. Bro, I'll watch these dudes on other people's panels and they'll be the most polite. They'll take turns. They're not disruptive. Them motherfuckers come over here and all of a sudden they just don't know how to act, man. King Rowe, King Rowe's the same. That motherfucker's gonna talk no matter where he is.
Yep.
You know, he gonna talk and talk and talk and talk some more, man.
Lamont, you've been on stream for 8 hours dealing with these idiots.
I know I'm about to shut it down, man. But I got a lot of content here to chop up. I got a lot of content to chop up. I'll tell you that much. So I ain't tripping.
I tell you, this is why I love YouTube, because we actually have content. This is not a wasted 8 hours. The market always come back to this. A year from now, 2 years from now, it's here. It's available. This just like I told y'all. Go on Dookie's live and go find our live. I bet you it's not there anymore. Because he doesn't want nobody to see it. But you come on my live, you're gonna see Dookie getting exposed. And every last SD Jeffrey that supposedly claim that they beat me in a debate, but you're gonna come to our channel and see that they didn't. Those are just facts.
They getting mad, man. Like today, man, I could tell a lot of them was mad, man. King Rowe was real mad today, man. He ain't like that. When I saw the community post, I was like, yeah, King Rowe mad.
Yeah, because what he be doing, he be on the panel and still be in the comments. Like, hey, nigga, whatever you got to say it to whoever you in the comments. Like,
bro, King Rowe got mad because I shared his live to some of my people on Newsbreak, and they was coming in the chat disagreeing with him. He was getting mad. I'm like, man, King Rowe, it's not my fault they don't agree with you. Shit, I shared your shit, man. Oh, man. Trying to get some people over here to check you out.
No. First of all, I never said that the 2011 wasn't a choke job based on the regular season. I told you that the Heat overachieved. You guys want to call it a choke job, but you don't want to call it what we just watched today a choke job. That's your problem. Mookie didn't cook nothing. Ask Mookie why he never responded to none of my videos or nothing that happened. How come he won't respond to Gilbert Arenas saying he doesn't know basketball? But he just reposted a video of the video of the reaction video of our original debate, our original
Mookie?
live. Dookie, yeah. He put it on his new channel. Remember, Rated R Sports was taken down. He got it back. So when the debate I had with him, that was on the Mookie Live channel. So he did a reaction video. It was like a 10-15 minute video. He reposted that video yesterday or the day before yesterday. He didn't make a new video. He didn't respond to my video or my live. He didn't do none of that. Oh, here go Willie's here. Willie's in the
God. How did you even get the link?
Yeah,
you put
I know you don't want
it
me to have it. I know you don't want me to have it. Right here, all three of y'all. I'm right here. Try me.
Okay,
with
what you want to talk about? What you want to talk about, Willie? What you want to debate?
Yeah, keep talking that line about Jordan. Go ahead.
What do we lie
all
about?
y'all do, y'all a bunch of cats that never watched Jordan. Do y'all little research.
We just watched the full game.
We just watched the full game. We watched the full game just today. The full game and Jordan choked.
Watched 2 games actually. Actually,
Hold
3
on,
and 2.5.
Did anybody say Jordan was perfect? He just perfect in the final.
You did. Oh, you guys said he was perfect.
You said 6-0. That's perfect.
What?
6-0 is perfect.
Jordan got commercials saying, I missed 1,000 shots. I did this. I did that. But I never gave up. But y'all get on here and show one game.
He gave up in that game.
Hold on, Willie. What was the point we was trying to prove by watching?
Talking about he gave up one game. His owner ain't never accused him of quitting.
Willie, listen. We didn't watch the game. We didn't watch the game to see how many shots Jordan missed. Hold on one second, one boy. Willie, we didn't watch the game to see how many shots Jordan missed. We didn't watch Jordan game.
Jordan had a bad game.
Willie, hold on. We were not watching the game to see if Jordan was having a bad game. We were watching the game for one thing and one thing only. We were only watching the game to see if the Detroit Pistons, in one of their best defensive performances versus Michael Jordan, were they fouling him, knocking him out the air, elbowing him, beating him up, and throwing him to the ground. In one of their best defensive performances versus Jordan, they did absolutely none of that for the entire game. They didn't have to flagrant foul him. They didn't have to beat him up. They didn't have to elbow him. All Joe Dumars and that crew had to do was play good, sound defense. And in the fourth quarter, they had wore down on Jordan so much that Vinny, the microwave Johnson, went to work on Michael Jordan in the fourth. Jordan scored 1 point in the fourth and choked. So we didn't watch it to see if he choked. It just so happened to be a game where Jordan choked. And the Pistons played some very good defense without fouling him and beating him up like y'all pretend he got fouled and beat up. That's all I'm saying, Willie. It wasn't to denigrate Jordan's score. We know he's a great scorer. All right, Willie?
You see how high the standard is for Jordan? do y'all see it? Do y'all see how high the standard is for Jordan? They said Jordan choked. What was now? It's not good for a Jordan fan to say, "Oh well, what did his help give him?" Like LeBron fans do. Oh well, he ain't have no help. See, Jordan fans is not allowed to say Jordan didn't have no help.
Did Jordan choke? Did Jordan choke that game, Willie?
What did Jordan average for the series?
What did Jordan choke that game?
That game?
Yeah.
A game?
Yeah.
He played bad that game. Give us the series.
They lost the series.
LeBron fans will never give you the series.
They lost the series, Willie.
Okay, give us the total numbers for the series and all his teammates.
I think he averaged like 29. But in that game, in a crucial game.
And what kind of production he had behind him?
Willie, is 1 point in a crucial game 4 or game 5. Is that 1 point in the fourth quarter?
It was 1 point against the
Willie,
Spurs.
Willie, we're not talking about LeBron. It's 1 point in the fourth quarter for a guy that's a league MVP, DPOY, all these accolades, who's looked at as the best player in the league. 1 point in the fourth quarter in an Eastern Conference Finals to get you your first NBA Finals in a crucial game in the Eastern Conference Finals. Is that acceptable, or did he choke? Yes or no?
Jordan ain't never choked in no game.
So what is 1 point in the fourth quarter? So what is 1 point in the fourth quarter? Not being aggressive, not driving, not looking to score. What is that?
Can I ask you something, Lamont?
No, I just want you to answer the question.
Was Jordan the favorite?
Who hold on. Who was what? Jordan was the league MVP. No, Willie, that's betting odds. I don't care about betting odds. I just want to know for the league MVP, the DPOY, he was the best of the best of everything. The commentator even said before the game, we are on the verge of saying that this dude is the greatest of all time in 1989. In a crucial game.
Nobody was saying that. You wasn't even born. Nobody was saying that. Stop lying.
Commentators. Hold on. We just heard this say it right before the game.
The commentator said it in the game we watched today.
On the verge. Nobody was saying
that's
that.
That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. He's on the verge.
Willie.
Y'all can't let nobody finish their point. Never.
Willie, 1 point in the Eastern Conference Finals in a fourth quarter. Is that acceptable? Is that choking or not?
If I was to, okay, I'll say it like this, because you're using the accolades, and I know somebody.
No, I'm
Same
not.
thing. You were saying the MVP and all that, and I know somebody was like that in 09 and 10. So let me just go back to Jordan.
Choked.
Let me just
let's just say LeBron choked. Let's just say LeBron choked. Yes, he did choke. Did Jordan choke in that game?
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with saying LeBron choked. Yeah.
I don't have a problem saying Jordan choked.
Okay, so Jordan did choke, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
And he damn sure ain't choked as much as your boy.
Yes, he did.
My favorite player is Brandon Roy.
I can roll from 07 to 2011.
Jordan's not better than Brandon Roy. That's my favorite player.
How LeBron choke in 2010? How LeBron choke in 2010?
Games 4, 5, 6. Go look at him. 30%, 20-something%. He choked as the number 1 seed with home court advantage as the favorite.
That's like Jordan 88, 89, and 90.
Now, Jordan wasn't shooting up 30-something% against Detroit.
But Willie, I thought y'all said as long as
you can't find one, bro.
Hold on,
it's
Willie.
Not about
but I thought
39%.
I thought y'all said as long as.
Hold on, let me go check the 1993 Eastern.
Willie, I thought you said as long as he goes out shooting, it's not choking.
Go look.
Yeah, they was down 0-2 and Jordan was 3 for 18.
Oh, that's the game.
That nigga shot horrible for the series.
They don't win that game, he loses.
First of all, the Bulls won by 20 points. So it wasn't like Pippen saved nothing.
Yes, he was. Because game 3, when your man was 3 for 18, Pippen was 10 for 20 for 29 points.
Now I'm about to cook him. Lamont, please allow me to say this, Lamont. Please allow me to say this, Lamont. You hear how Lamont said, all y'all doing is talking about scoring. What else did Jordan do in that game in 1993? Did he have 15 rebounds and 10 assists? What else he do? What else he do? Since y'all saying don't talk about scoring, what else Jordan did in that game?
So now you want to go by what we go by? Because we go by what we go by.
No. I'm going to use your logic against you.
No, it's logic, because that's your logic. You're using your logic. No.
What else he do, Juan boy?
Willie, that's not our logic. Willie,
11 for 12 from the free throw line. What else he do?
That's not our logic.
You know the recipe don't swallow the whistle for him when he.
What is he talking about? 3 for 11. The Bulls won by 20.
Yeah. I'm looking.
So hold on, Willie. So you saying Pippen for the duration of those championships run, leading the Bulls in assists, rebounds, and all of those other statistical categories over Jordan?
Pippen ain't leading nothing in 1991 finals. Nothing.
Listen to what I'm saying, Willie. Listen to what I just said. I said over the course of the six finals runs with Pippen leading in rebounds, assists, steals, and all the other categories.
You're talking about totals.
What I said, where does that do for Pippen?
You're talking about totals because Pippen and Jordan got the same defensive stats.
Hold on. So you want to go to averages?
Yeah, we can go to averages. You ain't gonna see nothing overwhelming with Pippen or nothing.
Oh, hold on. I got the
Lamont. Let me ask you.
Willie, you can't see what Jordan fans do is they like to pick the measurement that favors them.
Exactly.
If a guy just has more. A guy just has more.
Can I read these stats?
That's all it is, man. Pippen's playoffs numbers look a little different because he probably played more games.
I got the stats right here. Game 1, 1993, Eastern Conference Finals. First game, Jordan, 10 for 27, 37%. Game 2, 12 for 32, 37.5%. Game 3, 3 for 18, 16.7%. His best game was game 4 when he was 18 for 30.
Don't stutter.
Yeah,
no. What he score?
I am not done, William.
Give us the stats.
All right,
bro. He's giving you the field goal percentage.
Give us the stats. You said LeBron shot 30%. You didn't give us stats then.
Yeah. Game 5, 11 for 24. Game 5, 11 for 24. Game 6, 8 for 24. He had one good game.
One. And Scotty saved him.
Man, Scotty ain't never saved Jordan.
All right, you got that one. Why is this so hard for you to say, you got that one? Because I'm going to go to another series. Let's go to the 2000. Let's go to the 1996. Why he go 2 for?
Can I go through series too? Or you just going to go through series?
Oh,
I got series too. I got game 1 versus
Boston.
Boston.
You know you got series for LeBron.
All right.
Yeah, but the problem is you said we didn't know Jordan. We know you know LeBron, but now we're showing you how much we know Jordan. Go ahead.
See, he got losing. He got series with Jordan won.
We know Jordan, nigga. We know Jordan, nigga.
I got series with LeBron lost.
I know you know LeBron, but you don't know Jordan.
You're talking about Jordan and them winning.
No,
we know a series where Jordan lost too.
I thought some in the 90s. Let's go.
1995.
1995.
Okay, you got one. I got about 1,000. What 22? I got 22 reasons.
1990. All right then. So stop talking stupid then. You said this shit.
Talking about, please, go ahead and pick the year he just came back. It was still busting their
like
ass.
points so much. I got 50,000 points. How about that? I got 50,000 reasons. Since you
them 50,000 reasons got your ass put out in the first round.
So was Jordan shooting 30% multiple times and Scottie Pippen saving him? Go ahead.
Go ahead, one boy.
Shot 30% in the playoffs 48 times. Jordan shot 30% in the playoffs 28 times. Try me.
Who has a higher field goal percentage in the playoffs?
Try me.
Who shot better?
Who's the layup king? Shaq got a higher percentage. What do you say?
Jordan is the layup.
Hold on.
Outside of 3 feet.
Hold on. So Willie.
That
So
boy out there.
Willie. You cannot penalize LeBron for being smarter and better at getting to the rim, the easiest bucket on the court, especially in an era where y'all complain and say the players shoot too many threes. You then cry because LeBron makes too many layups. What do you want? Do you want these players to shoot a whole bunch of threes, or do you want them to shoot a whole bunch of layups? Because LeBron is at the rim. SGA is at the rim and in the mid-range. All y'all do when these players actually give you layups in mid-range, y'all start crying about the layups in mid-range. LeBron is doing exactly what y'all fools asked him to do. Don't shoot a lot of threes, get to the rim and score the easy points at the rim, where it's physical, where it's hard, all this crying nonsense. He's not settling for threes, because if LeBron was out there chucking threes, y'all be crying about that. He's not.
How do
you get mad because he's just good at getting to the rim and finishing?
Didn't Ro just show us that Michael Jordan couldn't get to the rim, so he was inefficient and horrible?
We watched the whole game where Jordan couldn't even get to the rim. And he could score 1 point in the fourth.
Willie, that nigga couldn't shoot, Willie.
Oh,
Steph Curry is a shooter.
Jordan couldn't shoot.
Michael Red.
They were sagging off of him 5 feet.
You see how they lying? Jordan shot 50.5% as a Chicago Bull. For his career.
That's not shooting.
Jordan did a lot at the rim.
At the rim. That's a lot at the rim.
Nah. Go look at that Portland series. He ain't do a lot at the rim.
Jordan did a lot at the rim.
Go look at that Portland series. You gonna tell me
Jordan
was just going to the rim?
We saw the Portland series. We saw Jordan get benched, and Pippen had to save the day in Game 6.
You mean the one where he missed the game winner with Terry Porter sticking him?
I told you go get Glock in them, man. You need help. It's not gonna vote well for you over here. Go get Glock in them. Go get Glock in them. You need help.
You better go.
You ain't said a word. Sit your ass on the bench.
Who me?
You said a word, coward.
Where you get these jokes from, Willie, man? Where you get these?
Sit your ass on the bench in the dugout.
Why I gotta sit in the dugout? I don't lie.
You lie. This nigga lied and said Phil wanted to lead the Bull. That's how much he lied.
That's the truth.
That ain't the truth. The Last Dance is available, nigga.
That's a lie. The Last Dance is a lie.
Man, how you wasn't it? Man, you wasn't it. Yo, you was fucking 6 years old when Jordan was winning titles, and you act like you know basketball.
See, look, why you got to worry about what I know or not?
You don't know nothing. You only know 4 and 6 people. That's all
are you saying Phil Jackson? Are you saying that Phil Jackson lied when he said he wasn't gonna come back in '99?
Jerry Krause said, "Phil, you could go 82-0. You ain't coming back."
That's not true. That's not what he said.
That is true. Bet me. If I'm lying, I'll become a member.
What he said was, "You ain't never gonna become a member because you're a liar." That's
hold on. Hey, Willie. Now, to be fair, let me read you something because you're.
I don't like reading. I don't want to hear.
Really?
What I told you, Lee.
This is what it says, y'all. Now we're gonna give Willie. Hold on, we got a little echo. Juan boy, you got a little echo. So Willie, let's give Willie credit because Willie is right to a certain degree about the. He says Jerry Krause actually said this will be Phil's last year as the coach of the Bulls, regardless of whether he wins 82 games. That is true, but later on, Phil Jackson met with Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner, not Jerry Krause, and then the owner says after the 1998 title win, Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner, offered Phil Jackson a chance to return because he overrided what Jerry Krause had said. But Phil Jackson stated, I think it's time for me to leave. And that's what Phil Jackson said. After Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner, extended him an opportunity to come back and coach some more, he was going to override Jerry Krause. So it was
So
Jerry
you see
Krause.
Johnny be lying, right? You hear him?
No,
He just be lying.
Johnny's correct.
He be lying.
That's correct. It makes him correct.
He was pushed out the door. I saw it with
just read
see, I don't need the Last Dance. I saw that stuff before that. Like, I watched Jordan's entire career. I watched Jordan. In 91, I watched the finals. I saw the game. I watched the game when Pippen got fouled out and Jordan hit that big shot to take him to overtime. I was game too.
Can I
I
express
watched the game over Diva.
Can I express why Jerry Krause said that, Lamont, real quick?
He don't know, yo. Don't listen to him.
See, look. The reason Jerry Krause said that was because he was tired of answering questions about Phil coming back.
Oh,
so
man,
he told the media, listen, it doesn't matter if he goes 82 and
it's right here. Willie is right here. It's documented. It's right here.
Y'all can't tell me nothing I saw, bro. You're not gonna.
I saw it.
Really, it's
We
right
looking
here.
at- Well, you can't tell. Well, we looking at this right now.
Right, like it says right here in this article, did 1998 have to be the last dance for the Chicago Bulls? In this article, it says right here. It says nearly 22 years. It says Jerry Reinsdorf. Hold on, what things? It took one last shot at keeping the team together, but remembers the meeting like it was yesterday. He says, I remember the date, Reinsdorf said. It was July 3rd, 1998. The Bulls had won their third straight NBA title in 6 and 8 years, less than a month earlier. All season long, the team had been playing with a sense of finality, knowing, as viewers saw on ESPN's 10-part docuseries The Last Dance, that the 1997-98 season would be the last together. But Reinsdorf felt he had to try to resurrect things for the team's sake, as much as for history. It says, so a few days into what will become a protracted NBA lockout, he scheduled, I don't know why he keeps doing that. He said he scheduled a meeting with Michael Jordan to pitch him one more last dance. And it says, don't say anything now.
Oh, something happened to Lamont. He says, don't say anything now. Reinsdorf told Jordan, we're in a lockout. We don't know how long this lockout is going to go. Let's get to the end.
Let's get to the end, and maybe I can.
You're breaking in and out, Lamont.
Hold on, my bad. Ever since I went to this page, it's been doing something weird.
Willie hacking into your shit. That's why he logged off.
No, I got too many.
No, Willie's still there. He's hurt though because the facts are hitting him in the face.
Yeah. So no, basically it says right here. It says here, let me take this off. So
I can 6-0.
It says Reinsdorf said he needed to. He says he needed to change Phil Jackson's mind. So Willie, all I'm saying is if Reinsdorf said he needed to change Phil Jackson's mind, why would he need to change Phil Jackson's mind if Phil Jackson wanted to stay with the Bulls? Because Phil Jackson went to Jordan and said, I'm going to try to get him to stay.
Bro, you reading quotes, there's video. There's actual video. You reading a quote, show the video. Show them saying what they say. It's so much video of the Bulls. It was written. I don't want you to read nothing to me like you reading the newspaper.
Willie, that was in the last
video.
Willie, that was in the last dance.
You wrong.
That was in the last dance, Willie.
Jordan said
the lockout dragged on and the 1998-99 season was delayed. Jackson insisted he wouldn't return, and Jordan reiterated that he would only play for his championship coach. Management continued to leave the door open for everyone.
I've said over and over again that I wanted to bring back the players and the coach who won the 1998 championship. Should Phil not return by the end of the lockout, Tim will succeed him as head coach of the Chicago Bulls.
I think it would have been a bad thing for us to announce that Tim was the new head coach, and then the perception was Michael retired because he got forced out. We tried to leave it up to Michael.
So that's back then, 1998. They said they were trying to keep the team. In fact, they didn't even do nothing until the lockout was over when it came to their coaching staff, because Phil Jackson was not coming back no matter what, and Jordan quit because he couldn't have his coach.
And Pippen wasn't going to stay because of the contract.
That's fine, though. You still got Jordan and the championship team.
That's their core. They all loyal. They came in
Willie,
together.
Willie, you want to retract the
Pippen
line?
is not
You wanna
the core.
retract?
Pippen is not the core.
Willie, he played the video.
Who's
for
the
you.
core? Who's the core?
Michael Jordan to you.
Who's the core?
You said Michael Jordan
Because I know my GOAT raised rookies. It took rookies to a dynasty. Somebody else GOAT traded Wiggins.
That's false.
Couldn't do shit like that.
So why Jordan couldn't take Scotty? I mean, why Jordan couldn't take Tracy McGrady as a rookie? Why he only needed Scotty to do it?
They didn't make no trade.
Yes, they were going to trade Scottie Pippen to draft a Tracy McGrady.
He raised two rookies, Horace Grant and Pippen.
Why didn't he raise other rookies then? Why didn't he raise other
rookies?
The ones that he would have had if Scottie Pippen was traded.
That's a trade. That's something else. We don't do the LeBron thing.
Brad Sellers.
We don't do that.
That's what you gotta realize.
Stacey King's a champion.
Scott Williams.
A champion. Look at all them bench players. Champion.
He raised them.
All them white boys. Champions.
So why didn't he raise the guys after Scotty left
more
in
white
98?
boys than anybody.
So why won't he win with Scotty? I mean, without Scotty in 98, since he can make everybody so great and win championships.
Jordan like playing with his teammates. He's loyal.
That's how when he quit in 93.
He quit on the team.
They had to play without him. What if Pippen would have said, "I can't play without Jordan" when Jordan quit?
What would you say then?
I quit after I bust your ass 3 times too.
So you would have. So you'd have been okay with Pippen if he'd have quit when Jordan quit.
I don't do hypotheticals.
What you mean?
I know Pippen. I know Pippen quit on Phil Jackson in the '94 playoff against the Knicks.
Who was supposed to win the championship in 2011? Since you don't do hypotheticals,
the Miami Heat. They were the favorites.
Who won it? Who won it?
Who choked?
Again, you say you don't do hypotheticals.
There ain't no hypothetical.
That is saying the Miami Heat was going to win is a hypothetical.
Miami should have won that finals.
That's a hypothetical. So you say you don't do that.
They should have won that finals.
You don't do hypotheticals, Willie.
The biggest meltdown in NBA history.
This is the greatest show ever.
Biggest meltdown. 17 points. He talking about Jordan dropping points. This nigga averaging 17.
We've had
got
Willie
enough
up here.
Out of Willie, man.
We've had George up here. We had all of it. Willie, I told you go get Glocking them. You can never deal with me, son. Go get Glocking them, son.
Man, you ain't say nothing.
Go get Glocking them, son. Go get Glocking them, man.
Hold on. Let's set something up now. Hey, Willie.
I cook this nigga.
Willie, let's set something up.
That's why he quiet. He listening.
Hold on, Willie. I'm trying to
say
set something up.
Nigga. Say something.
Willie.
Something.
Hold on. Go, James. I'm trying to set something up with Willie. Willie, what do we have to do? Whether we got to send him some PayPals or something to get your guys from TikTok over here on a. I want all your guys. Oh my
God, them boys are raw.
Hey, hold on, Willie. I don't care what they will do. I'm just trying to propose something. What is it going to take to get you and your guys over here in a 4v1 or 5v1 where we line all of you guys up? You guys get what 10 minutes or whatever minutes each in a debate versus A Johnny to see if y'all can all take him on in a debate. Do you want to set that up?
Today, he could pop on anytime.
No, you got to get your guys. No, I want y'all to come over here.
I've seen him get roasted whenever he ain't on these channels.
Willie, we're trying to get it over here on FYF Sports. Please. How can we set that up over here on FYF Sports? That's all I want to know. I need him to come over here where we can have it recorded.
Johnny can reach out to them. He don't want that work.
I already did. They scared.
Every time he's on another channel, Johnny gets embarrassed.
Okay, so can you get those? Hold up. Can you get those guys over here to FYF Sports?
Okay, PayPal. Yup, we could try. Yup, I'll reach out. Mark.
Okay,
man.
Willie.
Vision. What he can.
Okay, so Willie, if I give you my number, Willie, if I give you my number in the private chat, are you going to be able to communicate with me effectively so we can set this up?
Yes, set that thing up. I'll set it up.
So hold on. Now hold on. Well, let me go to the private chat right now.
I need this.
Hold on. You don't want to. You You ain't even on my level. You talking?
I guarantee you. I guarantee
you can't out-talk me.
I guarantee you. I guarantee
hold on, Willie, it's in the private. Willie, it's in the private
chat. You win an
chat.
argument and you a loser.
Willie, can you please make sure you take the number down? It's in the private chat.
All right.
Let me know when you got it. So there's no like.
I got it.
Okay, so Willie. Okay,
yes.
So what I need you to do is when you connect with your guys, let's try to get this done tomorrow. Let's get a date set. I'll work with the dates, and I don't care how many it is. You can get 10. The more, the better.
Good. It's just them 4. I already know.
So it's gonna be 5, right? 5 guys versus A Johnny, right?
Oh, that's gonna be great.
Exactly.
Okay, what's the name of their?
It ain't
What's
even
the name
against him. He can't even beat one of us.
What's the name of the TikTok? What's the name of the TikTok?
Mez, Mark Tittle, 24/7 Vision.
Oh, so it's a lot of different channels.
He got roasted.
Okay, so
every time he stepped out there.
There's no footage of this roast, so you lying.
Then Mookie burnt them lying on Jason Terry.
No,
Jason Terry took more shots. They was like, yo, you lying. Get out of here. He got roasted.
Okay.
He said lying.
So,
He said stupid.
Definitely lying.
Okay, so
he got roasted.
So Willie, when can I expect to hear from you? When can I expect to hear from you, Willie?
By Wednesday.
Oh, look, Wednesday.
Okay, so hold on. Hey Johnny, while you're up here,
way to work.
Hold on, hey Johnny, while you're up here, tell Willie what days you are available to do this, so he knows the time to tell him.
Any day but a Friday or Sunday.
Any day but a Friday or Sunday. You cool with that? Willie?
Saturday.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Let's do that Saturday.
What time Saturday? What time?
I'm down anytime.
6 o'clock. 6 p.m. A nice
Eastern.
Eastern. East Coast.
Okay.
I'm East
6
Coast.
p.m. Eastern. Okay.
Everybody
so
gets
6 p.m.
This shit about
So
to get bad.
So Willie, you got my
They're not
number.
gonna show.
Hold on. Can you guarantee that these guys will show, or are they scared to come on YouTube?
I gotta reach out because they love debating, especially with that Jordan and LeBron. They do that. They do that for a living.
On TikTok. No,
they do that for a living.
Okay, so now also, so who do you want to be the judges? Because I'll let you guys pick 3 of the judges, so you don't say it's unfair.
But what's that dude? Judges. Let the chat judge, because
we do. The chat already has a vote. That's separate from the panel judges.
But the chat, because it's biases. People like who they like. They ain't gonna want to hear the truth.
Look, King Road back. King Roden got ethered, went to bed. Now he back.
Y'all talking to kids, so y'all can't lie to me about Jordan.
You saying King Rowe a kid?
We just proved you wrong about Jordan this whole time.
You ain't proved me wrong, bro. You ain't proved nothing wrong.
You did.
You can't prove me wrong.
You already just got proved wrong.
Barry Krause pushed him out. That's not a lie.
Hold on. First you said you wanted to see the video. First you said you wanted to. First you said he was lying. I told you to quote. Then you said you wanted to see the video. He pulled the video.
No, you stopped the video. You stopped the video.
I don't know
if you would have kept it going.
There's no stop. What's the keep going? What? He said exactly what he needed to say. Jordan quit. That's what he said. Jordan didn't. We left it up to Jordan, and Jordan said,
"Okay, Jordan quit." But his owner never accused him of quitting.
That's right there.
That
Jordan
was the owner.
Jordan of quitting. He just said that. Jordan accused of quitting. He said we leave it up to Jordan. If Jordan doesn't come back, that's it. We're splitting up the team. Jordan didn't come back. He's not mad that Jordan didn't come back. Danny Gilbert was upset that LeBron didn't come back. Just like the rest of you, Zesty Jeffries, always mad at LeBron for no reason.
The whole city burnt his jersey. We just talking about mad.
Okay, they should burn his jersey.
He went to go join a already made champion. Yo, it's so much stuff, man. We could get this crack.
It's like the rest of you Zesty Jeffries who hang around. Members, you love burning.
We can be zesty all we want. We ain't no loser. We ain't carrying purses. We do cigars and we do man shit.
You are losers. You're the guy
cigars
that you
Cigars is man shit. Are you only saying that because Jordan smokes cigars?
Yeah,
bro, smoke cigars too.
A six foot stick in your mouth. Yeah, that's manly. A 6-inch stick in your mouth. That's real manly.
Yeah, go ahead and get on that banana boat and go back to hate.
See, there you go, Bobby. At least we got freedom. When did you get your freedom?
Yeah, you ain't got no freedom over there.
When did you get your freedom?
Ain't no freedom over there.
You still ain't got your freedom to this day. You still ain't
you
got your freedom.
can't even go there.
You still ain't got your freedom. You over here complaining about immigrants. You still ain't got no freedom.
Get your ass on a banana boat, coward.
You so upset about your status in America that you get mad at other black folks that's not American. That's your problem, not mine.
I've never been racist.
You just started being racist just now.
I've never been racist.
I'm racist.
Mm-hmm.
Get your ass on a banana boat.
Exactly. Get your
that
ass
ain't
on
racist. That's telling it like it is. Get your ass on a boat.
Get your ass on Scottie Pippen's boat. How about that? Then
You're a pirate trying to jump, trying to rob ships.
That's why Mez, Glock, and all of them gonna get cooked when you bring them up here because they're gonna talk just like you, get cooked.
Well, he said he's gonna get them all, but we'll
they're gonna hang on him, Lamont. They're gonna hang up on him. They're gonna say, "Willie, get out of here with that." Well, you know damn well we're not messing with.
Well, what they're gonna do is they're probably gonna come look at my platform, and then they'll probably typically get scared after.
They scared because they safe in their TikTok lives. Like I always told them, they're safe in their TikTok lives. They won't come on my TikTok lives. They get exposed every time.
Willie, you sure you can get these guys to pull up, man?
Hey, I ain't say I was sure. I'm a fan of their work. They be cooking LeBron fans. I've seen them run a Johnny off there talking about Rudy Gobert better than Hakeem. That was a Johnny. Rudy Gobert better than Hakeem.
He was.
Where that from?
He was.
All right.
Who has the more defensive players of the years? Who has the more defensive players?
I gotta shut this down.
Yeah, you might as well. That's how dumb he be sounding.
Hey, Willie, I'll be in touch. You got my number. Hopefully we can get something set up with your TikTok guys. I doubt that they'll pull up, but I mean, I'll be available Saturday if you can make it happen.
They not. They cowards. Remember that. Go back there and tell them that I said they're all cowards, including Mark. Shout out to Mark, but they're all cowards. They would never step up to the plate.
Damn.
They all cooked this clown.
Mm-hmm. All right. Like I said, get the footage, nigga. Y'all never got the footage. Y'all say a lot of shit, but there's no footage. Never nothing. No
Mookie
proof.
just put up a 10-minute footage yesterday with like 8,000 views of cooking you.
That's the same shit he put up 2 months ago after I cooked him. He never
people still looking at it. Go look at the comments.
Cares who's looking at his comments.
Lies after lies after lies. Like all you do is lie.
I did not lie.
You're a certified liar.
No, you weren't about me.
You be believing your own lies.
Willie, I gotta shut it down. All right, Willie. I gotta get out of here.
Send that 4 and 6 ass coward home. Peace.
Whatever, nigga. 1 and 9.
Willie.
1 and 9.
All right, y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Salute to A. Johnny, Goat James Kingdom. Hopefully we can get this debate pulled off, man. Hey, Young Afro, you got to be here Saturday, man. I'm gonna need you for it as a judge. All right, King Rowe. I might even let you be a judge, man, just so you can say it's neutral, man. All right. Hopefully we can get these guys in a debate, man. So Young Africa, I know he'll be non-biased. We got King Rowe. He won't be non-biased, but I'll let him be a judge still, even though we know he's not going to be non-biased. And then we got Juan Boy up here. Juan Boy, you could be a judge too. You know? And, so we'll see how it goes. But Juan Boy, I'm going to go ahead and drop you down, man. I appreciate you pulling up, man.
Problem.
All right, man. Hey, y'all, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, man. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Appreciate everybody pulling up for the stream today. 9 hours of straight nonsense, right? People just dragging the string on and on and on and on and on and on and just not letting me shut it down, but we still got some good clips, good show. Mike G, Jared, salute to everybody that stuck around. I seen King Rowe came back. We had Young Africa pulled up late. All right. Hopefully we got to get Young Africa back on these streams cooking. We got Divine Unity. We got a lot of people in here cooking for the whole stream, man. So I appreciate everybody that showed up. Make sure y'all hit that like. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe, man. We got more content coming for you guys. If I don't do my Zion Williamson stream tomorrow, I'm definitely going to do it Wednesday. So again, y'all be on the lookout, man. I got some breaking news that probably nobody's going to report on yet. I got some information on Zion Williamson that's fresh off the presses. Unbelievable information that you're only going to be able to get here on FYF Sports while everybody running around crying about Diddy and crying about a legal process that actually worked and being judged by jury own peers. We got more information, and I want to start seeing how these people start to react when it starts to hit a little bit closer to home and these same laws start to target NBA players who all know are notorious for flying these IG models out. So make sure y'all tune in to the next show. You'll see it on the community tab, or you'll see the show premiere. You'll see it pending up there when I'm about to go live. So make sure y'all tap in, be on the lookout. Tomorrow we're gonna have we got the Knicks rehab show
with All Ball TV. Make sure y'all tune in. We got that show going Tuesday and Thursday. So make sure y'all tune in to All Ball TV on Tuesdays. It's going to be a good show. And I appreciate the people that have tuned in to their show. A lot of Knicks fans here. So it's been some good numbers, good pouring out there. Make sure y'all also go sub up. If you haven't subbed up to them, make sure y'all go search them. All Ball TV. Find the channel, search it, sub up to them. Them guys are doing a lot of big things over there. But it's FYF Sports, y'all. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports.